Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. It is time for the European Challengers Championship. We are already deep into the bracket with our teams, and we'll say goodbye to some more of them today. My name is Bryce. Joining me here, of course, Chris Tunn.
Thank you very much, Bryce. Excited to get into what is the final week of the third split in Challengers. It's flowing around, mate. I feel like it was 2 minutes ago we started things up, but here we are in the very final chance to be crowned European champions. Of course, we do have further dates to come, of course, but yeah, look, I mean, it's all on the line for these few teams left.
Yeah, it certainly is, and let's take a look at how it's all going down with our bracket for challengers this evening. Of course, you can see, like I said before, we have had quite a few games and said goodbye to two teams already. Probably the biggest shock was 5 Media Clan going out, Ton.
Yeah, double rounded as well, by the way, not just going out. So yeah, that was quite the surprise. 2 games that you would have said all the way through when you've seen their flawless run of groups that they would find very easily. They won 1 map in the knockouts, which is just insane. But yeah, we've got a hell of a day sort of lined up with this, with our 6 remaining teams.
Yeah, we certainly do as well, and this is what they are going to be playing for. It's been a very long season so far, but the end is all the sweeter. As you can see, we've already got some teams gone down. Reina Padre, Maestro, Noctum, and the Funhouse not making it to this point come 9th and 12th, but do end themselves a lovely $1,000, as well as those oh-so-crucial points for seedings. They're the teams we were just talking about, 5 Media Clan and 22 Esports Ton.
Yeah, look, for 22 Esports, it is what it is. You know, you kind of got to this stage, and I think that was already a win, but for 5 Media, that is absolutely disastrous. But you can all see what we have on offer this week. For first place, $24,000. That's what they're all gunning for.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's a long road still to get there. The past 2 weeks have got them to this point. But as we continue forward in this bracket, who comes first, who comes second, and who is just a story to be told on another day. Of course, we all have our favourites. I know Tan is incredibly biased towards Omid as usual.
I mean, you know me, mate. I am a woefully biased caster these days, and every other day that I have been a caster. But this is how it's going to roll today with our schedule. 2 games going on at 6, of course. Exceptional versus Notorious is going to be the game we are concentrating on, with Revived against Clutch Rain War going on Bravo. But after that, we have only 1 game and 1 stream ongoing. Elimination round number 3, so the 2 winners of these games, and then Falcons against Omid at 9 p.m. It is a banger of a day, Brycey. I still have no idea which way this one's gonna go. We haven't necessarily had any like clear cut favorites. I think a lot of people will still say Omid, but a lot can change very, very quickly.
It certainly can, and obviously we're looking to kind of keep an eye on the Falcons. Falcons really upsetting some teams this time around and looking for that W as they move forward. But that's not our first game. The first one in our first slot is Exceptional versus Notorious X Clutch Rain. Now, both these teams have showed us some pretty good gameplay during the season, to the point where, if we're being honest, I don't really know who comes out on top here, Ton.
I think this might be one of the first times we've actually even seen Exceptional. We have been unfortunate that we kind of dodged them throughout the entirety of the season, but they managed to find themselves a 3-0 win against Omid in the first week. Since then, they've been kind of just cracking on. Did lose 1 game in particular, but now heading into this, you're into the knockouts. They find themselves in a bit of a sticky situation down in the losers bracket, but it should be a very, very good game. As is customary though with challengers, we will be playing 6-star Hardpoint and Search and Destroy, because that's how we roll. Double Highrise alongside Base Hardpoint too. So should be an interesting game. I think for me, if you're really gonna lean one direction here, I'm not sure. Again, same sort of question, Bryce. I'm not 100% sure which team wins. It's just based on the form throughout the playoff bracket.
Yeah, again, and here's the best thing. We've said in this elite season, it doesn't seem to be as clear-cut as it has been before. It is definitely a more convoluted field. There is much more competition between these teams. You've only got to look at the example we gave at the start of the broadcast. 5 Media Clan, flawless in groups, double first rounded straight out of the bracket. So truthfully, who wins this? If I remember correctly, Exceptional were one of those teams that gave us a shock on day number 1 by taking down Omid.
They did, yeah. I think, you know, we've talked about it before plenty of times throughout the years that we've covered challenges. It doesn't really matter how you do in the group stage to a certain degree. You have to be able to bring it in that bracket play. Exceptionally, yes, okay, they did find the win up against Omid. in the group play, but you need to make sure you get the job done when it matters, and you can only make 2 mistakes. Both these teams have already made one, so now they find themselves in a tough position where they are going up against each other. But this is what happens when you start to get into that top 6, top 4 kind of era. That's where things start to get very, very difficult. You've got to beat the best to be the best, so it is the same for all these teams. You have a hell of a run from the stage, though, to get through it. 3 games in a row, you are going to... Well, sorry, I think it's 4 games in a row you would have to win to become champions from here. So there is a lot of competition to still go through here.
Yeah, there really is. And if you're going to kind of divide these 2 teams down to the line on who we think is really going to go forward, I would give the edge to Exceptional just because of the statistics of the players. Although Notorious did give us a cheeky tweet the other day about us not wanting them to win. And I'm like, I don't mind 2 wins. I have no stake in this. I just enjoy the gameplay. But realistically, let's take a look at the maps and modes before we get any further into this matchup between them. Like I said, that should be a close game, but this is how it's going to go down. And you can see this is on the secondary stream. This is Rev versus Clutch Rain X War. They'll be playing Vista, Highrise Karachi Invasion Ton.
Biggest surprise here, no 6-star. Actually being banned out. Both Clutch Rain War don't want it. There you go. They're banned out on Search and on Hardpoint. So we're not going to get to go and play that. And I am curious because it has become a bit of a favorite among, well, I say a favorite amongst the players. It's became a very playable one in the sense that we do see a lot of teams going over towards 6-star, whether it be for the different reason or not. It's being very, very popular, but Clutch Rain Team getting rid of it here against the guys they're going up against. So it's interesting. We'll see how that one goes down, but of course that will be going over on Bravo.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one and jump in whenever we get a bit of spare time, but I've been told our primary game is ready to go. So everybody cross your fingers and hope that lobby is set to trot. Anyway, the point I was making before we went over to cover the maps and modes tons was I was looking at the statistics for the Elite Series of these 2 teams. Now, funny enough, obviously we haven't seen a ton of Exceptional, but they're all positive. Pack dropping a 1.20 is still one of the front slayers left in this tournament. On the other side of it, Notorious haven't had the greatest of time, all below that 1 point, hoping to get a little bit better. But it isn't just about KD ratio, as we know. It's about the matchups on the day. And hey, we'll find out who wants it more.
Yeah, we'll be jumping in very, very shortly. And just another note to kind of foray into here. Cruise missiles will not be being used today. Just purely as a small glitch in the game. Just want to pre-warn everybody, if you see somebody getting cruise missile, they're not using it, because I think it's just a little bit easier to get a hold of. So I think teams are just kind of keeping that at bay for now. Hopefully it does get fixed pretty quickly, but that is just a little pre-warning. So if you see anybody in 6-3, I'm not going crazy and saying that this changes the game and all that kind of rubbish. It doesn't. Okay, don't worry about it. But yeah, I think I kind of agree with your sentiments towards Exceptional. I think if you were to go one way or the other, it would be towards them here, just purely because of their record when it came down to the group stages. Let's see if they can carry it over, though, because so far it hasn't necessarily looked too hot. So let's see if they can turn it around here. We should be hopefully jumping in to map number 1 very, very quickly. A sub base, I believe, to get us up and running, Brycey. Nice and fast pace. But I think, yeah, Exceptional, you talk about Park. He was somebody who really impressed me in the previous split. Has now went on to, I want to argue, maybe bigger and better things with this Exceptional roster. And looks a very, very solid player across the board.
Yeah, so kind of looking forward to kind of seeing them play is the most important thing. You are right, it's just one of those schedule things that sometimes we don't always get to catch them up. Sometimes they're on Bravo, we don't get to watch as much of the game as we would like, but most of the time you get a kind of a fair split, because you can watch the entire game on Bravo as well. And that's only happening for the first game, by the way. If you did want to watch both the games that we have going on, Bravo is live for the first game only, because after that we're down to 1 set of teams per round. So hopefully you'll enjoy both viewpoints, because it won't always be there, but we should be going into the lobby pretty quickly.
Well, we're going to have a look at the secondary game and how it is going to break down. We just had a little people. We'll have another one. For Revived, I think, they've done very well to get to this stage. Find themselves a big result up against 5 Media, I believe. And now they're straight into it against Clutch Rain War. So, I mean, this is a tough game. I mean, you see some of the names on these rosters been around for a very long time. Curious to see who comes out on top. If I was to favor anybody, it would probably be Clutch Rain War, but they have had to progress and get better as the season has gone on, because if I'm honest, a very, very slow start.
Yeah, and that's kind of the shock here. We thought realistically with this change that it was a much stronger roster, but It's more the fact that it seems a little bit inconsistent. Sometimes they look fantastic, other times they seem half a step off of the pace. But bearing in mind that all that that's been here so far doesn't matter. It's about the next 2 days. That's when we crown our champion.
They're very good at this map as well. I feel as if every single time we've seen them on this, they have looked dangerous. So let's see how things do go down. No cruise missiles to worry about. So the fact that Denzer is 4-0, not going to find the fifth, is nothing to really worry about. The spawns, though, have been flipped in the favor of Clutch Train War. P2 just about to pop. They're not in the best position for that. P3 and 4 is what's important on this map, and they're in a good spot for them.
Revive Gaming still looking to try and push it. It is a great push. Not going to get it, but will allow his teammates just to stay in this position around this point as well. Looking for another fight. Isn't going to get it. Denzer takes them down. And it's looking like also they are going to clear lines. 40 seconds left onto this one ton, and it's going to be Clutch Train X War in a better position. That is unreal.
And holding it from the better side. You're in a fantastic position now. 30 seconds, but the spawn out's going to come through. They're going to start reading that in just a second. Yeah, they started to realize they were pushed up maybe just a little bit too far, so they've let that one slip, but still getting some good time for it. 20 seconds remaining here. At P2, you'll take that all day. Denzer can find one. Ari another. They just break back far too easily as well. Bant's giving a little bit of extra love there. Considering it's very early in the game, you want to be careful, Ben, but the rotation is in. A very, very good start for Clutch Train War. Going to be feeling confident in this series at the moment.
They certainly are feeling everything that. Look how far away they've pushed them. Revive Gaming cannot even see the hill, and they're just being outslain everywhere. Can they keep this pace up? Clutch Train looking to just really hammer home, but now the pressure floods through. Cobra equal to it on a 4 streak, and it's probably a good thing for Revive that there are no kind of cruise missiles in this one, because they could be staring down an arsenal.
Yeah, you would have the war chest very much ready to go, wouldn't you, if you were Clutch Train War. Cobra putting you off, having a fantastic game of things so far, and it's just, yeah, forcing them away so far. It's very, very good play coming in from Clutch Train War. Rotation going to be coming in over towards the next hill. You're in such a good position. If you're revived, you just maybe need to slow it down here. You can see they're all spread out across the map. We're going to try and get something done, and they may well be able to over towards P4. If you can get a full 60 here, which is doable, you're well and truly back into the game.
Yeah, that's what they're going to be counting on. Realistically, Clutch Train X War only have 2 hills worth of points, just because of the splits and the contests that have been going on. This is a huge push for them, though. Revived have held on so far. Connor unable to match Bans here, but will be saved by his teammates. Still in control, still got good positioning. This little flank coming in from Cobra could prove crucial.
I think he's waiting for the rest of his team to be in a position to help them out. Now they're starting to move. Shots in from Kez are good, but there you go. There's the potential pinch. Could have come on through. Genesis has to go big. Can find one side, waiting for the other, but his teammates will be there to clean that up. Good hold from Revive this. There's 30 seconds remaining. And the majority of the time, Vance may be able to slow that down, though. Finds one. May well be able to find the break. Not quite. Nobody in the point for Revive, but they're keeping them off it.
Really a beautiful hold from Revived in the end. It's been a lot of pressure from different directions, and they've risen to it. They're certainly not letting them have all the way. They're going to lose the scrap time and the rotation. That's the issue. They played heavily for that one. They got the lion's share of the time they wanted on the hill. Eventually had to give it up, and they did not make the kills. Genesis, is he the hero? Is there a cape billowing from the back? Can he make the kills he needs to?
They only managed to get 21 seconds out of it, though. It felt like a very good hold, but Clutch Train won't limit them too much. They won't be expecting Genesis back here so late. Oh, he's just going to get over aggressive, though. There's the 3 dead. Kez now left on his own 4 dead. And this is a disaster now for Revive. This is 35 seconds. That should be free time for Clutch Train War. Hard break back from the middle of the map. Can they find it?
All right, well, this one's looking pretty good so far, and I've been told that this one will continue on Bravo. Our primary match should be getting underway, and when it does start up, we will jump over to that one. Here are the maps, though, because we haven't covered them yet. Base Hardpoint, Highrise Search and Destroy, Highrise Control, and then a double 6-star to end it, Ton.
Yeah, I'm curious how far we do get into this game, but things have already kicked off, and here we are over onto Subbase. I think for Notorious, though, they have been very, very impressive, but they're exceptional. What can you do? Can you continue to put yourself in a position to cause issue in these playoffs? Right now, you are on the loser's bracket. You have no more lives remaining.
Well, this is what they want. Continue to make the run. Continue to push forward. pretty mixy in that P1. Usually how it goes, but this is about the rotation now, and you can see just trying to hold it down, not letting them through. Unfortunately, some players have set the net, and that kill's going to be made as well, and they just break straight in here.
Great job from Twiz. Find the front door. All of a sudden spawns towards the back. Exceptional can't get here pretty quickly. And considering the cover that they did have off the respawn, they'll be a little bit disappointed with that. If that's watching the middle of the map, he will get taken down. So it's all going to be about these kills towards the back. Might be able to find one onto Henry here, but he will, of course, have company. P2 still under the control of Exceptional after a break back. 35 seconds to go. Yaza starting to make a play.
And this is going to be a play as well. Yaza still coming towards them at the same time. Unfortunately, just don't find the kills. Only for Brone left alive in a 1 versus 1. Knows where this player's going to be. Trying to outplay them. Is going to lose to Rafi for the 20 seconds. For Notorious, this is now probably about maybe taking the last swing. And they do have a player ready for that next spawn as well.
Yeah, I mean, you hopefully don't lose out here when the rotation does come in. Yeah, you're still spawning over towards the warehouses. So not the end of the world. You can have a little look at that for free. You're not going to find it. And of course, without the cruise missiles being an issue, you can throw away your life, and it does not necessarily matter. Rotation in here, though, for Notorious. Can they find some good time? One player towards the back. Everybody here to hold it down. It's more of a difficult break than a difficult hold for Notorious. Exceptional going to struggle here, maybe.
Can they get through? That is the question. It is a horrible gauntlet that you have to run over and over again. A couple of kills going in here, and that's a massive chow for F-Dot. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out, and Mining will clean it up. And this is now all going to be about this rotation. I don't know if Exceptional can really afford to commit again.
No, they can't, but they're already setting up through the middle of the map, so being aware of the fact that Notorious will be able to get an early rotation off of this and find themselves in about a 20-point lead by the time that they do get over towards P4. If I'm honest, though, I would have liked to see Exceptional just be a little bit more patient with their break. It felt very one by one there. Keep doing that on this map, you will get punished.
Well, this is where they could potentially take the lead back. Already see Henry just trying to call it out, trying to cut down the numbers that are pushing. Good positioning here from Exceptional at the moment. Notorious just starting to worm their way into the backfield, though. Here comes a bit of it. Mighty, I think they know it's going to be here, but he's still going to get a kill. For Brown will get one more at the same time, and it goes down to the gunfights, and
Huge.
Rafi to the rescue.
That's massive that he can find that too. Pack stays alive as well, so you keep a hold of the spawns. 30 seconds to play for. Now you can start spreading your wings just a little bit. Really good job coming in from Exceptional. We'll be able to bounce back with another full 60. But the Notorious got one over towards P3. So that will find them in the lead by, well, around 30 or so. So really, really good job coming in from Exceptional. Rotation over towards the new starting to come through. So it's all about control over towards this top side. Rafi on a 3 spree. Big influential players coming in from him to lock down that previous hill. Now it's a bit of a mixer. When you're talking about the next one coming up, nobody really in prime position.
Both teams, again, just you can see the spread across the map, looking for the positioning. And Exceptional are in the better position at this moment. Twist, while he's out, is definitely going to be cut down. There was no support for him. And Exceptional will be first onto this point. Both teams really going at it. It is not that big of a swing.
It's not, but I think if you're Notorious, you were 20 or 30 ahead by the time you were heading over towards P4. You're going to be heading over towards P1. Barely had a sniff in 2 hills. It's very hard to bear when you can kind of have those moments. You need to be able to bounce back. I think you have to just look at the scoreboard and say, right, it's a very, very close game. Things can change very, very quickly. Rafi going to try and get some pressure on over towards this hill, but there's around 10 seconds left. It's going to go probably to nobody. As a rotation over forward towards P1, it's going to start to come through. You want to try and lock down P2 side spawns if you can.
At the moment, they do have it. They're also sending Pack to go and try and hunt. F-Dot knows this player's going to be here. I don't know if he saw him. He did go for the big chow. Pack will get one, but get taken down. One player free for Brone is going for spawns.
And he managed to find a break round. There's a big gunfight going over towards that other side of things. Still ongoing as well. Pack will find it. So spawn still should be there. And you can see teammates all spawning up. Plenty of people on the side of Notorious are going to be spawned up on the other side of the map, because that is now a 5 killing spree coming in from Henry. Exceptional. Looking very, very good here. They're starting to stretch away. In control of P2, which is coming up in 22 seconds. You could lock down a good amount of time over towards P1 here as well.
Oh, there's 17 seconds that should go the way of Notorious. Henry tries to get out of there. Not going to be any good. Exceptional. Can they make the next couple of kills? If they do, they could break into P2 a little bit easier than what they were thinking. Mighty trying to stay alive. Reinforcements coming through as well. That's a huge gunfight from Mighty. Trying to get another one, and he does find the two. They are in.
Mighty, this is all about him. Found the kill top window, has not slowed down since then. It's going to be the spawn out coming through from Exceptional. Notorious roaring back into this game. It's felt like Exceptional are being in control for the past few hills, but you're looking at the scoreline. Yes, okay, they may well have themselves the lead and now inside the point, but there's very much not a lot in this game, Brycey.
There isn't, and Rafi will have heard the call that they've spawned out and just try to play his life for as long as possible. Notorious have the better spawn for this hill, so realistically, they should be the team to gain the lead here. More bodies dropping in as Fabrone goes to work, clearing them out. Exceptional. One last swing, maybe. Rafi is going to be here, but the rest of the team are spreading the map, ready for the rotation.
I think Rafi's just trying to put pressure on. F-Dot will get taken down in the middle of the map, so he may have to help out on that side of things, but Mighty was absolutely fantastic for the squad on that previous hill. But rotation's now in here for Exceptional. They will find themselves 10 points behind. It has went so back and forth throughout this entire map. Rotation is in. Oh, have you just crossed like ships in the night there? F-Dot is going to give up that side, and all of a sudden, if you pack, you haven't got a clue. F-Dot's going to come try help, will get flanked himself, and potential break on the cards here for Notorious.
They're looking for it. Yaza has done so well towards the back, and that's a huge kill as well. Exceptional. They gambled on this rotation. They let a player through, and Mighty will set up one more time. I don't see Exceptional really being able to get back into this too easily. They weren't able to either the last time around this happened, and it was all down to that sub-base switch where Exceptional got their time back.
Exceptional will find themselves on that rotation again, though, and they did find a full 60 at the last. Can they manage to do that again? If they can do that, they will break 200. You can see Pack holding down the front. The pressure is on heavy. F-Dot can only find one, but still, everybody going to be spawning towards the backside. They are a metric mile away from the next hill.
This is how you push spawns out. Just keep an eye on it. They really are making them check every single corner and take every single gunfight. Pack will continue to just displace after every kill. Look, a good sniper, because that's what you're supposed to do. Fire and retreat. But eventually, Notorious have found a little bit of a toehold. 30 seconds will be gone before they make this. Fabrone's going to jump straight in and go straight down.
Have to keep that pressure up, but then everybody dies at the same time. Shots into Yaza are clean from F-Dot. Having a hell of a game. Honestly, I did feel bad for him in his dropping from now war clutch rain. 24 and 16. Having a hell of a game. And Exceptional once again. Heading over towards P5 will find themselves in the lead. It has followed a very, very similar pattern throughout. Now Henry's going to find two of his own, starting to heat up at the right time. If you look at the kills, it is heavy in the favor of Exceptional. But the scoreline doesn't necessarily reflect that.
No, you are right. This is kind of what I was expecting. Sometimes when Exceptional hold, I think they get a lot of time and a lot of kills. When Notorious seem to do it, they either get that scrappy time or they kind of just contest. I think it's better playing around the hills from Notorious, but a bit better slaying from Exceptional. Speaking of playing around the hills here, and I thought these weren't coming in, but apparently they are. A cruise missile has been launched.
Well, that's a yellow card if I've ever seen one, but relevant to that. Exceptional. Calling it in. Rafi now going to try and find the break to come on through. Twiz will fall. Great job from the side of Rafi. I suppose if you are Henry, you did find the 6th spree to find it. It wasn't the glitch that got you it, so deserved. I'm not too sure what the agreement is with the teams. We'll double check that one again. F-Dot now. Can he hold down the middle of the map? Yes, he can. Exceptional now in a prime position to win this game.
They are holding. Rafi is just throwing bullets down the corridor, hoping to stay for F-Dot's gone for a flank. They really are taking it to them here. Another flank coming in. They won't expect the double flank. Unfortunately, they've lost the rest of the gunfights. But it will be Notorious X Clutch Rain that are now sitting in the point. They cannot win it here, but it certainly will be an opportunity to get it in a good position for the rotation.
Yeah, Pac Nelly does a really good job there, finding two. Cannot quite do it. They're only 30 points away for Notorious, who at one stage in this game were around 20 kills behind and have kept it within touching distance. Pac will find a big kill. Yaza kills himself with the grenade. Not ideal. P2 rotation coming in 25 seconds. Notorious, you would be very close if you could hold down every single second of P1, but right now it's Exceptional inside. P2 looking like Exceptional, going to be the first ones there. Can they hold it down?
The worst part is, Notorious, they've gone for that spawn. They've got the players across, but they now have to dive their hill.
That's game.
Nobody has won a gunfight. Nobody has got into position. And map number 1 will go to Exceptional. But that was a close run thing for the majority of that game. The leads changed on rotations over and over again, but neither team felt like they were out of the fight.
Good job from Exceptional, look. I think, you know, when they did have that opportunity to get big time, they were the ones to find it. Really good job coming through, and they will find the win. Fantastic work. And I was just doing a little bit of research just before we do have a pile on about the cruise missile in terms of it being jaded. So the glitch is not happening every single time. So if it doesn't happen, essentially what's happening, I know we want to probably discuss this, Parsi, but essentially what's happening is it's kind of like a Warzone glitch. So you are dropping money sometimes when you're in the game, and that's offering people the option to get a hold of the cruise missile just that little bit faster. But just straight from the horse's mouth, and Lou T, who's the Falcons coach, has said, if my team are not seeing money drop and we do get a 6 spree, we will be using our cruise missile. So I think that is fair enough. I didn't see any money drop. We did get the 6 spree, so he did use it. But across the board, I think if you're Exceptional in this case, a massive outslay, you win it. Well, I don't want to say that comfortably. It's a 47-point game, but I mean, it's one of those things. Are Notorious just doing really well with everything else, or Exceptional not converting those kills as much? I don't think they'll care too much, Bryce. They did win the map, but got to be a question they've got to ask themselves.
I just think it's probably a little bit of a difference in the way that some of those hills went down. When Exceptional held some of those hills, it was clean over and over again, almost like a stat padding, but not really, just outslaying and not let them near. Now, Notorious Clutch Rain were able to do the same thing, but with much more trading. They really were going back and forth, but still getting the same amount of points. So it was just a kind of a different hold, and it maybe just where you actually go to the back of sub base, you're sitting on the sub pen, and you're like, hey, this is a place where we get a lot of kills, and that's when they did get a lot of the kills. Exceptional. So when you're running into the teeth of that, you are going to have a bad time.
And I think they got the majority of their time over towards that hill, didn't they? I want to say it was probably 120 points or close to it. To the side of Exceptional, over towards that back hill at P4. Big difference maker. They will find map number 1 and themselves in the lead in this series. Now, prime position for them, Bryce C. Can they hold on though? Notorious, a very good team, and we'll still be buoyed by that. I think it was a relatively close game. They won't be too concerned at how it went down. So let's see how things go in map number 2.
Well, yeah, that's going to be one of those where, realistically, between these two teams going into the search and destroy, I'm not too worried about Notorious being behind. I'm not too great about Exceptional being in front. I think this series goes the distance, personally. They're both very talented teams. That's the reason they're still here in this week in Challengers. And I want to see it. I hyped up both of these teams. They both have really good players. They definitely fought towards the bitter end. I think this... If one of them has to be eliminated now, it should be a good series towards the end. But speaking of good series, just a quick update actually on our second stream going on. Revive Gaming Clutch Rain X War is currently 1-0 to Clutch Rain X War. They had a very good time on that hardpoint we left them on. They're also going to be up in the search and destroy 4-2.
Good position for them then. I think, you know, we did allude to the fact that we thought if any team's going to go and win this series, it would probably be Clutch Rain War. Kez going to get caught off guard. That is now a 4 versus 3 in favor of Clutch Rain. Let's go 5-2 up on Highrise Search and Destroy. You'll be enjoying yourselves. It's a good position to be in.
Genesis just checking the angles, checking where he can go. And we're going to be found. Almost gets caught. Now in a horrible position. Somehow finds Connor, though. Goes for the reach out. That's outrageous by Cobra to reach out in that position, but must have felt pretty confident the teammates were coming in as well. And now just one player left alive. Can't even win the first one. And you are right, Ton. 5-2.
Really good job. Find the first pick. Work it from there. Use your advantage as best you can. Shots from Denza. Been performing well by the looks of things in this match. See if you can convert it to a big win for himself. We know Denzel will be want to go up against Steve-O at some stage this week. So, you know, it's written in the stars that it's bound to happen.
Yeah, it's been a pretty persistent theme, but still, long way to go before that happens. A long way to go. And this is an aggressive push. They've really gone for this one. Did he just stick a teammate? I don't know what happened there.
Well, Genesis got 2, so I suppose we'll never know. You can go and check the replay, I suppose. You can ask them.
There was a hit marker. There was definitely a hit marker.
Whatever, it was a stun, maybe out or something like that.
Maybe. Well, either way, bad news. Revive Gaming, they'll take that. 2 versus 4. They should be able to get this round done.
It's almost that mental block as well, because 5-3 to me always sounds a lot nicer than 5-2. Even though it is 1 round of a difference, but bring this back, and all of a sudden you think, oh, okay, 1 more round, they start to panic. Another one after that, they're absolutely all over the place. Revived will find that one pretty easily, thanks to Genesis finding 2 at the start. So I think 3 now, Clutch Train War. This is an important map for Revived. Do well to reverse this squad. See if you can find here in the Search and Destroy. You're not far off.
No, this is where it can go a bit wrong. Revived are nowhere near out of this. They just need to win 3 in a row. Very doable. They have their attacking round. This is going to be about being careful around these first bloods and just not making a mistake. But for next war, they'll be doing the exact same thing, but feeling a little bit more confident with it.
Genesis returning to the scene of the crime. Except this time he's on the other side of things, looking to try and find a kill. Oh, he's been spotted by Dens. Harry will find another one, and this is the only one who can answer back. A little bit of control over towards the B site, but you don't have the numbers.
Oh, it's going to go down as well, and Kez knows he's alone. 3 versus 1. Clutch Train, X-War, circling. And now they're going to go for the chow, and there's just nothing you can do about it. Too many bodies, too many bullets. Clutch Train, X-War take their 6th round, and the S&D to go 2-0 up in the series, ton.
Yeah, absolutely cruising. If you're Clutch Train War at this stage, you made, well, I don't want to say a mincemeat of them, but a 2-0 comfortable lead. You got to be feeling good to kick things off here today. Of course, not many more games to go across the entirety of Challengers Elite here in Europe, and that is a good way to start your first series of the day.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think, being honest with what we saw from Clutch Train X-War in that first game, with a bit of body shooting straight out of the gate, they're on a mission. They want to just power through this lower bracket to get back where they feel they belong. And hey, if they continue with that kind of play and that kind of pace that they've been setting, maybe they can very much do it, ton.
Yeah, look, I think from the small snippets we've seen, has there possibly been improvement in Clutch Train War? Because I think at the beginning of the season, questions that had been asked, I think, you know, there was a world where they didn't actually make it into playoffs. When you look at that roster on paper, there ain't no way that should be happening. I mean, Cobra coming in there with 10 kills to kill off the game. 6-3 from him, Denzer Bance, and of course Harry, otherwise known as Lucifer. This squad are very, very good. They have a very, very good talent ceiling, I want to say. They have literal major champions in there. These guys know what they're doing. So you would like to think they are going to be contenders for the whole thing. There's a long way to go for them, but they're in a good spot in that series. You've only got to beat who is in front of you, and right now they're looking good to do so.
Yep, they are. We'll keep you updated with that one as it goes. But, you know, the Bravo is always live, so you can always kind of catch up if you want to watch both. We're going to try and jump back into our primary here on the Search and Destroy, which is going to be Notorious X Clutch Rain versus Exceptional. Exceptional taking that first map just through maybe a bit better slaying towards the end, but certainly a close run thing, Tom.
Yeah, very, very close game between them two. And, well, I mean... Highrise Search and Destroy, we're going to get to see some more of it after we see a couple of rounds, but I think Exceptional were, I don't want to say, you know, it's very easy to say they were the better team when they won the game, but it felt like they were the ones more in control. It felt like all the way through it felt more likely for them. They were making sure things were getting done efficiently and managed to find themselves a map #1 win, but a very, very different scenario here in Search and Destroy. Highrise coming up, let's see how it goes down.
Well, back to the same map we just watched, but 2 different teams and maybe a little bit of a different game. Already a bit of an aggressive push coming in here, and there will be a trade in the middle of the map. That is Exceptional moving fast into this. It's now a 3 versus 3. Twiz is here.
Slow and steady now for F-Dot. Just waiting for a mistake to be made. Have the bomb as well, so Happy to take his time. Still plenty of that time remaining as well. 55 seconds to work on here on the attack. The big one here is really going to be Twiz, right? He's in such a prime position. Has to be traded here if you're exceptional. Find 1 or 2 for Twiz. It's a bonus. Oh my goodness. It's just going to work out so perfectly. There's the second as well. The timing is superb from Twiz, who finds a triple. Notorious cutter in just like that will find themselves in the lead.
And that's the kind of ending of a round that really hurts the morale as well. Questions asked, how on earth did he get there? How on earth that happened? Where did he come from? And why didn't we get him? But what a first round.
It was close until it wasn't. Just the move made up top. You're not expecting it. There's 3 in a row from Twiz. Fantastic position straight off the rip. Can you find a few more? I ain't seen money drop, Bryce. I'm feeling a 6th streak. Gonna happen.
Well, as long as he gets a 6th streak, it apparently doesn't matter, so it's all good. If you are just tuning in, very complicated situation surrounding the cruise missiles. Theoretically, you can get one without a 6th streak, but if you do get one without a 6th streak, you're not allowed to use it. But if you do get a 6th streak, you can use it. So just keep an eye on it. We'll try to keep you kind of dialed into this situation. But yeah, it's not the normal day in Challengers Elite.
Is it not? Is it not the normal day? I feel like it is. Okay. All right. Pack down this side has got a little bit of backup in Henry as well. They are going to slow them down. Utility used across the board. Probably moving coming through, but Mighty will be able to find a kill onto Rafi. Henry's able to answer the back, and Naza will find one, and Henry then answers that back as well. 2 versus 2.
Back on all the way to the back. Henry again just catches them.
On the
3 so far, looking for the ace. Oh, he should be able to catch one here. Just the timing. Oh, I'm not going to see it. Nobody knows where anybody is. Henry's going to be caught, and Mighty's going to be shot in the back. Everybody was close, but it's not going to be close enough. Exceptional. Tie the round.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there. I think if he finds Pack on his right-hand side, it's going to be a little bit harder for Henry to find that ace for the position that Mighty was in. Good job from Pack. Spins very, very quickly. Comms were there. So was the trade. Fantastic work from Henry, finding 3 in that round. Answering back with 3 kills apiece himself and Twiz, of course. Twiz falling on that 3 spree himself. So no cruise missiles being worked on whatsoever. One apiece between these two. It felt like it was very close in the hard point until it wasn't really. So a similar vibe here.
Pack has to get out of there. Doesn't have the position he wanted to. Henry being aggressive over the top. Will be stun checked, but not found as Twiz finds the first, and Henry's in trouble. Down he goes. No health, got spotted. I was going to say it is not easy. If you're going up that high, somebody's going to see it on their screen.
Shot.
Rafi will get one back.
Really good shot. Yaza will fall. Now for Pack, I mean, it's just trying to work on something. I mean, for Braun, it's being deleted. Mighty, are you next on the chopping block? My God. The beamer coming in from Pack, but he doesn't have any support, and all of a sudden, Rafi does have information. One was towards the back, one was closer towards the helipad. Do with the bomb, get it down. Maybe you can get something working here, but they're starting to group together, starting to find a flank. Twiz might actually find it before he gets this bomb down. Only shortly after. Oh, shots in, don't hit. Rafi now left in a 1 versus 2, but the bomb is down.
Rafi, this is about can he escape, and almost guns Mighty. Not going to be enough for Rafi. He did not know where he was checking every single direction, and Notorious will just get that one over the line to take the lead again in the S&D.
Very, very close search and destroys here. The difference maker has just been plays that are being made. Good shots towards the end, though. We'll clean up the round, now 2-1. I mean, it's just steady away from Notorious cut train, right? I mean, if it hadn't been for Henry in the previous round, only 3 big kills makes a bit of a difference, but it's very, very tight. Ifs, buts, and maybes.
Well, let's see. Will this be just another back and forth? The Notorious, it's looking like they're just trying to exert pressure around B. You can see Brown taking the bottom. Exceptional have kind of done the same thing. They haven't spread this map at all. They have just hit this with bodies.
Everybody stacked up, though. Smoke on down. Absolute chaos about to ensue.
This is it. When everybody's so close, there will be trades. And once that first trade goes in, everybody hits the gas pedal. Still a 4 versus 4. Henry checked him. Did he see him? Now going through. He stuck him and he got him in the end anyway for probably the first. There's the trade on a Rafi. Twist comes flying in. Mighty now trying to get an advantage to Notorious. It's a 2 versus 3. The Exceptional will have to try and hold. Rafi will find the first, but pinned in the elevators. Down he goes to Twiz. And chaos has erupted. And now we have a 1 versus 2.
They know where F dot is though. Watching over towards this B side. Shots in from the other. A little bit of breathing room now for Notorious. 3-1 to the good. Deservedly so. Just pick them apart there. Kills kind of traded across the board. But the important one was the last one. Good job coming in from Yaza. 3 and 3 from him. Put the series... Oh, sorry, the Search and Destroy. Relatively comfortable position here for Exceptional, but... Oh, sorry, for Notorious, but... Quite the way to go still, Brycey.
It really is, but you're going to be feeling good for Notorious. They are just finding the kills they need. Yaza as well, both of them laying down, just trying to watch these long roads. Rafi going for a chow, has to back off. Yaza does the same thing, just Pack is hunting. That trophy system is not going to allow him a cheap kill.
Working overtime. Won't be much left on that one, so have to back on down. Still very, very tight around this B point. But very stacked for Exceptional. Have the players to be able to trade. Twiz is going to see one, though, on the little ledge. And all of a sudden, Fabron is just going to kick into gear. We'll get ticking down. Rafi able to find it. Twiz on a 4 spree. Having a hell of a game. It's 7 and 1. I need to find a couple more here for his team.
This is a very difficult jump, and this will be the 3rd attempt. Gets it on the 3rd time. All this work for this positioning. Finds one. Should be easy. Finds it again, and it's down to a 2 versus 2. 1v2 now for Twiz, but that's a 5 streak.
Still, though, if you can find it, yeah, it wouldn't be bad. Oh, he's going to get cut down, though. Good job from Exceptional. Make sure they get the kill secured. Notorious still in the lead, but Exceptional found themselves too.
All right, well, let's see how this does continue. Every single round feels like a game of chess. Notorious still in the lead. They will have the attack here at this point. Can Exceptional hold a defense to tie it up? A lot of this is felt. Notorious have been in the better position, just finding angles, and that is actually going to be a double stack with the trophies. Never seen 2 trophies land on each other, but it's happened this time. Twiz far in advance. F dot hitting the spawn. Finds Yaza. Oh, he's found the first. Can he get the second? No, it's not going to be good enough. An Exceptional down in a 2 versus 3. Notorious have the advantage. And Twiz looking for Pack, but it's just going to be the smoke that maybe threw his aim off. A 2 versus 2, Tom.
What can they do with it? Could be a big round here for Exceptional. Claw themselves right back into this game. I'm just going to go down here. Got the watch over coming in from Fabron, and now all of a sudden Exceptional have a lot of work to do here. They've spread themselves out. No information.
He saw him.
Close him down, then all of a sudden, yeah, Fabron left all on his own. 30 seconds. There's plenty of time.
Fabron just has to find one and play around this time because it is rapidly dwindling. Timing must be perfect. Here we go. Oh, he's going to see them both as well. And Rafi can't do anything. No hope. No chance. Fabron played the clock and they never found him. Bomb was planted correctly. And Notorious will pull that one out of the fire. 4-2.
Just sensational repositioning. You make the bold call. You know where you can watch it from. In the end, it makes a difference. I think that's such a tough one because, I mean, in hindsight is a wonderful thing. We know exactly where he has actually managed to find the push. But if you're Exceptional, wait until that 15 seconds to jump on the bomb. It always brings in that risk factor. If you find Ian gets out, that's the round gone.
for Exceptional. They're going to be feeling pretty hard done by. I thought they had done it. Oh, Twiz almost got caught. A little bit of a miss jump. And the smoke will allow them to get out here. Has to be careful. Twiz will get first blood as well. Rafi's going to go down. Henry's in serious trouble at the same time. And they've got to trade back to a 3 versus 3, but it really is chaos. Players everywhere as Fabrone finds another.
It feels like Exceptional are really just living on their coattails at the moment. I mean, they're just getting away with it. They have themselves 2 round. They are still in this game, but Notorious are the ones in control. F-Dot, though, will find Yarnza. This round has turned very, very quickly. It's a 1 versus 2 for Fabrone.
They do it again. No. Henry this time, patient and ready. 4-3.
Still feels like Notorious are the ones to beat here, though. Finding first bloods, finding the positioning. Just seem a bit more assertive in their play. And it is making the difference, but still only find themselves 1 round ahead. Things can change very, very quickly. Exceptional, get a streak going, something along those lines. I haven't seen any money dropping Bricey, so I'm saying that would count.
Yeah, I haven't either. So I think we're all good at the moment. Let's see. A lot of pressure down B here. Notorious slowly creeping forward with a lot of players. Henry might come under fire.
There's a lot of pressure on him, actually. He just doesn't even know that shots into Yarza, though, are clean. Is the trade going to be there? Twiz isn't even going to go for it. Smoke down on top of the generators. Did he see F-Dot on his left-hand side, though? Did F-Dot see him?
F-Dot did definitely not see him. Twiz has not seen him either. They are standing next to each other. And Twiz will eventually get him in the trades that go through. Twiz tries to get a second one, but Henry's going to be there. Unless Mighty can do his namesake, this will be tied up.
Twiz really has been the playmaker for Notorious Couture in here, but I wonder if he's just maybe trying a little bit much there. Get one, try and dip down and put yourself in a bit of a stronger position. Gets cut pretty much immediately, though, so not a lot of time. Mighty, he ain't offering anything up. See you later. And that is very much intentional. Exceptional gaming. Find the round. 4-3. 4-4. Sorry.
Yes,
look,
brain
in, working today. Words in, wording.
Well, still a close run game. You are right. Notorious have had the more exciting rounds that they've won. Already from the playmaking, but just say I think Henry has just been holding it down for Exceptional. Every time they need him, he's there. Might take a little bit of a lick. It's another lick, but it's still all going to be good. Very aggressive. The smokes are already out.
Well, that nade has hurt Twiz. He's managed to get out and somehow found a gunfight. He's 12-5. Having a hell of a game. Only reason, I suppose, that Notorious are in this good spot for the fact that Twiz has found himself in this position. Need to find the next blood, though, if you are Exceptional. 1v1 potentially on the cards here as Pac will make his way over towards up top. Twiz is already here, and he is the Reaper of Highrise right now. 13-5, looking for more.
Every single gunfight has the advantage, and F-Dot has hit the flank, but there's no such thing as a good flank when you've got no teammates. It's not a flank, it's just the direction you are now.
Oh, the timing. Rotten. He was always going to do very, very well to find this round. I think if you are F-Dot, you do not give this one over towards Twiz. Mighty will be there to find it. Notorious Couture back into the lead at the right time. 5-4.
Well. Notorious Clutch Rain sitting just on the cusp of taking this S&D and tying the series. It's going to be an interesting one. All they've got to do is get this over the line here. It's been a very hard-fought round. A couple of clutches from their side as well. But Twiz, this is the story of Highrise. Over and over again, between first bloods and plays, really has been the catalyst.
Pressure coming in from F-Dot. Twiz is just somebody you don't want to be anywhere near right now. That's your teammate. Anyone can get it. Oh, F-Dot gets the better of him though, and all of a sudden puts you in a bit of a disadvantage if you are Notorious. Kind of squeezed in here as well. F-Dot is right next to this bomb plant. I'd imagine he'd be dead to rights as soon as he does get it down, but the cover is there from Yaza. 3v3.
Perfect cover from Yaza. Knew what was going to happen. Henry is just waiting for somebody to come through the middle here. Going to see Yaza trying to wallbang. No help from him, but Mighty hits the flank and will find the second, and that should be everything. Notorious, better positions, better cover, better S&D will take the victory.
Found the first blood and didn't find anything else. Notorious cut terrain. Really good spot for them to be in now. One apiece in this series. And honestly, as you see an Exceptional start to bring this one back, I honestly thought they might be able to all of the way. The difference maker was Twiz in that game. Found himself a ridiculous number of kills. Fantastic performance from him, and that really does help Notorious cut terrain over the line. One apiece now in the series.
Yeah, it does, and it just sometimes been a bit of cover. You saw Yaza there, knew exactly what was coming, was watching above his teammate to make sure they did not lose the advantage they'd worked so hard for. And just maybe a bit slicker from them in terms of S&D. I mean, realistically, Twiz was the gameplay. Everything about the positions he was taking, it's a high risk, high reward, but he was getting the rewards more often than not. And a 13-6 tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, huge game. Everybody else chipping in, but 13-6 is the outlier in this series. Fantastic work coming in from Twiz. And you think to yourself, you know, if he doesn't have that kind of game, it could be a very different scoreline. He goes 13-6 and you only win by 2 rounds. Could have got very, very uncomfortable if we did head to that round 11, but alas, we don't make it. Heading into control with these two all tied up.
Wow. We are going to find out who exactly is going to come out on top, because I've said it from the very beginning. These two teams so close. Slight edge to Exceptional. But it doesn't matter because it's 1-1, and when we go to the control, a team will grab the lead, but even then I don't believe it ends.
Yeah, I mean, look, it still could go either way. I mean, both these two teams, as you mentioned, both kind of evenly positioned. You would like to think one of them will have to go home, though, after this game. And it is going to be one apiece. We are going to head into control with things all tied up. If I was to go any way on this one, I would still feel about Exceptional. But there's still another game going on as well. Bryce here, I'm hearing it is getting potentially a little bit closer.
Wow, let's jump in and take a little look as it's 2-2 between these two teams. And it looks like Clutch Rain are on the attack, but it's not easy to do, and there's going to be a rebuff. Revive Gaming. He's put them a little bit back into the blender ton.
Position. Revived. Oh, they've got a bit of an attack on both sides of things, though. And Clutch Rain will have to be very, very careful now. Not going to be able to get through. Them in the defense, I do apologize, but yeah, they've got them forced back. Good job from Revived.
They're still pushing. Still trying to just lock them in. Hasn't worked for them so far. Player's going to be able to be here for Clutch Rain. And Kez jumps down. Almost catches a player napping. That player's actually going to go above him.
Just to remind everybody at home, the score button in the top right corner obviously still broken. But 32-26 now for Kez. And it's a stupid one onto Denza. The B point now captured. A minute added to the clock. Man's putting himself in a position to try and put that pressure on. You're turtling a little bit if you're Revived Gaming here and you're a dangerous spot.
Just getting the kills though. We'll find a couple more. Got to keep the pressure on. Denza looking for another one. Now going to try and bounce them off the spawn. It is not easy to do. Players are still going to be out. He's diving around, trying to stay alive. It's not going to work. Clutch Rain X War are going for the kills. Bats has gone for this spawn kill. To find the second one. He's still going to be out though, as Bats is going to keep trying to do this.
Just keeping that pressure on. Can he find anything more here? He's just playing them like an absolute fiddle. There's 7 in a row. Is he going to make it 8? You bet he is. There you go. 3 dead momentarily. Everybody coming in off the respawn. Huge 2-piece from Genesis 9v7.
All that work and for what?
Here it is.
Is this enough? Will the cruise missile give them back it? And already a couple of kills coming in. He's going to try and thread the needle into the corner, and he will get another one. A 4 versus 8. They're on the point again here. Clutch Rain, X-War are going to try and end it.
Revive Gaming have to be perfect. There's step 1. The other three, though, the next one hasn't quite been made. Lucifer can find one, but they are going to start to gang up on him. Denza can find one. 4 versus 2.
This is massive. Oh, my goodness. Oh, he gets away. Stays alive. Can they bleed the time away here? Kez desperately crawling out of this fight. Twice. They've got away with it, but Bansbrook is down to a 1 versus 3. It's going to be disarray, and down he falls. No Cinderella, no glass slipper. Clutch Rain X War will get that one over the line, and you have to say, probably Bance that did it in that final play.
Incredible from Bance. Found 2, repositioned. Found 2 more. And when you're able to find those kills yourself in a control when the lives are already tight, just puts a nice little rubber stamp on it. Really good job coming in from it. Look at the damage across the board. It must have been a hell of a game between these two. Let's see how that one... I mean, look, I would have loved to see that one transpire to see what the actual stats were towards the end, but irrelevant of that. Very, very good performance coming in from Clutch Rain Team War. 3-0 to kick things off. Commiserations to Revive. They have been solid all season long, but Clutch Rain Team War advancing on and showing a bit of a better performance. A 3-0 alongside of it.
Yeah, they were. I mean, Revive, it looks like that control was just about in their hands, but they weren't ready. They just could not hold on towards it, and they did fight valiantly to the very last fight, but isn't going to work. So we have to go back to our primary game.
Into Highrise Control we go once again. Just following along with double Highrise again. 6-star Hardpoint will be coming up for map number 4, Invasion, Search and Destroy, to close things out. I wonder if we do see that map number 5. There's definitely potential.
Yeah, more than a little bit of potential. It's just been the feeling I've had the entire way along. And it's still going to be close games. Even kind of like the first Hardpoint could have gone either way. Exceptional had the slaying advantage. The kind of the crazy S&D, a lot of Twiz plays, a lot of things that went wrong for Exceptional, but hey, tied up is where we are as we go into the control. One of these teams is going to take the lead, and I'll be looking forward to see how they play.
Yeah, it should be an interesting one. I think it's really hard to call this one. I mean, as we were just saying, it could very well go to a map number 5. We're at least going to get to see 6-star between them as well. So I would like to think Exceptional take that one away. Does this feel necessary for Notorious? Potentially. It's really hard. They're not separated by much over the season. Both of them relatively similar, of course, but in different groups. So it's hard. It's really, really difficult to see when Notorious come out on top. Exceptional for me. It's really, you know, we're kind of resting on that 3-0 up against Omit to start the season off. I kind of want to see the rematch, and to get that we need to see Exceptional find a couple more wins. To be honest, they're still far and far away, but yeah, I'm interested to see how it breaks down. Control coming up next. I'm still going to lean Exceptional even after that S&D close game.
All right, well, I think that's probably where the smarter money kind of lays at the moment, but I think when I'm looking at it, these two teams have both kind of proven they deserve to be here, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it go the other way. Like I said, when we've got Invasion Control up next, it can come down to just who has that little bit of better run, gets the ticks on their side, win your defensive round, and you're all good, right? That's one of the things, like, some people look at Invasion Control the wrong way and think, oh, if you don't win an attack, it's nothing. It's not about the attack. It's about if you can get a tick on the attack. Now, that's where it's moved to me. I've moved the goalposts. You got to really celebrate just getting a tick onto some of these sites, because it will make the difference towards the end of it. And that's what you're playing for. It's a game of attrition. Get that defense in round 5.
It can be, but I feel like as the seasons went on, we've started to see a few more attacking wins, though, haven't we? Has started to not be as one-sided as it once was. Don't get me wrong, you'd rather still be on defense in round number 5, but the amount of times we've seen teams dominate their defense, have close attacking rounds for themselves as well, and then lose a round number 5 when you got defense anyway, it happens more often than you'd like to think.
Yeah, it certainly does. Well, let's find out. And this is going to be a huge draw, massive draw, huge. I mean, the biggest draw I've ever seen, if I'm honest.
Incredible.
you just don't see draws like that very often, you know. Sometimes you have those long games, they really go the distance. Other games, you know, very quick draw.
Enthralling. Well, hopefully we're able to jump in it very, very quickly. Bryce, I will say, as we get into summer though, right, it's getting a bit warm casting inside, isn't it? Why don't we move our setups outside? I'd be down for that.
Well, for one, I'm quite loud. 2, the internet's terrible. And 3, the lighting would be a nightmare. We're already on a green screen. It just wouldn't work.
It would be difficult, wouldn't it? I wouldn't actually.
You can't light the sun. That's the issue.
And you don't, if I remember right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not great. I mean, at least I'm not sunburnt this week. That's one of the benefits going here.
That's true.
So we can't cast outside. That is the effort. The window is open. It's 25.6 degrees in here because I keep the thermometer on the desk for that reason. I'm wearing a jacket. You know, it's just going to be a warm evening and hopefully some hot games.
Well, I'm going to start undressing, but not whilst we're on camera, of course. I think still, though, for both these two teams, it is very, very close. It's hard to say which way this one's going to go. Hopefully, we'll be loading into the next map very, very shortly. But yeah, it's a tough one to call. I don't know how many more times we kind of say it at this stage. It's a very, very difficult game to kind of lean one way or the other. I think if I was to lean one way ever so slightly by a degree or two, it would be exceptional. But yeah, both these two teams probably didn't expect to meet at kind of this stage at this losers bracket round number 2. You would expect them to maybe go a little bit further. So yeah, I think exceptional will still remain favorites, but only ever so slightly.
Yeah. All right. Well, here's what I'm going to do. While we're waiting for this game to get underway, I'm going to delve into the stats because why not?
Here we go.
So I know I mentioned it earlier, but Packer actually is one of the main slayers still remaining second, actually, on our leaderboard at the moment. Second, because we lost Rencor and Super, who were above him. They went out with 5 Media Clan very early in this tournament. So he's going to be number 2. Number 1, Cobra. Number 3, Harry. So it's going to be an interesting matchup if they match up next game.
Yeah, that should be interesting. I think Pack has been somebody who's really impressed me over the last 2 splits, to be honest with you. So let's see if we can continue it. Try and get himself put in a good position. Definitely has been one of the... I don't want to say he's been a surprise, but he's been a standout of the rest. Absolutely. Let's see if we can convert that into a win.
Well, they did it last time. They're doing it again. A huge hit all the way towards A off the rip. That's going to find the first. And they have got bodies in here already, but losing a couple of... Wait a minute. Only Rafi left alive.
Needs to survive. Needs to survive. The rest of the team are here now, but already over across to A. You can already do some damage now if you're on Notorious.
Looking for that first tick, and they're not going to get it. Going to lose a couple of kills as well. F-Dot, though, trying to get over here, and just in the time, and tries to find the second.
But this is the risk you kind of run, though, if you're Notorious. You put a lot of pressure on over towards A, and now all of a sudden you're going to be beat away from B. You kind of have to fall down the A side of the map now. Is Pack going to be ready for it?
Oh, they're going for it again.
They
are going for it. He'll be screaming for reinforcements because he knows the rest of them aren't here and just lining up, trying to make sure they can't get in. Finds his second, not the third. Mighty will find 2. F-Dot throwing bullets at Yasa. Will find it eventually. Will not get Mighty, and it does mean Exceptional will have to commit to A.
Oh, shots from Mighty were good. Will get taken down. Exceptional is still okay on the lives front, though, so that is going to potentially make a difference. Yaza will find one through the middle of the map. Have made some inroads over towards it. If they can finish that tick and get a hold of B, it's not a bad attacking round. And the door potentially is open again. Yaza on his way over. He's about to find himself on the way in. Henry does have some backup in the form of Pack. Force him away, and now if you're for Brown, you Mighty absolutely need to survive here.
Right, just trying to be one with the concrete pillar. Those bullets hit nothing but the pillar, by the way, but it's all about just making the other player flinch, maybe move their aim off or move away. B control has been done. 11 lives. It's not really going to be the time that's going to make the difference here. It might actually be lives for a change.
It's been fast and furious. Exceptional in a good spot, though, still. Keep that pressure on. This next wave of kills is important because then all of a sudden you have that mid-map control. If you're Notorious, you need to find something back yet.
Mighty's not going to find it. Well, not any more than that one. And Yaza trying to just keep the street alive. F-Dot has to duck down, and Yaza almost finds another one. He's making a very bold move. Fabron will get it anyway, but it will be taken down. Starting to be a bit of a panic station here for Notorious. 6 lives remaining against 13. They need a wipe.
It's a good start. Exceptional now pegged back just a little bit. Yaza will find another, so you're starting to have some inroads over now towards the laundry side. So Exceptional have to turtle up just a little bit. They have to win their gunfights, or the timing is just absolutely absurd for Rafi. Pack can find 1 and 2 to a piece in terms of the trade game.
And now they have to get in.
That's a huge shell.
Well, the other thing you got to keep in mind here is Pack will want one of these last 2 kills. Will they bait out for him? Well, they've got to be careful. He's going to find it. There's his 6th streak. Now backing up. Yaz is going to go for this. It's not going to work out. Exceptional will get the defense done. Only 3 ticks here for Notorious.
Not the end of the world. But you do want to make those inroads if you can. And I think what they'll maybe be disappointed at is that they probably had their opportunities, especially off the rip. Got a couple more bodies in there. Hold at least a tick down. But it's a risky move. I mean, it's one of the easiest times to actually get yourself in over towards A. But something else they're going to have to contend with is the fact that Pac went on a 6 spree. Cruise missile in hand. Deserved it as well. No funny business going on here. Shots between these 2 in the middle of the map. Going down, but that is going to be an insurance policy for Exceptional now, who already have themselves the lead. And are already on beat.
Just trying to lock it down, but lost a lot of bodies. Rafi just going to actually end up backing away. That is not going to be enough of a Renetti. For Notorious, the game plan here has to be lock the door, throw away the key. They can technically be the victor of that first kind of set of rounds if they can hold them down on ticks.
Big shots. Able to find it. He's got cover on the cross as well. He has already put it up here, so I thought, oh, he's reloading it just the wrong time. Yaza will find it, and the reinforcements are very much here, but you can keep this pressure on if you're Exceptional. You got yourself in a decent enough position. It's all about this fight for Hotel, and you try and get yourself into Laundry. First step done. You got Hotel. Vibron very, very weak. Pack expecting to be challenged. Still on the 7 spree. Now make it an 8 from the previous round. Into the point we go. Exceptional working on it. Oh, they're stacking it as well.
Only with 2. They're still leaving the play out towards the back. As F Dart is not going to find the second. Pack's also calling in the cruise while being on the point. Looking for somebody. He's going to find his teammate and himself. That may go down as one of the worst cruise missiles of all time.
I know they're being buffed, but bloody hell, what was in the warhead of that? How's
it
it killed everybody? I mean, I'd love to have seen the positioning of his teammates, but now all of a sudden, I mean, look, you're still pushing over towards A, but you're in between a rock and a hard place.
I'll be honest with you, I'm a little bit speechless. I don't think he put it in a bad position.
No, me neither.
It seemed to just blow through the building.
I mean, it is a missile, but it's typically not how it works in Call of Duty. 3 dead.
Well, back on with the game here, and on the back of that literal bombshell, Exceptional has fallen apart. They don't have A, they don't have B. They've got locked in a little bit. They are now fighting tooth and nail for 5 seconds to get onto this point.
Yaza lining them up though. Henry left alone. Needs to catch up. Now just has a little bit of backup as well here. So Pack can get onto the point as well. Lives are very, very close. You just do not shall that, but the nade is in. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say because I would love to get a replay of that missile. I would love to see where his teammate actually was when he called it in. Fat nade to get the game over and done with, but
I don't know. I feel like that shouldn't have got them, but maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, the propane tanks on Highrise are still exploding as well, mate, so
I don't know. We'll have to put it aside for now. We will think about that one for some time, and so will Exceptional, because technically, off the back of that, they actually lost this first exchange.
I want to say there were maybe a tick down.
Yeah.
Could be 2 by the end of this because Notorious have now found themselves in over towards A. Mighty is inviting this pressure and will get dealt with. Versus there to maybe clean up, but F dot able to answer his press. Just want to try and get that mid-map control once again. Henry decapping. But the risk is always ran when you do make a push over towards A initially. You can't get caught on your spawn over towards the B side. Not going to happen this time. You have control for Notorious.
Well, this is going back and forth. You can see them trying to hold on for it. I've been told we do have the replay for this cruise missile to kind of see exactly where it hit. And Well, that didn't play exactly how we wanted it to, but we'll revisit that when we do have it locked in. But at the moment, just a fight going on between these two teams. Exceptional backpedaling because they don't have B control.
For Brown on the 5 spray. See it come in here on your right-hand side. So I mean, he must have been super close. Teammate must have challenged on the other side, and he might have been far enough around the corner. That is tough. It looked like he was right in the middle of the building, though. Who knows? Cost them the round, though. Or potentially.
Well, at the moment, it is going to be 6 ticks to 2. Exceptional will want to hold this here to give themselves a fighting chance in the next round.
Have to be careful not losing these next couple of gunfights, though. If you're Notorious, you can actually win them. So now, all of a sudden, you can put that pressure on. If I was Pac, I'd be getting all the way down street and controlling from that side. It's a play. Watching from the hotel side. Henry going to get caught out, as is Pac. A lot more pressure coming on through, and it has to be wondered. Exceptional gaming, and you're a little bit tilted from that previous round.
This is all on this next couple of kills. So Brown trying to stay alive, but they have managed to pull this one out the fire. Exceptional, not giving up quite yet. For Brown keeping hopes alive. Another big kill. Huge there for him and his teammate. Oh, the third! And now, on an 8 streak, we'll be looking to put the boot firmly in.
7 spray, 8 spray, cruise missile on top of it. Now, last cruise missile around here didn't necessarily work that great, so let's see where he can land. This one is going to find one towards the backside, not risking any teammates. Rafi finds one inside of the point, though. You need to make this count. Rafi finds a second. Rafi ain't going to find another thing at all because Mighty's just ripped him to shreds. Into the point he go. He should be dead to rights anyway. He keeps that pressure on. 13 versus 7. Exceptional gaming just do not have the lives to defend us.
They're still holding it. They've got only 12 seconds to go,
Got the
and
time,
that's
though.
going to be a wipe. That's just enough. 6 ticks to 2. Exceptional gaming will now have to have a superb attack to try and get defense in this final round.
Will need to be a lot better. Hey, they might even have to win it, to be honest with you. If they do that, obviously they win the map, but let's see how it goes down. I'm trying to figure out what the actual ticks were. I didn't actually incorporate what it was towards the end of that round, but it's a couple. We know that.
Well, this is what it comes down to. Sometimes these are just decided on who can get enough done in their attacking rounds. For Exceptional, they're going for B straight away.
Not making any mistakes this time. I think the problem is that they kind of had the carrot dangled to a certain degree over towards A. They had opportunities, small ones at that, but when you do get those opportunities, you want to be able to put yourself in a position to take them. Opportunity now for Notorious to take control of B. Wait. You find any more of your F dot? Absolutely not. Now you have to be careful not to get caught in your spawn. If you're Pac, you need to stay alive in this area. If anybody gets on this tank from the side of Notorious, say goodbye to the round.
They're trying to work the map here. Exceptional. No, you are right. Not in the greatest position. Notorious looking for it. F dot will find one. They're now trying to lock them down here. But Brown is going to be chowed and will get his kill. Another one at the same time. That is unbelievable. Oh, and the third for Brown has been magic. And that may just end Exceptional's run on this map.
Just skated on them. That was insane. First one, yeah, fair enough. The second one was ridiculous. The reposition for the third, and a little bit of luck on his side. Makes the difference. Finds 3. Locks them in their spawn. 30 seconds now to find yourself in a position. Yours are very, very weak. We'll have to be back down. Next couple of gunfights are crucial.
Huge for yards of that. Right now, Exceptional do not have the bodies. They do not have the positioning. Starting to not have the hope. For Brown will go down. They're going to be back on the B. That clock will stop. Notorious will chow this, though. There's no way they're going to let them have B for free.
Well, they might, because it's just been stacked so quickly. You overcommit towards this. Well, you put yourself in a position where you can close them in. Even if they get a hold of it, they've extended that time. They've got a lot of fighting to do to get your way out.
Has been doing so much work here, but they're actually both teams still fighting at B. So it's going to try and lock down the reinforcements. 39 health and Renetti. Teams just flying everywhere. They have not slowed down at all, and Mighty has honestly been shooting tank shells out of that gun.
Everybody's had their own moments, haven't they? For Braun, Twiz, Mighty. Yaza just kicking up the rear on occasion, but takes one decent push. You may be down 8 in lives, but all of a sudden Pack inside the point. You have to wait for something to happen now. The rest of the team are going to be coming over. Yaz is going to be very, very weak. Pack can just stop this time. F. Dot finds 2 in the middle of the map as well. All of a sudden, this opens up for Exceptional.
Twiz wants to help. He wants to try and stop this, but he's waiting for his teammates. Here comes the Chow. Looking for it. Not going to find it. Pack back in. A 2-stack now for them, but there's going to be the nades. Pack on 9 health. They're going to Chow this, and they will take them out. And it was Valiant towards the end. Going to be all tied up on ticks though, Ton, but I think Notorious will still have this on kills.
It's hard to say without seeing the score, but actually they managed to get in. They managed to get in. They got one more opportunity.
They have managed to go for it. They're going to go for the win. They are going to go for the win. They are stacking. They are going to get that second tick in already. Rafi's waiting. Going to get that kill at the same time. And just with a few seconds going, Exceptional will take the control.
It can happen like that so often on Control, on Invasion. You see teams just dominant on the defensive round. One misstep. It ain't over till it's over. Pack finds a way in on the way to his 25 and 17 scoreboard at the end. Fantastic job coming in from Exceptional. Just made it count when they eventually did get that opportunity.
Well, that is sometimes how Control ends. You said they had to get 4 just to try and take it over. They're still losing, and eventually they just find a kill. Maybe a bit too much of a turtling from Notorious X-Clutch Rain in the end. And that cruise missile, I kind of went back and watched it while we were kind of viewing there. By the looks of it, not only did the player chow out the right, but the angle might just have been good enough to catch him in the blast since the buff. I don't know whether it was a pixel. I don't know whether or not, you know, it was just a little bit of line of sight. But he was in the middle of the building. But where he put the missile may have just been enough to kill him. It's a horrible sight to see. But hey, the game ends. You win the control. You're up 2-1.
Look towards Exceptional. Nowhere near as many as offensive kills, and you find a 3-1 victory. That's what matters, though, right? You find the rounds. 3-1 to the good in the control. Back up in the series and heading into a hard point after a map 1 win in that mode. Gotta be feeling confident if you're an Exceptional fan, Exceptional player. Looking good for them.
Wow. Close games every single time for Notorious X-Clutch Rain. They, like us, were pretty convinced that was going to a round 5 where they had the defense. Unfortunately, that is not the way it works if you cannot hold on for the last 12 seconds.
And that's almost the awkward position when you get attack first, right? Because you know that you can go into a round where if you lose the round, okay, we go on and lose the map, of course. Even if it is defense on Invasion Control. I wonder if it's a mindset thing. I would love to know, actually, and that might be something I might have to delve into, of how many teams win Invasion Control when they're on attack first. I wonder if it does make a bit of a difference. I wonder.
Maybe. That's something for our wonderful analysts. I'm sure they will throw it down for us and let us know.
They won't be listening to me.
I want to kind of highlight for Brown. Like, I feel like after, you know, technically they lost that control 3-1. But I felt for Brown was everywhere when they needed him. And time again, kind of just pulled them out of the fire and made huge plays. And, wow, I tell you something. We haven't even got through the replay and the hard point has started.
I mean, this is what I love to see, though. We are not messing around. Straight back into it. It's 2-1 to Exceptional. Now into the hard point. What's they're playing in the blue? Notorious in the white on your mini-map. Oh, I mean, Notorious have got to be feeling it after that. You're heading into this map. You think to yourself, right, could it get any worse? Or can things get better? Can we send it to a map number 5?
Wow. These two teams will now know. For Exceptional, it's, hey, we win this, we're good to keep going. For Notorious, pressure on. We lose, we're eliminated. So they will be throwing everything at this, everything they've got left.
Spawns towards the back are there, though, for the side of Exceptional. So some decent time to be made over towards P2. And it's just a little bit easier when Henry's finding two pieces like that. Fantastic job. Can extend out a little bit. Make sure you keep a hold of the back spawns, but you want to flip them at the right time.
Locked in. Here comes the pressure. Already finding a couple of kills. That's going to slow down the push. Notorious will just have to play their lives for a few seconds, waiting for reinforcements. F-Dot getting out of there. Still staying alive, waiting for his teammates to back him up. 1 health. Now regenning. Oh, just counts before it gets back to full, and we'll lose the gunfight, and Mighty will find 3.
Spawn them out. It's the problem is for them is that there's 30 seconds to play for, but it's not the end of the world here for Exceptional. You find yourself a decent rotation. You need not lose these gunfights over towards the pool, though. All of a sudden, Pack is left on his own momentarily. F-Dot is now here, and here come the reinforcements. The problem is with that overextension back towards, you haven't had time to set up, and Notorious are very much here.
So, Notorious, they have the lead, but can they crack this nut? We've seen so many teams get a glut of points for this, but Twitch has walked it off the back of Yaza, and Yaza find a second one. Mighty's going to get the flank at the same time. It's a huge clutch up there by Notorious.
I mean, Exceptional, you can't be letting this happen. I mean, that's 2. It's the money hills on this map in 2 and 3. You had rotation to both. You find yourself behind. 35 seconds to play for here over towards P3. Things can change very, very quickly, but Notorious is going to be feeling good about their chances here in map number 4.
They are taking a commanding lead off of this. Pack is going to be looking for something, but too many angles to fight, and they are just cutting them down in droves, and they are fighting back and forth. They have the rotation as well. Notorious are leading, and they are commanding this lead. Exceptional will need a little bit of luck to break this.
Twist does not quite get the timing. But out of the last 3 hills, this one included, this is the easiest one to break, but not if Mighty is shooting like that. 11 and 7 from him. Bronze spree is going to be ended. The Arsenals will continue. 4 spree for him. He gets shut down, but you're still in control of the point, but if only momentarily. Rafi can find 2 and a 3rd to break it open. Exceptional not out of this one yet.
This is a crazy game. You're never going to be sure who has control. This time Exceptional in the driving seat, but they've already lost their man on the hill. Henry is trying to hold this, and they get 2 more kills, and the 3rd, not the 4th. Fabrone comes in with his own 2. F-Dot will have to 1v1, but he's weak, and he's running around. No reinforcements for Exceptional here at this point, but somehow the player eventually flies in, and F-Dot wins his 1. Man, I can't take this. This hardpoint is chaos.
Be relentless, but that's the first decent hold that Exceptional have had. P2, they got, what, 20 seconds or so. Chipped away at P1 as well. P3, you had the rotation. You've got very little of it. Get a lot of P4, and that's why all of a sudden we have a 20-point game. Rafi will find another 2. Henry, and the slaying performance has been there again, but you need to find them in important times if you are Exceptional. We've seen it map number 1, outslayed quite heavily, won by 50. You need to make sure you are converting these moments into points.
There they go. Everybody onto this, and you can see they are holding off the pressure at the moment quite well. Still, being in that commanding position of P1, it gives you a few extra angles to hold from, and they will take the lead back here. What they must not do is what happened last time, is to lose some key gunfights and then lose the rotation. So much hard work to get these and get the spawns, you can't afford to throw them away.
5 spree for Henry. And going around from the P3 side, but you can lose those P2 spawns momentarily. Rafi can find 2, but it's going to be an all-out battle when we head over towards P2 in 5 seconds.
It dives out. Will not get the cruise missile. There's a bit of split as well. You can see Mighty around the back. Pick this correctly. Rafi will find the first. Trying to stay alive. Backs up, but won't get it. His teammates now spawning in the better spawn for it. They will be able to reinforce faster, but these choke points are nightmares.
You can try and find a pinch through the middle of the map as well, but as you said, yep, the choke points are very, very hard to find a way through. And we're going to have to wait for some teammates to come through. It might be a little while before that actually happens. 35 seconds to play for here. Exceptional found some good time over towards P1, of course, to find themselves in the lead. It was a good 30 or 40, actually. F-Dot, Henry, next to drop. Mighty has just been insane on this hill in particular. 25 seconds to go. Same story again. Exceptional have got a lot of time to set up here, but Notorious, plenty of free room to move through in the middle of the map to get there quickly.
And for Notorious, is there a second helping of magic? Do they break this straight away again? No, it will not happen. Exceptional lock this one down. And for Notorious, while they've got the lead again, we can probably expect to see a change.
It's a good time for them. 50 seconds to go. We'll put them within touching distance of 200 points if we can hold it all down. But Fabron is able to find one. Henry there. The cleanup crew. Twiz has actually found a way through. They'll put some bullets in Henry as well. Twiz nearly finds everybody. Henry's the only one to survive. Needs support very, very quickly.
There they go. A lot of bodies. Just holding off as well. Doing a really good job of contesting for as long as they have. And eventually he has to cut down his teammate, but this has been great from Notorious. They have not lost the lead on this hill. They just keep putting the pressure on. Exceptional.
P2 to P3.
While they will get the lead now, with not as much points as they were expecting.
P2 to P3 is usually a hill where you find that the teams, the first ones there, are going to pick up the majority of the time. Both of them kind of splitting it up, Brycey, but not through the lack of trying to actually hold it down. It has been back and forth. Rafi is going to find a kill over towards P4 now. We've seen Exceptional start to close the gap. Notorious are going to have to do that themselves this time, though. Exceptional with a 20-point lead heading into P4, but that's going to be not very long lived, to be honest with you. Notorious find a way through.
And now Notorious are fighting back once again. Every time with these teams, I'll tell you something. Every time, every map we watch these two, you never know who's going to come out on top. It's not about who's fighting better or who's got more kills at one point in the game. Because it just keeps flipping.
There was this stage in the game, though, Bryce, on map number 1, where you've seen Exceptional start stretch their legs. Notorious fell around 50 or 60 behind. They are currently 20 behind inside the point. Only momentarily for the final 5 seconds or so, but that's big from F. He finds 3, and we found some good time if you're Exceptional last time around when we went over towards the bar. Let's see if they can do that again. If they do, Notorious, very dangerous spot.
Left up, just trying to play his life now. He's lost a couple of teammates. He knows they're coming through. Even with a pre-fire, you can tell they're firing on all cylinders. F. staying alive. Mighty will eventually get him. Pack is trying to thread the needle. He finds 2. 2 he should not have found. Notorious will now have control of this P1. And I dread to say it, but they've been better at P2 the last 2 times we were there as well.
See, the rotation immediately came in from Henry over towards that P2 side, but you cannot let this, what was 40 seconds now down to 25, go over towards the other team so freely. Notorious finding points. Fabron finding 3. Rotation for P2 in. Scrap time there as well. Notorious going to be in a phenomenal position to win the game when we go over towards P2.
And here we go. Notorious. 2 fantastic P2s. A third will lock this up for them. And Twiz is pushing out. They can smell the blood in the water. They know this is their opportunity to win it. He's going to find one there easily enough. Wait a minute. He's waiting. He's going to try and hit an even more devastating flank. Finds the first, not the second. Pressure now going to mount. A hit from the front for Exceptional.
Oh, Mighty just playing an awkward little corner. Pack can find one. Fabron's ready to hold down the play. Henry can find another, but it's going to be about this gunfight. Fabron finds one more. 25 seconds away. You can still win it here if you're Notorious over towards P2.
Notorious will have to just try and hold for everything, but Exceptional just want to contest. That's all they want. They're going to have to commit to it as well. Henry gets into the point, and Fabron finds 2. They still have the tick. They still have the opportunity, and that spawn out is miles away. There is no way, surely, for Exceptional to get back here in time. That might just be the map. They are diving for it. They're going to try and make it into the point. In the few seconds they go, but it's not going to be a... Wait! Wait! Oh, my goodness! Now to the next point. He's already going to be there. Mighty going to try and stay alive for it, and it's going to be a huge gunfight for him. That player, I don't know if they needed to chow, but it doesn't matter. Notorious win the hard point.
Oh, that got stressful towards the end. Towards the end. Fantastic job from Notorious. I mean, you think about the important hills on that map, and they just dominated them. I think if you're Exceptional, you got a lot of your time towards P4 and P1, and never really did anything on the hills where you can get a lot of time on. If they had a decent performance on 2 and 3, they walk away with that one pretty easily, but Notorious did fantastic at what they needed to. on the two hills to be very beneficial, profited a lot off them, find themselves a win and send us to map number 5.
Well, I said it was going the distance. I called it from map number 1. These two teams are too close to call. Who walks away with this last one, though, we'll find out. One thing I'm looking forward to seeing Twiz again on the S&D, but this is how the scores worked out in the Hardpoint. Mighty 29 kills he drops in the end to make sure that they get this still going, and that P2 was just such a difference. It's almost like Exceptional didn't really know how to play it.
It was sloppy. It was very sloppy. Considering you're seeing Pack drop, what, like 5.4k damage? Well, in terms of the outslay, you are on 6. Yeah, okay, very slight, but other than that, just never made it count at the right moments. They had a couple of opportunities, though, Brycey. P2, P3, they had a couple of rotations. Did they hell hold it?
Well, kind of crazy on some of these rotations, but I will say Exceptional. Good rotation to 3 a lot of the time, but the holding wasn't as concise as we see some teams do when they get there. They really weren't able to kind of hold on for as many points as they wanted, and that may have cost them. Their best hill was P1.
It's crazy, though, isn't it? You're seeing teams get a hold of it, maybe just a touch more over towards P1 as time has gone on, but the fact that they're able to hold that hill and not P2 or P3, I have no idea. There you go. Exceptional. Just never really got anything going. Like, look, P2, P3, nothing. P2 to P3, yeah, not a great deal. And second time around, absolutely diddly squat. Fantastic job coming through from Notorious, though, making sure it did count when they did get those opportunities. And they forced this map number 5 now. Great position to be in. That search and destroy from them, and map number 2 was fantastic. But so was the map number 1 Hardpoint from Exceptional. Couldn't get the job done there in map number 4. So map number 5 we go.
Well, we knew it was going to go the distance, and it certainly did. But back and forth, really, these two teams. It's just the tale that they've been doing the entire time. Just no rest on these rotations. No opportunity to stamp your authority over any of it. And now we go to a map 5. The loser will go home. The winner will continue on to face off against Clutch Rain X War.
I think it's a very, very tough game to call now. I mean, you would lean Notorious, of course, after the map number 2 performance, but heading into a map number 5, whose pick is it? Which way is it leaning? It's very hard to say, but both these teams season on the line now, right? Within the sake of one map. It'll be a banger either way.
It really should, and I'm just looking forward to it. I wonder if a bit of pressure will start leaking into the minds of these players. They might play a few rounds a little bit more slow than they were expecting. I hope not. I hope to see Twiz do exactly what he was doing on Highrise and kind of dancing around and being the playmaker and being in those positions that make the difference. But yeah, these two teams, they've gone all this way just to find out who can actually make it over towards the end.
Been a hellish series so far, and I imagine the next one is going to be just as good when that goes on to face up against Clutch Rain Team War. Getting that one mixed up for the first time this season, which is quite surprising. 6-star search and destroy, though. We stay here. Notorious, so you're going to feel good about it. It's usually fast and furious, especially over towards this A side. Which way do we go in map number 5?
Already a bit of a hit going on. You can see they're going straight for the A plant.
Have to be careful, though. No trophies available, so let's check from F dot. Yeah, they're gonna have plenty of grenades to put in. Yeah, there's Rafi finding one. That's it off the wall. Mighty now left. He's gonna back on down. Waits for the nades. It's always really difficult, but it's not difficult. Twiz can start making plays again. 2 versus 2.
Bomb down gives them the advantage, but there might be some timing here. Oh, Twiz is not able to win it. Hack's gonna see Mighty.
How?
And now Yaza in a 1 versus 2. They're going to hit this at the same time. Do they pick the right direction? No, they don't. No, they don't. Oh, my God. A 1 versus 2. And they do not get it.
It's a tough one because he's playing the off angle. Beautifully stacked. holds his trigger, and then pulls it very, very quickly and aims truly. Fantastic job from Yaza. Great round number 1.
Works out lovely for them. And what could have been a disaster turn, a 2 versus 3 turned to a 1 versus 2. Yaza was patient. Played at an angle. Not even a great angle, really. Could have gone down from so many different directions, but it worked out.
Yaza now trying to make a play through the middle of the map. 2 spree for him. Did spot them. Back on down, but look at this hold. Look at this hold from Pac. You just do not expect it. The flank came through. Pac dealt with it. It's definitely a B setup coming through from Exceptional. A setup that has fallen apart. Did he see the bomb? Did he see it? Not sure.
Oh, Notorious. Again, feeling confident. Rafi will find one. Will he be able to snap on the second? No, that player gets out of there and then goes for the chow. Yaza has just fed him another 1v1 on the plate. Rafi has time. Oh, he's going to see it. Just run on the other way. Out we go. Very, very slow. He's called this one correctly. For Brown, who's going to go down. Oh, the 1 versus 3. Oh, my goodness. You cannot give them that many 1v1s.
Shaking my SMH, Pricey. Just feeding him that second kill, especially then it's a 1v1. It's in the hands of the Call of Duty gods. And they lead one way. One apiece between these two in map number 5. It's so hard to distinguish which way this one's actually going to go.
Yeah, I can't tell you. A 1v2, then a 1 versus 3. I guess first bloods and numbers don't really matter. Bit of aggression here coming in from Exceptional and F-Dot. Wanted it. He wanted it, but doesn't get it.
The routes opened over towards A, though. Both these two teams are playing this so aggressively on the defense. It's not necessarily needed sometimes. Typically, when you got in the CDL, you will see one player sort of on the attacking side playing an island over towards B, then we'll reflank through bar once the bomb goes down over towards A. Right now, you're seeing it be a little bit one-dimensional. Notorious are going to get this bomb down. They do not have that extra man that may well be needed. It's a 4v3 in favor of Exceptional.
Well, he's jumping around, and that's a wonderful reach out. Unlucky not to get it. Exceptional are hard stacked through this. Wiz will have to back off eventually. Will they get the room? 2 players going for the split.
All on for Braun here. He finds one. Evens the odds. Finds nothing. All of a sudden, he's in trouble. Henry's drop shotted him. 3v2. Or 4v2. 4v1. Yaza left on his own, but he's defusing 11 seconds. So I tell you what.
Oh, that could have been bad. But they will get it. They do have time. Exceptional. With an exceptional retake. They waited. They played it right down to the clock, and there was no luck there for Notorious.
Yaza doing the right thing, though. Staying alive. If he finds those shots... Okay, there would have been somebody on it very, very quickly, but... Questionable. Questionable. Right play was made. Exceptional find themselves now in the lead. 2-1 to the good here in the search and destroy map number 5. 2 more games to come this evening as well. Pricey, honestly, would not surprise me if they all went the same way.
No, me either. When we get to this kind of competition, it certainly does get a little bit strenuous. There's going to be the first blood. Rafi's gone down. Yaza is making a very aggressive defense. And that's put Exceptional on the back foot.
It's hard on the attack, especially when you've set up over towards the B side. You can't hit over towards A, you know, there's going to be plenty of real estate. I mean, you can run through the middle of the map and you can maybe find Twiz. Backs him down. Gets a bit of map control. Straight back towards B. It's all going to be about timing. Didn't see him.
Oh, holding them, and Henry will find another one. In trouble now.
He's got out as well.
S&D.
He's got out as well. I don't think they'll have any clue, though, that both of them are Notorious to push through. They'll think, okay, B is completely clear. They may be over towards A. Henry will look behind him, keep an eye on how things are going to go down. They will not be expecting Yazet to be where he is, but it will not matter. They definitely won't be expecting Fibron to be here either, but they've seen him on the cross. Bad timing. Bomb going down. 1v2 needed. From Yazet.
He's going to chow it. Oh, he's not going to get it. Timing not on his side. Exceptional. They're 3-1. Good. Done.
Looking solid at the moment. Just gets a good bit of timing if you're F-Dot. Find the first, find the second. That's the round. 3-1 up. Not quite cruising, but they're in a really, really good spot now. How do you turn around if you're Notorious?
Well, for a start, I said just not getting 1v3'd again. That'll be my number one.
That would be good, yeah. That would be good.
Just a general tip there, but we'll see. Henry being aggressive on a 4 streak. Stun checked. Does mean that element of surprise has gone. But I will say this, Exceptional have called this correctly so far. They've really allocated a couple of bodies over towards B.
So instead he wins the race. You know, as I practiced in his treading water, stuns will come out, information gained. Henry now kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place. Can he push back through towards mid? Potentially. He does have a little bit of cover there. Chooses to hold it down. Here comes the pressure. Fabron will find one. Trade will be there for Pack. 3 versus 3.
Yards are waiting, and Pack will go for it. But gets out of there at the same time. Mighty will get Rafi. Trades erupting across it. A 2 versus 2. F-Dot looking for it as well. Got the nade in. Puts a few bullets in the feet, and somehow Yasa survives. 54 health in the dream. A 1v2 last time. Can he do it again? I think he's been spotted. Being hunted down. Finds it. No! F-Dot's going to win the gunfight. I think he's just expressing that that was obviously a very difficult chow for F-Dot. And there's a cruise in the pocket.
Disastrous now for Notorious. That cruise missile on this map can just dictate so much. Exceptional. 4-1 to the good with the cruise missile in the back pocket. Is that a game to lose, Brycey?
Oh, it certainly is. A crazy day. Exceptional in the lead. Everything screams for them to put this one over the line. They have the cruise missile. They have a commanding lead. But stranger things have happened. Right now, a very passive start to the round.
Slow and steady. Expecting flanks to come round. And those flanks are potentially going to walk straight into these players. The call-out's going to be coming on 3. You have to be careful not to find your teammates, though. There's 1. There's 2, actually. All the way into the corner. The buff is hitting today. F-Dot will get taken down in the spawn, though. Fibron will find 1. Is he going to be able to stop this bomb going down? Yes, he is momentarily. 3 versus 2 in favor of Exceptional.
Exceptional have hit the brake pedal. Gonna go for it again. Edging his way into his allowed to plant. Bomb down. Advantage Exceptional in numbers and positioning.
Next kill is huge for both teams. Shots in for Mighty. Will back them down, but doesn't find the kill. All of a sudden, Fabron's looking around, can't find it. Pack is able to find 1. Mighty answers back. Exceptional gaming. 1 round away now from the 3-2 victory.
This is all they need. Is just 1 more. Or it's a half sale. If Notorious X Clutch Rain can do the impossible.
Doesn't feel like it right now. They look a step behind. They need to turn it around very, very quickly. 5 rounds in a row will be something. Exceptional heading over towards A on the defensive side of things, and everybody from Notorious on the way over. I hope the trophy systems are good. The first shots are fantastic from F-Dot. There's another first blood. is
They
the
are
play
trying
here.
to be careful. They're trying to get through before they get the timing they
So
need.
close. So close, and Pac just bursts into life, finds another. Twiz left all on his own, dead to rights. Exceptional. We'll take this one nice and simply. There's game chat going on as well. I think the heavens we can't hear that. 6-1 for Exceptional. They find it.
Well, it started to go wrong, and you know where it went wrong, Tunt? They didn't win a round after that 1 versus 3. Sometimes the tilt is tilting, and they tilted.
Yeah, that 1v3 is inexcusable as well. Absolutely inexcusable to lose those kind of rounds. The child that came through on the second one is what makes the difference. Rafi finds it. Good job from him, but I think for Notorious Cutthroat, that's a very, very tough one. Top 6 placements, not the end of the world for them. That's kind of where you would probably have put them at the beginning of the season. Now heading into the next games will be Exceptional, who are looking to go just a few more steps further.
Yeah, well, they kind of get their chance to just show us how good they are, especially with their next matchup. Commiserations to Notorious X Clutch Rain. They really were a fantastic team, and I said it, both of these teams deserve to win. Unfortunately, only one could, and this time it will be Exceptional. But hey, I enjoyed the journey. It was just written in the stars the entire time.
Yeah, just very back and forth series. Search and Destroy was still close on map number 2. Map number 1 was close. Map number 3 is one good push coming in from Exceptional. Map number 4 was pretty dominant, to be fair. I think that 250-191 probably does humble Exceptional just a little bit, but a 6-1 victory is nothing to turn your nose up at in map number 5. Very, very dominant in the end. Round number 3 in the losers bracket we go.
Wow. Teams we've watched are going to continue to play another game tonight, but not the next game, because they will be taking a little bit of a break while we kind of float on over to our winners bracket time.
Yeah, I believe that's where we're going next. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest with you, Bryce. I've seen 2 different versions of the schedule, so I'm going to have to get that one confirmed. But yeah, okay, Exceptional now 3-2 and find the win into the next round on the loser bracket side of things, which will be coming whenever it comes.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I was dropping you in it there a little bit. I've seen different schedules as well, so we'll find out. However, we'll update you with all that and more after this break. Don't go anywhere. Call of Duty Challengers Elite Europe will continue right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. The action does not stop here on the channel as we move swiftly towards our winner bracket game time.
Yeah, very, very swiftly. It is going to be the winner's bracket game. You did throw me under the bus, so sensational. Say that's never ever going to change. Oh, you taking it on Falcons. Should be a very, very interesting game. But let's have a look at the bracket to see how things did get set up in this fashion. Winners final is what we have on board here. Both these two teams yet to lose in this bracket play. Close games for Falcons all the way through 3-2 against Clutch Rain War, finding their winners round 2. But for Omit, not quite plain sailing either, going up against Revive, finding a 3-2 victory. Revive now out. It's been a weird season. It's still very, very difficult to ascertain who's actually going to go and win this whole thing, Brycey.
Well, I can tell you one thing that I have determined from my long time in esports, Tom.
Okay.
It'll be one of these 4 teams.
Oh, nice.
Well,
thanks for that.
Speaking,
where would I be without your knowledge?
It takes
honestly.
a lot of experience to get to this point to know that,
man.
but it will be one of these 4.
You see, I've got all that experience as well, and I don't know if I would have been able to tell everybody that. Here we are. I mean, look, realistically though, I mean, you would like to think it's probably one of these two teams though. I mean, they find themselves now in the winners bracket final. You're in a good position. You need 2 more games to find yourself in that spot of being European champion. For Omit though, they're going for it for the 3rd time in a row, Brycey. They've had a hell of a time in Europe, haven't they?
They certainly have, and no change to a little bit of a shift in their roster as well, because they've been poached mid-season and then somehow still at the top. Somehow just know about winning. However, this has been, I won't say the weakest they've ever been, but I will say the least dominant they've ever been. They have not been running over the competition as they have done in previous elites, but still one of our front runners that's still in the winners final.
Yeah,
still can go all the way.
I mean, they barely even lost a map last season. I think they maybe, they lost like 2 or 3 maps or something along those lines over the entire season. Definitely haven't been that dominant all the way through, I think. Maybe stepped off the gas a little bit. The competition has raised. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, we'll get a better indication here, though, because Falcons are a team who've been around quite some time. Omit have always had their number. We're going to get a good indication whether or not Falcons have improved and whether or not Omit have fallen off a little bit. But here is my probably favorite POV in the game. Team Falcons. They are just... I don't know how to explain them. They've got so much potential. You see how they played the game. You see the way that they find the gunfights that they do. It is absolutely absurd. Let's see how they go up against one of the more traditional teams, though. In Omit, they know how to play the game correctly. And that maybe is where you get punished. Falcons yet to really learn the nitty-gritty, I want to say. But the shots are crispy nonetheless.
Yeah, they really are. They love a good chow most of the time. And Falcons are another one of these teams. They always seem to push the maps. There's always back and forth. They never, ever give up, no matter what is happening. And for Omit, it's definitely going to be a team that's going to be difficult for them to overcome. Are the Falcons the best they've ever been, while Omit are the least dominant they've ever been? This is the team for Omit EU. Vortex, Weeman, Mythics, and Hixie.
Yeah, very, very good roster, of course, before things did really start. Harry was on this roster as well, went over to Team War at the time when Real was playing for Omit EU. Then Hixie got poached after Omit won the first season and has been here ever since. It has really been a huge battle going up against Team War and other teams along the way. They have very much been the best team in Europe. I think the only question mark around these guys this year is not being able to convert that into wins over in North America. Really have struggled. I think top 4, top 6 has kind of been their benchmark over the entire season, and I think that's probably to give a lot of credit over towards the teams over on the North American side of the pond. They have been fantastic all year long. Europe have not really had a look in on the international stage.
No, they certainly haven't, and that's something that's probably to European shame, really, that they haven't been able to kind of really push the envelope for. I mean, don't get me wrong, there certainly have been some European players taken into the CDL, so maybe a bit of a talent poach in some aspects, but even then, you could say the same for the North American sides. It has really been a bit of a letdown in Europe, but maybe, just maybe, there'll be a difference in the cards, and we'll find out who's the strongest in Europe shortly. Obviously, Omen EU and Falcons both want that title to their name, Tom.
And just to maybe just touch on that situation one more time there, I think, you know, we kind of have this conversation because European challengers for the last few years have been those guys. How many times have we seen these challenger teams in Europe go on to dominate. I think we see the team that obviously went on and done quite a lot last year from the European side of things, which was Brezzy, Cobra, Abuza, Linz, and I think that was it. That's 4 people. There you go. Maths is fantastic. So those guys did fantastic for the European region last year. They found a couple of wins overseas, and now you see them all going over. So I think that's the thing, though. For teams here in Europe, you put yourself in a really good position in Challengers Elite, and then you move on, have good performances online, and that is where you find your spots.
Yeah, I think my biggest question about the European teams moving forward is it's happened before where they kind of get this mentality that this is normal for them, you know, the Challengers Elite and playing the teams in Europe, but when they get over to North America, maybe just change a little bit too much, I think, really, when they go forward. But well, we can digress about this a million times. We're always going to be big European fans as we talk about it, but let's find out how our teams are doing in the prizing as we kind of see that a few more teams have reached their limit, but their limit is still pretty good. Revive Gaming and Notorious X Clutch Rain both will pick up $4,000 as well as 4,000 points, Tom.
Yeah, look, I think if you were to look at this being kind of how things worked out, I think the only outlier for me is really 5 Media. I think, you know, if you were to say Revived and Notorious top 5, 6 for you, that would work out quite well. Well, I say quite well. Look, everybody wants to go on to win it, but I think if you were to be a betting man, this is kind of where you'll put these two teams. So for them to find themselves there is kind of par for the course. But then you start to see quite a big bump. 6,000 for 4th, 10 for 3rd, up to 16 for 2nd, and then the gap increases one step further for 24,000 for 1st place. We will find out by the end of tomorrow night here in Europe which way that one's going to go. Bang in the middle of the England game, by the way. Just want to point that out. Well scheduled. Well scheduled. No, this happened a couple of years ago to us, didn't it? When we were in the Euros again?
Something did happen. I feel like the players refused. I think it was during the World Cup, though. That was the difference.
No, it was. I think it was the Euros. To be, was it? Yeah, no, it was the Euros.
It couldn't have been. The Euros are every 4 years, Ton.
No. Listen. It wasn't. Okay. It wasn't because of COVID, so it was later. It was later. I remember.
Are you sure?
And you know how I know? Because when we were in, well, I was in Raleigh. You weren't because of visa things. But when I was in Raleigh, it was the finals of the World Cup, so we couldn't have been doing challenges because we were on the CDL then. You see, but things change a lot, and that was obviously before that was your, and that is when
I know you're wrong, but I'm gonna let you there because it was definitely
you are not going to
2 years
question
ago
me on
during the World Cup.
football. I will not have it. I will not have it.
Okay, well, I will message you why you're wrong in a little bit of time. But mine and Tun's arguments aside, obviously these teams are going to try and make a difference, regardless of what other sport may be on. Tun, it's still a very important game for the players into this one. Just to give you an update in full transparency, we are currently just waiting on a Falcons player to get in the lobby. As soon as they get in, we will launch.
I think it's going to be a very interesting one. I would love to have a look at the maps if we possibly could as well, to see how things are going to go down between these two teams, because we've got a good idea of what we would think between them. Look, Invasion Control for me immediately stands out. Is a big map for Omid. Falcons are not trying to make a pun, but they're very flighty on this map. They can get forward, they find the kills, but it's about securing it. So Base Hardpoint getting through for Omid as well is interesting. Falcons getting rid of 6-star on both sides of things. So we've got Vista, which typically plays into that more traditional, fundamental side of teams, which is on. I really do, and I think it's always easy to say this when it comes down to it for the side of things of Omid, but I really do like this map set for them. I really, really do.
Well, we'll see. I mean, that 6-star has been taken away, and maybe it's just after last week's shenanigans, with it being in every single game and basically every slot, the teams have been a little bit more discerning. So actually, this is benefiting some teams more than others, and we'll just get it out of the series entirely.
Here we are. So we'll be jumping into Vista Hardpoint first. Where does your money lie now, Bryce, now that you've seen the maps? Because I was leaning
my
on
money
it.
would always land with Omid. I think the Falcons are an exceptional team. The problem is that they have beaten their way through most of the bracket. They've done well into the groups, but Omid is still the pinnacle. They're still the peak of what everyone's expecting. Yes, they didn't top their group. Yes, they've had some defeats, but they're still in winners final. They still win when it matters. and they still are defending champions.
We'll see how it goes down very, very shortly. Just waiting for that player to get into the lobby. Luty needs to control these lines a little bit better, if I'm honest with you. Hopefully we'll be getting him in and getting ready to go very, very shortly. But yeah, I think if I was to say, I'm kind of on the same page as you, is sort of saying that Omit would be the team that you'll be sort of leaning towards in terms of who you think is going to win this one. But the map set has actually further confirmed that for me. I do really like this map set for them. I think if it goes map number 5, then it very well could be towards the side of Falcons, but whether or not we get there is another thing.
Well, while we are waiting to sort out this lobby issue, we are going to just put a little bit of pause on our talking heads and everything. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, this game will be ready, so keep glued to your screen and we'll see you in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We have a wonderful game for you. It's going to be Omit EU versus Team Falcons. And I believe everybody has now condensed themselves into a nice little lobby ready to go, Tom.
Hopefully we're ready to go. We're nearly there. Very nearly there. And what should be an absolute banger, Brycey, between these two teams and loading in we are. Vista. There's going to be things kicking off on this map. Omit EU taking on Falcons. It's the winners bracket final. This is where things get very, very interesting. For Falcons, it's about just trying to play that slaying game, just trying to keep up, which you no doubt will. But for Omit, it's going to be about that traditional hardpoint that you're so good at. Players like Vortex and Hixie who are just going to be making the plays, and you got to get through Mythics and a Wingman on the other side of things. Omit will be the favorites here, but do not discount Falcons.
Never have done. They've been pretty good in every season of the Elite, the Falcons, and this is their best one yet. But how far does that journey go? Especially against, I'd say, the Titans, but they're a little bit smaller, so maybe just Giants this time around.
Not a notoriously tall team. All right.
Well, speaking of tall, at the moment, it's a little bit of a tall thing here for Falcons to get any points. Trying to look for this rotation and the scrap time, but they have managed to get a couple of kills here.
Doing it at the right time. Hixie, though, on the rotation coming through, but it's just such a wonderful start. Vortex, no way he's going to get out of that one, but P2 rotation's now in. If you're on it, you want to try and get as much as you possibly can on here. Much the way with every single hill, but if you can hold this down from this side, then that's not too bad. But now you're spawning in Narnia. We'll have to try and find a rotation over to 3 and 4 pretty quick.
Better job here, Falcons. Taking it to them. Back and forth, and oh, that's going to be a big nade to open up a gap in the defense. Mythic's finding his second is unreal at that point. A Bodhi with a snap and a 2 health just keeps pumping bullets. It looks like they'll lose the scrap time. For Falcons, their job here now is to lock down this spawn.
Oh, if you could have found a Bodhi there, that would have been huge. But Hixie alters at the last moment. Not too bad, though, for Falcons, all things considered. The scoreline might tell you otherwise, but that P2 rotation was not looking too good. You get a decent hold towards that side. You get yourself a couple of points, but you've got the spawns over towards P3 and P4. A Bodhi is eventually going to be dealt with here, so all of a sudden, Omit are going to be concentrating their efforts down this side of the map. You will see Falcons spawn out, so if you're Omit, you have to go quickly.
Well, they're not going to know this yet. They'll know when the spawns come in, but they're still going to be spawning out here, Omit EU, so not going to be any joy for them. Mythic's going to try and make a play. Finds the first, but with no trade.
There ain't no way.
Mythic's finds a second he should never have had. And now they're going to be back in.
And I think if you ask anybody in Europe right now who the next one potentially up from the European region, it's got to be Mythic's. 11 and 5 from him to kick things off. That 3-piece is a big reason as to why he's such an X-factor for this Omit team. Out of absolutely nothing, rotation to P3 is in. Falcons get themselves around 15-16 seconds, but Omit get a hold of the rest, and they get a hold of the spawns for the next hill as well.
Still holding eventually. Khaled will take them down. But this is just going to be to push through the old hill, and Hixie will find himself a 2 here. And funny enough, you speak about Mythics, but Hixie and him actually have the same KD ratio of 1.08. So Hixie's certainly been doing his fair share of slaying.
Hixie had a great series last week, if I remember rightly. I can't even remember exactly who it was against, but he was insane. I want to say that Vortex has maybe got a little bit better since we did the park run a couple of weeks ago as well, but that's besides the point. Omit's still in the driving seat right now, holding it down, 120 and rising, 30 seconds still to go. Falcons, really not a lot to write home about. There have been a couple of situations where they could have found some points. They have not converted them. This is dominant from Omit.
They're having a very good time. For the Falcons, they can make a comeback, but they're going to have to start winning some of these rotations. That's been the issue. It's all good to go toe-to-toe and slay, but if you are slaying from outside to in, you are not getting points while doing it.
I mean, they're not even doing that, though, right? I mean, the slaying game has been an issue. I almost feel like Falcons will make some of the lesser teams make them look silly, but when you're coming up against Omit and stuff, you can see this gap between them. They still have a lot of work. Bodhi going to get caught out here. Vortex did find a route through. Windows are open though, and he will be a little bit windy with those shots, but the break may well come through anyway. Khaled next Snid trying to hold this down. One player still towards back. He gets dealt with. Break comes through for Owen.
Mythic's going to try and make the play here. You can see him on the pinch trying to get the kills, but not going to work out. And Unfortunately for Falcons, there was an opportunity that they've brought right back here off that too. It's back and forth, and the Falcons have finally got into the point, looking for the time here as well. Omid, you will have the spawn to apply pressure.
They're a lot closer. If they find this wipe, then it will be every single second, but Khalid can find two really good shots coming through, but that was for 15 more seconds. Getting into the second rotation, it's not quite going to be a 100-point game, but it's not ideal from Falcons whatsoever. A really good job from Omid on P1, P3, and P4 is the difference maker here. Falcons, you need to turn it around very, very quickly.
Oh, they're just fighting back and forth as he held on a 5-3, but a 5-3 is not enough to hold that one down, Ton. And again, Omid EU are in here. The Falcons will need to make a push, and it is going from a bad situation to a much worse one as they simply cannot get the points they need.
There you go. Everybody dead eventually. They're on the right side of spawn. 30 seconds to go here. Just a little bit harder to hold from this side. You don't have the bar for cover. But that's 23 seconds or so that are currently remaining. Looking like it is going to go over towards the side of Falcons. They should be able to break 100 points with a rotation that's coming in over towards P2. But look at the flood of spawns that go over towards Omid. They are going to be able to spawn themselves out. Looking good for the rotation of hills that are coming up in 3 and 4. But can they put the pressure down over towards P2 as well?
Vortex trying, and not going to get anything else here for Falcons. A good position. They can really lock this one in. And if they get the 60 seconds and a good rotation, game on.
A couple of kills in the middle of the map might just be the straw that breaks the camel's back here. Next in left alone, just dancing around. Mythic's does so well to find him. Raid comes through. 40 seconds remaining on this P2. Rotation is still there for Omid on the right side of the map that they want to be on. Falcons need to find these kills. They need to push through, get P2 time, and then push through again.
And one thing you can say about Omid is they are not afraid to take these gunfights against Falcons. I mean, we've always spoken about in the past that Falcons very aggressive when they need to be, will reach out just about everything. Omid, you are doing the same thing. They are not afraid. They are not backing down. And on this point, this rotation is everything. A Bodhi will be there. The Falcons get the kills they finally need as they cross the 100-point mark.
Bit of a split spawn coming on through here. Actually, Weeman going to spawn back towards the backside. He gets taken down almost immediately. Rest of the team spawning out, but because this pressure coming in over towards P4 or jungle, spawns Falcons out to the opposite side of the map. So Omid going to go for the cuts through mid-map. And the pressure onto the point. He knows that somebody's here. Yeah, he spots X-Nade. Hixie, can he finish this one off? He's going to go for the Chal and finds it. That's a little bit of backup. Pressure towards the backhand side is working out so far for Omid. They're going to be spawning pretty close. But haven't been able to quite find a way through.
Oh, they're trying to thread the needle. Beautiful shots in the end, and has been the point man for the Falcons. Unfortunately, going down to Hixie, just trying to stay his life. That trophy comes out in just the right amount of time. But Exnid has hit the flank, and he's going to get that kill as well. The Falcons are feeling better at this point in the game, but was a bad start just too much.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 100-point deficit heading into the second rotation. It still is around that kind of deficit. Falcons have kept pace, but the problem is they were very much lagging behind on that first rotation. Bodhi, 14 and 21 from him, needs to find absolutely everything. Gets the worst timing. Rotation is there for Omid. He can very much end it here over at Wards P4.
Vortex trying to just make sure that no more pressure comes through, and the Falcons, unless they have a change of fortune in the next couple of seconds, it's going to be all over. Omid throwing bodies now towards the point. The Falcons will dive in for a second. Hixie finds one. Looking for the second. Isn't going to get it, but Mythics will. And the Falcons do have to touch this. And Weeman, they line up for him. And that'll be the nail in the coffin. Map 1 done. Omid EU with a statement.
It's a straight slapping. Omid EU are so good at that map, and we just got a perfect example as to why. Their rotations were fantastic. They outslayed them on every single angle. And the stars align for Weeman to close that one out. Dominant, quite simply. Not really much to write home about at all. The Khalid finds 30 kills in that for 120 points. That is just... I mean, Roxas barely found any damage at Bodhi. The same. I mean, just outplayed on every single facet. I think it's one of those ones that's hard to necessarily break down. They just smoked them, Bryce. It's as simple as that. Very, very dominant map number 1.
Yeah, really well. I mean, yeah, you're 100% correct, right? Outplayed, out-rotated, outgunned. There's not a ton there that you can say for the Falcons that they did better. They did fight for quite some time. You obviously saw, you know, the players really trying to get back into it towards the end. But even then, it was just a slightly more even game with Omid still in the lead. And this is how it ended up. Khaled dropped 30 for 20. He's had a great time there with a 1.5 KD, but the points do not reflect. And on the other side, Mythics 26-18, Vortex 25-17. Hixie's gone even. Weeman's actually gone negative, but with 2 minutes 11 in the time, it was always going to be this way.
Just dominant. Weeman's just sitting with his feet up. I mean, he's absolutely chilling.
Everybody else blame Weeman. Unbelievable.
I'm not blaming Weeman. Come on now. You know what I meant the other week. I was just getting the info. I mean,
biggest Weeman hater I've ever seen.
I hope Brody's listening as well. At least I didn't call him Weeman for like 2 years. There's always that.
Well, on that note, over to you. We've spoken at length about them. A very good start here, but I will say this. I've never seen the Falcons kind of bow out in any series, and I don't think this will be the one that they do so. I expect them to fire back with full force on the S&D.
You would expect so. I think they'll need to, though, because if they get a similar kind of result in the Search and Destroy, this game's all but over, because a very good control team in Omen EU will punish you at every single step. I mean, look, that's a 100-point difference when you're heading into the second rotation of Hills. It ended up being a 130-point win for Omen. Damage was already done. I think when you have yourself that kind of lead, we've talked about it, I mean, plenty of times, it's just so hard for the opposition to try and bring it back, because every single second of scrap time you let away, the ever closer they get to that 250-point mark. But we're going to go over towards the Karachi Search and Destroy, which is not too bad of a one for the side of Falcons. To be honest, though, they absolutely need it, because you've got a sub-base hardpoint coming up for map number 4. Invasion Control, map number 3. I feel like Falcons have a must-win map on their hands already.
Wow. Let's see if the Falcons can do what I expect they can. Just fire straight back into it. And I'll be honest with you, that felt like a very quick map as well. I don't know why. It's, you know, regular length map, but it felt very fast. Anyway, Search Destroy. It's going to be Omen EU on the attack. And I'll remind you all at home that these first rounds are always a little bit different because of no trophies.
Body. Weak. Stunned. Dead. Vortex will find him when he gets out as well. The cover is there. Hixie will find it. Perfect start for Omen.
That's exactly what I was talking about. No trophy. Stun check comes in. Player goes down. 2 versus 4.
Hixie gets out in time as well. Timing is just not working out for the side of Falcons. What can Roxas and Exner do? Exner not in too bad a position, but needs to find Vortex, who is just playing an awkward little spot. I mean, Exner might check it, but the gunfight is just not working out in his favor. Weeman is not going to challenge Roxas, but Exner will get buttered up by Vortex, so more pressure onto him. He's going to go for the rechild. Finds it. 2v2.
20 seconds to go. The Falcons have made this plausible.
Gotta be
Roxas,
fast.
he finds a kill here on the Hixie. Hixie's throwing a shoulder. Weeman will eventually get him. Exnid will have to chow, but even if he wins this now, he can't get to the bomb. Finds one. Not the second. Hixie just keeps dancing around. And Exnid. Oh, I thought he had it.
It was close. I think on the same sort of side of the coin, Chromit, they probably just got a little bit cocky there. And also don't have the trophy systems to protect themselves from utility coming back through, which would have definitely helped if you're Falcons. Irrelevant of that, though, it will be the 1 versus 1 win for Hixie, although the round was signed, sealed, and very much delivered already. One to the good of your helmet. Falcons looking to try and bring this back with an attack of their own, but would it be as successful as opener as that? I'm not 100% sure.
Well, clean enough. Falcons looking for an A commit here. Don't know if Hixie has the information he would want. Khaled, this is a wonderful position.
It's an awkward one. Oh, he's going to find Mythics as well. Now all of a sudden this route over towards A comes on through. Bomb going down. It's a clean wipe from Falcons. Weeman dead right, surely. Ends the gunfight against Khaled. But a 1 versus 4 would be something quite special.
might be a bit too difficult. There's just too many angles around this bomb site. And while he goes all the way around, with 24 seconds left to go, even if he wins this first gunfight, they are just going to play time against him. Sees Xnid, sees Roxas. Roxas will win the gunfight, and that's Falcons feeling confident again.
Kind of round you need, right? You find yourself battered in map number 1. Heading into map number 2, you get smoked off the rip there again. Finding a big round like that is important. One apiece now, you can get that confidence flowing between the team. Very, very convincing round. Roxas doing well. Find that third kill that pretty much solidified it. Couldn't quite get Wee Man, but job was already done.
What we want to see. That's the first kind of Falcons we know. Back into it. Khaled, though, has been stunned behind bomb and trying to get away, and that stun slows him down just enough that Wee Man gets the first blood. They're going for this again. Wee Man is actually sitting on there. With that smoke, he's going to have a little bit of a hard time. But no, he's not. No, he's not. He's going to be absolutely fine. What am I saying?
And Bodhi gets caught out by Vortex as well, who will just continue to put the pressure on. Should be dead to rights from Xnid, who wasn't far away. 19 HP. Good job, Xnid headshot him, but now he's left in a 1 versus 3. This will be a 1v4 if he pulls it off.
Against the B bomb site, he's going to need magical luck. He's been in 2 health. Time that comes back and he rotates back into position, he's not going to have time. I don't think he's going for it anymore. I think he's going to look for a kill somewhere.
I suppose just don't feed any more over, right? You can't do it at this stage. Just absolutely impossible. So I'm going to play in hide and seek for 13 seconds. He's going to hope a player does come out of rotation here. I mean, just nobody expecting this position. I think he probably will find himself a kill. 5 seconds to go. 1v1 against Mythics? Anybody?
Not found anything.
No, not giving it up. But I mean, it's the right play. For all that, we don't get to see anything that entertaining off the back of that one. There's nothing really you can do in that scenario. Don't feed a kill over. Do not allow those cruise missiles to be worked on, because they can be quite devastating on this map.
Well, for only you, I managed to throw another haymaker back. It really does feel like these first couple of kills just dictate the entire round, because the bombs are going down and taking your options away from the other side. Falcons again, working A.
Good shots coming in from Carla. Both these two teams succeeding with this mid-map pressure that they seem to be putting on. I mean, Mythic's going to go for the chase down. He's going to get picked apart. Overzealous from Mythics. Vortex can answer back, but they've got a 2 versus 3 in their hands and a bomb to defuse.
That's a huge shot from Wee Man.
Next kill is crucial. I think they would have known just about where a Bodhi is. Roxas now will get picked apart. Surely does. Wee Man now left in 1 versus 1, already weak. Falcons will pick it up. Really good job there from Roxas to get the shots in. It might not have been the easiest of gunfights, but 2-2 now.
Yeah, got to give credit to Bodhi here. Knew where his teammate was, knew he might be in trouble. Gets in position for a trade if he can do it. And that's exactly what he did. But yeah, the retakes on this map are actually very, very difficult a lot of the time. Things like B, you have to basically already have that flank halfway locked in to try and split the angles. On the A side, you just need some sort of control. There's a lot of angles that people can hide in, ready to pop up on bomb.
Looking like an A hit going to come out from Omit. Oh, Bodhi is in a lot of trouble here. Vortex will find X on the other side of things. Both these two teams just having a whirl of success on these attacks. There you go. There's another kill coming through. It's another 4 versus 2. Every single round has been convincing. I think the only one that wasn't, I mean, albeit this round still got plenty of time. Round number 1 with the 1 versus 1 with the bomb defused, but even then, Omit in the driving seat then, in the driving seat now. Vortex just keeping them at bay, just being annoying. Such a hard retake.
Oh, God. Worried. It is a 2 versus 4, and Roxas will find one. Khaled almost finds a second. A Bold Chow does find the second. 19 seconds to go. Gotta go for it. Gotta go for it. Roxas now makes it a 1 versus 2. It's his
time. Right play. Got to find Roxas. You do. Got to get off it. You just about get the round win. That got very, very scary. Nearly 2v4 from Falcons. They don't get the job done. Colin's a scary bloke, mate. Honestly, I swear to God. The centering off the top. After he found the first couple of shots into Vortex, the perfect jump through the window, the centering onto his forehead, and then it got very scary, but this is the shot that wins the round. Oh, Roxas had an MCW there as well. Rival 9 buffs be damned.
Wow, I tell you something, for a 2 versus 4, that should never have been that close. But that's how it ended up going. And, well, all's well that ends well. But for Omid EU, a little bit of a difficult hold, but they'll just be glad it's over.
Falcons happy to keep this close, though. As mentioned, I feel like they really do need this map. Stone check goes out, though, so they know they've got a couple of players in a bit of a difficult position. Smoke is down. Weeman will back down. And the smoke is not used to the effect or the advantage of an attacking team. Khalid is the weakest man on the planet, but those bullets through the wall not quite as crispy as Vortex would have liked. Smoke down again. More chaos ensuing. Got him. Trade going to be there for Exnid. Yes, it is. Good positioning. Vortex there for the trade immediately. 3 versus 2 in favor of Omid. Looking like the first defensive round might go their way. Oh!
The timing. COD timing at its finest. Hixie was holding the angle until a millisecond when he needed to, and now Vortex will be feeling the pressure. Pulled that out. Mythic should be able to capitalize on it. Will. Yep. Knows where Roxas is, and just goes, all right, I'll take that one as well. Thank you very much.
And there's a bit of daylight between the two teams. I think it might have been Vortex who solidifies this one. No, it was Mythics just round the corner. The fadeaway. Ridiculous from Mythics. And as mentioned, there's a little bit of breathing room now for Omid to try and stretch their legs. 4-2 up. These rounds have been closer. I mean, the first couple were very one-sided each and every way. Last 2 rounds, though, have been close. But Omid are the ones finding the clutch situations.
Oh. Just being a bit careful. See out there with the smoke, and now the trophy. A Bodhi on board, and doesn't see anybody. It's a smoke fight. Hixie hits him. There's a lot of Falcons here, though. It's going to be trouble. Exit finds Hixie. Weeman just trying to get out with his life. It's all falling apart. The Falcons have struck.
Just gets out at the wrong time, both players. See Vortex get caught, and Weeman gets dealt with by Khalid. I wonder if he was weak, but now Mythics left in a 1 versus 3 after they found the first blood. Dealt with. Falcons, big round to find. You lose the first player. And I want to say that Omid, I don't know if you're overcommitted. I think Vortex gets a little bit of bad timing on the jump up inside of red. And Weeman just backs down at the wrong time as well, but irrelevant. Falcons have to do the dirty jobs. They have to be able to find the kills. Do so. All of a sudden, it's only a 1-round deficit. Omid's still in the lead here, but Falcons within touching distance.
Just no hesitation. The Falcons never hesitate, and that's what makes them so dangerous. Some other players would worry about throwing themselves into some gunfights. The Falcons don't, and with the kind of the amount of times they actually win it, it's no surprise that they're at this point in the tournament.
Sneaky moves. So all this is going on. Hixie, he's lying in wait inside of the bus. So did he see him? Did he see him? I think he might have. Exnid is dead to rights. The bomb now down in there as well. Made that move all on his own. Roxas and Khalid still alive and kicking, but for how long?
Khalid 8 and 5, but
perfect grade.
They just had the information on him, and now Roxas left alone. No bomb, no teammates. Not even a great map position, and he's been found, and Weeman will cut him to bits. Omid EU, map point.
Being fantastic. In a really, really good position now. Just to go 2-0 up, you would very much fancy them to close this one out. Just seem as if time has gone on this season. They've started to improve. A bit of a cold start. They lose their first game. They have not looked back since.
Wow. Omen EU finish it here on their attack. Looks like they're going for a bit of a split. You can see some mid-map control. You can see Vortex going towards red. One thing that they won't have here, Omen, is control towards B.
Vortex doesn't hit the jump. Shouldn't make a difference though. Still trying. Come on, mate. There we go. Now in position is just try and cover the cuts. Put himself in a position where he can get up top just that little bit easier. Vortex is the tip of the spear here. He'll be saying to his teammates, just hold tight. I should be able to find something.
Got to be careful because it's difficult to get a trade in this position, but Roxas has been found. Now Khalid, the big gun of the Falcons. Can he be any better? And finds one. Oh, he might call the second as well. There's going to be even more players coming against Khalid, but they have enough. Omid commit with bodies in a 2 versus 3 for the map.
The bodies went out. The body has to back on down with 25 HP. Excellent has been spotted. That bomb is going down. That's a huge shell from Mythics.
And that's it. That's it. It does end with a bang, but a whisper. As the Falcons just weren't in the position to stop it, even though they committed bodies to bridge. The retake by Omid EU was enough.
Just outplayed them really again. I think there was a couple of clutch moments, of course, where Falcons did make it close, but Omid very much in control of that entire search and destroy. Win it 6-3. Find themselves up 2-0 now in the series price and firmly in the driving seat, and deservedly so. Fantastic, absolutely fantastic at map number 1. Convincing there at map number 2. Heading into an invasion control. Gotta be fancy on Omid's chances now. They are 2 to the good.
Yeah, they certainly will be favourites in this one, but the Falcons I don't count out. Not now, not ever, not for the entirety of Elite. They have been a great team. Speaking of great team, look, I mean, even the slang doesn't look like a 9-3 there, if I'm a 6-3 there. 9-6 for Weeman, 9-7 for Khalid. Bodhi not really able to get going very much with a 2 and 7, but most of the places it looks really close, Ton.
It does, but I think that's probably a nod to the rounds that Falcons won were close ones. And then at the same time, when, you know, they were finding a couple of kills towards the latter stages of rounds when, I mean, it was already kind of done. The bomb had no time. It was 1v1 as well from Hixie. Actually, there was a couple of 1v1s. So those moments just went Omid's way. All of a sudden, a 6-3 win. Like, you think about that very first round for all, it was a bit more difficult to try and find the bomb diffuser as well. But that first round could have went either way. And then it was the 1v2 from Hixie as well. All of a sudden, if they go over towards Falcons, they currently have a 5-4 lead. And we will be playing out round number 10. But that isn't how it works. Invasion Control going to be coming up next. Omid clutching up when they need to. Dominant throughout. And this is now, I know you say Falcons, they never give up. Absolutely not. But Omid have shown their class in this series so far and deservedly lead 2-0.
Wow. Is this it for the Falcons in the upper bracket? Is it an Omid too far? I don't know. They have a good time, and Omid, while they look very strong today, they haven't been flawless throughout the Elite stages, and I don't want to count the Falcons out. I really do not.
No, I don't either, but if it wasn't Invasion Control, it just feels like Omid are so steady on this map. Every single time I watch them, when their defenses, they get the ticks, they get the round number 5, they are just good at doing it. Know when to make the right decisions. Mythics, fantastic AR. You're going to have to see something special from Falcons here. We don't want to count them out at all. They are the kind of team that can produce these special moments. So can they find 3 more to try and find the series here? Find themselves 2-0 down. But another big problem for them here, though, is they've got sub-base hardpoint in map number 4 as well, which is brilliant map for Omid. Outside of, I want to say their first series, they've been fantastic on it. Rio Search and Destroy is doable, though, for Falcons, if they can get there.
Wow. This is the question. Is there a stretch for Falcons? Is there a way back into this? Is there a reverse sweep? Ton, I don't know.
I would like to say probably not, but I've been surprised before, especially when it comes down to Falcons. I just think I just don't think this is a nice matchup for them up against Omit. I think Omit kind of do counter them. Just the way that they play, their experience. They're not going to get into this firefight against you. They are very much going to play their own game. They're going to play it correctly. They're not going to get caught in this ego battle in terms of these Charles or anything like that. They're not going to feed it to you if you're Falcons. Omit are not that team. Falcons need teams to kind of be like that against them. That's why you see teams get pushed so far by Falcons, because they can get into these firefights that are difficult to get out of. Omit will not give Falcons that luxury.
Well, let's see though. Do Falcons adapt, improvise, and overcome? Have they got the opportunity to bring a reverse sweep to the board against Omit EU? I will say we probably haven't seen the flavour of Falcons that we have been seeing so far in this elite stages, just really struggling to up the tempo when they want it to. Definitely a slow start on the first hardpoint. The S&D could have gone either way a few times. The Falcons did look good in some of those rounds, but with the control and it being invasion control, we spoke about this earlier. It is the tiny differences on some of these maps that can make the big difference overall. Obviously, that one earlier didn't go the way because an attacking round was won. But for the Falcons, aggression, it's in their blood. Can they use that to get one over on Omit?
Look, I think when you look towards invasion control, it is one of those ones where you can just have one good round and it can make the difference. But of the teams that are least going to likely get caught slipping, Omit would be the top of that leaderboard. They're going to go straight for A off the ripper here as well for an attacking round. It's always the easiest the very first round as well, Pricey, because they've got no trophies. You can make the push. Hixie finds one in the middle of the map. Fantastic start from Omit.
They've got two in. Still don't have a trophy, though. That's the issue. No trophy.
They've got it. That's gone. It's gone, mate. 3 ticks. Incoming. 3 of them inside the point. This is done. That's the round. B should surely fall their way. That is flawless from Omit.
They lost one body in that push. And they're still going. Hixie looking to stick the knife in. She runs out of gun bullets and pulls out the Renetti. Still got to be careful. This wouldn't be the first time that we've seen a team do this onto A and then fail at B.
Yeah, this is the problem. I said the round was done. I might have just went a bit early with that one, but it was just such a flawless start coming in from Omit. But now they have a little bit more mid-map control. They can kind of relax. I think Falcons, Omit going to come at this one nice and steady away, trying to win this one. It's just a sucker punch straight off the rip. A little bit of DVD control now. Khaled, you need to stay alive here.
Falcons are trying to dig in and split the map everywhere. Roxas is far, far into their spawn.
Good distraction, though. Good distraction, because that's allowing the rest of the team now to find a way up the map. Weeman will find one and gets out, stays alive, if only momentarily. This is still sticky, though, for Omit. It's a little bit of a difficult situation. You haven't been able to clear them out. And honestly, Roxas does a fantastic job of staying alive. He's found 3 kills on top of that as well. Exnid over towards the other side of the map. He'll happily chow that and gets shut down. I think for Omit here, it's all about not panicking. You have a 3-life advantage. You just need to get a hold of B.
Well, here it goes again. The Falcons need to hold one more time, and Roxas to the rescue.
5 spray.
Beautiful hold by the Falcons. Every time they lose a couple of trades, they claw it back as Roxas now on a 6-3. Ton, this is feeling echoes of so many controls we've seen before where A goes early and the team digs in around B.
Bodhi surviving here as well. This is dangerous. Roxas is just not stopping. He's been alive here for so long. But the thing is now they don't have control of the tractor side. So everything can continue to stream down there very, very quickly if you're Omit, but it has to be quickly. 25 seconds to go. And still, Falcons here with some presence. Khaled had pushed around from behind, trying to lock them in. Falcons now starting to turtle up. They have the cruise missile and 15 seconds to hold on.
The Falcons with a beautiful defensive beat, not letting it go. And Roxas, when he comes back off that respawn, will be calling in that cruise missile. Oh, Exnid looking for one. Will find it. Here it comes. I'll hold this for the last second. He might even just die on the point. He will. Mythix Volix has to jump back on. They've lost numbers here.
Needs to stop the time, but he also needs to stay alive. It's such a difficult position. Vortex finds a second.
And he's off.
That's going to be the round. There's no way that Omen do that to kick off the round and don't win it.
Well, they said it's not impossible. Roxas, with a monumental effort, keeps the Falcons in it. Just 3 ticks. I think it's maybe 4 ticks, I want to say. Wow.
That's a major disappointment for Ormond, you know. Huge. You get a hold of that's. You think that's a hard job? I was convinced. I was like, oh, that's wrong. Yeah, they got it. Incredible turnaround from Falcons, and now they have an opportunity over towards the B side. They're keeping that pressure on over towards the middle of the map as well. It takes hard to find that gunfight. Bodhi now lingering. Seeing Weeman is going to have him. Yes, he is. Weeman doesn't see him. Just sneak his way down A Street. Pressure will come in. He should be dealt with, but attacking on 2 fronts here are Falcons. They are not far away from getting those 3 ticks that Omen got a hold of. There's 2 towards B. You're about to get your second or your first today. This is the disaster so far for a moment.
And this might be over.
Oh my goodness.
Carla getting it. Now we'll jump into the point. B is almost done. A is almost done. And they've committed towards B with the closest spawn, but that's going to be gone. This is over. The Falcons have won the control. Falcons.
2-0 up.
That's unbelievable. Not only the incredible defense around B last time, but playing Omen EU like a fiddle.
Just a flawless attack. Absolutely flawless. Roxas is 11-3. Incredible. The series is destined to continue. It'll be a hell of a comeback from a moment on this control. They will now... The side is, though, when you are 2-0 down in this control, if Omen find an attack here, they then have defense to send it to a round number 5. This is still doable for them. They know they just need to find an attack.
They're going for it, and straight back into the A again. That's a big nade to lock it down, and Carla's going to be weak and will fall to Weeman. And this doesn't normally happen. A is supposed to be difficult to grab.
If anyone is looking for defensive tactics over towards A on invasion control, maybe don't watch this.
Just one in
through here. There ain't no way. Yeah, they're going to clean this up. That's A gone. They need to put pressure in over towards B pretty much immediately. So Omen do exactly the same thing as what they did on that previous attacking round. Can they finish this one off?
Well, the Falcons are better at defending here.
Big kill from a body. Huge that you can get one there.
And all the Falcons want to do is shut this door.
They got them in again. They got them in again. They keep getting control of this site. They're doing so well. They're just pushing through, getting control over towards the tractor, and then running with it.
There's 2. They need to find Roxas.
He was so good at staying alive. He hasn't been able to do so this time. They're on to B, Brycey.
There'll be a flood of nades, so they have enough trophy systems. I'll find one, but staying alive. I don't know if they've got enough trophies to continue this pressure on, which is why you see them backing away. They've lost a few bodies.
Just want to keep that presence though, right? You've got plenty of time. There's no need to throw it away. Just trying to get that point up a lot quicker. You need to find the kills. And there they are, 3. Follow through. All of a sudden, it is only Roxas who was the hero of that very first round. What can he do from this position?
Well, they've got 3 of them on the point. That second tick is going to be in. Roxas is going to fall. Will the nades fall perfectly? I don't think they will. And Omen EU blitz their own attack back. This has been a crazy control so far. The back-to-back winning rounds have been very fast.
This is where things can turn now, because you think a 2-0 lead in control on invasion sounds fantastic. You lose your defensive round that you had to win the map. Now all of a sudden, you need to attack yourselves. We've seen 2 attacking rounds out of the 3 rounds that we have seen, though. Mythic's on a 4 spray. If he makes that a 6. Home at EU. If they hold on, I mean, these are all the ifs, buts, and maybes. It's not been a good defensive shot from either team, to be honest.
this looks like it might be a more traditional round. A B first capture. And then just to hold on for the long haul. Vortex is wondering where this is. He's trying to time it in his own head. Looking for one of the players just down low, and Roxas will get the kill, but will be traded out by Mythics.
This is where things get very, very dangerous now for Falcons. They have to win these next couple of gunfights, and they've already got one of them over the top. Not going to happen. Mythics get shut down, so that should be B now for Falcons.
Still making the kills. B will be locked. Roxas has made his way over here. He can find a kill. He might get that first wave for them. A Bodhi will find one towards the back.
He's waiting for the players to push up down a street. Now, the problem that he's got is that there's already one there. It's going to be Vortex, but he's just waited to just spring into life, but gets cut down. Bodhi inside, though, has found his way through towards the laundry side. Will find a kill, keeps that pressure on, and that's always something you want to do. Having some sort of presence here makes such a huge difference for these attacking teams, because look at Omen now. They have to search for him. So he's dead. Just like that. I mean, Mythics will find one. And the crucial thing was there for Mythics as he finds another. Omen haven't lost their lives in dangerous positions. They still have themselves in a good spot.
Crazy for Mythics. That three-piece was everything. XNID is out. At the moment, I don't think Oma EU know. They will eventually as the pressure comes through from Falcons anyway, so they'll start keeping an eye on that flank, but it is a little bit dangerous. Roxas is going to find Mythics.
They haven't been able to find that mid-map control here, Oma. You're in a dangerous spot.
Very dangerous. Look at them. They're turtling. Oma EU are having to get more and more compressed to hold this one off, but Hixie's going to dive for this. Trying to find him. Oh, that trophy. Dangerous.
I mean, it's just so readable, and he hasn't been able to find it. XNID now inside the point.
XNID finds the kill. Khalid's in. The Falcons. It's never over. It's never over. Mythics finds one. Khalid will find another. Nade's raining around him. 31 health as he fires everything for it, but the nade will clean him out. The Falcons have steel in their spine. They never know when to give in. And is that the last hurrah? Is that the last push? Or can they find one more?
Oh, but it was so important that they actually cleared them out there, Omit. They have an opportunity now to dig the trenches, batten down the hatches, and just hold on for 25 more seconds.
There's one. Big kill from Vortex. Slows them down. Abodi will find Wee Man, though. The Falcons are putting the pressure on. Rox is already in Vortex, who has to back off. Abodi stops the clock. It's just Abodi, though. And down he falls. And the last run of the Falcons there, it was valiant, but unfortunately not good enough.
Crucial thing for them, though, is that they did not lose any cruise missiles towards the other side. That is a big factor. Things can get dangerous when you're on these attacking rounds. And to be frank with you, I haven't got a clue who's got defense. But if I'm also honest with you, Brycey, I don't know if it actually matters. There have been 2 attacking rounds already won in this game. There have been 2 other rounds that have been very close to attacking wins as well. To be honest, would you still rather have defense? Yeah, you would. But is it going to matter as much as it usually does based on those first 4 rounds we've seen? I'm not too sure. Omit are the ones on attack.
Wow. Let's see.
Trevor, right?
They are going for it very, very aggressively. Nade's going out from both sides, and Vortex having to just throw the little bit of a wobbly aim here as he looks for Abodi. Abodi's still staying alive. Nade's flying back and forth. XNID gets one. Vortex will get one back as well on a 5 streak, but again, they're in.
They're in the point, and that's what matters. Now Vortex on the cross is going to get gunned by Abodi. And Wee Man is left all on his own. Oh, if I was Hixie, I would have run over towards B very, very quickly, but they're keeping the pressure on. Roxas has just been dominant on this map, hasn't he? 22 and 11. God knows if that's correct. It may well be, though. Been crazy for the Falcons. Vortex with a big win in the middle of the map, though. They're keeping this pressure on over towards A. Maybe just chipping away positionally over towards B. He's going to catch him. He's going to catch him. Yeah, that's massive. There you go. That should be B in a really good position now for Omit.
He's just playing his life. Worried about the grenades. He's actually going to find Roxas as well. Not going to find Abodi, and the Falcons have been dealing with the pressure that's going on towards A. They are not ready for B at all.
To be honest, they kind of have been very aggressive in their defense over towards B. As Omit will jump off, they know that aggression will come through. It felt like they were turtling over towards A for just a second, but they have diverted their attention over towards this side of the map. Trophies down. Body's inside the point. Xnid getting hunted. Should be able to find the kill. Mythics must have had him dead to rights before that. Vortex finds one in the middle of the map as well. This is all very good work for a moment. Wee Man just going to walk through the open door into A. Here we go.
Just being a bit careful. Trying to get back onto this point and somehow finds that kill. Should have never have got it. Will go down for the trade anyway. But Omid EU, this is about setting yourself up in a perfect position. They have compressed the Falcons ton, but the compression is not good enough.
Yeah, I mean, they had them compressed, but I think Mythic's dying makes a bit of a difference. But Vortex has found two on the other side of the map, and now Omid could start to make another move forward. Xnid should have one in the middle of the map here. How on earth is Wee Man alive?
Don't know, but Mythics is going to go down. Bodhi just staying alive out there, and there are feet. And Wee Man's going to know, but that's it.
Stay alive.
He's got a teammate with him. And Abodi, again and again, he's been really playing it up in this last round.
That's big. He found another one on Hixie as well. Can force them all the way back. So Omid have got all the hard work to do now. 16 versus 14 in lives, a minute remaining. Next couple of kills are huge. Abodi can find 5. He can find 6. There's the cruise as well.
And now for Omid EU, this is always going to be the difficult scenario. Get across the map. Get it out every corner. Win several wipes and dodge a cruise missile.
Step one is now into play. Wee Man's going to go for the Charlie. Will get taken down by Abodi. Mythix has found a way through and dealt with immediately. Hixie has slipped the net himself as well, but will need to stay alive for a very, very long time, and he's dead almost immediately. Cruise missile now in. Abodi wants to solidify this round.
And calling it in, it does mean that OMU will have to try and hide, and well, there's a 1-for-1 trade there, and that's actually probably good enough. 11 seconds to go. The Falcons holding the corners, digging the heels in, ready to stay alive. Vortex will find one. Abodi will keep on going. That's an 8 streak for him now. Carter will clean up, and nobody from OMU can get there, and the Falcons win the control.
A hell of an invasion, to be honest with you. Falcons find it with a defensive hold in the final round. That was ridiculously scary. 2-0 up, but we know how feeble that lead can sometimes be on invasion control. Fantastic job coming in from Falcons. And honestly, just the aggression and the ability to find those gunfights in the middle of the map really, really did pay off for them. It felt as if they were getting the better of those gunfights on attack and defense. And that's the difference maker. How many times do you see teams when they are turtling up on A, the worst position you could possibly be in? Because the problem is you lose a couple of gunfights, they're on the point immediately. But I'm going to give a huge shout out. Okay, Abodi went off towards the end there. But Roxas for that round number 1 and 8 spree to hold them at bay at B for what felt like an absolute eternity.
Yeah, that was so crazy, especially just the Falcons' defense. It just works. It's not traditional either. Like a lot of the things they were doing, you don't normally see in defense around those points. But they were just so good at eking out the trades when they needed to. And then when you've got slaying going on like we saw Abodi and Roxas, nothing Omid EU could do to overcome it.
Just so tough, isn't it? I mean, to do it. What was it? One attacking round apiece. They all found, and then the defense all on the other side. To find 2 attacking rounds for Omid would have been something quite miraculous. But look, I think they will very much rue that round number 1. You have the opportunity to make the push over towards it. You find it almost immediately. Barely even got a sniff it'd be at the rest of that round, which is crazy to think, really, considering the positioning that they had on a couple of occasions. But as mentioned, Roxas was an immovable object behind the tractor. It's just such a difficult position to try and get them off of. They tried very, very hard. They didn't manage it. So Base Hardpoint going to be coming up next. He said never rule out the Falcons. Well, here we are.
Never wrong. This team never gives up. They never give anybody an easy game. And Omid won't get it either. We're going to sub-base Hardpoint at the very least. Yes, it has typically been a good map for Omid, but the Falcons, that's going to be confidence. coursing through the veins. They're going to feel a little bit of a bump in morale from what was an incredible invasion control. Probably one of the most non-standard invasion controls I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was odd, wasn't it? It was a strange one, but it was a nice segue from what we would usually kind of have on invasion, which is defense, 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 defense. We had something a little bit different. Are we going to get something a little bit different here in the rest of the series out of Falcons, though? So Base Hardpoint coming up. Notoriously a very, very good map for Omit. Falcons, though. Never count them out. But that map number 1 was not convincing at all. This one, it's not quite as linear. And, of course, 3 and 4 on Vista. You think about that. If you get a good hold over towards one hill in particular, you can make that roll into another. Well, it's very much back and forward to opposite ends of the map consistently. Rotational kills are going to be huge. Omit EU, can you find resolve to close this one out? Or will you be subject to a map number 5 on Rio against Falcons? Tell you what I would rather do. I'd rather close in 4.
Well, let's find out if this does close in 4 or if the Falcons again take us to a map number 5. Omit are a bit favoured here, but I don't think the Falcons care.
They'd be feeling confident after that map number 3 goes their way. All of a sudden, Colin, what can you do? It's a decent enough start. It's a complete wipe coming through on the side of Team Falcons. That's some control over towards P1. P2 spawns have flipped down for the side of Omit. One player putting that pressure on is Roxas. Causes the flip to come through. A body just trying to survive. There's just no way you read this. There you go. There's another kill falling their way. Fantastic start for Falcons.
And at the moment, I mean, you haven't found a kill. Eventually, they will get onto the board here. Mythics and Vortex combining. A body getting out of there, but the 9 Sheriff point already done, and Exnid will be in the back for the spawns as a body continues his reign of terror from the control.
I mean, it's very quickly falling apart for Omit on this map. It is far from done, of course. Exnid will not need to challenge that because Khalid is the one to find the kills. Well, rotation over towards next. I'm not sure. Is this us? Is it the game?
A little bit of a judder here from our point of view. We will update you if it is in-game or if it is just us. I think we will go into Lost Connection to host. Well, we don't know what happened. We will do soon. And then we'll tell you what's happening. But at the moment, we don't know. So, there was a good break there from the Falcons. They looked pretty nice in the start of that one. Obviously, the rotation of P2 would have mattered. I just don't know who was winning it. I think I saw Vortex had spawns.
He did, but Falcons with a very nice start there. So, they will be arguing that they were in a good position. The rotation over towards it. I know you were saying Vortex spawned there. I didn't quite spot it myself, but that's a hard one to bear for a team like Falcons when that does happen. But this is just something that can happen. You are in a video game. It does happen. Unfortunately, that is just the case. We'll figure out what's going on as soon as we can. Map number 4, though, it was a fantastic start for Falcons. I mean, they were locking down the outside of the map towards ice fantastically well. Really, really good job. But we'll figure out what's going on.
We certainly will. We're going to go to a break while we work out everything that is going on. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We have got this lobby underway, and I believe it's a full reset for these teams. So we will go one back time into the mix-up, and it is going to be Falcons over to you, Ton.
I mean, if you're Falcons, you just hope you can have as good of a start as last time, and that's just not happened because Hixie is already on a 3 spree. Not a complete disaster by any stretch, but if you're Falcons, you feel a little bit aggrieved, not too sure what happened. They'll be dropped, you in a good position, but not a good enough position to have that benefit on the second time I'm asking. Now for Falcons, though, you're looking for the push through to come through over towards P2. Vortex, though, holding it down. Good start so far from Omen to you. Good time on the board. P2 rotation about to come in. Mythics needs to hold this down.
Mythics just dipping back and forth. Just trying to stay alive. At this point, they have the lead. He will have to get into the point here. He doesn't have that much cover. Only going to be Vortex kind of keeping him safe, but Vortex decides to reposition and will be alive while his teammate goes down.
Teammate should, well, they're actually spawning out here as well, so there you go. Really good spawns coming in from Falcons. Need to make a count, though. 40 seconds to go here over towards P2. You spawned at the back. P3 rotations will be there for a moment right now. You need to hold some good time here. Falcons a good spot to do so.
You just want to get through, and we'll find one, but Exney has already killed 2 of his teammates, so Hixie doesn't want to go in. Looking for him, and Roxas will just drill him down here. It's been a good hold from the Falcons since they've got into this point. Not really allowing Omaniu to get a bit mixy on it.
It's been a fantastic hold, to be honest with you, and there you go. It will be solidified. But still be spawning towards P3, though, if you are the side of Omen. But you haven't got long to set up. Falcons already here, and in the lead. Weeman will find the first kill. That's important. You know the pressure will be coming in pretty quickly. Omen in a good position. Answer back with a 60 of their own here, though. They will lose one body. Keep an eye on where the spawns are coming in. They should still be towards the back, but it's not this time. Out it is. So all of a sudden, Omen, it's not looking fantastic unless you can hold this down.
Khaled is going to find him as well, and the spawns are everywhere, and it's chaos for OMDU. They will get the back spawns in the end as Weeman falls at the same time, but they are not getting the time as Khaled just drills another one. That's a 6 spree. Continuing to be the main slayer here for the Falcons. Khaled is making things difficult.
I mean, it can be mixy over towards P3. Omen don't get the benefit of the down on the spawns. Now starting to lose some time on this hill as well. Fantastic job from Falcons. It's a very tight game, but Omen were the ones in position, which ultimately means they're not for the next hill. It can be so back and forth on this map. It's about punishing the opposition when they do have a setup, and Falcons punish them, as do the spawns. Omen do not get anything done there. They will have, well, we will have a completely tied game heading in towards P4, but look at the setup coming in from Falcons now onto the point. And just awkward little corners across the entire map. Very, very hard break here for Omen.
They are just keeping them at bay every angle they can. OMDU, well, Hixie will get that kill. They will get his teammate gone, and Hixie falls as well. This screams a full 60. OMDU aren't even close.
Falcons have just played this better so far. 25 more seconds going to go their way. If you're on it, though, you sort of say to yourself, okay, well, actually, I mean, they can find 3 down here, so 20 seconds to play for. You're absolutely going to go for it. A body can find 1, spawns in towards the back, but you get them off the point. That is the main thing. A couple of spawn outs, actually, as we're about to head over towards the next hill. Bit of a funky spawn, particularly for a body. Khaled and Co now can start to cause a little bit of chaos, but just bear in mind, Khaled now with that cruise missile will absolutely help them for this rotation if they wanted, but I'd imagine he won't use it.
I think he will. I think that's coming in as soon as they're in a good position.
It is.
Going to use that to push off the point. There it is. Khaled will now use this to take out somebody at least in the hill. They're both going to try and get in as he threads the needle, but the needle is not good enough. And it's still going to be over to you in control here. Falcons will at least try and contest for the rest of this time.
That is free time now for Omen. It seems that when both these two teams are finding a rotation, they're finding a lot of success. What he finds Vortex to try and break something open over towards the cargo side, but push up ramp should be dead right as it is. That's a good time for Omen. And as I was about to say before we were talking on the cruise missile, Omen will know that for all our Falcons have made a couple of decent holds, they can absolutely do that themselves. Not get the look of the draw over towards P3, but they've had the look of the draw here. Have now found themselves, after Team Falcons, somehow found nearly nearly 2 full 60s on 2 hills. Omit find themselves in the lead heading into the second rotation.
You can see they're just trying to play for kills here. Roxas in the middle of the map will go down first. Pixie wise and somehow will get the second with the help of Wee Man, but Abodi finds Wee Man as well. Teams now trading at the same time. Abodi going to be in a bit of trouble there with that grenade going forward as the Chow with the Renetti comes in, but Abodi just playing his life fantastically well as the Falcons continue to be an issue. I think Hixie went down one shy of a cruise missile.
And that could have been big for Omit. Look how things can quickly change. Falcons were, what, 40, 50 points in the lead? Had a cruise missile in the back pocket. Cruise missile doesn't work. You're all of a sudden 20 down. It happens so fast in Call of Duty. The Falcons have another opportunity here to try and turn this around. The spawns there for Omit are beneficial for P2. He's going to spawn towards the back this time of asking. Sometimes it's a lottery, but this time it's still Omit. Alec can find one at the Wee Man. The second kill will be absolutely massive. He can find a Hixie, takes plenty of bullets, and there's the wipe. Spawn still towards the back here for Omit, but they're going to be like fish in a barrel.
Oh, it's bad, especially with that spawn up. Falcons are going to know. Oh, we've got the close spawn. We know where they're spawning. It is a gauntlet to run. It is a significant distance. And over to you have to push this because they've got to push through this for the next spawn as well. But Abodi is watching one way. His team are watching the others. They are back to back in a defensive mode. Over to you. This is a hard nut to crack.
Hixie, well played. The rest of the team, yeah, Hixie doesn't find it, but the other player will. Yep, there you go. You got the spawn towards the back, if only momentarily. Split spawns coming through for both two teams. Spawns towards the back. You can see Vortex is on a swivel. And there you go, Falcons. Get the spawn coming in for next. Do a good job over towards P2. It's so hard to play around these spawns sometimes on sub-base. It can be so mixy. It's quite often why we don't see it as much now, because teams have struggled in time to try and figure it out. Sometimes there is just no figuring it out. Abodi will find one. Wee Man finds another. Pressure here now for a moment.
I'm going to try and put the squeeze on, and Vortex just finds a gap to get Roxas color towards the back, though. Look at that, just gunning them down. Everybody who appears, and Vortex also falls. And that is the problem when Falcons are ready. Their gunny is superb, and Omen EU, well, they may just give it a little bit of a try, but they'll be more worried about the rotation.
They'll be thinking to themselves, right, okay, if we can get them off it, yeah, fantastic. If we cannot, let's make sure we lock in this rotation over towards new. It's a full 60 potentially on the cards. With that 10 seconds or 15, so for Falcons to lock down, it means that Omit can set themselves up. You see one player in Mythics, he's probably going to go over towards top window to try and watch mid now. Yep, there he is. Call out will be, there's at least two pushing through your boxes. Wee Man will find one, will dip out. Mythics is going to be there to just try and cause a problem. If you're just setting up in awkward little places, you found 3 kills without answer. This is good time. 45 seconds remaining on this hill. If you find every single second, you will take the lead.
Roxas. Oh, trying to go for the wild chow. Vortex just holding green, just playing time, just staying alive.
Spawn to the back, spawn to the back.
Oh my goodness, 3 of them gone down. Only going to be Wee Man here, and they wanted the full 60 over to you.
Now the teams is being able to control the spawns how they want to. Haven't been deep enough. I don't know if I want to blame it on them necessarily, but here we are. Now rotation over towards new. I mean, for Omid, that was a perfect setup. One player pushes through from Falcons, and I think that might just force the spawns towards the back. It's an awkward little beast to play with. Sometimes sub-base Mythics will find one on Xnid. Now it's the rotation over towards the next. This is where Omid found so much good time on the first rotation of hills. Can they do it again? The setup's not quite as clean. I say that. 2 players do go down. The position for Omid now, but they've got players to worry about from both sides.
It's a huge kill from Abodi. It puts Omid out the hill for at least 10 seconds. They're going to commit back into it as well, but Xnid's just waiting for the kill. He just wants to trade around the point. He's still alive. They're still going to know he's here as well, but they don't want to take him on. Eventually, Hixie will thread the needle and get him. Mythic's just trying to keep the kills at bay at the same time. You were right. Good last time for Omid. Good again.
25 seconds to play for here. It will nearly be a tie game. If they can hold on to every single second, they haven't been able to do so. They have been wiped off the point. This is big time for Falcons if they can get it.
Oh, they're looking
huge
to
time.
Take everything because they have P1 control as well. This is screaming a problem for Omid. They have felt just a bit behind the Falcons every step of this hard point. But this is the time where they have to overtake. The Falcons, 13 seconds to send it to a map 5.
Excellent, just disappearing like a thief in the night. He's going to be an issue that they have to worry about, but they have to worry about 3 other players pushing from the front side. How is a Bodhi found that gunfight on a Hixie?
And it's still holding, but only just. The Falcons are moving into the point, and oh my goodness, it's a bit of a wipe. Bodhi going to be here again. Dives in for the contest, and down he goes. Omni, you cannot win it on P1.
And that's the important thing for Falcons. His Vortex deletes Khalid. I'd like to hope he was weak off a grenade, but Roxas will be able to find one. They could do with getting them off the point. As you rightly mentioned, they cannot quite win it yet. So you need to try and get them off the point either way. You cannot allow them to be that close, but you cannot allow Falcons to really get any time. If you're the side of It's a big win for Wee Man. But the rotation needs to be concentrated on now. 5 seconds remaining at all. They're going to leave it. They're going to go.
And here they go. Omni, their last chance. They dive into the point, and Wee Man will find one, but only one. The rest of them are going to fall. Roxas finds his second. And Khalid will find one more, and that should be game. There's nobody here from Omni able to do anything at this point. And we are going to a map 5 because the Falcons said so.
In typical Falcons fashion, we managed to get there. Maps 1 and 2 were convincing for Omit. Dominant, perhaps. Maps 3 and 4 have been scrappy. And that is what plays into the Falcons' hands. Some interesting spawns there throughout the entire game. I will continue to highlight it. But at the same time, credit where credit is due here for Falcons. Fantastic job from them to close that one out. Really, really well played. When they did get those rotations in, when they did get control, they just never let it slip. It was very much a rotational game. It was about the teams who were there first and could they hold it down. Falcons just did that a little bit better.
And that was the story of it. You were right. It did feel like the Falcons were better. Slaying not that far, really, either way. No. I mean, you can see Wee Man 31 and 21. If anything, you'd say maybe I think it was a slight advantage actually to Omid EU, but just not good enough in the end. Some key kills by the Falcons put them over the top. And they send it to a map 5.
I think it's a 5 kill difference in the end, so negligible, but it's a tough one for Omid. I think especially if you look around to that second P4 rotation, you're in a really good position to get a full 60 there, and the spawns came over towards the back. I would love to see the moment that it actually happened, because, well, this is it here, so I don't know if we'll get to see it play out. It was Roxas jumped onto the point, and then from there, that's when things got a little bit mixy. I don't know if he's triggered the spawns in the side of Falcons, but Omid would not have been ready for it whatsoever.
The Falcons never disappoint. They never go quietly, and they pushed us into another map 5 for them. And I don't know how it's going to go. Omid looked great in the beginning, but the Falcons are squeezed out the last 2 maps.
Squeezed indeed. I mean, it's 1 round in a wild invasion control and 16 points in map number 4. Very contrasting to what we've seen in maps 1 and 2 from Omid, which was comfortable, to say the least. Now we're heading to a Rio Search and Destroy. Both teams very solid at this map. I think if I would be to call out anything in terms of what I think will win it, I think it's about fluidity on these defenses to make sure you're able to focus on the right thing. Teams are gonna attack overly towards B, as we often do see, but you still have to be respectful of how things are going to go down. I think the bridge side is going to be really important. Mythics or Wee Man down that side. Up against the resurgence coming in from Roxas, Abodi, everybody really is pulling their weight on this Falcons side. Map number 5, though. How the hell have we ended up here after those first 2 maps?
Falcons fortitude. That's all it really is. Never let go in the control. Managed to get it done in the end, and then just kept finding big kills and big rotations on Hardpoint sub-base. Whenever they held, they really dug in. And hey, I mean, that's what they're known for. We've said this the entire Elite. I'd never expect a game with the Falcons to end in 3.
I mean, after the first initial break that came through from Omid, in the invasion. I did. I did expect the 3-0. But things have turned around very, very quickly. We should hopefully be jumping into map number 5 momentarily. We hopefully are nearly there. Rio Search and Destroy is what we'll be going over towards, though. But I mean, if you look at the contrast between map number 1 and map number 4, could it have been any different? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I think, for me, this is where Omit really get tested. The Falcons are going to be feeling very confident. They're going to take some incredible chows here. It's about Omit whether or not they can work this map better than the Falcons, because I don't think the Falcons are going to be afraid of any gunfight or getting mixy in mid, really, on Rio.
No, of course not. I mean, that team, that kind of... I mean, they revel in that chaos. They want it to be that kind of game. And that kind of game, is that what we're going to get? Or Omit going to control it again like they did in map number 2? Are they going to control it like they did in map number 1? Or will Falcons find themselves in a grand final in Challengers Elite once again?
Well, let's see. This one for the grand final. Omit EU and Falcons just need to win 6 rounds to book their ticket to at least the top 2 and a minimum of $16,000. Very expensive game of Search and Destroy.
Yeah, not quite those $1 channels that all these guys would have started on. Big pressure coming in over towards B. This one's always a little bit awkward. No trophy systems available on either side. Look at this immediate flank, though. I mean, if this isn't just a hallmark of Falcons and saying, don't care what round it is, don't care who you are, we are flanking and getting destroyed. My goodness, Mythics.
Oh, Bodhi, that's a great stun check.
Does he know there's another one there?
Chow.
I mean, it's already tough. I think I would have loved to see him stay alive. Waiting for Xnid. Oh, he isn't taken down by Mythics. Do you know that? Roxas is here as well, though. 2 players on the flank. Xnid should be dead to rights. Vortex will challenge. Roxas, they know where he is. 1 versus 2.
Just off the bomb, though. Roxas almost died there as he was checking behind him, but 22 seconds ago. Wee man still hasn't played. Roxas can do this. One.
He's done it. He's done it. He's done it. Oh, my goodness me, Roxas.
How have we got to this point? How did that round end like that? Omit had every advantage. And Roxas has put them in a blender.
It's just the route that he plays. And Omit takes so long to get the bomb down. And Roxas, I think he finds a technical 1v3. That's incredible. How on earth has he done that? Just as far as this series goes, you're on the verge of being reverse swept. That is as bad as it could have went for Omit.
Well, Omit feel the pressure here because it felt like they should have had first round Omit, but the Falcons have ripped it away from them.
I mean, I was very much writing the obituary for Falcons in that round. It felt like it was very done. Roxas on a 3 spree. We'll have to back on down out of that. Maybe not overzealous with a challenge. Oh, he's on that 3 spree himself. Wants to stay alive. It's a 4v4 retake needed from Omit. The escalators, you're going to go, but look at Falcons. They put a lot of investment on the presumption of a flank. It's through the front door here for Omit.
He finds Khalid, but a 3v3 on this bomb site is not easy to kind of get down. But Vortex looking for it now. A 1 versus 3. And Vortex tucks himself in, but has already gone down. The bomb is being defused. Roxas will try to be the hero again, but not this time. Omit EU with a wonderful retake ton.
And I think Falcons, just a slight misstep. You presume somebody's flanking, which is not a bad thing to presume when it does come to that big bomb site. But it's just brute force from Omit. Up the escalators onto the site, and let's have it. Vortex is the only one who takes a particularly different route. And he heads over towards the bridge side. Finds one there. Shuts the round down. One apiece. Two very, very different rounds. Two rounds that Omit would have expected to win, but they only have one.
Omit making the commitment towards B again. I think maybe the issue they had before was getting that bomb down. Hicksy will not want to repeat that, and if he feels confident, he will go for this now. Oh, there's so many bodies here. Abodi is making a play. They don't have the cover, and somehow he finds 3. Abodi! The Falcons are furious, and Wee Man now left alone. They're going to hit him from every angle. What on earth?
Insane from Abodi. He sometimes is the bridesmaid, not the bride, when we do talk about this roster. But that is clinical and solid. Solidifies the deal. I don't want to poke fun at the Denmark flag, because I know it's a dig at England fans for tomorrow, but besides the point, I still wish you well in the rest of the game.
Well, that aside, Abodi, that was beautiful. And now he will have the bomb and his chance to get it down. Last time around, Omid EU did not really commit to fighting out mid. But the retake was good enough.
Love that from Exnid. Grenade over the top, pre-firing where it's going to land. You catch a bullet or two. And all of a sudden, you have a very, very dead Mythics. Anyway, bomb is going to go down over towards B. It's going to be the same story here for Omid. Exnid finds Mythics. Next kill is important. Abodi finds Vortex. You can find absolutely nothing if you're Omid. 1 kill is all they get. Falcons 3-1 to the good.
And the Falcons are taking command of this search and destroy. And could be putting the defending champions into the lower bracket.
Reverse sweep is underway here. It's firmly underway. Attacking round now for the side of Omid. What can they possibly do? It's a big hit from Falcons over towards the B side. A lot of map presence here. Go forward. Pressure. Mythics deals with a Bodhi. Should be taken down and is. Khaled will find the trade. 3 versus 3. Omid have a decent amount of control over this B site. Dotting their I's, crossing their T's. And they're lingering just a little bit too long. Vortex might be dead here. Gets out.
He really does not want to put this bomb down without being super confident that they actually have control this time.
Going to be scared here, though, because there's a few different angles that they can push from. Everybody over towards the bridge side. Roxas is finding no information in that sense. We'll see 1. We'll not expect 3.
Well, where the Falcons push? There'll be a nade going through. Khaled is checking in the corner, and Wee Man should be dead. Right, somehow gets away. Huge from him in the end. They go for a reach out, and Khaled will pay the price. Hicksy decides to bait and switch. Roxas will get Vortex down to a 2 versus 2. Hicksy continuing to be a problem. He's probably just really fed up with the fact he's been killed off bombs so many times. And Exid now finding the last. Wee Man just playing his life. And that's the round 1, even with Wee Man going down.
Yeah, like really smart for a moment, to be honest with you. They set up themselves over towards the bridge side, keep having a peek. And I don't think Falcons see any more than 1 at a time over there. Did they get the information that it was different players? I'm not 100% sure based on how the round played out. Omid stacked themselves over there. Find the kills. Find the round. That's an important one. I say it a lot, but 4-1 is very different to 3-2.
Here we go. The Falcons have had a great time normally pushing B. This time around, though, Omid kind of commit to it. They're being a bit more aggressive in the defense.
What's the play here? The Falcons push over towards B. They're playing a little bit more haphazardly here, though. Brycey, aggression has been working out in their favor. Omid just setting themselves up. Vortex in this area is going to spot 1. know exactly what's going on here now, and the rest of Omit may well start kicking into gear. Hasn't really been a flank at all from Omit. It might pay off for them because Falcons will surely expect it at some stage. All Falcons might just go to air.
This game is just feeling really, really tense. Omid have committed towards it. They know where the pressure's coming as well. Roxas is going to fall first. Bodhi trying to get through. They know he's going to be weak, and there are players all around him, but somehow they still get some trades going down. Cullen has to pull out the Renetti. And now a 2 versus 1. Exnid can do this. That bomb has already been defused. He's going to check it, and he will check it in time, but it's going to be enough. Exnid finds a kill, is weak, gets the second, and the Falcons clutch up again.
My goodness me, Exnid. I mean, just the timing. So he's watching the mid-map to potentially watch for a flank. So whilst the jump on the bomb, they're going to be looking for quite a long time. They just won't be expecting the normal route. Comes in, finds the kill, dips out, and then it's all about him winning the next gunfight. He's going to be favourite to do so with the position that he has. It's a 5 spree on top of that for Exnid. Phenomenal. 4-2 to Falcons now. It was a really good heads-up play to head over towards A so quickly. Omit, no answer. Push over towards B once again here for Omit, but a little bit more presence over towards this bridge now. Bodhi is here, ready and waiting. Shots are going to fire through pretty much immediately. They're going to go for the child. The player who was on the bomb did jump off momentarily. Hixie very, very weak. They may get out of there, but a lot of utility use from Falcons, but not very much, and they might just do a carbon copy of what happened in the previous attacking round. It's a push over towards A.
There we go. They're going for it as well. Bodhi throwing the grenade down as well. Bodhi's not going to get through, though. Vortex will find him. Stack here from the Falcons as Exnid guns down Vortex. 3 versus 3. 2 versus 3.
This is huge for Omit to hold down. And you can see Falcons now waiting on that player who can start to make a move to the flank. Rox is going to be the difference maker. Weeman's going to be dead to rights. The player on the flank is surely going to find Weeman, who somehow continues to stay alive. Weeman staying alive a little bit longer, but he's the only one left. It's another perfect break. Falcons 1 round away from a grand final and a cruise missile in the back pocket.
Unbelievable. The Falcons, every time, it doesn't matter. They find the kills. Even after the first bloods, Omeriyu can do nothing. And now we are knocking on the door of Falcons to the grand finals.
Well, here we are. Somehow, some way, Falcons are 1 round away from the reverse sweep against Omit. They've been a hugely tough nut to crack, the Falcons side. But have they finally ascended into a position to be the best team in Europe? Exit with the cruise missile. Don't know if he's just playing patient or what. I don't think he's there. No, he's there. Here we go.
He's okay.
The safest house is back there, I suppose.
And that's probably what they're going to be relying on. Exnid will look to end this S&D with a push of a button.
Oh, if Hixie finds one here.
Hixie somehow makes the kill.
That's bomb down. So immediately, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that at all. Weeman can even the odds. 2v2, 2v1.
Khalid, let alone the 1 versus 2. Oh, just bad timing for Khalid. Omeriyu will get that round, but it felt anything but clean as Vortex took out Hixie.
Oh, tense moments. Very, very tense moments. Never had the opportunity to use the cruise missile that time. Do not be left wanting to use it at the wrong moment. Pricey, I don't want to curse them, but I feel like I've been in moments where Falcons have had cruise missiles to work with on Rio specifically and have fumbled the bag considerably. Surely not again.
Well, let's see. Again, they go for the plant here. Hixie's terrified because every time he seems to plant, it seems to go wrong. One will be down this time, though. Khalid on the flank. This will be a guaranteed kill onto Weeman.
He's waited
Although
too
he's
long.
hesitated and didn't find it.
He's waited too long, but he is going to find another. They all just start to collapse on him, though. College just surviving as long as possible is absolutely massive, but Mythics can find him 3 versus 2.
He's waiting for the chow, and Wee Man will get it. A 1 versus 3. Roxas.
Don't want to give this to Mythics. They don't. They find the kill onto him. Hixie is there. If Mythics finds that, he's on a 5 spree. All of a sudden, he's 1 round off of having his own cruise missile. And the game is completely flipped. Unfortunate for Mythics, he did put some bullets in, but Hixie was there. Not quite quick enough, though. 5-4. You know where we're going, right?
I don't know. I'm scared. The team's taking this as far as they can. Falcons don't want a round 11. They want to end it. They have the attack.
You can see Xnid. He's not playing with that fluidity because he knows he has the insurance policy in his back pocket.
They're gonna
He's
call
calling it. He's calling it. That's going to open up something. And that something is going to be over towards A. Weeman is going to linger as long as he can. I don't know if this finds much. No, it won't find anything, but it will give the map presence over towards Falcons. Roxas watching it. The spot him over towards boxes. It's going to have to be a full retake of A for Omid to stay in this winners bracket final.
Oh, we're looking ahead, but look at this. 3, there's 1 way. Just a player watching the flank. A Bodie going to go down. That's already got a 2.
No way.
A 2 versus 4. It kind of gets 2 and gets out. That is unbelievable as Xnid gets another. And Omit's retake has fallen by the wayside. The Falcons will go to the grand final. How on earth did that happen? Khalid with the magic.
The nade and the pistol to get the job done. We don't really get to see it. Xnid was going to pick up 1 anyway by the looks of things. And Weeman has to chal. And Weeman can do absolutely nothing about the reverse sweep that's just hit them on the forehead. Falcons get the job done in 5. And we will see them in the grand final tomorrow. Crazy, crazy game.
Unbelievable. The reverse sweep by the Falcons. It is an upset here in the Challengers Elite in Europe. They are going guaranteed top 2, which means Omid will be waiting in that next round. They're certainly going to be a bit stressed out about that. Hixie, 10 and 7. I will say, Omid did struggle at points to not only kind of watch the person on bomb. I think is probably their biggest issue. Hixie kept dying in those first couple of rounds just because they weren't able to kind of control it.
Yeah, it was difficult. I think there was a couple of different moments where Falcons just found the right timings. And Omid, I don't know, it's a scrappy search and destroy map, and it just suits Falcons, right? I mean, Omid are very, very good at it, but this from a Bodhi was a big moment. And for all that, the cruise missile doesn't find anything towards the end from Khalid, I believe. It does the job, though, right? Puts you in a position to do something. It was actually Xnid, and Xnid with a 1v2 in this sort of scenario. A couple of different clutches. Actually, if you recall, Roxas found a 1 versus 2. Xnid found a 1 versus 2. The 1 versus 2 that gave him the cruise missile as well. Just a couple of moments here and there that did not go Omid's way. But it's the same can be said about the other search and destroy. It's all ifs, buts, and maybes, right? Like, you talk about these situational players. Omid made them in map number 2. They didn't make them in map 3, map 4, map 5. And will send themselves down in the losers bracket. Falcons with the reverse sweep against our 2 times champions, Brycey. Sets us up for a lovely day tomorrow, but we're not done yet here.
It certainly does. Of course, they'll be looking for the winner of Exceptional and Gut Train X War. That'll be our game coming up soon. But yeah, the Falcons, they've done the business. You never count them out, Ton. Over and over again. How many times I have to teach you this lesson? The Falcons always fight.
You say don't count them out. They were 2-0 down. We're getting smoked off A in the invasion control. And from that point, they went on to win the series. Very, very typical of the Falcons.
Fantastic work. Incredible. A deserved top 2 in the end. They've managed to beat everybody put in front of them. And who knows? Will they be the champions of this final Elite Series? Only tomorrow will tell us. But speaking of that, of course, today isn't over. We still have one more game to go. It's Clutch Rain X War versus Exceptional, Ton.
Yeah, it should be an absolute banger. Very much look. Just a second.
Oh, hold on. I don't. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. My name is Bryce and we are ready for our last game of the day, but certainly not the least, Tom.
No, absolutely not. It should be an absolute banger. It's been a while waiting for these teams to get this one up and running. Exceptional against Karachi Hardpoint. It should be an absolutely incredible game. I'm still reeling after that map number 5. The fact that Falcons brought that back for the reverse sweep. But this is who's going to meet Omit in the losers bracket. But let's remind ourselves of how we got to there with a quick look at the bracket of how things went down. Falcons into the grand final. Don't get an advantage, of course, in that championship game, as far as I can remember. Anyway, I might have just said something that's completely untrue, but it's a best of 7 or 11 of that. Elimination final. Omit are waiting for the winner of this game that we have coming up.
And if you watch closely and pay attention to the bracket, you'll see that Falcons have actually beaten everybody remaining in their run. They have sent all 3 teams in the elimination there themselves. So who's better on the day? Clutch Rain and Exceptional is our game up next, and technically Exceptional lost the worst of the Falcons, 3-1.
Yes, they did. I don't think they'd be worried about that right now, though, as a Rio Hardpoint is what we're going to be jumping into pretty much immediately. Highrise Search and Destroy, Highrise Control, 6-star, 6-star. Finish things off. Both these two teams not bothered about playing 6-star against each other. Clutch Rain War did actually ban it out in the previous series, so that must have been targeted. Not too bothered about Exceptional on it. So we'll see how things go down there. 0-0 to start things off. Very interested to see how this one goes, Brycey. Should be a banger to finish out the night.
Well, let's have a look. Who wants this more? Because the loser goes out. The winner will add a decent amount of change to their pockets, about $6,000 extra. And of course, they get a chance to do it again. But both teams obviously just going to continue to go for this one. Last time when we saw Clutch Rain X War, they were looking phenomenal. Exception managed to eke out a win earlier against Notorious.
Yeah, I think if you are Clutch Rain War, you're coming into this with a lot of confidence, a lot of fire, and a good start as well. P1 hold is looking good. Another 15 seconds or so, and Lucifer, I mean, Harry is just reading this absolutely perfectly. And will he push it for the 4th? Absolutely, he will. He might get a 5th here as well. There's another player just alongside of him, just starting to survive. I mean, he should be dead to rights and is. The spawns are still going to be there for the P2 rotation. That's coming in pretty much immediately. Where he's going to need a bit of a hand here. F-Dot just peels him off the police car. And all of a sudden, a lot of presence here for Exceptional, but a 40-point lead or so for Clutch Rain.
F-Dot just staying alive, just going through the motions here, and should be in a great position with that as well. Almost finds Denza. Henry going to look for it, and just gets the wrong timing, and it will be Clutch Rain X War that hold on. And Vance looking to try and get even more kills on the board. Very confident too.
You can keep them at bay, or even just flip them out at the right time. 30 seconds to go here. Yeah, they're going to get the eyes on of where they're coming from now. Cobra snapping onto 1. Cobra inevitably not going to snap onto 2. F-Dot, Rafi can do very, very well. Both very, very weak. Denza, everybody from Exceptional's got to be weak. Rotation is going to be here very, very shortly. Oh, that is just absolutely terrible timing for Bans, who is already watching for the flank to come through for the next hill, which is incoming. Not too bad for Clutch Rain War, though. I think all things considered, Exceptional will get themselves around 20 points on that hill. Not like 15 or so, but irrelevant of that. They did have rotation. They would have liked more, but they do have the rotation over towards next, where you can pick up a shed load of time.
This is where they're trying to dig in, and Denza just flying about. Unfortunately, not equal to it. Cobra, who has been probably the main man for Clutch Rain X War here, will be holding the doors. Trophy system already doing its work. As Nate flies back and forth from this point. Denza goes for a chow, trying to catch somebody off timing, but Bance hits him with the flank.
Perfect.
And Exceptional do not really get it, but Henry finds 2, almost makes that push work.
The only reason they won't get a full 60 is because 2 of them jumped off to try and cut off some more of the angles. They will nearly, albeit, be a full 60 on this one, but I am counting absolutely nothing in this series. Irrelevant of what happens in this map. It's looking pretty good for Clutch Rain War right now. But based on that last series, I ain't saying a goddamn thing about predicting how the rest of it's going to go based off of map number 1 Hardpoint. Over towards the 4th we go, towards the garage. Exceptional have somehow been cut out of this, and I'm not actually even sure how they managed to let this happen, because all of a sudden, Pac will find a return onto Harry. But the rotation's looking pretty good. A bit of a pinch set up here. Can they find anything for Pac? You absolutely cannot. Can the trade come through here from F-Dot? Can he find 2? Absolutely not. Holding it down as Cobra can find one, can find two. Here come the reinforcements. Will he need them? Absolutely. The break not going to happen. Butchering more. 40 seconds on offer here. A very good hold so far.
Comes the push though, exceptional. About to go over the top with bodies. Pack already finds Denza. They know they have a little bit of an advantage as Pack finds his second one. Banter's going to be back onto the point, but should go down pretty quickly. Too many bodies against him. Finds one, but you can't shoot more than one direction.
And that comes in just because of a good push from the front too. And the flank that comes through on top of it as well. You can see that Coachrain wall on a swivel to come out and help over towards the fourth hill and get caught out on the flank. Really good break coming through from Exceptional. We're going to have to do that a few more times. You found yourself now all of a sudden about 70 points behind. Rotation in over towards the bridge hill was momentary as for F. Will find two. So all of a sudden Exceptional could potentially have a break here, though. It is difficult to find time. Of all the rotations you want to win, this is the one lowest on the list.
Well, that still pays points the same. That's what they're doing. A lot of nades raining through, and that's going to be it. Every single member using tacticals and grenades to overwhelm the trophies, but it only gets one, and it's still a big hold at the moment from Exceptional. They've got a good share of points here. Rafi desperately looking for the player, and he's fast on that Renetti. There's a 6. There's the cruise. A 7 is not to be, as Bance will find it. But Exceptional just doing the work they needed to do.
Yeah, that is a really good hold, to be honest with you, especially over towards this hill. You don't expect that kind of return towards the bridge. And all of a sudden, can you stop what happened to P1 happening again? I think what was a 40-point lead heading to P2. You lost rotation to P2. So this is where Clutcher and Moore really did a lot of their damage on that first rotation of hills. But this time around, you got a big missile in the back pocket.
Henry knows there's a player going to be here. Going for the chow, and just somehow
way.
doesn't win that gunfight. And it means that realistically, Clutcher and X-War should be back onto this point. And Rafi, great timing, great positioning, great gunfights. Nobody able to feel confident in any position that they're at the moment.
It's very scrappy. Denza can find two, but in the end, it's just that final trade going down towards Exceptional. The difference can be made in these kind of moments. Everybody's starting to filter through. Everybody up the escalators in opposite directions. Pack can find the first, and that usually indicates who's going to end up winning the fight. Vance and Co. happy to just contest this here. They're on the right side of things in terms of the spawns that are going to be coming in, but the wrong side of the control on P1. Exceptional have closed that gap. It was about 70 points. It's down to about 40 by the time we get over towards P2.
Good positioning though. They're going to try and make this a bit mixy. Rafi finds one. Not the second, but the shooting is good. Pack will be here to continue this contest. Vance will take him down, but Exceptional still hitting the feet as they try to break through. And F. alone will find one regardless. But it will be Clutch Rain X-War with the closest spawns that come out on top.
Trying to force these spawns back as well. Rafi's going to invest this. You can see Denza already pushing towards it. Going to get into the point. We'll find Harry. It will battle them back just a little bit. But invested to stop the opposition getting too many points rather than actually finding a break. It's not looking like it is going to be a break unless Henry can do something about it on the flank. Not going to happen. Cobra to find one. Rafi's done well to find another. But they're all dealt with. And okay, you invested the cruise missile. You kept them off it for a little while, but you don't really gain that much.
I still think it was more than worthwhile. They did so much damage to the potential points of them. Never got the full break, but having it neutral is almost as good. And now with the rotation in that they've held from that position, they can get this back upon almost even.
Which way is the break going to come through? Oh, Ambient. Forever how much I disagree with you about the play on the previous hill. You undo it all there, right? You would then have the opportunity to early rotate and you all get wiped off the map. Fantastic work coming in from Clutch Rain. Cobra now on a 4 spree. Harry on a 3 spree. Cobra makes it a 4. And the 5th is there as well. Can he get the 6th to solidify his own cruise missile? Good hold so far. They're just holding it down. Cobra finds his 6th. Henry will eventually trade that, but the damage is done. The lead is around 90. And Clutch Rain War are running away with this map number 1.
Certainly having a very good time here, and the problem is that Exceptional are going to start feeling the heat because it means they still have to push old hills now and try to get the rotation. It spreads them very thin across the map, and Clutterine X War will take advantage of it. Den's are actually going to go down here. Advantage to Exceptional on the rotation if they can push it.
Kills are there. And they found some decent time on towards this hill last time. On the previous rotation. But bridge is really where they got a lot done. But now they have a cruise missile to worry about themselves. Going to push in. You got players in garage who are not going to be able with the gunfights. But we're able to find one at F dot. So again, you do find something with it. But not a great deal. Exceptional going to continue to hold here and lost very, very little.
Didn't know where this player is going to be, but the trophy system takes him out. And trophies, the greatest warrior on this map so far, as they deny everything to everybody.
Oh my god.
An Exceptional do end up holding this one down. You can already see Clutterine X War. They are splitting the map. They are trying to get these cuts and the spawns. F-Dot looking towards the back, and just not enough for Cobra. And it will be Clutterine X War on the point.
And this is the last time where Exceptional found a lot of success. Found themselves about 30 or 40 points uncontested. They're going to be the second ones here. Cobra holding from up top, and he's just so dangerous in this position. Will cut them down as they all start to make the push. There's two. Another one coming through for Harry, and that is going to be more time uncontested on the board. Close spawns here from Exceptional, but not close enough. Another 10, 15 seconds free before they'll be able to even get a touch.
There's a couple. Pants coming to reinforce. Not going to find a second one, though. Just gets a bit duped. Denza just wants to make a kill here. That's all he's really going to be looking for. Finds one as well, just to keep it mixy. The Clutterine X War, they know they are now in the commanding position. They are 100 points clear. They can just trade this rest of this out and grab time wherever it presents itself.
It's just very, very hard to bring that back, to be honest with you. On Rio especially. Can be scrappy towards scrap time. So what scrap time can Clutterine War try and solidify this game? F-Dot will be able to bring one back, Henry. A nud there. They're inside the point though, and these next couple of gunfights are massively important. You need to stay alive here for Exceptional. You need to keep that presence because Clutterine War are just chipping away.
That's all they've got to do. They can just take points wherever they are. A couple here, a couple there. For Exceptional, it's almost perfect for the rest of the time. I think Clutterine X War are looking to maybe swing on this late.
Looking that way, but they can't win it here at P1 now. So maybe they're just happy to pick up 5 or 6 seconds, which is what's going to potentially be on offer by the time they get there, and they are going to get there. It's going to be about 11 or 12, actually. The problem is, for Exceptional now, you know you need to commit to this rotation. You can't commit to this scrap time. You're going to be 10 seconds away by the time we pop over towards P2. Your teammates are spawning in absolute no man's land. But your teammates can find the kills inside the point, so all of a sudden, all is not lost. Exceptional do have some presence here. Close spawns coming in for Clutterine War. They only need 9 seconds.
Dude, but that 9 seconds feels quite a way away. Exceptional. Very dominant position on this hill. They are watching every choke point. Clutterine War, this is the benefit of them being so far ahead. They can take their time. They need 9 seconds over the next, 2 hills.
Cobra on 2.
Right behind him, and Denzel will find it. They will jump onto the point. And for Exceptional, it's a long way, but maybe they get a little bit closer. F-Dot with a huge 2. Will that be enough to shut them down? They cannot get on it with a clean anyway. 5 seconds. An Exceptional are doing everything they can. They've held them.
Rotate. Gotta rotate. They went for the old little bit of scrap time, and they have held it down. The problem was there for Clutterine War was they didn't have any trophy systems to lock it down. Now, all of a sudden, these gunfights in the middle of the map are being won by Clutterine Team War. Kills across the board for both these two teams are ridiculous. Denza Cobra can find some though, and this could be the end.
It's the numbers. Where's the spawn? The spawn is out for Exceptional, and that's going to be enough. They have finally made it. They have finally done it. Exceptional tried to right the ship. They tried to rewrite history. It will not work onto that one, even with that what can only be described as a glorious fight on P2. They eventually lose it on P3.
A little bit scary for Clutterine War, but only just a little bit. Very dominant throughout the majority of the map. It was a 100-point lead, and you can rest on your laurels when it does kind of get to that stage, and that's ultimately how comebacks do happen on Hardpoint. But you're in a good position where you don't need to necessarily overcommit to anything. You don't need to do anything too spectacular. 10 points. It's not hard to find. Brycey, we could find 2 mates, and I reckon we get 5 to 10 points against one of these teams. I think we can get something.
No, I've played against pros recently. No, it doesn't work.
Not even 5 to 10?
No. No, they destroy you. Absolutely annihilate you, unfortunately, and I'm certainly not as practiced as I once was, so a difficult one. But for Clutch Rain X War, while it did look scary for a bit of time, I think it's probably just the fact that they changed the way they play. I said they took their time, they went for map splits, they were pretty confident, and that's all they had to do. But that kind of play style, while it gives you the flexibility, sometimes you can be too flexible and bend right out the way.
I think the important thing as well, though, was how well they played the rest of the map for Clutch Rain War, and that's what puts you in such a good lead. I mean, I want to say it was like 3 to 4 was really where they did a lot of their damage. Cruise missiles, both used kind of in an okay way for both teams, but looking towards it, really good performance coming in from Clutch Rain War. Huge game coming in from Harry. Positive 8 on the entirety of it, and very much an outslayer there. I think it was what? Oh no, it wasn't actually that much. It was about 7 or 8, but that's not too bad. Either way, you take it.
Yeah, it's good enough, right? To get that map done.
Really.
And as we move forward into this one, wow, I mean, that's kind of a crazy graph.
It's comfy, right?
Yeah.
Very comfy.
Always had that lead. It's only the narrowing towards the end where you start to get a bit panicky, but too much of a gap to begin with. And yeah, look, that P3, it really just made the gap, and then that was it, to be honest with you. It narrowed a bit once in the middle as we went back to P1, but the rotations were the rotations, and people got really good time on it. For exceptional, maybe always just a bit behind on this hard point, but towards the end, they were looking pretty good.
Yeah, look, they started to bring it back, but again, it's that kind of double-edged sword, isn't it? In the sense of what Clutch Rain War were doing. Like, they were in a good position. They know they needed it. I mean, you can look from P1 to P3. They only pick up 10 points, but because they've found themselves in such a big lead, they can do that. They know they're in the position to do that. Really, really nice job from Clutch Rain War. It allowed exceptional maybe a peek into a big comeback, but it did not happen. Map number 2 is going to be very, very different, though. We're going to be heading over towards Highrise. I believe it's Highrise Control as well. There we go. Almost as if production are listening to me. 6-star Hardpoint will be coming up with map number 4 if we need it, as will map number 5 be on 6-star for search and destroy again if we need it. I don't know, because Clutch Rain War played really, really well in their series beforehand. It was a dominant 3-0 win. But a double Highrise coming up. What
I think
for
me
locker?
that I don't, and this is maybe just, I'll put a positive spin on this one. It is the most competitive Elite Series we have had in Europe this year. Every step of the way. The groups was outrageous. The brackets have thrown in upsets, and no game is as one-sided as we would have called previously. We've spoken at length about in Elite Season 1 and 2, War, which is now Clutch Rain X War, and Omit were the dominant teams, with Omit being the dominant one out of the two of those. That has not been the case this season. Neither of these teams finished top of their group. In fact, the one team who did finish flawless in their group went out double first rounded, right? The Falcons are now in the grand final, something they haven't done before. Only one of Omit and Clutch Rain War will make it, even if Clutch Rain War win this. I don't think it is too far to say that I am expecting pretty much game 5 for the rest of the tournament.
It wouldn't surprise me. Honestly, all these teams are evenly matched. And we've finally had Omit to be shown in a playoff side of things that they are human. They haven't lost a game since probably January in a playoff segment when it has come down to Europe. So now they've been sent down to the losers bracket. They will, of course, be a very, very difficult one to deal with. Falcons as well. I think the thing is, any team going to the grand finals, and any team still remaining, looks at every single game as winnable.
Well, see, and Bans almost takes down Rafi, but
dead.
I think he is going to die. Yep, down he goes.
One of those moments.
The needle.
Yeah, it's one of those moments for Bans where You would love them to pick his shots, but hindsight is indeed a wonderful thing. Oh, Cobra. Hard gunfight to win. I have the high ground and all that. Yeah, Rafi's going to be able to find one. Oh, but the snapper here from Lucifer. My goodness me. All 3 in a row. That's absurd from Harry.
One by one finds the first. Pax doesn't get to pull it on. And Rafi chows with a... Is that a Renetti? It doesn't matter. Doesn't get a kill. Wild.
Oh, that is just... You want to 0 down. Tell me how you don't want to lose the first round in the search. I probably don't want to get 1v3'd. Just like that. That was insane. We only had one of them weak from the previous gunfight. Had the call out, 2 in blue. Kill 1 on the site. Knows exactly where they're challenging him from. Good heads up play, but frankly, quite a simple 1 versus 3 in the end.
Now the positioning. Clutch right next wall. He's playing it patient, but Harry's going to come off worse in this engagement, and he knows there are bodies everywhere. Going to stay alive, though.
I think it's important that he does so. If they can find this round, he gets another kill or 2. 2-0 up. Nearly got a cruise. That's got to be the objective in his mind right now. Henry now having a little peek as well. Denzel will be the first to fall. Harry's not there to trade. F. Dot should be there to trade that back. Yes, he is. Lucifer or Harry will fall. An exceptional. Looking like they're going to get a convincing round here. They were in a 3 versus 1 in the previous round, by the way. Just want to let you know. Not again. Not again. No, 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 no. Surely not.
No real time, unfortunately. He would also have to completely destroy F. Dot off this heady, and he does.
Excuse me.
11 seconds, but no bomb.
He's going over the top. He's going over the top.
Oh, he's looking for Rafi.
He's not expecting it.
Yeah, has no idea. Checks the corners. They just don't have the information. And a 1v4 for the ages will pass us by.
I wonder if the communication was there, because Rafi did find a kill over towards B early in the round. He very well could have repositioned, though. So I think you take a small silver lining out of that one, is that answers himself on a 3 spray now. So what can he do with that?
Here's Vance again. Just closing the door behind you. And it's cost nothing, and Rafi will take down Cobra. Vance has hit the flank here, but will it be in time? Oh, the gunfight! 3 versus 3. Denza looking for players on bomb. There's a player up propane, now down towards propane. Timing for Denza.
Oh, they're going to get the timing on the flank here as well. Harry will find it. Henry, Harry, it's just timing. Absolutely not going the way of exceptional. Clutch Rain Wall will find another round, and Bans has found another 2 kills. And so we'll waste a little bit of time. Allow a couple of either trophies of death signs to come back up. Bomb defused. Clutch Rain, Team War, 2-1 to the good, and Bans is 1 kill off getting a hold of a cruise missile on Highrise. For everybody who didn't know, it is the literal top of a building. There ain't much cover.
Very true, but you are right about that one being all timing. Just crazy timing. Exceptional basically got all the wrong timing they needed. The only one that they might have had is where Bance was on the flank, and they almost caught him. But sometimes that's more than good enough. But Bance looking for his cruise missile with his 5. Not going to get it off the rip, unfortunately. We don't really see kills off the rip, but it at least damages people enough that maybe a lucky grenade can get them.
Bond's very, very weak off the rip, though. The MCW has been picked up, so I'm going for those picks. Uh-oh. There's F dot across the map. That's an SMG. What can he do with it? Oh, just put the smoke down and just screw it and see what happens. Going up against Harry here as well. Oh, he nearly finds the second. So close. But he shuts Bonds down. 3 versus 3 because of it. Enzo gets tagged up. It's very, very weak. Look at this aggression. Coming in from Henry. You don't read these. You don't read these.
One.
2v2.
Rafi, his way forward, is going to see Harry. Takes a little bit of a hit, but already going to go down. And Den's going to be on the flank here, but the Manta will cast him and Pack will find it. Exceptional. Get one back. 2-2.
Nicely done. Comes off the initial picks. After doing a good job down that side of the map. Shuts down Bans. Shuts down the torrent of rounds that were about to head over towards Clutterine Wall. Very, very close game, this one. Hard to separate them. 2-2. Everybody's had their moments. F-Dot there, though, finding the first kill. Massively important. If Bans finds a kill and you still win that round, that's still not necessarily ideal.
Well, let's see how this starts to shake out. A little bit of a nade there for
Cobra
F-Dot.
stunned. Yeah, they got Cobra stunned. They can make the push up towards it now.
Oh, he's going for an early plant as well. Great positioning here for Exceptional. And it will be a 4v4 in the next 40 seconds.
Back over the shots. In the obvious angle, but Bance lands are out up there very, very quickly. He's going to go hunting. Rafi should be dead right in his. There you go. 4 versus 2 now. Henry and F-Dot. F-Dot can find one. So can Henry. It's a 2v4 if they can find it with the bomb down. Cobra finds F-Dot. 2v1. Oh my.
And that's it. A retake. Beautiful there from Bance, if we're honest. Finding that first blood and the second shouldn't have happened. They may have just given him a little bit too much map control to make that work, but Clutterine just strike.
Shots from Bance are absurd, aren't they? Just stupid. And Cobra is there to just literally blow wind at him. And he dies. Comes in there with the final kill. That's another round over for the side of Clutterine Wall. 3-2 to the good. Still hard to decipher which way this one's going, but it definitely still feels like Clutterine Wall are the ones in command. It feels like they're the ones that have had the lead. Lance is having a hell of a game. 7-2 across 5 rounds.
They're looking like a... This is kind of typical. You kind of put a little bit of pressure towards A, but no one really commits to this A side. It's so much... It's not even risk versus reward, because the risk is just so much higher than the potential reward of getting anywhere near A. You kind of use it to try and work the angles more than anything and just present a bit of a flank, but you can see everybody just settling in, waiting for the move. Here, obviously, Clutterine will have to do it at some point.
Left out in the position. I'm sure we've seen Twiz here before. Jump up at the right time. Does he hear anything at all? Bance will jump at the right time. This bomb's going down. F-Dot has got nothing to do with it. Oh, he stopped it just in time. Should be dead at right. Trade should be in. F-Dot has got out. Didn't find another. Rafi can come through, as can Pack, and all of a sudden it's Bance left now in a 1 versus 2.
The timing on this was just so minute.
Did this see they didn't. Gonna be on him so fast though. I don't know if he has time to wrap you.
I don't think they know that he's wrapped. They'll be looking for him underneath. Oh, the scan for the defuse. He's gone straight for it. Hasn't hesitated. Hasn't worried about it. Bance with an angle. It's not Phantom. He's seen him. He's seen him. Oh, Bance almost juked him, but Pack was wise enough to check behind him. Had to call it. Found it in the end, and Bance tries to be a hero with the clutch.
It's not an angle you see too often. It's very rare that the bomb... Well, it's not very rare, but it's rare that the bomb goes down there. Exceptional, just about clutch up. 1 apiece now. 1 apiece. 1v1, and they win it. 3 apiece now. Brain's starting to, you know, slipping downhill, Bryce. I'm getting old.
Yeah, me too. Me too. But we'll try to hold it together, at least for the next couple of days.
I was hoping the next couple of years, to be honest with you, mate, but we'll take the next couple of days at this rate.
Probably like it was next couple of minutes. Anyway, to this 3v3. And it's smoke o'clock, and it's everybody for themselves. Fire all guns. Denzel will get that done in the end. A 2 versus 4 now for Exceptional.
I honestly can't tell if I love smokes. I absolutely hate them.
Well, just think how the players feel, because we've got the X-ray COD vision on. It must be a nightmare.
I'm going to go with the ladder. Pack with a big win on the Cobra. Very, very weak. He is going to get challenged up. Bands didn't get him weak enough. Gets out 1 versus 3 now, needed from Rafi. As mentioned, it's always felt like Clutch Rain are the ones finding those rounds to find a lead. Exceptional. Feels like they're chasing consistently.
Rafi wants to make a move here. Bance is waiting, but it looks like Rafi's going to go for the jump up top. I don't know if Bance saw him. I don't know if he did. Well, he's dialed in there onto Harry. Bance is trying to find an angle, and Rafi will drop straight into his gun. And Clutch Rain X4 will take that round, Ton. Putting themselves in the lead again. But it really is the teams just trading blows.
It's really hard to separate them out, as we have mentioned, though. Yeah, it does feel as if Clutch Rain were the ones in that commanding spot. But it is only an ever so slight lead. I think it's difficult because both teams are just kind of cancelling each other out. It's just been a couple of clutches. I mean, you know what the difference is, yeah? It's the 1v3 from Harry. That is the current difference. Not much in this at all. Lance is having a hell of a game, though. If you can keep this up, Mr. should be good to go. Yeah, get rid of the trophy. Yeah, no problem. It's just a little bit more difficult to hold down that beast. That nade is going to hurt somebody. Didn't actually land, my word. Oh, but Cobra is dead. There you go. And that's all from getting rid of that trophy. Rafi now going to have to get aggressive to try and slow them down. But it is a 4 versus 3 in favor of Clutch Rain. This would give them breathing room.
Well, Pack is just holding the gates at the moment. Not letting them through. And they've really stacked this. Basically, everybody is ready in position. Now they know they're here. They'll try and win this gunfight, but there are bodies every single direction, and they will get it back to a 3 versus 3.
Now, right?
Cobra going into the point. Down he goes. Exceptional, winning every single gunfight. And Bance will have to try and clutch it again, but not this time. 4v4.
I'm very confused as to how the player on the outside of Propane can get pushed from elevators. It was Pac who found the push through. There was plenty of bodies there. Well, they have more bodies on the map. They were in a 4 versus 3. We're Clutch Rain war, and they somehow lose those gunfights down the outside. I'm perplexed, Pricey. It just seemed like they were in the perfect position to hold that down. Find another kill, they make it a 4 versus 2. They pretty much secure the round. Clutch Rain war, though, just letting that one slip. Exceptional. 4-4. Might as well just put us around 11 now. We know what's coming. We know what's happening.
Exceptional want to try and take this one, though. You can see they're just being cautious about the pushes, and Dender's been a little bit damaged, but health will come back.
Slow and steady. In for Exceptional. Gonna try and find a pick, but Clutch Rain war offering nothing up. Nade over towards Lucifer. Oh, you put the bullets through the side and the nade. But a lot invested over towards A. You haven't returned anything apart from a little bit of information on your side. Well, that's just bait. Yeah, Bance is ready for it. Oh, no, he isn't, because Rafi jumps around from behind. Pac finds another. The smoke was a ruse. And all of a sudden, it's looking like Exceptional are going to take the lead for the first time in this map.
They do have to put this bomb down. Dender's going to try and dive it. He finds the first, and the second bomb has not gone down. It's down to a 2 versus 2. They have to chow him here. He doesn't find the third. Rafi will now need to put this down, but they are going to another bomb site.
Oh, he shot as well.
Oh
no, Harry. He'd found an amazing flank. But presumes they're just going to be getting it down a beat. He could have just taken his time. They wouldn't have known where he is. F dot. Gives him the wraparound all of a sudden. Match point. You've been in the lead the entire series. Or the entire map, I should say. You lose 2 rounds in a row. You are 1 round away from tying the series up yet.
Well, let's see how this one plays out. Clutch Rain X War will have the attack here this time.
What's the play? Clutch Room War. Setting up over towards A, but that would usually be down through blue. Bance just plays this side of the map very, very well. We've seen him find kills from top helipad. We've seen him find them on the outside, inside of blue. That's where a lot of his success has been. I think he's sitting at 11 and 5. He's slowed down, and coincidentally, Clutch Room War have as well.
Smoke out. Clutch Room X War a bit hesitant around this side. Bance trying to play the angle for his teammates, but at the moment, nothing happening. That bomb should go down, but Pack already finds one. Bance will want to strike here to get it back as this bomb goes down, but...
Did they see him?
Don't know, but they are going to check it.
He's playing that island. Keep an eye on number 6 on the minimap. He's the one to make the play. Oh, has he got the worst time? No, has he got the best? Oh my goodness, there's one player behind him, but this is still doable for Bance, but he's not going to check his right-hand side. That bomb's being defused. It's a 1 versus 4 for Cobra.
And I don't think Cobra can do this in any way, shape, or form, and he will fall. An exceptional will win the search and destroy. But, I mean, he got lucky with the timing before, but just not that way. He didn't know whether to go mid-map or try to get right round the back, and turns out right round the back was the wrong way. Pack with an 11 and 6.
Had a great game. As mentioned about halfway through, though, it felt like Clutch Room War were the ones... I don't want to say... They weren't in command of the search and destroy, but it felt like they were always the ones leading the dance to a certain degree. But you think about it, there was a couple of clutches that were needed to put them in that position, and they were just not acting on anything later rounds. I mean, it's in the end back-to-back-to-back rounds coming in from Exceptional. That ties the series up. Heading into the Control, nothing to split them at the moment, Bryce.
No, there certainly is not, and... We've said it before, right? We expect there to be close games at this point. It's coming towards the end of the season. Everybody's very well practiced, even with the new maps that are coming through. And just tiny little differences, tiny little moments are changing some of these rounds around completely. And this will be the final kind of update for it. Pack will get 11 and 6. So will Bance. For the rest of them, it looks like a little bit better slaying on the side of Exceptional. And they walk away with it, Ton. 6-4.
Good win for them to get away with. Bance was very, very close to getting a hold of that cruise missile. That could have made the difference. Close game though. Looks like with a hell of a 1 versus 3, and then only finding 3 more kills in the next 9 rounds, which is poor by his standards. It's F Dot the one that really made the difference there. They went on to win that round and stop Bance getting a hold of that cruise missile. A lot of big swing moments in that search and destroy, it felt like.
Well, I don't know who's going to win this one. It is certainly going to be difficult here for Clutch Room X War. They probably feel like they should have won it, Ton. You know, they had a few opportunities, but on the other side of it, I mean, Harry did manage to get a 1 versus 3 that lined up quite nicely for him. But luck runs both ways. Highrise Control is up next, so we'll be a return to that map. Will it be the same story?
I'm curious. Honestly, I find this game so hard to predict. This is it just is such a hard matchup to know which way it's going to go. Highrise Control incoming. 6-star hardpoint map number 4. I have no clue, Bryce. I think Exceptional... On rethinking about that search and destroy, probably absolutely do deserve that 6-4 win. It was just that Clutch Room always found themselves in the lead, but never really capitalized on that. They had their moments here and there. A couple of early clutch moments as well. But Exceptional 6-4 win, absolutely deserved. And Highrise Control coming up next. And as mentioned, if we need it, 6-star search and destroy will be map number 5, but we will be seeing 6-star hardpoint for map number 4.
Yep. That's certainly going to be on the cards regardless. We will be taking a dip in the pool and seeing a rather lovely resort. But I'm unsure now who wins this one. Clutch Room War in the first series, at first map there, Ton, did look like, I'd say the better team throughout most of it because they did have a commanding lead, started to let it slip. I still felt like for a good point that Clutch Room War were in kind of the driving seat, but as soon as it kind of tied up 4-4, Exceptional obviously won the rounds, and just that's all you have to do on S&D if we're being honest. Momentum doesn't really matter. It's about getting those rounds done. And now we go on a Control, back into a respawn. I don't know who I'm feeling. Realistically, I should be saying Clutch Rain X War, but I've just got a funny feeling.
I've no clue, honestly. They pay me to analyze these kind of things, and frankly, I haven't got a clue, mate. I think it's very, very difficult. And well, it's difficult again in this game because that looking like it's not going to happen. So we will hopefully get a reset on that one pretty quickly so we can figure out what's going on, but we will be jumping back in shortly. I think it's been a crazy evening though, Bryce. I mean, we've had some daft games, we've had some very, very one-sided games, we've had some close games. I almost still can't get over the Omit Falcons game. I mean, they decimated them over 2 maps, did Omit. They absolutely destroyed them. The very first interaction on the Invasion Control, which I know is a very, very good map, specifically for Omit, for them to find the opening break onto A, to then not win that round, and then to not win that map. Don't know how it's happened. Don't know how it's happened. It is the Giga reverse sweep to a certain degree coming in from the side of Falcons, although not quite. That's when you're 0-2 down in the Control and also 0-2 down in the series. But that didn't happen, but they still reverse swept them. Crazy.
They certainly did. Well, we're going to go to a quick break while we get this lobby sorted out. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the Control. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Challengers Elite in Europe. We are into the Control. The lobby is stable and the players are a go. I always forget where I am. That's why I try to forget. Anyway, as we can see here. Yeah, and I put the boot in. So anyway, we can see the moment Henry's trying to get the spawn kills. And let's be professional, on with the game. Fans just trying to make sure they don't get onto A very, very easily. And that's an outrageous chow and shot ton. Well, let's see. At the moment, a bit of a pressure coming through, and they're trying to get them. And Cobra will deflect. Still holding them off here. Exceptional, not really able to get anything going. They wanted to be desperately, but they got to clear the lines. Lucifer. Okay, Harry just holding off Rafi for a few seconds. F-Dot is hunting him down now. And now they get onto them. It should be a little bit of a B capture, but there are bodies everywhere, Ton.
It's very, very scary. Exceptional need to get it done here because there's just not a lot of time. It's looking like they're going to be about to be locked in, but nades coming in off the respawn are going to be a big issue now.
B is a lock. No amount of grenades is going to dislodge them. They have another minute onto the board.
16 versus 14. After trying his best now. Try and get something going here over towards A. It's just crazy how quickly things can change on the control. You've been forced back into your spawn. Then all of a sudden you lose a couple of gunfights and you're going to be forced into your spawn. And that's exactly what's about to happen. Bance now has got aggressive. Thankfully for Henry and the rest of his team, he has found Bance and Denza. Cobra can start to put the pressure on as well. There should be 2 kills for Cobra because he's just so goddamn accurate. All of a sudden forcing them away.
Flank coming in though. Oh, and they've called it. Denza knows. Henry is looking for an easy kill. Does Denza get bored first? That's the key. No, he does not. Waits. Henry is going to fall, but has it opened up on the rest of the map here? They at least distracted one player. Trying to get that tick in. It's not quite done yet, and Rafi does jump off the point. And now they're back in spawn.
Yeah, that should be the round. It takes something to get out now. Henry going to be dealt with. Spin round, try and shut down Rafi, or even just stay alive. Just very, very difficult now for Exceptional to get anything going here. They have a little bit of presence over towards the blue side, so you're going to maybe make one final jump. Good shots going into Rafi. Cobra will be able to find one. F-Dot is able to answer back. Your final opportunity is right now. You're being cut to ribbons, but do get on there. 3 versus 7. The tick is in. It's going on fairly quickly here, Bryce. They've got to be careful. Cutter in war. The third one's it. You got to go.
Well, they've got it down to 1 here, so they've got a bit of time. They will contest this one as well, but F-Dot gets another one, and down they fall. Benefit being, they actually got 2 ticks off that play, so 5 ticks in the first round.
You take it. As far as, you know, attacking rounds and defensive rounds goes, yes, okay, you would obviously rather have defense, but it isn't as, I want to say, crucial as an invasion, at least not anyway. Oh, well, at least in typical invasion anyway, Bryce.
Yeah, I think for me, though, that it's still, where I judge the first 2 rounds is always going to be on ticks. It just changes the dynamics a little bit. It means if you can just play normal and maybe just shut down that B point, you really just have the advantage. I always feel like defense just has the advantage with the amount of nades you can kind of get going into this. And you can really lock them up. It's that spawn trap on the defensive side that's a nightmare.
I think thankfully for Exceptional, they never got locked into that, right? There's never a stage where they got forced away. Clutching Wall will be wanting to repeat that feat. And they might not be able to right now because they've just been completely wiped. Lucifer, the only one remaining. So no, maybe not completely, but they know where he is. They will chase him down. But as things go, Harry's a pretty hard gunfight to win against. Cobra will find one out of his spawn here as well. F-Dot will eventually find Harry, so you can start to force them back pretty clinically now. For Exceptional, if you can force them back without them getting any ticks, it's an absolute bonus.
Oh, they've just keep slamming the door. Left round X4 cannot get moving at all. F-Dot's now in their spawn. And with 30 seconds left to go, this might already be over.
So tough, right? Very, very tough to get yourself out at this point, but then all of a sudden, things can change. 2 kills. Find your way out. You may be down in lives, but it's not really that much. 4 life difference is not necessarily the end of the world. Cobra will be the only one who can find something, though. 10 seconds to go. He needs to stay alive and needs the rest of his team to get out cleanly.
They've got to now try and take 3-point flawlessly. And at the moment, they can't even really get out of the spawn. Henry will kill Cobra, and Henry will kill a second on the Bant, and then the last player will drop. Exceptional. Flawless defense. Not a tick given. And this puts them in a wonderful position. They can get defense on that last round now just by having a bit of a normal game for the rest of it.
Always a nice advantage to have if we go there. A lot of control to be played though. Absolutely. You take that 5-tick advantage all day long. But what can you do with that advantage that you now have? Ultimately, the important thing is that it's one apiece, but plenty of control left to play out. Big hit over towards A, pretty much off the rip here for Exceptional.
They're going for it. This is a very aggressive push. They're going to get that first tick into A immediately. They've got a trophy system down as well. That second tick is going to be in. A is almost gone. Where is Clutch Rain? Finally now swinging into action. Bance will get one of the kills back into it. Rafi's still alive. That was almost an incredible opening for them. They're still mighty. They have bodies.
Yeah, they're keeping it going. Carrot has been dangled. And yeah, there it is. A nailed in. And just stay alive. That's the important part. And transition over to B seamlessly. Henry can now find himself inside of the point. Time stopped again. There is a full 2 minutes and 6 seconds to go. The gunfight's all going the way of Exceptional. Fully in the driving seat. Cobra's the only one who can answer. These ticks are coming in fast with 2 of them on the point.
This is close to being done. Cobra will find one back as well, but Pack is now burning them out of the spawn, and Denza just trading about. Clutch Rain, X-War have held for this point, but it is scary. There's only 2 ticks or they lose this round, and it's on B.
It's all very well, though, when you've only got one to think, oh, how on earth is Bance won that gunfight? I thought it was there to trade. And this is a potential push now. You can start to put them back into your spawn. Veteran 1 not in the position to be able to do that, though. Big push coming out from the A side of things. Lucifer trying to hold it down. Can't quite do it. Still anybody's game, this one. Veteran 1, even the odds, can now push up.
Getting close. They're trying to lock this. They know that's their best chance of winning, is to put the spawn trap on. And hunting down the player, and that's actually going to be a team kill from them. Bance continuing.
This is where you welcome yourself to the blender. Trades are going to come on through, and well, even more than that, actually. F-Dot is going to win out in the end. Exceptional, though. I think they're up like 4 or 5 lives. Now find themselves down 4. This is what can happen when you get caught in your spawn. It was looking like such a good start to the round, and I'm pretty sure they've solidified defense for the round number 5 if we do go there at this stage. But you're going to find yourself 2-1 down if you can't manage to win this round.
4 versus 6. This can still happen. 35 seconds is an age. And Clash Royale X4, they're actually being very cautious. They're worried about splitting the map. Do Exceptional just stack this? They might do. They've got a trophy down. They're putting bodies into it as well. No one else is there going to be able to react in time. The second tick is now in. Down to a 2 versus 5. 1 versus 5. And there are just bodies thrown at that last Exceptional player. Clutch Rain X-War will win the defense, but at what cost?
It's the second kill coming in from Lucifer. Is absolutely absurd. Rafi takes nearly a full clip of Renetti to the face. And he cleans up the third just for good measure as well. 23 and 16 coming in from Harry. Really, really good job so far. 2-1 in the lead. Now, as we pointed out, it's pretty much if we go to round 5, guaranteed for Exceptional at this stage. Clutcher in War is very much still win it here, though. They're 2-1 in the lead, and that's the important thing.
Well, this is everything. Clutch Rain X will just have to win an attack out of the next 2. Not an easy prospect, though. Harry's being cautious, and I think he's going to be caught here. He will be. Down he goes. An Exceptional will be looking to switch on the old Blades of Death blender.
Oh my god.
That's a wonderful shot by Henry.
Absolute beamer. Cobra Nelly finds 3, but Pack is able to answer back, and here you go. You can start to push them back into their spawn now. You absolutely need to do this. You need to keep them back to solidify the round. Rafi should be dead to rights and is. Good challenge coming out from Harry. B-route seems to be the way. 3 players dead. Almost 4. F-Dot. Gotta try and survive as long as you can. That's probably long enough. Vance has done a good job to find it, but that's allowed the players to come in after respawn. 30 seconds left to go. Timer has been stopped there on both points.
Gotta be careful. Vance looking for this kill, and Henry just burns him. Incredible shooting so far from them, but they are just keeping this clock locked for a second. Denza a little bit slow on the reflexes there. Ends up going down, and Clutch X4 are feeding the pressure. They know they don't have map control. They are back-to-back around defending this site. Cobra will find it, but the nade will take him out, and the clock starts to tick again.
Big kills coming in for Exceptional. They know they'll have defense. Their defenses have been clean. One more opportunity now for Clutch Rainbow. 15 seconds to go. You've got to move. You've got to find a way in over towards B.
There's 2 down. They're definitely going to stop this clock for at least for a few seconds. The Clutch X4, they really want to get this B point done to give themselves some breathing room. To stop having to kind of just throw themselves at it. And just waiting for push here. That's a big kill by Cobra. And Bant will find a second, but now tries to get away with his life. Slow progress at B.
Uh-oh. Somebody in the spawn. Deadza finds 2. Rafi's the last one alive momentarily. He's going to be able to find 1, but pushing over towards 8 pretty much immediately. This is going to be a 3-man stack. This is the opportunity to win the game.
They want a trophy out. That's what they're waiting for. Cobras is not there quite yet. They're desperate. They've only got 1. Bance has already got his out. Cobra should be out in a second. They're going for the fights. Everybody everywhere goes for it. And you can see it comes down to a tiny little gunfight. And it will be Exceptional that clear the lines. But my goodness, was it close.
Oh, 7v5, 5v5. Lucifer and Cobra can answer back from their spawn. 2 ticks is in. It is 1 decent push. It is 1 decent fight. The game's going to slow down because we have 45 seconds. We have 5v5. There's no need to rush. There is no need to panic. Or is there?
Here we go. For Exceptional, they do have the advantage of already being in the corners where they need them. They just have to trade it out. That's their best case scenario. Put Clutch Rain X-War back on the defense. Vance will find first blood though. 4v5. Pack will get one back on the Denza. 4v4.
You wait on your teammate coming back up because the thing is, Exceptional are going to have those reinforcements very, very quickly. They're just sitting tight. They are just sitting tight. Pack's trying to watch the cross. Big gunfight. F-Dot will find it. They're on the point. They're on the point.
Certainly are. Vance has found 2. They're now going to have to push it. They have to make the move.
Somebody's watching the crossover from the B side. The push is just going to come through, and then all of a sudden you just can't slow it down. I wouldn't have minded to just see the stack come in over towards 8. All of a sudden, we have our own number 5.
Unbelievable. Bance was trying to watch that cross. Unsuccessful. And what could have been the opportunity that Clutch War X Rain, I'm making up their name now, needed, means they now have to try it again. They will be on the attack for round number 5.
They got very, very close at the last time I'm asking. And they do it when it's most important. It's all very well getting a hold of defense for round number 5, but you need to make sure you make it count. Gets taken down. Bad start. Can't let another kill go the other way straight off the rip, especially because that will be that mid-map control almost immediately. And then you'll be welcomed into your spawn very, very quickly. Henry's already trying to put that pressure on. Cobra had back down to just help his teammates out. Denza doesn't see the player up top. Doesn't see the player next to him either. Rafi finds 2. F-Dot finds another. This is a fantastic start for Exceptional.
And Clutch Rain X will keep finding themselves in this position. Locked it. Okay, well, that was a wilder challenge than I was expecting, but still, they have them on the ropes. Denza has slipped through, but with 37 seconds left to go, it's the same old story. Clutch Rain have to be glorious, and they cannot find anything. Rafi just runs away, has a cruise missile, and this might just be over. I don't know if there's anywhere for Clutch Rain to really go now that is going to be enough.
That cruise missile might just be the dagger. Here's the final kill. That might be the game. And that might be a lead for Exceptional. There's just no way that Rafi and Cole let them through now, right?
Well, I don't think so, because the cruise missile is coming in. They will dive for A. They will run onto it. And while they will find some trades, and they will stop the clock. Trying to thread the needle with that one, but it's not going to be enough, surely. I mean, they've got 2, and they're on 8. Rafi is weak. They're trying to wall bang him. They will do so.
Hold on.
There's too many nades. There's just no way they're going to be able to hold this. There we go. Pack will find one. They'll get onto B as well. They will lock this in. They are not winning the trades, and all they have to do is fail once, and fail they have. Lucifer will have 3 against him. Too many bodies, too many positions. Bant's trying to hold him down as well. Bant finds 2. Lucifer just needs to stay alive. Has to. Teammates reinforcing as quickly as they can, and he finds the gunfight. They are still in this somehow.
Hold on. If Bant can put himself in a position to find a couple of spawn kills here, this is ultimate disaster for Exceptional. Surely, Cushrain, don't do this. The time is being extended.
And finds 1. Looks for the second.
There ain't no goddamn way.
That is an unbelievable chow. The third tick is now rocketing forward. Cobra trying to hold them down. They've got this as well. Clutch Explore have just done the impossible. They had nothing.
That is just clutching victory from the jaws of defeat to the nth degree. You are 1.3 seconds away.
I cannot believe what we have seen, to the point where, if we're talking replays production, the entire thing, the entire bit, please. Let's watch it again.
We need to see how close. I actually cannot believe that's just happened. And this is the thing with Control, man. You can be the better team all the way through. Clutching Wall kind of got pushed back on their defense, on their attacking rounds. Never really had much of a snip apart from the second last round, but it definitely felt like the team that was running the show was exceptional. They were in a fantastic spot throughout the entire map, leading the charge. Their attacks looked close. The defenses were mostly clean, minus the second to last one. But you know, it wasn't like. And then to be in, they were in complete control in that final round, and they crumbled.
I mean, yeah, that was about as ridiculous of a control swing as you'll ever see. Harry was the last one alive on B. Chowed. I think 3 players were going for him. It must have been Bants must have just picked the second one off that was going to Chow, because it never appeared.
I mean, Harry's done absurdly well in that final moment where he just jumps onto the point. I can't wait to see it again. I know we're going through the highlights here, but again, I'd love to see the point as to where they were making the push over, because they did some decent damage, right? Over towards the B side and A side initially.
Yeah.
And then somehow they found it. I just actually put it this way. Exceptional's heads will be in that pool right now. Like, gone. There is just... How do you recover from that loss? How do you recover from that loss? Now you're going into a 6-star hardpoint. You have to.
Yeah, I don't know how they recovered from that loss. That was crazy, with a capital what on earth. That, yeah. I just thought it was over. I was already going, right, when we talk about the next hard point. Like, it should have been done, right? It should have been done. But somehow, some way, they find... They just find a miracle. It really is a miracle in Highrise.
Didn't look like they had a goddamn chance through the majority of that round number 5. 1, 3, 4 down. Harry gets over. Job done. Incredible. 6-star hardpoint's going to be coming up at map number 4. I'm not surprised to see that we haven't immediately loaded in, because if I'm Exceptional, I am taking a couple of minutes. Just reset. As somebody who's casting at 2 minutes past 11, I would rather they didn't. But at the same time, I understand. Been here a long time. Exceptional, though. Can you turn it around? Because if you can, I will tip my hat to you. At the 6-star hardpoint we go. Cutray and Team War with a 2-1 lead. That is a monumental choke in around number 5 if I've ever seen one. Do you have the bounce back ability to send us to a map number 5?
Well, we will find out. We will certainly find out. But yeah, there's no way Exceptional didn't take a second to breathe. You're right. It's one of those that it's gonna just hurt. It just hurts when you lose like that. But they do need to shake it off because we are already into the hard point and they've got to be good.
Good opening break would be nice. Find yourself in a position to just slow the game down. Just get yourself into a position. Not like that. Clutter and War on the ones who are in control. Poolside will be very, very important between these two. Who's going to be there? It's going to be Cobra, who again putting up an absurd amount of damage in game number 3. Pack has done so well to find 2 there, so there should be some decent control if he can get rid of Bance. For the side of Exceptional, Bance has been fantastic in this series. Throwing back the years, if anything. There's 3. Nicely done from Bance.
Looking to hold this one down. Cobra cannot kill both of them, though. Good double chow there from Exceptional, but at the moment, scrap time towards Clutch Rain as Bance is now on a 5 streak already. The silence popped. MCW popped up as well because he wants to just see if anybody is silly enough to poke their head over.
Yeah, he's waiting for FDOT to find this push. This should be number 6. Not quite. FDOT will be cleaned up. Because they're not seeing a lot around the pool area, they'll presume there is a flank coming in. There is. Henry will be the only one there, though. It's really, really nice hold. They can find Henry as well, but close spawn's going to be there towards the backside now. Because look at the push out that's come in from Harry. They're setting up already for P3. There's 35 seconds at P2. If you're Exceptional, you've got to get in.
Bance waited all that time for the 6th kill. Doesn't find it, and Exceptional with the flank. They've managed to get all the way around into the right position. They're now holding it off. Clutch Rain X can afford to push this at least one more time, and that's what they're trying to do. But Pac will clean it up with his own 4 streak. And now they know the rotation is on.
So you kind of take a bit of a gamble there for Clutch Rain. Of course, you do want to swap over those spawns whenever you really can if you feel like you've got good control. But you lose 4 gunfights like that. That's a little bit of a tough one to take. Still have yourself a lead. You give up a lot of time. Can you hold it down here towards P3? And that's the first kill that you do need if you are Exceptional. Should still be spawning towards the back. And they are. Can hold it down. Once again, has found another couple of kills sitting at 8 and 3, but from the front door. So much concentration on the flank going on here, but Cobra's holding it down now. They can force them away towards the front. Well played from Clutch Rain Wall. They can keep them away.
Pack trying to find an easy kill there, and Bance will find one, but it just delays their push for a few more seconds. 30 seconds to go here, and if you're Exceptional, you will keep swinging at this. Henry going for the long flank as well. Should easily catch the first. There's going to be Bance. Oh my goodness! Bance turns and burns. And it's still going to be all the time necessary for it. Pack's going to do the same thing to Bance, though. Turns and burns him himself. A huge hold from Clutch Rain X Wall, but no rotation for them.
Yeah, all but the 60 points, really. Very, very close to getting a hold of it. Damage was very much... How on earth has Harry won that gunfight? Going up against Henry. Finds it. And so, hinge on the cards here if Cobra can stay alive on the other side. So, Exceptional have got 2 different ways to worry about. Cobra staying alive. He's on a 4 spree. Everybody else pushing through security. Harry's gunshot is just exceptional at times. Exceptional themselves, though, are going to be able to lock this one down. Cobra did die on the flank. Couldn't get quite anything going. 5 seconds remaining here. Over towards P4. Exceptional could find themselves in the lead if they can lock down every single second.
They're doing very well at the moment here. Pack is looking for his 6th, and there it's going to be easy. There's the 7th. That will be taken by FDOT in the end, and actually runs out of ammo, will fall. As teams pile into the point here. Exceptional, though, with a wonderful hold as we head back towards P1.
This is where Clutch Rain Wall found some decent time, though. If anything, it was their most decent time outside of P3. And they find a read through. Pack will find 2. Much better from Exceptional. Had a bit of a slow start on this map, but are starting to grow into it. Shots are there. Clutch Rain Wall trying to push up from the P2 side, which is maybe just a little bit more difficult to try and get out your spawn from. Good time here so far from Exceptional over towards P1, but they're going to get wiped momentarily.
It's still should have the advantage here. You can see they're trying to just put more bodies into it, but not able to grab the lead quite yet. Everybody going for it. Henry just running away. He knows he's weak. He's not worried about it. Still going to win the gunfight against Harry. And still trades flowing like water here. Exceptional in the better position. They might be able to take this lead.
Shots coming in from Pack. Lead is now theirs. So what was a comfortable start from the side of Clutcher and War. They really have slowed down. Vance was having a cracker to kick things off. Pack now, of course, does have that cruise missile as well. Spawns are in for P2. Exceptional in a good position here, but they know that the fight will be coming in here immediately. Clutcher and War, they will find the first one. They will find the second. They're looking for the third. This cruise missile's coming in. You've got no support if you're Pack.
Well, Benza is going to go down. That at least puts them back here because they've got the spawn out, and that's going to be massive. Exceptional may have broken straight back in, and they have. Only Denzer alive, but the spawns have flipped again. Clipper and X-War towards the back. Denzer's going to fall. Do they recognize this in time with the spawn out? They certainly will. Unfortunately, Cobra will get them before they can.
Yeah, they don't recognize quite in time. Rafi would have been screaming, spawn out, spawn out, spawn out. They don't spin in time. The break comes in. This is precious 20 seconds now, but the thing is for Exceptional, they have the opportunity to rotate over towards P3. The more that they can disrupt from the front here, the better. P3 rotation about to come in. You are going to continue with those spawns if you are Clutcher in War towards P2. So you've got to try and find a route through here. It is a 10-point game as we head over towards P3.
Gonna wait for this one. Oh, already taking a bit of damage from the nade. I don't know if they have a trophy, but they're going to try and get into the site. There's the trophy. There's a kill. Just trying to contest as much as possible. Somehow they're finding it. Harry's found them. Whoa,
that's massive.
The AR duo going to work and have cut them down. It's still going to be difficult. The respawns are going to be there. But they have won that trade and broken in.
One player has spawned out, so they're probably going to try and wait 30 seconds or so. Big win coming in from Henry, so the pinch is now going to start to be set up. Bance is going to get cut down. It's a nice break. It's patient play. Play they absolutely needed. Next couple of gunfights should still go their way. It spawns towards back now for Clutcher and War. Pack is able to hold it down. I suppose the positive you can take if you are Clutcher and War is the fact that you were able to stop around 10-15 seconds. That was going to be guaranteed time over towards Exceptional. Rafi now on a 5 spree himself, so can maybe get something going. Pack will get dealt with, so you keep them off about another 6-7 seconds. And the rotation over towards P4 is yours as well.
Now they're on the point. Exceptional. It looks like a bit of a headbutt through the mid here. They're not really splitting the map at all, and I don't think Clutcher and X-War will be expecting it. You see they've got bodies outside. Vance trying to get the two, and he does. Hold it down just about for now. On the other side of it, Harry will be expecting the pressure.
Such a hard find to watch. It can come from so many different angles. Gets awful timing. As Bance just got some as well. Well, no, it's actually Pack that got the awful timing. There is number 6 for Bance. The 7th can't quite follow it up. Still looking down the point, Cobra with the sight lines. Some good time going the way of Clutcher and War here. 20 seconds still to go. They've held down nearly every single second of P4. With this hold, they're going to break 200 points. And they're going to be heading into this third rotation with a healthy lead.
Here we go. And so we'll get in here. At least to contest when it pops. And now both teams just want to play this right. Every grenade is going to be crucial. There's the first one. A little bit of a bounce back as they find two with the guns. Vance looking for it, but will fall. Pack with a huge 2, and they lock them out.
Time absolutely needed by Exceptional. Vance is already on the rotation over towards P2. He's calling in the spree. Don't think he managed to find anything there. I think Harry actually managed to find the one that he was about to get a hold of. So irrelevant of that, they will be able to find the breakthrough just because of the presence from the cruise missile. Pack's found 2 though. Pack's found a 3rd. It's absolutely absurd. 6 spree for him locked in, all off the back of those 3 kills. And this game might have just turned on its head in that one moment.
Just when Clutcher and X-War thought they'd give it into it, Vance hits the flank. Not going to be good enough. They're going to get 6 seconds of scrap. But it's not about those few meager points. It's about hitting this rotation. Vance just ran straight in. That is unexpected. Will eventually go down. Harry also going to feel the wrath of Rafi. Let's stay alive for a few more seconds and eventually cleaned up by F-Dot. But this is a big hold here for Exceptional.
Nice. F dot. Oh, he finds another. Helps Rafi on his way though. Denza does really well, but you're really being forced out here. 35 seconds to play for here for Exceptional. They have a cruise missile to help them rotate over towards P3. Every single second here would put them in about a 20-second lead.
There they go. Clutch X War will strike. They are going to go for it. They're looking for it as well. Only F dot alive. Down he falls. The spawns are good for Clutch Train X War. But you are right, Ton. What is important now is going to be this cruise missile. They have to use it correctly.
And that's why they're committing over towards this P2 time. They know they can take that time. This is a big gunfight. Pack is going to call that in. It's going to make Denza move. Henry will find it. You push onto the point. That's 2 big kills coming on through. F dot is all of a sudden in. Spawns are still here though for the side of Clutch Rain. F dot needs some help and he has it in Rafi.
They're looking for it as well. More gunfights going down towards the middle of the map. Denza will find one, but they're still contesting. They've still got bodies.
Big kills.
They have held them off. At the moment, it's now on Exceptional. They have to make the move. They have to apply the pressure. They have to contest.
The cruise missile was used to no positive effect. 25 seconds away now for Clutcher and Wall. They're continuing to hold it down. You may well just have one more opportunity if you're Exceptional here in Elite Challenger Season 3 in Europe.
They are moving everybody from poolside. This will be a headbutt. They just want to get bodies onto that lip to contest. They need to as well, but Cobra's trying to strike from the side, but they've actually lost the trades. Only going to be one there, and they're in. They are in completely. And now it's going to be a run. A very quick sprint to the next point here. Clutch Ray next wall will be here first. Cobra is already watching this cross. The nades will flow like water as they throw everything into this. They want to just deflect them. The trophy's going to be out. It's going to be a hit by Exceptional. They go down, though. There is not the kills. Only Rafi alive versus 2, and Denza cleans it up. And that will be enough. Clutch Rain X War win the hard point. They knock Exceptional out of Elite, and they will move forward to play Omit EU.
Fantastic game between these two. Clutch Rain get it done in 4. Sensational work in that final rotation. They did such a good job. It was the coin flip of the rotation. The spawns. Which way they're going to go for P3 and P2 with not much longer remaining. They go the way of Clutch Rain War. Hey, look, we're going to speak on that control for quite some time, though. I think that's the big difference maker in the end of this series. Really, really good job, though, for Clutch Rain War. They will be able to take that one 3-1. Exceptional. For me, it feels like a season of expectations, a season of potential. You find that first win, a 3-0 against Omit. Finish top 4. Not the end of the world for them. I think that's kind of where you would put that roster, but they would have wanted more.
They certainly would have as well. Pack dropping 33 for 23. Most kills in the lobby. Unfortunately, just not enough. The other side of it, Bans, 31 and 24. He was their top killer. And, I mean, this went back and forth so many times, Ton. I even thought towards the end that Exceptional might have just done enough, but the hold was good. And Clutch Rain X Wall with the spawns is just too much to overcome sometimes.
Yeah, it's really hard over towards this P3 side. It does really make a difference. I mean, this was insane for Pack. That was for Pack to get that 6th kill, to get that cruise missile. That in the end, they just didn't do a great deal with. Here's the game flow. It's a very, very close one. But it was when Clutch Rain War got a hold of that advantage of around 60 points or so. They never let the lead go from there. Very, very good game between these two. Thoroughly enjoyed that one. And we have a hell of a Thursday coming up tomorrow. Some crazy, crazy games that have now been set up, and the top 3 teams in Europe are going to duke it out over 2 games. See who will be the champion.
Well, it's certainly going to be one of them. The Falcons are waiting in the grand final. Omid EU versus Clutch Rain X War will be our first game tomorrow. And we've seen finals with these teams before, but not this season, not this stage. It has been hard fought, and we have said goodbye to some wonderful teams today, but hey, sometimes that's just the way it goes. At least they can console themselves with a good amount of change from the prize pool.
This is how the series did go down overall, and one that will stick in the memory for quite some time is that Highrise Control. What a performance in that final, just even moment for Clutch Rain War. Exceptional, really good throughout the entirety of that control, and they get zero reward from it. It's going to be the most mentally compromising game mode in the entire game. It's just, you can be in complete control, and all of a sudden, you are very much not. Train War very well deserved in the end for the big moment that they were able to find, and then a comfortable map number 4, Bricey, finds them in the losers bracket finals.
It certainly does. This is the bracket we'll be looking forward tomorrow. As you can see, Omid, Clutch Rain X War, and Falcons all remaining. It's been a brutal battle, and for Exceptional, they got this far just today, taking down Notorious, but unfortunately losing the Clutch Rain X War. And then we've got Omid, who fell to the Falcons in the winners bracket. They'll be looking for revenge in the final, but they still have to get past Clutch Rain.
Hell of a bracket ready for tomorrow. Now, Bricey, I'm exhausted, so God knows how the players feel after that one. Everyone's going to need a good night's rest for what will be a crazy, crazy Thursday to finish off Season 3 of the challenges here in Europe.
They certainly do. Well, Europe's done for today, but North America is coming up next. More action you aren't going to want to miss, and we've overrun, so it's like 12 minutes away. So stick around, and we'll see you in just a bit.
What's up, North American Challengers fans? We are back with more Challengers action. Our last week of the official regular season, and we're dealing with more bracket action here in North America. Europe was, it was a thing. Some stuff happened. Some things maybe should have happened that didn't happen, or didn't happen that did happen. But North America, we know is going to be a tight affair almost every single time. I'm Shift, that's Study. Brother, how we feeling?
We're feeling fantastic, man. Obviously, we just finished watching the end of that EU broadcast. I don't know how exceptional wasn't able to clutch up in that control, but unfortunately for them, they fall out the tournament because of that. So they weren't able to force the game 5. But now we're going into the NA side, where last week we had a whole bunch of shakeups. Like FaZe Black, a team was won all throughout this season. They were eliminated day 1 of the tournament. That is insane stuff to me, and it's only going to continue on because we have a lot of new hitters and one redeeming champion in the Spartans trying to go back-to-back here.
Lots of shakeups even with that roster, though. So let's get everything caught up in terms of what has gone on to this point. Like you mentioned, FaZe Black, the big surprise, losing out in their upper bracket matchup 3-0. And I will say, as much as some of the maps were close, some of them were not. And we look down towards the SGP Midnight game. That was a 3-1 there. So with them, RKNX were also eliminated as our first 2 of the top 8 to go home and be done with Challengers Elite regular season play. Now, of course, that leaves us with Elimination Round 2 matches, while also going through the Winners Finals, and the Elimination Round 3 will be our schedule for today. So should be a really fun one. You kind of saw the little, the little teaser that we had on top of our little caster box. Houston Spartans, SGP. That's going to be one of our main focuses here for this opening block here, Jay.
Yeah, and SGP, they just got to make sure that their search and destroy is on point, because last week they showed us that they could win a couple rotations, but then as soon as that first push comes in, they're instantly losing those gunfights, and then they're trying to make up for it with breaks, and they were just falling behind in Hardpoint. So you have to make sure you start off hot today if you're SGP.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Of course, lots on the line with what we've got going on here. So, prize pool is on the line, money's on the line, and this is what everything looks like in terms of our schedule for today. As we mentioned, this first block of matches will feature that in the Elimination Round 2. And then actually we're going to straight into Elimination Round 3. So I maybe have listed that incorrectly when I was talking about it verbally. We'll finish the night with the Winners Finals game between Amit Brooklyn and Force Space. Should be a really interesting match. We do have the possibility, just for what it's worth, that the SGP Syndicate could play SGP Midnight in Elimination Round 3. That'll be the first time we've had Org versus Org, a little bit of team blood being shed there, if that does end up happening. But like we talked about up top, SGP Syndicate, Houston Spartans, our featured matchup here for us. And these teams have a pretty long storied history with one another now at this point. I mean, I would say out of all the teams that we have outside of FaZe Black, these are the other 2 rosters that really haven't made a ton of changes. Some forced, of course, with Spart filling in for Minnesota. You had Frosty in the mix last week, and well, we know that there was at least some communication in terms of was Spart going to be allowed to come back or not today, with Accuracy rejoining the roster. So there will be some figuring out to do in terms of what roster we actually have for the Houston Spartans, but we don't have any questions about what our map set is. This is our 5 set maps and modes here for us. Jay, any thoughts?
I feel like these maps are going to be good for Syndicate because they love themselves some Invasion Search and Destroy. They also love themselves a little bit of that Invasion Control. But the Vista one, that's where you can allow players like Darkside and Gunsy, who are the aggressive SMG players, to really set the tone. Because I feel like with Challengers, they love the new maps compared to the old maps. Like 6-star and Vista, they're always going to guarantee their way in. At least in a Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, somewhere down the line in the maps, it's always going to get in. So this one's a spicy one for both sides. I'm just really curious if Smart is going to be in for the lineup, because Frosty, he did what he did last week. He was able to get a couple clutch wins, but I thought Glow Frosty, he was out of his mind last week. So the question mark's there to see what their roster is going to be like going into this map.
Yeah, I'm really excited, I think, just to see, again, we talked about Frosty, kind of a very last-minute substitution. He did. He held his own without question. Yeah. And immediately after the last match that they played, he was up on Twitter like, dude, I can't wait to get to work and scrim and, really get to be a part of this team. And then all of a sudden, wait, maybe not. Like how often have they had a chance to scrim with Spartan this time? So there's a lot of question marks about Houston. On the other front, though, our other Elimination Round 2 matchup will feature the other SGP team. That's the Midnight Squad. They'll be playing up against Lore Gaming, and this is what their map set looks like. Not surprised to see the Rio. We've actually seen this Midnight team play quite a bit of it, and Classic in particular, I would say, has actually been pretty good on the map so far.
Yeah, Classic, that's the map that he finds himself to be really consistent with that AR, sometimes with that Rival 9 in hand. But I think with maps like that, with the Rio HP and even the Karachi Control, we saw it last week, like Neptune, Mr. Travis, he was doing whatever he wanted out there. So you want him to get comfortable on these SMGs maps early on, so I love the game plan out of Midnight.
Yeah, okay. So that'll be what we're looking into. Again, if you want to watch this matchup on screen, as kind of your priority focus, you can head on to the youtube.com/COD Challengers YouTube portal, and you will find both streams live throughout the entirety of, well, at least the first 2 blocks. Of course, it'll go off the air when we're just dealing with our winners finals. So have the option rather to kind of check those games out kind of simultaneously. We always say, open up multiple tabs here at Challengers. We love COD, and we're going to get a lot of it. So that's what we're looking forward to in terms of what we got for this opening block. Any predictions or expectations or people that you're looking out for just kind of generally today with our top 6 teams, Jay?
I think I want to see Neptune stay consistent to what he was doing last week. He was really showing me a lot. For another roster, who was it? Wiz for the Spartans. Like, he was super, super aggressive every S&D, always with that Ramadan up in your face, getting multiple first blood. So he's another guy that I'd like to pay attention to. Honestly, I love all the SMGs because in challenges, they just play at a tremendously different pace, and it's very fun to watch. So all SMGs, have a good day today.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, I feel like at this stage, like we kind of already mentioned a couple of different times, all these teams are so tight to one another in terms of overall skill. It really does come down to who plays the best COD on the day. And again, it's hard for us to say if the map sets lean towards one team or another because we've seen a little bit of everything across every single squad that's still around. So it's hard to really kind of throw favor one way or the other. It really just comes down to load up, see what you got, and if you're playing your best COD on the day, you're likely going to find yourself at the grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that's the key, man. Obviously, COD, like you said, is so day-to-day. You just need to make sure you're the squad on point. And I feel like for all these teams, obviously ARs, they hold on their lanes. But if you really want to find success on the day, your SMGs have to play out of their minds. So
yeah,
you just got to make sure you're setting the tone, playing with your squad. We're going to have SGP Syndicate going up against the Spartans. Is Frosty going to be in? Is Spark going to be in? Because if Spartan is in, it changes the whole way I look at this series.
Yeah, that's so true. And again, if we have...
Oh, he's not here.
It's Frosty here. I was about to say, like, if Spart's in, had the Houston Spartans been able to scrim with him at all, you know, because now we're getting down to crunch time. And so Frosty, still a little bit of forgiveness going to be given because he is still filling in, but after a week of scrims, very curious to see how he handles playing around the rest of the team. And so far, so good here for the Houston Spartans. Opening time is decent, plus the follow-up gunfights off the first set of waves, looking pretty solid for them to get some more time done.
Yeah, you've got a couple days underneath your belt in the scrim, so you should have gotten familiar of how we like to play and how we like to execute things. And so far, they're executing a great hold here at this P1 with only 20 seconds left. SGP Syndicate, they're not going to give this up for free. They know that they have the spawns for the next sale, so why not go for it again as they find a break for the final 15?
Absolutely the case. So why not? Here we are. We're right on into the mix still. 22 plays 4. Great exit time here for Houston with a little bit of extra eliminations to allow them to get up the map just a touch. Cruz trying to hold the front line over towards the side pool. Gunzy in the vents, and both players connect with good eliminations to try to stave off this first Houston hit. But the flip around the back. Glow Frosty will have fire spawning with them, and there's a chance for Houston to try to overwhelm Syndicate from the front.
And so far, Syndicate making the adjustments off of last week. That first wave comes in. They were able to take care of it with ease, but now the spawns have flips. So you have to be able to read the second wave, and Cruz and Darkside, they're able to find 3 in the feed. So they're still going to hold on to this P2, the ideal situation to be in, because you have those spawns for the rotation over at P3. Still a lot of time to fight here for if you are the Spartans.
Nades coming on in. Darkside still holding this back door. And yeah, the little pre-fire, a little bit of bursting here and there allows him a chance to go up for 2, now 3 in a row. Glow Frosty in the back at Statue. Cruz not expecting him as we rotate over towards 3. Good scrap time here for Syndicate. I mean, that was a perfect hold through P2. And I was about to say, there's an opportunity for them to get some presence done here at 3, but it is being matched all of a sudden by the Spartans.
Yeah, Spartans have the back spawns. It was great plays out of Glow Frosty, the fundamental guy for this squad. Just hits that early rotation with about 30 seconds left. Is able to win the one-on-one gunfight. Now put his team in the advantage situation. As the first push now from Syndicate is all coming through the middle of the map. Stun is able to connect on the Wiz, but he's in such a good spot. I don't know if they're going to check it. They find that opening kill. Here comes the break attempt.
Yeah, Dark will get 2. Wow, how good has Dark been to start? Frosty, though, off the top of the bar, almost for 3. Fire trying to follow up on the damage dealt, but unable to connect. Bake not sure where the contest was coming from, and now all of a sudden the Syndicate have called out the appropriate response, saying it is coming from the front. Spartans actually, though, just kind of showing force, and now there's a full flood through the middle. Dark has read a lot of this, though, and Gunzy off spawn will be right here to pick it up, and this has been a beautiful sequence of hills from Syndicate. They get the exit eliminations, they clean things up, and the scrap time once again goes their way.
And now they're going to be early off the rotation, because if the Spartans made those kills, they would have found a break. But since they didn't, you still got those water spawns over towards that left side. So now, Syndicate get blessed with a free rotation over towards New. You already have Gunzy contesting over towards Security. He's able to win a one-on-one. Everybody else rallying through the middle of the map. And Syndicate now with an opportunity to chain 2 hills together.
Yeah, this has been really good for SGP in the last 3 hard points, honestly. And you look at the scoreboard, 12-7 for Frosty. He is having himself a map. Just nobody else is. Wiz, you talked about him. He had a great series of matches last week. Really slow to get things going. Hasn't found kills, hasn't found hardpoint time, and that will need to change. And, well, at the moment, at least sort of it is. Houston inside the time for now, but Frosty surprised by the amount of pressure over towards Security, and this is not the setup that Houston are going to want as Syndicate are trying to surround, but Wiz actually gets a pretty solid read and things get pulled off, and Houston are going to actually get 45 seconds plus here on the last hill.
Yeah, that's good plays. That's good plays right there. Like, it was a whole lot of chaotic things going on at this P4. Pressure coming through mid, over at Security on the drop down, but the Spartans still able to stabilize in the moment and now climb themselves back into this game. Only a 15, 17-point difference, but off the rotation, Syndicate are going to be in early, but the route out of fire might get just enough for an early break.
Yeah, that little bit of extra pressure from multiple points of ingress is just keeping Syndicate on their toes. They're trying to find exits away from the hard point just to play their lives, not being able to do it. So here we go. Houston, good P4, right back into early time on the first. Wiz trying to get a read on where this hit is coming from. He's going to see a lot. Stun also lands, so Wiz knows that he's under pressure.
And I love this play out of Wiz. He doesn't force the gunfight. Just going to back down and play for one. Also hold the cross for his teammates. And now eventually get a little bit of assistance. But Spartans have been able to take the lead. That's a clean 4 dead out of Syndicate, though. Another situation where they realize we had the spawns for P2. We're still going to apply the pressure towards Old because why not? As they take the lead right on back. And now you're forcing the Spartans to overextend off this rotation.
And it feels like every time that Syndicate open up a door, it's Dark who's starting things off for them. He has been really good at finding openings and turning it into, I was going to say, multi-kills almost every single time, which you almost just did there. Fire does get the better of him for the trade. Gunzy keeps the gun up and once again gets to work, just kind of pelt down these doorways. Not 100% sure where the Spartans are spawning, and Gunzy will realize at least one player is around the back, and Syndicate are trying to get a read on where the rest of this Houston hit's coming from.
Yeah, and Glow Frosty just got it all done by himself. Make it 5 in a row. He hits the super deep route, able to catch a double, then the triple onto the point. Now all of a sudden he's on 6 with a cruise missile in the back pocket. He was Mr. Takeover for this Spartans when his team needed to the most. And now the Spartans take the lead with the final 25 seconds. You already have the crew, so you can fight for all this junk time if you want, because you have that for the next break.
Yeah, and Glow Frosty actually gets his own trade with the trophy system down.
He's unbelievable.
Coming off spawn, he's right back into the mix over towards P3, and really good help from Fire. Great teamwork here from the Houston Spartans, just holding on as best as possible to this opening time that's about to hit here at P3 in the patio. And Syndicate, playing for spawns first, are going to be very telegraphed on where this hit is coming from. But wow, perfect shots from Cruz. Takes Glow Frosty out of the picture, and now here comes the hit from Syndicate.
Here comes the hit. Can they effectively find trades, though? Because Fire and Wiz, they're the dynamic duo still holding on to this top plat. And now you have a pitch coming in from Frosty. He's going to be able to find a double. You still know that there's one in towards the back. Simply runs out of ammo, but that's just enough to at least spawn a couple players from Syndicate across the map.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, the Syndicate split spawns may work out for an opportunity for them to kind of flood in. I mean, the timing of it was so positive for Syndicate. Houston don't spawn in. They spawn further behind the split spawns for Syndicate, and they're calling in the Cruise here with just 20 seconds to fight for. Glow Frosty will be here just to kind of hang out for rotation. Cruise missile does land, and the last player is dealt with. So 15 seconds to fight for. Dark thought about it, but the rotation is on now for Syndicate.
Yeah, the rotation is on, but you have to be ahead of Glow Frosty, and he's never going to get caught lacking. He's able to find the first effective trade coming in out of Gunzy, so he's going to put his team now in an opportunity to potentially win this rotation if he can win the next fight. Thankfully, that team kill does come in, so Syndicate off the roto, fully set up.
Yeah, very, very calm, very collected in what their setup looks like at the moment as well. Small deterrence, though, as there is going to be a hit coming through the middle of the map, but Cruz taking care of 2 from the front. Now it's just down to did the alarm bells ring in time to deal with this hit from middle, and Bink is able to win the gunfight. So really good moment here for Syndicate. Trophy system does take Bink out of the picture, not allowing him to get the regen. And then, whoa, Cruz just shoots through Gunzy. So 2 team kills come through, unintentionally, of course. And the Spartans have found their way just walking back into the hardpoint because of it.
Yeah, 2 team kills. It was a 6v2 in that situation. A little bit of assistance, you would definitely take that. Now you're forcing Syndicate to break their way back on in, but Darkside on the hop up isn't able to get anything. You're just hoping that the rest of the teams can find a couple kills. Thankfully, they're able to find 3. Glow Frosty finds 1, but it's effective on the trade. Syndicate still staying in this game.
It's all about this rotation back in towards P1, though. Frosty watching for the early cross. There's Gunzy, his first target. Clean shots are through. Bink right there to pick up on the trade. Will Frosty still playing through the DJ booth. Help from Wiz keeps him safe up top on this platform, and they know that the last player left for Syndicate is over towards that mid U-Haul. Fire, though, caught on the decision of, do I go help or do I play up front? He gets caught, and Syndicate can actually contest the hill now.
Yeah, you take this if you are Syndicate. You want to keep those spawns for P2, but not allowing them to get any time is also a better play. But a 2-2 trade effect, but Syndicate actually come out on top in those ending engagements. So they are currently in control of the hill. Still a 15-point difference. They had the spawns over towards New. So it seems like with the routes that Houston spawns are hitting, they're rotating and still trying to contest over from water side.
Yeah, absolutely. Crew's just watching the crossfire up through mid stairs. And wow, look at this. 14 seconds to play with. And Houston are just going to rotate over towards P2. Syndicate are completely bunkered up inside the first hard point. And they're going to realize that, oh, wait a second, we're late here to get over towards the second hard point. And Wiz inside of Vent has really started to come back to life. He was 2-9, I think, at one point. Now 16-18 with a lot of time on the hard point. Still getting it done with the pistol. And this is great time early for Houston as the pressure's on for Syndicate to find a break for on the back.
Yeah, they have the back spawn, so you have to make it count quickly. You also don't want to allow Houston spawns to get a lot of time here because we know how impactful that P2 to P3 chain can be. But no longer a winning opportunity here for Syndicate. Just going to try to bombard their way into the hill. Make sure you're trading effectively on the front side. And if you are the Spartans, eventually you're going to decide to cut your losses because you can lock it down with an early break, but when that rotation over towards P3, this should be yours.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And there will be a bit of a foot race. And with Houston still not spawning in and getting the scrap time, they are going to be in a prime position to get set up and possibly put this game a bit more out of reach. Cruz very aware that Glow Frosty could be here, but second guessed it, and in that moment, Glow Frosty hits and Wiz follows up. So the setup looking good for Houston, but Syndicate still find a route to get over towards P3. We're looking at a 234 to 217 score, and every kill matters right now.
Every kill matters. Glow Frosty's at least able to find one on the back end, but the effective trade for Gunzy now allows those back spawns to be in for Syndicate. So if you're Fire, you got to hold it down until the teammates get to you.
Not able to do so. Quick flood from Syndicate, get them in. Now they've got a really solid setup all across the hill. So now all of a sudden, Glow Frosty's the last one left, and this is essentially going to be a dead tie game. Big takes care of that. So once again, it's going to have to be a staggered hit for Houston. Where does Glow Frosty spawn? In Narnia. Big still finding individual kills. One by one they come, and he's knocking them all out. Now here maybe the knockout punch in total. Gunzy, help from Cruz around the back. You have to hit this from the side door, and Syndicate are fully prepared for it, but they don't have the trophies. Bink does get shut down. The contest is in. Frosty finds the final kill, and Houston are in. They cannot win here, but they're going to force Syndicate to rotate over, and Houston won't have the numbers initially.
And we got to go quick. You got to go. If you're Glow Frosty, no time for a long route. We got to get into the hill.
Able to slide through, get the touch, and then 2 kills come through. Immediately countered back. Darkside, the last one left. And he will be the last one needed to get the score over the 250 threshold. Fireworks here in map number 1, but Syndicate hang on with the quick rotation and the stave off of the Spartan rotation to get map number 1-1.
Oh, man, Syndicate just came out swinging. The P2 treated them nicely. P3, they kept it scrappy, but when they needed to find a break at the very end because the Spartans hit those early rotations, you had Glow Frosty to the back, you had Fire around that middle map, and they both found kills. It was just Syndicate had more players off that rotation. 3 versus 2, you stand a better chance. They were able to win one gunfight, secure those back spawns, find an early break, give themselves a lot of time at that P3, and then only needed 3 seconds, realizing that the Spartans can't give up this junk time. You can trade it. You can find a couple kills in the old hill. Now everyone off the respawn is just going to hit that rotation to call game. Syndicate, damn, that was a good-ass hardpoint, man. They played unbelievable in that map 1.
Really, both teams had great moments throughout the entirety of it. It's very appropriate that we get just a foot race over to our final hardpoint to figure out who wins those last 3 seconds out. Really, really hot stuff, and that's just a small taste. That's map number 1 of potentially 15 maps that we may see tonight. So that is a hell of a way to start the evening. And it really did start with this guy. It's kind of poetic that it start and it end with Dark, because he had, well, I think was one of the main reasons that Syndicate was able to put together the 3 hard points in a row, essentially, in the first rotation. And, of course, he's the last one standing at the end. He had a great map here to start things off this series.
Oh, yeah. He's the tone-setting SMG, hitting the early rounds, playing tight in corners, just clutching up in some of those one-on-one gunfights. He was the reason why Syndicate had such a great start to the game. But the closer was big. 33, almost 35 kills. In this map, number 1, he was holding down every AR position, finding doubles when it was needed. That's how you really want to start the day off. You get your SMG to come out firing, play the hill time, get a couple clutch kills, but your main AR to look like the best AR in the lobby. Great start for Syndicate.
Yeah, really good stuff. Tight map, though. And now we've got a back-to-back set of invasions, which we know that the Houston Spartans have played a lot of that, but a lot of that came with Spart in the mix. So. You know, we'll see. I do remember them playing the Spartans. That means I remember them playing an Invasion Control last week with Frosty. So that'll be interesting, I think, just to see how much they've improved now that he's been able to scrim for a full week with them, especially considering the respawns, I think, are going to be probably where we often see the differences today. Obviously, not much of a difference between those two squads there, as you see it in the game flow. A little bit of here, a little bit of there, but ultimately a couple of different points. We had lead swaps and tie games a couple of different times over.
And the only thing that scares me now for the Spartans going into this map number 2 is it's not really a small map. You're playing Invasion S&D, where your SMGs have to take a lot of risk. And if the risks don't pay out, you're going to end up being the team that walks away with the L on this one. We know how aggressive Wiz likes to be. Him and Fire love to be that dynamic duo. Fire also at points pulls out that third MCW to hold down that B point. But if those early plays don't go their way, that's where Syndicate can start to win away with it, because this is their bread and butter game mode. Search and destroy is what they have relied on to get to this position.
Love the call. Okay, so double dose of invasions, what we're waiting on here next. Again, we've got multiple matches going on at the same time, so make sure, I don't know what's going on in the Bravo stream. I say that, I'm going to pull up the stream so I can kind of stay up to date, see how it's going.
I'll do the same.
They're going, you know, again, simultaneously, and, oh, there we go, a little update for you. Woo, 250, 159. Heck of a start for the side of SGP Midnight. Again, it's just one of those things, man. Like, we talked about it a bunch last week when we were either watching this team in full or we had little tune-in moments. When Classic is going in Respawn, this team's going to be hard to beat. And you know, I just kind of zoomed into one particular moment of this map, and Classic's having himself a decent map. 22 and 19, 51 seconds in the hill, and that was when they were at 185 to 131. So, you know, it just feels like this team's really clicking right now.
Yeah, they're clicking at the right time. You can get Classic to play consistent in the respawns. You know what he's going to bring in that Search and Destroy game mode. He's firing. That's going to allow the SMGs to fire. You always know what Temp is going to bring to the table. So a great start for Syndicate on both sides. Like, they're both up 1-0. All right, brother. I see you.
I mean, I'm here for the... I mean, it's going to be confusing.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Midnight
I'm going
versus
purple
Syndicate
versus pink. That's what I'm going to say. Purple, pink.
Gotta make it easy on us if this ends up happening. But I think we're going to be a while before we determine what happens in Elimination Round 3, because these two teams, or these two sets of matches, rather, between these teams, really does feel like it could be anyone's game. Looks like there was also a very slow start from 2Real in that map, just to kind of give you some more context into what happened. Looking at it at the moment, he was at one point 15 and 27 down the road. So not great from the SMG that you look to kind of be one of the linchpins for success for that lower gaming squad, and especially in Respawn.
Yeah, you can just tell 15 and 27 on a map like Rio, he's probably just losing a couple of those one-on-one gunfights off the rotation, swanning all the way across the map, challenging MCWs, just simply not having fun in your map number 1. But the good thing for him is that they got Highrise Search and Destroy in that map number 2. We know what 2Real is capable of. He always loves to dominate that B site, even if he's working through bottom pit, instantly climbing the ladder, going for that Eagle Chow, and also shutting down the bomb on the opposing side. So he has the opportunity to bounce back and Search and Destroy, which I think he will do.
Yeah, I like the call. Again, you really couldn't put a prediction on us and feel like we're making brash claims. I mean, all these teams are so tight together. Very excited for down the road when we get to that winners finals. I thought we were going to have that second, but if we're having that to finish off the night, ooh, it's a heck of a nightcap to finish off Challengers Elite for today. I think both those two teams looked really freaking good in surprising fashion, mind you. I think overall, we weren't sure what to expect from that four-space team. They came out and absolutely impressed. But we'll see what happens here as we are going. Whoa, okay. Jump into the Highrise Search and Destroy here between Lord Gaming and SGP Midnight, and Arcides right off the get-go able to gun Neptune at long range to get us going for a first blood.
Yeah, that had to be some team fires, unless Neptune is just running in a straight line when bullets are coming at him. But it leads to Lore finding that first flood, so they already put themselves in a man advantage, but the route out of Yuli is able to make up for that trade. Still Lore in the 3v2, making it a 3v1, all of the Temp still sitting in the back of his spawn.
Yeah, Yuli just going to kind of gatekeep over towards his backside, but Temp has seen him. So at least some information there, and he's going to try to find the isolated 1v1. There's a slide out, and wow, okay, that was a quick gunfight that, you know, I don't think anyone, even Tab, could have reacted to in time. Yuli just too good on the little finessey slide-throughs.
Yeah, that's just super, super easy to win rounds when you find the first flood 2 seconds into it.
That's facts.
So if you are Neptune, let's just make sure, you know, we tuck and roll a little bit in those situations off the pre-fires. Because you do not want to get picked up, especially on a map like Highrise early on. That's Lore taking full advantage of that moment to secure the first round. Now they go on a defensive side where players like Yuli love to be playmakers, but 2Rail is going to be setting the tone through bottom pit.
Indeed the case. That's what we often expect. Temp up and over, just taking a look down B alley. Hasn't seen anything yet. Defensive nades are out. Arcides has been seen top propane. And he's already taken a couple of shots across the map, so that's definitely going to be confirmation of his position. Nade's going his direction, but he stayed alive. He does get off top propane, though, just as soon as Temp tries to throw his nades out. So the isolation of Arcides is not successful, and now we look towards the bomb carrier.
Yeah, because they're trying to take care of that guy because he's going to give all the info. There's no pressure towards B, no pressure towards bottom pit, so they have to be working around blue. And Lore currently with the perfect defensive setup to shut down both sides. They're just waiting for that game clock to continuously drop on down, but with only 45 seconds left. Capsule tries to find one. He gets picked off.
Yeah, I love that. Paul just kind of playing bait at the back of Underground, so really good start for Lore Gaming in the Search and Destroy, like you mentioned. And we jump on over to see what's going on with our primary matchup between Houston and the Syndicate. And here on Invasion, opening first 2 kills. Looking good for SGP. Offense making a move over towards the B site with those eliminations, but Fire gets one for free, and that makes this more manageable here, Jay.
Yeah, it definitely makes it more manageable. He might have found the perfect timing to still make plays over towards B. He's able to find the second, not able to get out with his life, but now Wiz knows where the play is coming in. You would love for that bomb carrier to still be on that bomb when that nade gets invested, but the bomb is going to be planted at B. You have info on both players. How do you decide to break in?
Good shots over towards Cruz. Not enough to get the kill. Nade will keep him at just 12 points worth of health and has to wait for the regen. There is a smoke here for Wiz. This is very doable. I'd imagine he's going to try to smoke off Cruz. Maybe not. He's just going to dive right into it. See if he can surprise someone, which Gunsy's a bullet. And, oh, couldn't find him. Couldn't find him in the back of those little molehills back there. So Syndicate with the first 2 kills will secure the round, but it does definitely got testy.
Yeah, that's so tough right there because the smoke, it helps you, but it also hurts you. No auto aim through that smoke grenade. And Gunsy just laying on his belly. Able to secure the gunfight and the round for his team. He also finds 3 in that first round, so great start from him. As they found that early first blood to take the first. Now they go on the defensive side.
See how this one starts to unfold. Especially with Frosty in the mix. It'll be a early focus towards B alley. Syndicate, wow, okay, they're trying to get aggressive. Good stun, though, from the offense. Holds them just a touch in place. Dark will still make his way to Broken. And Bink is still holding aggressively on this Dark Alley cross. This is a very bold defense looking to isolate the offensive attack early.
Yeah, you're just hoping that Dark doesn't overpeak right here. He's in a very good spot. Bink watching his cross through bottom Broken. So if anyone slips on up, it will be Darkside's opportunity to 2-strike. Cruz still gaining info as well. Just keeping them at bay, and I don't know if you can take this much time if you use the Spartans, if you're not going to commit.
And there's a slide through. Dark is in a perfect position for it. Also keeps his life. Good support from Bink. Tries to get out, and oh boy, yeah, that makes this round very, very difficult. 4v3 plus the defense now planted with only 33 seconds to go. Oh boy, not a good start here for Houston.
Yeah, it's definitely not the start that you wanted. You're trying to bounce back in this search and destroy, but now in the 2v4 with only 25 seconds. Darkside still being a nuisance, just throwing shoulders, gaining the info. Now with only 20 seconds left, you have to win 2 gunfights on B. You can't find the first, but Fire is effective for the second. But it's still going to be Syndicate. Another early first blood, just shutting down that play for the Spartans. If That's the thing about Invasion. It's like when you realize someone's pushed up towards Broken, they have a crossfire setup, especially when 3 stacking over towards B, you eventually have to cut your losses. Like, you cannot fully commit, because if the gunfights don't go your way, the round is going the complete opposite. So Houston Spartans got to be quick on their decision making.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I think a lot of that was just the problem of, wait a second, how many players are actually down here defensively through BLE? Because we're getting shot at from over towards the tank. There's someone taking shot through dark. Did someone get through it broken? Like, there's so many question marks, and it just came down to maybe too much deliberation and not enough decision making, like you say. So, okay. Good start, and a better one here, as Dark is able to catch fire right in front of Cafe. Early nades also being thrown to A, and look what that does to the Houston defense. They're already giving up on B Street to move over, and honestly, Syndicate have not committed towards playing on A yet. Kills, trades, still looking decent, though we go 3v2 early.
That's beautifully played right there out of Cruz. You saw Glow Frosty rotate over towards the bridge, hits the early couple of shots, know the nade that is going to explode on him, and then finishes it off with the headshot. So great plays right there to Cruz to still keep his team in the man advantage, but what are they going to decide to do on their attack? Because you currently have been gaining a lot of info over towards B. Nothing really showing presence over towards A, but they still might commit for this objective, especially with that stun connecting.
Absolutely. Well, Frosty able to take down one more, but again, the trade's so quick for the Syndicate. They are not giving up these numbers advantages at all. Well, except for that one 4v2 that got to a 2v2, but they still won the round, so it's fine. Wide open B Street, and that will be where the progress starts to go here, as Dark will likely have a free plant, and Frosty will realize he has got a world to tackle as soon as this goes down.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot more difficult because he does not have a smoker in his back pocket, and he's still all the way across the map, so it's going to take about 5 to 10 seconds before he can get into the play. And if you are Syndicate, yep, you play Tractor, you play Box. The perfect dynamic setup to show out this round.
We've been seeing this for what? It's 8 months at this point.
Yep.
Well, Frosty is going to see Dark, hoping he can find some connections. But like you said, without a smoke, nade, anything of the nature, Dark just plays on the pogo stick. Even finds a lot of damage into Frosty, to be fair. So now it's down to going on the corner. Good first read, but again, so tough to break down that post plant.
Yeah, it's impossible, especially without a stun and nade in your back pocket. You have no attacks that are able to slow someone down or at least keep someone at bay. You're forced to win some insane gunfights to knock both of them off head glitches. But that's now 3 rounds in a row where Syndicate find that early first blood about 10 seconds into the round. Maybe if you're Spartans, let's just slow it down a bit.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're absolutely right. It's one of those situations that we talk about their offense needing to speed up, but hey, I mean, defensively, we don't need to be trying to take away all this space.
Yeah,
let's
they're
just
planning to bomb
this
in like the final 15 seconds, Alan. You know, like they're not committing on these objectives early on, so make the play come to you.
I like that call. But it looks like it's kind of the wrong shoes on the wrong foot here, as the offense once again is just staying in spawn. I mean, they're voluntarily giving away all the map. And these are some long angles that Bink is clearing for free at mids. So he can just hold this position, and as soon as he catches any intel, like fire, that gives some good overall adjustments that the defense may have to make if they even need to.
And it's just the adjustments right now to Syndicate on the defensive side. They invested that smoke grenade over towards B Street. That's why all of the Spartans were rallied in towards blue to see if anyone was going to get aggressive. But Bink, unfortunately, on the hop-up is going to drop first. Frosty there finds a second, but Cruz does find one, so still a 3v2.
Oh, and he sneaks through the smoke. Oh, the turnaround. He's able to catch Wiz. Goes back to prone. Hunting for the trade right now are Houston. Glow Frosty. Going to isolate himself, but Frosty able to follow up unpredicted by Cruz, mostly because he probably would have assumed they would have double chow.
Yeah.
So, oh, it's crazy seeds, but that'll do it, as Cruz is not able to survive through the 1v2.
Yeah, you're just not expecting 3 people to walk through the same door to go for that chow. So he turns it into a 1v1, but the unexpected catches him. That leads to the Houston Spartans securing their first round. They found an early first blood on that one. So that might be the key to the success. But on defense, let's just make them plant the bomb for us to lose, especially early into the round.
Absolutely. Whoa, taking a lot of shots here through mid. Fire as well. AMCW in his hands here. Keep that in mind in this position right in front of the A site. So Wiz will be the only SMG player, and he's just playing on box. He's already been tagged. Again, wow, even they're giving away some damage here early. Frosty sending some back in return. Stuns, nades all coming out. Frosty does not have his trophy system with him, but He's picking up on some pixels back through the tank tracks here. And that will stave off the Syndicate hit for at least long enough to maybe consider a rotation.
But they do have broken control, and they're realizing that the Houston Spartans have a double stack over towards B. So they were just hoping that the stunner or the nade could have gotten somebody weak so they could have commit on the gunfight. But through the smoke, Frosty has night vision. He finds the first blood. Glow Frosty with the second. Instant 4v2.
Oh, and Glow Frosty, good for the first. Dark gets caught up through mid. This is exactly what you've called out, Jay. Just find your info, let them come to you, and then as soon as you've got numbers, then you can start to get aggressive. And that's exactly what happened. So, okay, lesson learned. Looks like the adjustments are starting to come through here for Houston. Maybe just took a little bit of figuring out with a little soft jabs back and forth between these two teams and what exactly Syndicate are trying to do.
Yeah, a couple fail-out rounds in the beginning to see what kind of tone they're going to set. They were super aggressive early on into the game, but now with the Spartans just simply slowing it down, it has caused problems for Syndicate. That's 2 rounds in a row for the Spartans. Syndicate back on the defensive side. Love that triple stack over towards B. But this time you can't get too aggressive. Like Bink, we can't jump up through mid-tank because you are in the most crucial position when you're playing that mid area. If you get first blooded, basically the whole map goes the opposing way.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Opening first blood, again at range. This time Cruz able to tally it up for Syndicate. So Wiz dropping means this bomb needs to get collected again. And once more, Houston find themselves early on in a 3v4 situation. I just don't know what their playbook looks like for this. Like, B's not an option for them, though. I'll tell you that much. Like, they got to work something through mid.
Yeah, it's been slow over towards B. Eventually we'll try to work it up, or we're just spreading map. And right now Syndicate are getting early reads on it. They found that early first blood. Gunsy finds a second. They realize that the pressure's still going to be around the mid tank. Cruz over the top finds his second on the round. And now it's fire left in the 1v4. Just way too easy for Syndicate, especially on Invasion. You find that early first blood, you're not going to really have a lot of pressure or a lot of ground to cover on your attacking grounds because you're a man down. And then you're also playing against 2 bomb sites that are very, very difficult to work bomb plants. It's just that first blood can't come in 20, 25 seconds into the round because it basically shuts down everything.
Yep. And it makes the defense just like, okay, we can just
All right,
play
cool.
passive spots,
Like,
read info,
yeah.
and then we're chilling. Yeah, it definitely feels that this Search and Destroy has been strange. It feels so much more unpolished than what we've gotten out of both these two teams, even last week.
Yeah. Spartans always click and search and destroy, but right now it looks like they're a little bit disconnected. And I feel like the guy who usually connects them is going to be Wiz, so hopefully he can start to turn it around. As they are back on the defensive side, they're realizing that all the pressure is going to be through the middle map, and there is Wiz right on cue for that first blood.
That was an impressive set of Rival 9 shots, pretty much halfway across the map. Fire, also good position to take down Bink. Overstayed his welcome. But this is a good adjustment. Again, if you're going to play into a 2v4 situation, get the middle of the map, force the defense to have to rotate around and through you. So now it's a 2v3. They've got isolation onto the player up top. Just comes down to who chows who first, and Wiz, even while Tag says, I got you, Frosty right there to follow up, and much nicer, much cleaner for the Spartans in their opening first blood conversion.
Yeah, that's the Spartans that I know. Wiz getting super aggressive, finding early success in that first blood column, then continuously being a nuisance. The fact that he was able to draw both players over towards tree, wins that first gunfight, puts it instantly to a 3v1, gives the comm to his team and says, this is where they are, just come trade me, we should be okay. Great plays out of Wiz to secure that round for the Spartans.
Absolutely. That changes the whole dynamic of the search, too, especially if we can follow up with an offensive round here. Get us back to level, and that would be 4 of the last 5-6 rounds going the way of Houston, so trends are starting to move a touch. But if you're Syndicate, you're not going to change a goddamn thing. Nope. You got the 2-1-1 split up here for their defense. And honestly, this defensive hit over through B is getting really aggressive. They got Dark inside of Broken. Cruz is re-wrapped back to middle. And you've just got Bink watching the water street safely. This is about as good as it gets. Pretty default.
Yeah, this is the perfect defensive setup. But this time it's a little bit different look from the Houston Spartans on their attack. Because they're not slow and steady over towards B. They're not spreading them out, trying to play for early info. They're already aggressively in towards Cafe. Now we're just hoping that we can potentially get a smoke grenade out so we can cross out towards the site, but Cruz in a perfect position to at least give the comms.
Smoke will go. Gunsy. Whoa, he sees a Semtex actually go right past his ear. But just stays deep of the smoke. Wiz trying to poke through it, gets punished. And that's your bomb carrier. Why is Wiz pushing out to check through the smoke with the bomb?
I don't know. feel like Wiz only has one kind of play style and is always being super aggressive. You probably don't want him to be your bond carrier in those scenarios. But now the Houston Spartans with a lot of map control, trying to still turn this into something. Frosty all of a sudden finds 3 on the round. It's a 1v1 to 15 seconds.
Wow, this is puzzling to say the least. Frosty going to commit for the plant. It's a good call. He will be uncontested on it. And how does he play the post plant? I think he gets out unscathed or unseen. Dark still kind of hunting for info here, and now he's found him. And that's good opening damage. Dark's going to push the issue a bit further forward. Frosty is holding his ground. He will have to check the bomb at some point. And here he goes to try to confirm it. And as he does, Dark finds the perfect timing to read it. That is such a heads-up read from Dark. The damage in plus the follow-up, yeah, that'll work.
It's a heads-up read or the headset is cranked because Frosty, once he decided to go for that first slide over towards the street, you saw that arrow from Dark Side instantly start to edge his way on up. So he's able to clutch up in the one-on-one to keep Syndicate in the advantage now at game point. Just another early first blood from Syndicate. Like, if you're Wiz in that situation, you call it to perfection, my friend. You can't be the bomb carrier and trying to go for that Eagle Chow in a disadvantaged spot. Like, it doesn't make sense, but now you have to make up for it with 3 rounds in a row to try to tie the series up.
Yeah, I really don't understand what that was. But gets punished, and now we're into early action again. Fire over towards Cafe. MCW out. He's looking for help. And, well, there will be at least a trade through. Gunzy also going to know that Wiz is playing forward, may try to isolate Wiz. Is he really going to try this? Bold to say the least. Lots of damage, but he gets out. We stay 3v3.
Stay 3v3. But they did lose a lot of map presence over towards B, and Frosty tries to re-wrap through mid-dark.
Oh, my gosh.
I do not understand that kind of route. Now Syndicate are just going to bombard their way over towards the B site. Wiz try to make up for that play that Frosty made, and that's all Syndicate in that final round as they're able to close out the search and destroy 6-3, now up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, man, that looked very,
that was awful.
Yeah.
That route was the worst thing I've ever seen, Alan. Like, I don't understand how you were running through mid-dark thinking that, okay, that probably still overturns Cafe. Remember, they spawned on that side of the map. There's no way in hell we're just going to be looking at this B tank, allowing someone to cross out the broken and reposition themselves. That was the worst route I've ever seen if you're Frosty. You could have put your controller down, sat right next to the dump through the mid-dark, and made a better play than that, brother.
It just didn't feel even remotely to how they played last week with Frosty having no scrim time with them.
Yeah.
It just felt like maybe they were trying to add new stuff in or trying to kind of maybe bank more on Frosty being more of like a play caller for them, like how Spart maybe would, but whatever that search was, it was not resemblant of what they put together even as much as last week. So, like you said, it's a 2-0 start for the side of Syndicate, and that's also 2 straight maps that Wiz has not really been able to play at the same level that we expect. So, you know, now you look to an Invasion Control, where Wiz is likely going to be running a sub again. Like, he just needs to find the flow state, my guy, because he just is not finding good timings at all across either of the maps we've had to this point.
Yeah, and we said it before the map even started. Invasion is not like Rio. It's not one of those small S&D maps where you can run around and make impactful plays with that Rival 9. It's all about the timings, and unfortunately for Wiz, he only found good timing on 1 out of the, 8 rounds that we played, where he was able to find a double to secure the round for his team. Other than that, he just really wasn't having a lot of success. And when you're thinking about the Spartans having success in Search and Destroy, it's usually a lot through that young man, with the way he's able to get it done with that SMG, with the play calls that he has, and hopefully the timings that go in his favor. It's just unfortunate for him. They did not. So now you're down 0-2. You're going into an Invasion Control. You know what Frosty, Glow Frosty, and even Fire are going to bring with those MCWs. Wiz just need to honestly step it up, man, if he wants to stand a chance here.
Maybe not force things. I mean, you're getting deeper into the bracket stage. These teams are going to be prepared that you're going to go crazy. I think especially the Syndicate team, who's familiar with playing with him, so they know what he wants to do. Just comes down to trying to find the right timings here, it feels like, for Wiz. Okay, so Syndicate calm and collected through the search after a just mere 3-point win on the first opening hardpoint. Gets us into a really tight affair. And again, on our Bravo stream, that's the other matchup that is going on right now. For some reason, I opened up the broadcast and then I closed it, but here is the update. The Highrise search did go the way of Lore, so 6-3 there as well. And they're going to have a 1-1 count, which, again, I feel like just based on what we saw early from Lore, this feels like, yeah, they were well prepared for what Midnight were trying to do. And as I'm looking at it, in the last round, RCD is at 10-4 off 5 in a row, so he was having himself a hell of a map.
Oh, yeah. Archides has a takeover moment. He always loves to play over towards that B Street side, and you could just tell how difficult it was when we were tuned into that game for them to take him out of that position. He probably stayed alive multiple rounds after that, just causing the same exact problem round after round. So Lore able to respond in the search and destroy, tie the series up at 1, and now it's anyone's game.
Yep, absolutely. Karachi Control. We started to see it more this last weekend in the CDL. Teams giving it a bit of a go again, and it's been nothing but offense. I across both the challenger space as well as the CDL space. Offense is winning a very dramatic amount comparatively to our other two maps. So that's going to be about likely who can put together the best defensive response before we eventually consider not an invasion hardpoint, because that map's not in the pool anymore. Whatever map number 4 would be, I imagine that's probably like a Vista or a 6-star or something of the nature. No, Vista and 6-star are both banned, so would it be a Karachi Hardpoint?
Probably.
Is that what's left?
Probably a Cape. It's got to be a Karachi. I think so.
Am I missing another map?
I got Rio, 6-star, Vista, Karachi, and Subbase.
Subbase. Ooh,
Okay,
maybe
so
it could maybe be Subbase.
Oh, if it's Subbase, I'm not gonna lie. That's Midnight's bread and butter. I'm not gonna lie. If you're Lore, you better be prepared for that.
I feel you on that. Well, we're going to take a look at their control. We know that much for sure, as they are already on their opening breakoff. Neptune trying to hit her out to DVD, and 2Real says, nope, try that again, why don't you? And it will just be Midnight focused on this B zone.
Yeah, they're already working up that early progression for the first segment. I realize that Lore aren't going to give this up for free. You have a couple players still trying to contest it. Yuli at least finds one with the frag, Temp with the gun. Now it's all about these wave of fights. If you're Midnight, this is not the ideal situation you want to be in. Everyone falls at the same time. Now Lore have you in the trap.
Yep, not what you want, especially if Yuli can stay here safely. Trophy system earned, he'll drop it right on top of the tank. And he's got 2Real on one side, Arcity's on the other, and Midnight are indeed trapped. Paul going to pick up this play through dark. He sees that, yep, they're heading over towards this mid alleyway, and he's going to hold back. And yeah, it's just the same thing. Although Midnight are very, very patient. They're actually coming out on top of these trades right now.
Yeah, that's good plays right there from Midnight to at least stabilize through the middle of the map. Win a couple clutch gunfights so they can work their way out of spawn, but now you have to find a second wave of kills, and unfortunately for them, none of them going their way. So you're forcing the remaining players who are alive around that middle map area to stay alive, try to make hero plays, and with only 20 seconds left, you eventually have to get some segments done.
Yeah. Got to do something somewhere. Paul getting a double will really limit this play. Yuli's looking for kill number 6, and ooh, good up and over from Classic. Stops at least the streak from being earned. Trophy system down, and Classic will get to work on this first tick, trying to get this through. Careful on how much you're challenging here, because you need to stay alive with only 8.9 on the clock. 2Real over through dark was thinking about it, but it's eventually a nade to get him off the zone, and it'll force Neptune in. Yuli gets a second, and now the collapse is on. Only one tick going to get confirmed unless Neptune can make a hero play, which, whoa, impressive double, but it will be nothing but just that double. So only one tick, Jay. Not a good start here.
Yeah, that's definitely not the start that you wanted. I thought they gave themselves a good opportunity to earn some more segments in those closing moments at B, but once Capsule found himself on 5 in a row, instead of stacking the point, he decides to be aggressive, push through a tree, and he doesn't even pick up the cruise missile. So teamwork not showing right there out of Midnight. Only one segment to their name, and now you need to try to have a replicate defensive round if you want to stand a chance on invasion, because we know how this map gets. It's all about the defenses.
Yep. Absolutely the case. Okay. See what we've got with these boys here now. In terms of the offense, I think if you're Lore, you just take your advantages. Get onto B, get your 2 ticks, get yourself at least a little bit further up. But 2Real, he's found a kill over towards mid, and almost a chance for Yuli to clean something up over towards the B zone. But with him dropping the Classic, finding a solid secondary pick, there will be a default focus for Lore over towards the B zone.
Yeah. They were just hoping that 2Real could probably find a little bit more around that middle map area to stretch the defense out for Midnight. That first segment has yet to fully be complete. All right, there it goes. So now you're still slowly but surely working up this aggression, but SGP Midnight, they are not giving it up for free. They are contesting, they are finding the kills, and now they take the map away.
Yeah. Yuli up and over. No, red by Neptune. So Midnight going to be able to stay solid around the zone, and looks like our primary matchup is about to start as Lore look like they're about to break through onto the B zone. So if you want to, again, follow along with that match as it happens, make sure you do so over on the Bravo stream. But over here in our primary, Houston will be on the offense first, and they're just setting up fully for A. This is not even like a fake. This is just a full commitment to A. But the only problem is no kills happen on the water street. Frost able to provide one. Fire on the pinch gets a second, and that actually does open the door to allow Houston to get onto the zone for the early time.
Yeah, that's good plays right there from the Swards. No trophy systems at that. So you still have Fire, who hit that early route through the middle of the map, cutting off a bunch of players on the side of Syndicate. He even finds a success through the wall banks, almost catches the timing onto Bink. But that's already one segment done, and hey, you will take that. That is a perfect start of your Houston.
Absolutely. Problem is, they're not able to transition cleanly to B, so that may just be the one tick for now. Under 60 seconds, and Syndicate are fully set up and prepared for B, but Fire kind of dances in and out of dark, able to take down Cruz as an opener. Bink will take his place. Same exact gunfight. Frosty just stays alive behind the pillar. A little bit of trouble with Gunzy swapping between weapons, and that should be enough for Houston to start looking at this B zone pretty favorably.
Yeah, still going to try to get over towards B. You have a player in dark side trying to time this pinch play. And he might have found the perfect timing because Glow Frosty's hitting such a long route. He's going to be the game breaker if he could just spot these players onto the point. But you have Cruz from the front end finding all three. He single-handedly shuts down that pressure. You get the info onto the last player, Glow Frosty. Now all of the Spartans trapped in their spawn.
I mean, it just happened so quickly. So the one tick on A, it looked good to start. Now it's looking absolutely disastrous as Cruz finds himself on 4 in a row. Frosty slides across, Cruz is in trouble. And yeah, tries to predict the pre-fire, not gonna happen. Bink, only defender, honestly, here towards A. The defense is not in position to deal with this. So you've got Frosty on. Honestly, more could join to try to get more progress done, but now finally a second tick will start to come through, but just as it stack was in, you've got players getting bounced off, and it's a 16v14. Focus back over to B as the first tick of progress is locked.
And this is the opportunity where you need to play for these captures. You have to try to extend the time. The kills are not the biggest picture. And now, unfortunately, you don't even get that second segment done because you got people playing for kills in those situations. You just have to get the segments done. It was a perfect start for the Houston Spartans. You get that early tick at A, you're thinking, all right, cool. Now let's just go work for B, get up 3 segment, we're up by 4. But that rotation over wasn't the best, but they still gave themselves an opportunity at the end and just didn't take full advantage of it.
Man, some wild starts to these elimination round 2 matches we've seen so far.
Oh, yeah. What are we doing today, Alan? What are we doing?
I don't know, brother.
I don't know what we're doing out there today, mate.
We're just trying to lock in. That's all it is. So Gunzy will exit the round on 4 in a row. And how about this? Syndicate are going to play a 3-1 split off with a lot of aggression right down this water street. Trophy does not get placed soon enough, though. So stuns, nades, all landing in SGP. Find themselves essentially stuck in no man's land. Houston, deal with it perfectly.
Hopefully the rest of the SCP players who still staying alive around this cafe area just keep the players from the Spartans on this side of the map so we can open up that B point for free. You have Gunzy at least able to find one. He would love to have that double to earn the cruise missile. But now all of Syndicate trapped in the back of the spawns. Houston Spartans have 2 segments to the name. They're trying to go for a shutout here.
Sure looks that way. Wiz once again over the top of the tank. Has everyone trapped in this back spawn through Ice Cream. Tallying up the damage numbers. Nades over the top as well. This is going to force Syndicate to have to play through mid-map or play through Water Street. And both of those aforementioned areas are being very well watched right now by Houston, who still hold this middle ground position.
And this wastes a lot of time.
What
like,
are
if
we
you're
doing?
not going to go for those gunfights over towards B Street, you're trying to work over towards Waterside to get over towards A. Just so many more angles you have to put a lot of focus on. So you're just shooting yourself in the foot. Now with only 25 seconds left, you find the initial skills over towards B. But now let me get a stack. Please, stack the damn point.
Need to have it. Nade's starting to come through for the defense. No trophy system down by the look of it. 2 players are on. First tick of progress will be locked. Dark around the back, dealt with. Nade from Glow Frosty also lands, and Houston will get full recovery of the zone. Wow. I mean, these have been the most dominating defenses we've seen, and I wish I could praise the defense more than we can harp on the lack of offensive success, but it feels like the offenses are just getting too cute, man.
And I feel like, I don't know, it's ever since the adjustment or the update that came in with the trophy systems now only blowing up 2 things instead of 3, it forces the players who are running trophies to put themselves in those situations where you can get those down and get those stacks going. But now with only 2 things getting thrown out, everything else is still hitting you. And that's making it a lot more difficult for teams to stack in the control in general on both maps like Highrise and maps like Invasion. That's why you see Karachi where the second point is indoors. It's a lot easier to shut it down. That's why a lot of teams are starting to play it but the Spartans only allow one segment to get away from them. They make up for the mishap in their first offense.
Yep. Wow. This has been a very interesting start to both of our controls. We're talking no success on offense anywhere right now.
Especially not having it at B, Alan. Like, that's the thing that's throwing us off. Like, you're not getting at least a time extension at B. What are we doing?
The thing here is, again, off spawn, Houston aren't throwing any numbers towards B. They're just trying to get all onto A. Like, you have to keep the defense split.
Yeah.
And these kills will help for sure, but now Gunsy's behind you at mid. And now you're set up again if you're Syndicate to at least win the middle of the map. You just got to re-clear out Broken and toss your nades out of the point. Stun will land. Wiz still wins the gunfight, and that's an important moment here for Houston as they will stay alive in the B zone.
Yeah, that's such a big kill because we've seen multiple players push out of that B point and then not be successful on that first engagement. So with Wiz finding that kill, it keeps everybody else from Syndicate at bay. Still knowing that he's in this position, trying to contest them, is allowing his teammates to sit on that B point for free as the second segment is getting complete as well.
This is looking a lot more normal. And
yes.
Will Frosty finding a kill over towards Water Street. He can get to work moving towards A. Frosty, the last one for the Houston Spartans at the moment on the B zone. Good shots to dark side. Will Frosty held from rotating over towards A, but we're going to get the extra 60 seconds. 3 ticks locked. And Houston have a lot of space on this OE, if I'm being honest. They've got Frosty at Treehouse already, plus they've got presence towards DVD.
Yeah, they're up by 4 segments. A lot of map control to go with it. So what can you turn this into? As Wiz finds one on the deep side, fired through the middle of the map, finds a second. So you're going to be super aggressive in this moment. If you are the Spartans off respawn, you got to be ready.
Bink. Good response to fire over towards Laundry. And the pistol! Oh! Almost follows up with one more. Cruz caught throwing stuns. He actually stuns himself. But Glow Frosty is a bit trapped at the moment. Going to try to hit the back door for this play, and that's where he'll fall. Bink right there in place. Gunzy, not sure where to find Wiz. Still tracks him down with a pistol, and Syndicate's defense is still holding on, although the numbers are continuing to drop one by one.
Yeah, they're still holding on, and you don't really want to play this trade fight with the Spartans. Thankfully, the time can still be in your favor, as there's only a minute left. Just need to trade out effectively a couple more times, and this round could be yours. But Gunzy through the side of mid.
Wow.
He's able to only find one. Wiz somehow finds a double, so Houston Spartans are giving him some opportunity after opportunity.
Really good stuff from Wiz. Glow Frosty around the back. That elimination will move Syndicate around through this back alleyway. Spawns are also really deep right now for Syndicate. Glow Frosty in trouble, though. Nade's coming his direction. Player through Laundry will finish him off. And now you're down to essentially the last hit here for Houston, as Bink has already taken control of Water Street, and the rest of Syndicate are just watching through mid.
Yeah, this is going to be the last push coming in. A stun does connect on the dark side. You're going to check every single corner. You're also able to find the gunfight. So they start off with the initial 2. You just got to find the rest of the Syndicate players. They have a beautiful crossfire set up, but this still with 10 seconds, still a chance.
Still a chance, Cruz. Good proactive play. Gets forward, finds Wiz around the back, and it looked like Dark or Bink had found crossing shots to deal with the other member for Houston. So Syndicate will hang on. But our first decent look, not just for getting some extra checks over towards the B zone, but some scary moments around A that Syndicate were just barely able to hang on to a couple of different times over.
Yeah, it was very, very scary. And I thought Houston Spartans, they were dominating in the kill feed. They found a clean 2 to 3 dead, but it's like no one has that objective focus in the back of their mind. You're still putting players in a position towards back gas to play for spawn kills. Like, we eventually have to put the game clock at a pause for us to even stand a chance of trying to walk away with this round. But when you're playing for the kills, the time is not going to be in your favor. So Syndicate do exactly what they need to do to secure the defense, but now you have 4 segments to make up here.
First blood good for Cruz. That's deep over towards A Street. And look at this. Dark is starting to clear space out over towards this mid alley. Cannot quite get to Rugs. Cruz also simultaneously cannot get into A. So a lot of focus here for Houston off that first blood going against them. Has been well focused on this A zone. Defense will hold strong, but right off the second set alive, Syndicate have found their way onto B with a double stack.
And that was a beautiful defensive setup right there from the Spartans, because you had Fire playing over towards B at top Treehouse, but he was watching the middle of the map, realizing that the pressure was going to be here. I'm just going to help Team Fire across the map, and he found the initial 2 kills to start that one off. So single-handedly, he shuts down that play. He tries to shut down a play at B, but job is already going to be done. Time is going to be extended. Now you have 2 minutes of work for, if you are Syndicate, to at least gain 1 segment to tie it up.
Yep. Fire. Clears more space out. Defense starting to find their ground back around this previously captured B zone. That could lead to a lot of mid-map focus. And a couple of trades go back and forth. So the status largely remains the same. Syndicate not really threatening over towards Water Street. The front ice cream spawns will have them kind of defaulting towards this OE. Fire reads it, stun is out, locks a lot of it in place, plus finds a kill on a cruise. So yeah, well responded to here for Houston so far, putting a lot of pressure on this Syndicate spawn up.
Yeah, it's because they have already pressure over that Water Street, so they know they can't get past Frosty for free. And every time someone rotates on that side, he's been able to find a kill. So that's 4 in a row for him. He's forcing all the players from Syndicate to consistently work this overextension. It just hasn't treated them well. Spartan stacking on that side of the map, just trading effectively, keeping them trapped in the back of their spawn.
Cruz is taking a peek through mid. Oh, big win
kill
versus Frosty. Now it's just down to how long can he stay alive by himself here at A. He's going to have Gunzy watching his cross. Just to transmit info. Even better if you can find kills, which he does on the fire. Stun deep, lands onto Frosty. This is how this could happen. Semtex behind that. Good clearance from Gunzy. One player will sneak in, and wow! Frosty just blows Cruz away. It's the only responsibility he had. And that's a huge elimination for the Houston defense, only giving away 1 tick of progress when it looked like the whole zone may collapse.
And now it's all going to come down to kills because we're all tied up in segments. So if you are the Spartan, let's just try to outslay to close out this round. They're getting super aggressive up on the map. You already took control of Water Street. Now you just got to put all your focus on that B point. And they're watching that overextension as they find 3 in the feed.
16 playing 7. This is feeling a little bit undoable here for Syndicate. Especially considering where they are in the map at the moment. So maybe just don't give away more kills to Frosty, who's on 5. Uh-oh. He's going to be 1 away from a cruise missile. That is not what you want going into a round 5 situation. And there it is. Wow, what a map from Frosty. 24 and 12. Cruise missile now earned. And that's a massive tool for Houston going into this round 5, which will largely be based off of kills here, which they may have secured this right here.
Yeah, I think they definitely secured it here because it wasn't a dominant round for both sides in the slaying department, but that was the best performance there. You had Frosty just dominating over towards Water Street. The fact that he went on a 4 street before falling, then a 5 street before falling, that was his playground on that side of the map. If you're Syndicate, you can't really invest that much, or at least if you're going to invest it, send multiple players at him, not just going one by one. Because Frosty was just picking you apart, and now you have to figure out how you're going to find success on this attacking round. They might just have to show early presence over towards A. Hopefully the gunfights go in their favor.
And I mean, again, you know, we saw that break off a couple rounds ago where they were tossing a bunch of early nades. They got caught at mid-map.
Yeah.
Couldn't get through that last stretch to get over towards the A zone. So instead, it's going to be trying to get as much time banked as possible with all 4 members just gut check pushing on to B. Double stack is already in, plus a kill from Darkside here. This is going to throw some pressure to Houston of what do they want to do. I mean, this is going to throw a lot, I think, in particular to Frosty, who's got to really wonder about what do I want to do with this cruise missile. He's going to call it in here. There's already 2 ticks of progress gone and only a single kill tally to this point. This is a huge spend.
Yeah, and I don't even know if he's going to find a kill with the cruise. He's just going to give the info to his team. Hopefully they're able to do something with it, but they do nothing. That's 3 in the feed for Syndicate. They still know that they had that 1 segment to complete at B. They said, screw that, we're going to work over at A.
And Glow Frosty is deep. He's not even here to be a part of this defense.
Oh my God.
This has all gone wrong. An immediate turn of events. Cruz now holding through mid. Oh my goodness. All it took was a 4-man stack over towards B. And a cruise missile that gets gut check called, and now the 2nd tick is gone. The 3rd is on the way. Kills are still coming up for Syndicate. Can anyone touch in time? Sure, but not enough to get him off the point. And you look back over to B, the defense is going to be held by Gunzy. This has gone flawlessly for Syndicate.
Yeah, this is the perfect round number 5 here for Syndicate. You have 1 minute and 50 seconds to gain 1 segment at B. You are still being a nuisance in the back of their spawn, so players coming off the respawn have to put focus onto Gunzy. You're just hoping that the rest of the teammates can win a couple clutch gunfights at this B tank, so eventually they can get on the point.
And the defense has thrown out all 3 of their trophies. So they're not going to even have any trophy systems left as soon as this hit starts to come through. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
My goodness. Syndicate are finding every single kill. And this Houston Spartans team is shades of its former self at the moment. Last 2 defenders huddled next to each other. Gunzy, the patient player, finds 1. Glow Frosty has to line everybody up, and to be fair, he does get 2. So things are still stabilizing, but Houston are down big time in the lives.
Yeah, Houston are down big time in the lives, but at least they got the game clock who can play a big part in this round. Just need to shut down a couple more waves, and currently with their setup, they are dominating over towards this B Street tank. You also have to read the pressure coming through mid. Effective trade on that side, but just staying alive in this situation with only 50 seconds left. Syndicate are starting to get a little bit nervous.
I mean, we just got to focus this hit together, huh?
Yeah.
Hit for Cruz through mid, gets torn apart. Houston's defense is still heavy stacked around the B zone, but Wiz is watching mid. And again, Cruz is coming off spawn, trying to put pressure on the middle of the map. Finally, an opportunity for Syndicate to try to make a play over, and oh goodness, Glow Frosty almost deals with all of it himself. 8v7 now, speed 12. Gunzy, beatdown comes through. Little route from Frosty, trying to finish off the map himself, but Gunzy's kept his life. Second player should be able to jump on to stack this, and that will do it. Houston completely befuddled in this round 5. Syndicate, all it took was a stack on B. You forced the Cruise, quick transition to A. And from there on out, the life count plus the 2 ticks that were previously captured were too much for Houston to deal with.
Yeah, that cruise missile was a panic cruise right there to Frosty. Like, you were on 7 in a row. You're feeling yourself a little bit. You're thinking, all right, I can use this to shut down that pressure over towards B, give all the info to my teammates, hoping that the kills go on their side. But once Syndicate were able to find a 3-piece right after that cruise missile gets invested, you say they instantly chalk over towards B. You hit the rotation through Cafe, you get the stack over towards A, you get the more difficult point at the way, and then all you needed was one opportunity to close at that B point. I think it was Gunzy who got it done. The fact that he walks into Broken, finds that trade on the Glow Frosty, and then a 2-piece double with the beatdown on the Wiz, that was all it took right there for Syndicate to eventually get on the point, get the stack to going, get the trophies down, and close out the series in 3.
So with that, Houston Spartans have been eliminated. And man, so many questions about, you know, Spart. Obviously, he takes the opportunity to play for Minnesota.
Yeah.
It lasts 1 weekend. And now all of a sudden your team is out of the competition for Challengers Elite. Again, this is the last thing these guys are going to compete in until Challengers Champs. No major 4 for them. It's just cups. So now it's just the math of the points. You know, do they auto-qualify? They probably should be in a good spot for it based on the fact that they've done well at LAN. Top 6s, top 8s. I think maybe a top 4 in there, one of the 3. But it just feels like a missed opportunity here. You go into your last port of the season where this is everything. You know, this is your last chance to make money before champs, your last chance to make challengers points kind of accrue before champs. And now there's going to be some question marks if this Houston team will still qualify, especially considering that both Syndicate teams are still alive, Lore Gaming is still alive, FaZe Black is light years ahead of everybody. I mean, only 4 teams get auto-qualified for champs. Everyone else has to go through the LCQ.
Yeah, so it's going to be tough, man. Obviously, you were wishing that you had your full roster, not with Frosty for 2 weeks of practice. You're wishing that Spart was on the lineup. But who would have known what would have happened to Spart?
Well,
you joined the Minnesota Rocket for a little bit. You're only able to play 2 matches. And thankfully, Aggressy's mom is doing a lot better, so he was able to join the lineup again. But it's unfortunate for him that he wasn't able to join back on this Houston Spartans team. You know, like that is the one that kind of difficult to understand because obviously we know he got called up to the big leagues, but now his team is still competing. He took his team in this opportunity. Obviously the last couple of matches Frosty was filling in, but overall Houston Spartans are ran by Spart. And it was just very difficult that the fact that he wasn't on the roster today probably would have made a difference.
Absolutely the case. Here's a look at our secondary matchup. It was Karachi Control, and looking at the stream, it's a Karachi Hardpoint. Obviously, it's not Invasion Hardpoint. So they are finding themselves in the middle of that game at the moment. So Midnight need to find a way to win here in map number 4, as well as find, obviously, a chance to get to map 5 and win it there if we're going to see this all Syndicate affair in lower round 3. But at the moment, Lore Gaming picking up nicely. Yuli at 18-11, Two Real doing well, especially with the Hardpoint time. But Midnight have a chance to set themselves up for some good opening time here on P2.
Yeah, they have a full kill feed, all purple. The spawns for Lore Gaming all the way across the map at the new hill. It's going to be quite some time now for Syndicate to even get an engagement. But they are running up that score, just getting closer and closer back into the game. They need this final 35. They're also finding every single kill in the feed, and this is where you got to take advantage of these kills. You have to try to flip the spawns, and the positioning right now to Neptune is just enough to at least spawn 2 players across the map.
Indeed the case, but there's still a hit on the way here for Lore. They're trying to get to the old time. Yuli by himself, just trying to hang on over towards rotation. And that's an interesting decision from Lore to go back to the hard point with about 18 seconds left. They're going to forfeit the opportunity to play early for P3. They're going to have to break again. I mean, this is decent time, don't get me twisted, but that's a costly decision, especially if SGP can continue to hold through mid-map like this.
Especially with it being P3. We know how much of a money hill it can be, a game-changing hill on a map like Karachi. But is that a cruise missile getting invested? All right, so Tura has that in the back pocket. That's why they were still contesting at that old hill. They realized that they had a cruise missile that can assist them on this potential break opportunity, but nothing is able to connect, and it's still Midnight holding on.
Yeah, Too Real. Good trigger disappointment. He's going to get around the back here. Completely unaware that was temp, and how could you be? Really solid route from Too Real. Shots are clean towards the player at Arches. That's cleaned up by Yuli. And the last one left is Classic. Yeah, really well broken down here by Lore Gaming. Just got to stay with someone in the hard point. That's the only thing they're missing at the moment. Yeah,
it's what they're going to get now. That Yuli jumps in. Good 20 seconds to fight for Midnight. Realize we cannot give this up for free. We're going into a P4 where neither squad is going to play for a lot of hell time. But that decision now is going to be made for them as it's a clean 4 dead in the feed for Lore. They realize that the spawns are going to be over towards Cafe, so Tura, trying to be the instant cutoff man, has yet to find one, though. So it should allow Midnight to take a little bit of fountain control, but now someone's got to work that objective. Yeah,
this is good, though. The kill into RCDs through Bridgeside should allow someone to get on for some time. Much needed time here for Midnight. But do they expect the Too Real spawn out? No, they do not. He's able to jump right back in. Temp hanging on for one, but the quick trade from Paul X has Lore Gaming looking very eagerly at the time still available here on P4.
Yeah, it's a lot of time here if you are Lore, and you got to realize that Midnight, they want to win their rotation over towards New. So they're going to send a couple players early off that. So you have the man advantage to still fight for this final 30. Just got to clutch up in these next couple engagements. Too Real is able to at least find one. You still have a little bit of assistance from RCDs and still the spawns in the back door Lord. So the final 20 is going to be theirs. Midnight just have to make up for it. It's do or die now.
Oh, just completely barrel stuffing another. Not good news here for Midnight. Too Real up top has a really good look at Caps, who was completely blown apart by a lot of different nades. So now Midnight have to try to survive over the top of P5. If Too Real had one more bullet, he may have just broken the hard point at medium range by himself. Trophy system denied by Paul. One placed in his own name. Midnight trying to hold from the front, but Too Real is having his way. Nearly gets forward enough to find kill number 6. But trades are decent and Midnight are still alive.
Oh, that's a big double out of Neptune. Still trying to keep the hopes and dreams alive for Midnight, but the flank out of Yuli, and now the spawns from Midnight all the way across the map. It's going to be very difficult for them to work back into this objective. Classic is able to at least find one for a little bit of a break, but the close spawns here for Lore, they're going to instantly hop right back in.
Yeah, absolutely. Every second's a disastrous second right now for Midnight if Lore continue to stay around the hard point. But kills for Midnight are decent. RCD's the last one to find. And he's at low health, and there's enough patience for Capsidal to not secure the back scrap time. We're going to try to rotate over to P1 here. Okay, interesting decision to be sure. He actually just goes back to it, so they just left 8 seconds for free. Not really sure what that's all about, but kills around the map still looking decent, and Midnight can actually open up the P1 to their name as well.
Yeah, they win the rotation. They're just now trying to fight for a couple of those power spots. It's going to fall into Neptune's hands to take top 3. He's only able to take down one, but puts in shots onto the other players. You're just hoping that you can continuously win these gunfights because you want to try to trap them in towards the back so you can get in towards Cafe and make it a nail-biting game.
Yep, absolutely the case. Contest is on. It's just one player inside the hard point, though. It's Too Real, and he's not going to be able to stand tall enough. 5 in a row for Capsidal all of a sudden. That cruise missile could be huge for them. Paul nearly gives up kill number 6, but stays alive. More time being earned by Midnight. P2 right to their backsides. Have to finish off this 15, and Caps gets smoked by Yuli at range. The follow-up from Lord get them onto the time for a little bit, but Too Real has snuck through. And I don't think enough for Midnight fully knows that he's back here. Some stuns seem to give us the intention that they do, and Classic will find him just in the nick of time.
And now this needs to be perfect if you are Midnight. You're fully set up in towards Cafe. You know where the pressure is going to come in. Just don't know if you're going to be able to read the route coming in from Yuli because he's already worked his way through top yellow. He's going to find that initial gunfight. Now you're just hoping that everyone else who Ticket finds a little bit of success, but it's a 2-2 trade.
And the kill from inside the hard point is decent. Classic at low HP cannot get back into the hill. 243, Too Real! Pistol out, man, just won the game by himself. One more chance to contest. Stuns will lock Midnight out of the hard point. And Too freaking Real. Wow. I mean, what a display from him on not just the last moment, but so many different times throughout those last handful of hills where 2 Real was just such a problem.
Yeah, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. He struggled in that map number 1, but best believe the next 3 maps, he took it to a whole different level. Lore were just dominating off the rotations. They were finding successful breaks early on. It looked like they were a lot more in sync. There were a bunch of situations there where Midnight were on 5 streaks. You got a 5 streak out of Capsule, multiple times at that, but you just could never find that 6th kill. And then every time you hit that early rotation where you were properly set up, Lord just found 1 kill or 2 kills to go in their favor, and they instantly spawn you out to find an early break. They were just a better team today in Hardpoint, and they showed it throughout that map.
Yep, absolutely the case. So that gets us another team eliminated. That's the SGP Midnight team that will finish top 6. Lore Gaming will now move on into elimination round 3 to face up against the SGP Syndicate squad. Had to make sure I was saying the right names for a second there. But you can see it across the board. Yeah, I mean, 27 and 23, 5,100 damage from 2 Real with a minute 47 in the hard point. 14 of those kills are objective kills, Jay. This guy was everywhere.
Yeah, he was even hitting hip fires with the MCW. That's how good his bullets were connecting in that map number 4. But Lore Gaming, they get the job done. They also ruined the party of the Syndicate dance-off. Like, come on, guys, you couldn't give it to us, pink versus purple. It's all right. You probably just wanted a little bit more. As we know, they got a 2-time world champion in RCDs. Paul X, a guy who's always going to be consistent in challengers. And
yes,
Yuli, who we think should have definitely got an opportunity this year by just simply off of his playstyle. But he still hasn't, and now he's still causing mayhem in challengers.
Yeah, I mean, Yuli just, I mean, he got hosed last year, let's be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, this kid's, he's such an unbelievable talent.
Yeah.
I mean, as are everyone in this lobby. I mean, legitimately, I think you could have made an argument for every single player in this lobby. I mean, maybe not Neptune because he's recently rejoined the COD space, but everyone else, I think at any given moment in time through this year, could have, if not should have, gotten a shout for an opportunity to fill in. But I don't know if anyone wants to play for Boston right now, so you got that going on. So 3-1 the count outside of the opening hard point. Really, the series was pretty much in control for Lore. We watched their opening surge, didn't really get a chance to see what happened to their control except for that first round. And then here, the back half of this Karachi just felt like Lore was all over it. So they're playing well today.
Oh, yeah. Lore playing well, and thankfully for them, their next matchup going up against Syndicate, they were already able to take care of this squad. Very first round of winners in a clean 3-0. So confident series for them going forward.
Indeed the case. So again, that is our elimination round 2 matches now done and dusted off. We will be moving to elimination round 3 next based on our schedule, which means, again, we're going to get the immediate process of Lore Gaming going up against Syndicate, and then we'll finish off the evening with our 3rd block, which is just saved for winners finals. Fourth Space Esports looking like a big surprise, but they've got a tough opponent in a bit on the other side of things. So we're going to send things to a break, come back with elimination round 3 once the vetoes are done. North American Challengers on your screens all night. We'll be right back. welcome back, everybody. So our schedule did get a little bit bobbled up a little bit. I'm Shift, that's Study, and we've got winners finals next, which is what I thought we were going to have initially. So don't have to wait until the end of the night. We're going to get the main course essentially right now. I'm at Brooklyn, 4 space. This should be another banger, honestly. We're a little disappointed, I think, with the quality we got offered in Elimination Round 2. I expect this matchup, though, to be very high caliber from start to finish, Jay.
Let's hope, man. Let's hope, because so far today, people are just making some kind of crazy plays out there on the map, trying to be an individual instead of teamwork. So both of these squads need to make sure teamwork is going to make the dream work. Obviously, for 4 space, they've been on cruise control all the way here. 5-0 in the stage matches so far, 6-0 in map count to get in this position. On the other side for Omid, though, they were able to, in their first series, take down FaZe Black in a clean 3-0. I was sitting there like, damn, they beat them like that. But I think even better was the fact that they completed a reverse sweep versus the Spartans to be in this position versus 4 space. We all know what they can do. They got players like Cammy, players like Awakening who can really set the tone with those ARs. But 4 space ain't no pushovers. You got to be prepared for the SMG pressure that they're going to bring.
Yeah, I mean, look, we talked about this. I'll say it again. It's going to sound like I've said this a million times, especially for Jay, who's listening to me say this every time. This 4 space team came out a little bit out of nowhere. I mean, we weren't sure what we were going to get. I think we've gotten good samples of all 4 players on the roster. Obviously, Craze started the season off perfectly fine. Great. Yeah. Season 2 did not go so well. Similar situation with players like Welly. Great start, a little bit of a fall off, some roster changes had kind of come through. Like, we just weren't sure what this combination of 4 players was going to provide. Was it going to be signs what we got at the beginning of the year, or were they going to kind of struggle to get it together, kind of like some of their teams had been kind of categorized as throughout Major 2, all the way, I would say, from really Miami through Toronto. You can include Season 2 of Challengers League in there. But they've looked great, honestly. It looks like everyone's kind of in a level space. Everyone's helping each other out. The teamwork has been fantastic. The macro game's been fantastic. So it should be really interesting to see if they can carry that on, especially against this Brooklyn team who has looked chef's kiss. They've looked great.
Yeah, I feel like every team that has a player like Purge on your roster, you're always going to find a couple wins here and there, because the way that he plays, it's always about that objective mindset. He's always thinking of how the hell am I going to walk away with the W at the end of this. Doesn't care about the scoreboard, doesn't care about how many kills he's putting up. He is always playing for the W. And the same thing can be said for Vivid on the opposing side. Like, we know how fast Craze can play at times, but Vivid, he's their methodical guy. He's their thinking SMG, the guy who's going to hit routes, make game-changing plays. So both of those guys are going to have a lot to go at each other in this series alone, because they're both the playmakers, and they're both going to try to shut down each other. So it's going to be an absolute battle from start to finish between those guys.
Pumped about it. Again, our lobby just kind of reset. Maybe we can get a chance, if we have the ability to swap back over and look more deeply at this map series layout, because we only got a brief glimpse of it before
Bring the maps back up.
I love that. Yeah, just tell them how to do it, Jay. Rio for the opening hardpoint. Highrise Search and Destroy. I'm actually pumped about that one because, you know, I think in front of my mind, I'm sure it's somewhere in the front of yours. 4 space play that map very oddly. They're going to hit you in spots that you just do not expect people to still be using this deep into the game. That caught a lot of our teams off guard during the group stage, and I'm pumped to see if I'm at Brooklyn have a good response for that style of gameplay when we eventually get to the Surge.
Yeah, you're not expecting them to just run right at you on both defensive rounds and also offensive rounds. So Omid, they had to be prepared for the pressure, especially on that map number 2. But I really do love this map set, at least the hard points for 4 space. They've been playing a lot of Rio all throughout this elite stage. Same thing could be said about 6 there. They have a good feeling of how they want to play it as a collective unit. And those are 2 maps where your SMGs have a lot of opportunities to shine. You just need your ARs to hold down the power positions. And with players like Welly, he's always going to do that. The only thing that really does scare me for 4 space is that invasion control, because now you're forcing your SMG players to run MCWs, and you're going up against players like Cammy and Awakening, who've always loved that role. They always love to play a little bit invasion, and they always love to hold down those power positions. So the invasion control is scary for 4 space. Everything else, I feel good about it.
Yeah, I like the call. It really just comes down to which 4 space team are we going to get in control. Because we've seen them run through teams before, but we just don't expect that to be the typical identity of what happens on invasion control. Yeah, so it should be a very, very interesting series. I think, again, this Brooklyn team is hitting stride right now, too. I thought they looked really good through groups. Thought they played well last week. But I think that this is probably the best Amit team that we've seen coming out of North America in a while, in terms of where they're at the current moment, which is always a good thing to have, especially considering that you're going to have this event and then 3 weeks until champs. And again, based on how they perform here, they could be one of our other teams that find themselves locked into a top 4 position based on pro points, ready to go for champs. Don't have to worry about the LCQ. 4 space may be in a little bit weirder of a position. I mean, you've got some players who have placed well on land, so You know, they may be a little bit towards the top. I would put them maybe between that 3rd through 6th position, but it's going to be hard to tell, man. It's going to be a foot race here to close out these, you know, remaining points that are still out and available for everyone before the LCQ comes out.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot of points to get, man. You need that LCQ. Obviously, if you're not one of the teams in the top 4 to make it into Challengers Champs, you want to make sure you get as much as you possibly can to make your road a lot easier to make it there. So, a lot to play for still.
Indeed the case. Still working out the lobby, so we're going to take just a brief break and then jump in when our teams are loaded up and ready to go with map number 1. Don't go far. Winners Finals. Right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. We are into our winners finals. Shout out Bryce Tacular. Just hopping in, saying hello, and then getting out of Dodge. Wants to tune into the gameplay. I get it. Amit Brooklyn, 4Space Esports. Lovely colors between the two of them as they square off with this Rio Hardpoint. Jay, let's get it on.
Yeah, let's get it on, man. Shout out to Bryce, like you said, man. The guy's just dripping passion in Call of Duty. So like 2 a.m. over there in the EU, but he's still staying around for the NA side. But Omid Brooklyn so far in control of this P1. Still a good chunk of time to fight here for, though. If you are 4Space, you don't currently have the spawns at all, so you don't want to give up all this time for free. As they find an early break for the final 15, but it's still going to be contested here with Pro losing that one-on-one final 10 theirs.
Yeah, Purge still thinking about the contest, just jumping on towards vending. Little chow out from Craze. Big gunfight win there. And on rotation towards Bananas, Cammy actually gets caught. So 4Space again. We've seen this before where they just get aggressive all the time, all over the place. And Vivid, kind of the last one lurking from the front, is the one who actually gets some success. Tries to snap with a pistol, but Prolit with the trade will make sure Amit Brooklyn can stay on the hard point.
Yeah, now Omid Brooklyn into the hill with the trophies just to keep him alive a little bit longer. How do 4Space decide to execute this break? Another route being hit from Craze. He's going to go unnoticed. Not able to find the first kill. Also not able to find the second. But it's still going to be Omid Brooklyn hold on to the hill unless Mock has something to say about it.
No, doesn't have enough to say about it. Awakening is good for 2. Nade from Prolit over the top does take him out of commission, but with 20 seconds remaining and some pressure here on rotation, 4Space may not really even get a good look at trying to even deny some of this time here. Amit Brooklyn, perfect hold over the top of P2. 4Space just with the 13 seconds they found from hill number 1, and there's 3 very clean, very quick exit kills. Amit Brooklyn are off to the races.
And now your setup isn't going to be the strongest if you are 4Space, because everyone coming off of the respawn. Just got to be prepared for the pressure to already be in your face, as Omid Brooklyn are working on that overextension. Vivid is going to be able to find the first kill on that side of the map. You're just hoping you can find a couple more so you can still hold on to those back spawns.
Purge is just challenging everything right now. He's getting away with a lot of it. Mock pistol out will deny the play, and okay. 4Space deal with the initial attempts from Brooklyn.
Shots.
And now they've got great kills through mid-map. So that setup that wasn't necessarily perfect at the beginning of the hardpoint, Jay, it's damn perfect right now.
Yeah, it was able to hold on to that first push. They knew where the pressure was coming in, so they read that, and they also were able to clutch up in those gunfights to still hold on to this hill. But right from the middle of the map, Purge just flies off of those steps and is able to find a double. Finds the break for Omid Brooklyn as they're still holding on.
I mean, this has just been, this whole season for this Challengers Elite has been kind of a statement, it feels like, from Purge. It's just like, I don't need to play my life against these guys. I'm just better. And a lot of the time he has been. He's been really, really solid for this Mint Brooklyn team. But as we get deeper, obviously, some respect needs to start being shown. Although right there, it works out beautifully for Amit. They also get the rotation over to 4. Split setup here for 4Space. And they're not really finding the pinch because Big Wake has gone to Giga mode. 9 kills for him already. And Amit Brooklyn all over the time here at 4.
And you see 4Space trying to set that break up. You had 3 players attacking through top P2 side, hoping that Craze can find a little bit of success on the pinch, but everyone drops. By the time Craze gets to the hill, they're already reading that route coming in. So Omid Brooklyn flawless so far at this P4. Purge finds that final kill to pick up the cruise missile. Can Awakening earn one as well?
Yeah, I mean, he is in a good spot to do so. And again, just a little recursor and reminder here. As Amit had 3 teams in the Elite. They've got the Amit EU team. And then during the group stage into the first round of playoffs, there was 2 different Amit teams here in North America, but the other team has been either relinquished or whatever, and this is now the only Amit North American team. So they are Amit Brooklyn officially. You can check their Twitter for the sources on that. Purge, yep, right there mid-map, continue to be a menace, and Amit are absolutely in control of this game with the 5th hardpoint looking very positive for them as well.
Yeah, they're already up by 80. You win the rotation over towards Nude. You still got the cruise missile in the back pocket. They are just starting to run away with this game. If you're 4Space, you need to find a little bit of standing ground. Find an early break to lead to some much-needed time, but every time they try to, Awakening or someone is finding a double to still hold on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Purge is just doing whatever the heck he wants right now.
Look at the routes, Allie. He's just I'm here, I'm there, I'm everywhere.
Yeah, it's just legitimately, he's got like a scanner on. It's just like, I'm going to go here now. Okay, I'm going to go there now. It's just everything is just see, read, react, and it's gone off really nicely for Purge. That told, though, 4Space going to get a little bit of scrap time here off the staggered spawn. They will have 2 members also threatening over towards P1, but Purge is just solo challenging this entire 4Space team right now. I mean, legitimately, he is solo challenging the whole team. And honestly, as much as it's impressive that he's getting away with it, it also makes you wonder, like, if him and Brolit were together on some of these hits, I mean, Brooklyn may have not given Force Base 20 points in this set of hills.
Yeah, but they're just still so far ahead in this game. You win a couple gunfights off the rotation, everyone stays alive, and you're already finding yourself off the rotation now at P1. Force Base, another opportunity where they need a break, and they need it quickly. Thankfully for them, they have a little bit of bridge control to have a different angle of attack.
Yeah, Mock helping out. Lots of damage in. Welly, Vivid cleaning up. Moment here for Force Base. Need Craze to show up, though. 5 and 11 is very atypical, especially considering how the SMGs have looked for a bit to this point. Vivid trying to step up and does well to get a little bit of extra damage in. Welly, the last one left. Tough shots versus Pro, but a little hop up gives him a better look at him, and the kill comes through. So here we go. Force Base back into the game, at least marginally, still down about 100 points, but they will have a chance to try to rotate over to P2, but good nades from Amit will actually get them in for the front with the chance to maybe even contest spawns.
Yeah, they're not winning the gunfights off the rotation. It's making it a lot more difficult for them to find success early on at these HPs. As Omen Brooklyn, more specifically, Purge is always in your face. Another 3 streak for him. Mock also finds himself on 5. Hopefully he can pick up that cruise missile to try to get his team back into the game, but he unfortunately is going to fall. Even though Forces have the back spawns, all the angles are being watched by Omen Brooklyn. They're continuously running up the score.
Yeah, and it's just, you can see it for Purge. He is in that state, man. He is just running circles around the map. I mean, come on. He is looking like reformed Shotzi right now with how he's moving around the map. Cammy following up behind with the AR. Force Base, you can feel the desperation. They're just looking for something to grab onto, and at the moment, this roller coaster ride has not been strapped in for them at all. 195.87, and look at number 1 on the minimap. Awakening has already moved spawns for Amit to get ready for new.
Yeah, we're going to win the rotation over towards new, and even if we did, we still got cruise missiles to assist us. Just right now, Force Base is just playing on 2 different paces. You got the ARs taking their time, trying to hold down the lanes, and the SMG is trying to be way too aggressive, and unfortunately, it's coming back to bite them. You need to have a little bit more teamwork, especially in these moments, because they don't find any kills off of this pinch. They try to work to at least flip the spawns. Welly is going to be able to find one, but it's effectively traded. Omen Brooklyn in the perfect setup.
I mean, you're absolutely right, too, about the tempo differences right now between the SMGs and the ARs. And maybe some of that is influenced by the fact that Purge is just running through Force Base. And in certain regards, I think you run a sub on this map and you think, we got to fight fire with fire. He's running loose. I got to run loose. When your ARs are getting overwhelmed because it's like, I've got no sub presence around me. So it's just, it's been a little bit discoordinated right now from the side of Force Base. They will get past the 100-point club, but this map has been well and truly hand and foot tied up by Amit Brooklyn from start to finish to this point.
Yeah, this has been dominant, and now you can already see another dominant moment where they're going to win the rotation over towards P4. They find the initial 2 kills, Mock finding 1, and now he's just going to play his life knowing that he doesn't have the reinforcements to assist them. But Omen Brooklyn only need 26 seconds, 1 or 2 wave of kills to get the job done.
Shots are good. Ooh, okay. Mock through the truck. That's decent. 5 in a row here for Vivid. Could be a lifeline here for Force Base if you can get the cruise missile earned, but it does feel well and truly that this game has gotten a little out of hand. Purge's going to call in his cruise right here. Vivid needs to stay alive, and okay, a couple of kills for Amit to start, but Cammy does get taken out by the friendly fire. Vivid still drops regardless, though, and Craze is still hunting for kills, man. He is in the blender. 8 and 23. That is not what you want to see if you're a Force Base fan.
Yeah, it's tough, man, because you can just tell by the way that Craze started off this map. He was the guy trying to hit those routes, set up those pinches, and unfortunately, when those routes aren't treating you nicely, you try to go back to the original. I'm just going to head bash my way to the hill, and he's still not winning those gunfights, so not the best performance there for Craze, but Omen Brooklyn, they just dominated, man. Yeah. It's as simple as that. Awakening was dominating with that AR holding down his power positions, but we saw it on Purge's screen. He was doing whatever the hell he wanted, jumping on certain things. If phone booths didn't matter, even earning cruise missiles, didn't even have to use it. Like, that was just a absolutely dominating performance right there out of Omen Brooklyn to really set the tone in this series.
Awakening 26 and 13, over a minute in the hard point. I mean, almost everybody on the team had him over a minute in the hard point.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that was a statement. And the thing about that, and getting kind of to your point, talking about the ARs and SMGs, just like not just like, yo, we need to slow down. Like, we need to get together, boys. Now, all of a sudden, if Amit start this next search by running at you, you wonder if the integrity of Force Base is just completely done and lost. Where they're just like, Oh, I don't know what to do. I gotta go do make a play. I gotta be an individual. Like, they have to have a talker, and I'd be like, yo, I don't know what the hell that was, but that was not how we wanted to play this map. We need to get together and actually execute a playbook here in this search and destroy. Otherwise, Mitt Brooklyn could just keep running through them if they stay this discoordinated.
Yeah, 100%, man. Like, Omen Brooklyn, they looked so in sync. Like, even with Purge running around the map the way that he was covering the right spots, allowing his ARs to hold down those different angles and just completely setting the tone, winning some insane gunfights as well as that. So he was just having himself one hell of a map. On the opposing side, it was just the pacing difference. We called it to perfection. Craze playing way too fast, trying to hit too many routes. Mock, Welly, and Vivid just a little bit slow to the party. You got to get in sync, and you need to have it on this Highrise Search and Destroy because we know what they are capable of. When they are playing on the same page, when they are playing with that pace, and everyone doing it at the same time, they dominated the last time they spawned in on a little bit of Highrise. So you got to have that same exact mindset. I know it wasn't the best performance in map number 1, but you got to stick to what works for you. And aggression always works for them.
Yep. Practice how you play. GP on GD.
Yep.
Gotta have it. Great stuff. Okay, so that's a Walmart you can build between the game flow charts there if you really want to do. And the search and destroy, like you mentioned, the Highrise coming up, it really will be all about, can we get these SMGs to come out, play their game plan, what we've seen them. Again, they love to get aggressive. They love to take away space early. Can that be successful? And then I think more importantly, if it's not successful, can they actually default? Like, and actually play something that is more stock and standard to what we see in the CDL and across the rest of challengers? Because if Brooklyn shut down their high aggression early, this map could get out of hand, like we said, very quickly. You have to have a secondary game plan here besides just running through, blue or the underground pits, wherever it happens to be. They have to have something more dynamic, I think, because Brooklyn are going to be well prepared for this.
Yeah, and they already show how prepared they are for this matchup off of that map number 1. They read the routes coming in from Praise. They knew how they like to play the map. Super, super aggressive, so Purge was able to match it. So if you are Forces and you come out swinging early into these rounds, Omen Brooklyn will be able to make those adjustments. I think one thing that Force Space, what I could remember on Highrise to Destroy, is that they always dominated B Street. Even if they were playing it slow in the back of their spawn, they had multiple players watching that angle, but then there was also a couple rounds where you have an AR watching over to allow Craze to eventually push up to their spawn. So that's all about what Force Space love to do on the defensive side. The offensive side is where it can get a little mixy because the gunfights in bottom pick can go either way. They're just hoping that they can come out on top again.
Yep, good call. Invasion Control, 6-star Hardpoint. I think our narratives will change a touch when we eventually get to those, if we get to the 6-star Hardpoint. And again, just as a remittance here, again, Amit had 18 different teams to start this season. They're just down to their Amit EU team and this Amit Brooklyn team now. So I don't know, based on their Twitter post, if they have, dropped the other 4 that they were playing with, that Lunars team. Or if it's just, these are only active teams right now, so we're just going to stick with them. Hard to say, don't really know. But that is, again, the reason for the rebrand. If you are someone who is avidly following challengers, this was not the original team that was listed as Amit Brooklyn. This was the Amit GG team. Now they are just Amit Brooklyn. I know it's confusing, but hey, Rafi's got a lot of money and he's throwing it all at challengers, and we love that. Love that about you, Rafi. You can have 18 teams. I'll sign on. I'll throw $5, and you can be the I Hold Amit team if you really want.
Hey, we can even make one. Talk to us, Rafi. I got you, bro. If you need a coach, sometime I'll be there. But me and Alec can spawn it on some hard point. We can definitely get you 100 points. Promise you that.
Yeah, and I promise I will not be, Jay, this is more for you than anyone else. I won't be going out on my own. I'll be in your back pocket the entire time.
That's my guy. That's what I'm talking about. We're playing trades, Alex. We're talking about.
I will I'll be the bait for your bait and switch all day long, my guy. I trust your gun skill way more than I trust mine. So yeah, that's kind of what we got going on right now. Again, this is going to be a really electric finish to this Challenger season. I think in particular, if these results hold, we still have an elimination round 3 that I anticipate being very, very tight. And whoever drops out of this game to go play in lower finals tomorrow, I would not count them out from being overran there, from getting a chance at revenge to try to get back to the grand finals. I mean, all these final 4 teams are super, super talented, and it does kind of suck that we're not going to have a chance to see them again on LAN until we eventually get to champs, because I think that the game plays very differently for a lot of these challengers players. I mean, cross-country connections and stuff like that. When you eventually get into the location, obviously we see the results do kind of go a little bit more bananas. So should be a fun finish here for our final portion of the online phase for the Elite.
I just think if you're Force Space right here, Alan, you haven't been able to face defeat all stage long. You go flawless throughout your stage matches. You go 2-0 last week to get to this position, and Unfortunately, if you lose this series and you get knocked down and loses, how are they going to be able to respond? Especially because it's going to be literally tomorrow. So you have to make sure you're on point and have to try to fight back into this series. I'm really looking at Craze. I know he's my guy. I know he didn't really have the best performance in that map, number 1, but he's a tone-setting kind of player. 8 and 24 ain't going to cut it, my friend. You need to make up for it in his Highrise Search and Destroy, because one thing that he has a problem with, and we talk about it all the time, is that he's either going to go out there and get first blood and have success, or go out there and get first blooded. It needs to be the opposing way, the one that's going to give you a lot of W's in these rounds. So he needs to have a turnaround, and the turnaround very, very quickly.
And that was the thing, was like, we watched the 6-star for Force Space last week where he gets caught 5 straight first bloods, essentially.
Yep.
And then he plays the same position. It's just like, okay, I just won't go as far. So it's like, same guy, just a little more experienced.
Yeah.
The same situation can very well happen here on this Highrise, like we continue to kind of go back and forth on. So, yeah, just waiting on, I think, just one more player to join the lobby. It's the last thing that we had heard. We're not just waffling up here for the sake of waffling. I'm not Belgian, so not gonna, you know, there's a waffle joke for you. Didn't have that in your bingo card today, Jay. I know it.
No, I definitely did not. But more to talk about Craze. The thing that really sets the tone for me in Search and Destroy with him is that he can have those hot starts, right? And
Sure.
he can put himself in those positions to where, all right, I'm going to go get the first player or not. But I think the biggest adjustment that he needs to realize is that I've played the map a bunch. I shouldn't be getting caught with the same angles in those same initial gunfights. I should be able to learn from that and not learn actually when the map is going on. So I don't really want him to fire up later into the game. It needs to start off, and it needs to start off right off the rip.
Sure. On the other front, you know, you talk about responding to, I mean, again, we watched one map of Fourth Space playing this map, and we kind of figured them out within 3 rounds. So Mid Brooklyn, I'm sure, have done their homework, knowing this
100%.
map was likely to be through this. So do you counter that by using utility maybe a little bit more in spots that you know they're going to hit, or do you pull an extra AR and try to just lock down lanes, or do you just try to go right up close and personal and say, you want to play sub games, we'll play sub games?
Oh, well, that's going to help when you're finding that first bullet onto their most aggressive SMG player. It wasn't with the gun that Craze falls short, but this time it's with the nade over the top. But you can already see how aggressive Omid Brooklyn are coming out on their attack around 2 players behind enemy lines.
What is this? What is this? Vivid, good response. Also saw the second brilliant shots towards Cammy. Doesn't fully get the kill, but this isolates this whole map now into what can essentially be 2 different 1v1s. Amit trying to get together. Shadow's been seen. Vivid responds to it. Purge will drop. Now it's just on Cammy. He's hunting out the trade onto 1. Shadow pulls his attention from the second, though, and Force Space do recover after a very gut check call from Amit.
And that's a 2v4 right there out of Force Space. Great place for Vivid to find that initial kill, but Welly all the way across the map wins a one-on-one gunfight, eventually gets back to his teammate to assist him, and they're able to successfully walk away with the 2v4 to start that off. If you were looking for a momentum changer, that was it. Force Space take the first round up 1-0.
Really clean. Really well done. And a good response considering the first blood plus the weirdness of that hit from Amit. But like you said, good discipline from Vivid, good help from Welly. Okay, so here we go. Trophy systems down. Early days for Force Space. Not looking to get super aggressive in atypical ways. This is just a straight-up gunfight at range. Awakening confirms his own trade with a late nade, but Welly, his first blood has opened up B Street completely.
Yeah, it's a perfect trade on that side to dominate that side of the map now. You're also gaining info if you are Vivid onto Cammy. You set up your teammate. Mock finds one across the map, and Vivid closes out the round. So Force Space not wasting any time to try to dominate this Highrise. 2 very, very quick rounds up 2-0.
Yep. Okay. And very different than what we would have expected.
Yep.
Still a lot of map to be played with for sure, but Force Space respond and also get proactive in their own ways. So definitely feels like the heads have been screwed on straight here, at least to start. Just comes down to what can we get, again, like you mentioned, out of that first blood potential from Grace. I think especially on the offensive side, but we know he likes to get aggressive on both sides of the bomb. This time it will be Craze playing over towards B alley, a little bit safer than normal. Right on in towards B. I don't know if Purge saw him or not. He did take a quick look through B alley, and he is playing pretty passive backside of these generators, so we'll see. This might just be Amit waiting out the utility first.
They do have a little bit of info, though, that at least a player is close in towards the site with that stun connecting. Cammy also finds that first blow onto Vivid, who's a soul man over towards A. So now you're going to pull a couple players from Force Space on that side of the map. Craze is able to find one. Proload effective for the trade, 2v2.
Yeah, great trades here for Force Space. Problem is, where's everybody else? And Volcami, who was maybe about to jump right on top of Welly, gets dealt with by Mock. Shots towards Awakening, push him off, and again, delay the regen. So tough 1v2 here for Awakening, trying to get out of these windows. Gets a little bit of space to work with here, but 33 seconds, needs to bomb and needs to still find where the other player is.
Oh, he wasn't able to spot Welly on top of the generators, but he is going to get the info onto Mock, who is on 3 in a row. But with only 25 seconds left, Mock is going to somehow give himself a chance at this, but the shots too good right there out of Welly. The Renetti not putting down that much damage. And at least the force space secured in their third round.
And if Awakening gets that kill, we're talking about a possible 1v2 here. I mean, Welly is not by himself, but there was a chance that Awakening could have slipped behind the propane and reset for that gunfight versus Mock. But Welly locks in just the nick of time. Good start from Welly here in these first 3 rounds. And more so for force space. Got yourself up 3-0 early. Now I'm at Brooklyn, who came out with a vigorous and very proactive game plan. May need to reconsider because you don't want to drop down 0-4 early.
Yeah, and that's been 2 offensive rounds where they had the man advantage. First off, they start off in a 2v4, they lose it. That round, they get that early first bird, so they're in a 3v4, but eventually still lose it. Now on the defensive side, they go back to the original play out of the SMG duo in Purge and Proloot. You take a little bit of bottom blue control, you find that initial first blood. Cammy finds the second. This is an Omit round.
Yep, absolutely. Should be at least, especially with Proloot rapid behind Mock. Unsure where he went, but the isolation's good. And Welly, yeah, he's got nowhere to go. So, okay, it really isn't a different game plan here, Amit. Or just saying, hey, we're still winning first bloods, boys. Let's just keep playing this, and then this player number's a bit better. So that one comes through nicely, very cleanly. Flawless, in fact. No kills at all, I don't believe, for force space in that round.
Yeah, that was easy right there. If you are Omit, you find that initial first blood in towards bottom blue, and now if you're force space, you're realizing that they're being super aggressive on the map. They also had a lot of B street control for the second kill, and then find the final couple to secure their first round of the map. But this is where they have to show the adjustments. They found those early first couple of kills, but we had to start thinking about that objective in the back of our mind.
Looks like another quick hit here from Purge. Stunned up. Really doesn't reveal too much, although the defense, again, heavy stack through B. Kraze is, again, playing a very aggressive angle. Awakening was also affected by a lot of this utility. He opted to not throw the trophy system, so Kraze will get forward for free. Now it just comes down to, do force space leave him here and trust that he can go at worst 1-for-1. They may have to now that Welly's dropped right over the top of propane.
Yeah, they killed Welly at propane, but I don't know if they still have a read that Kraze is playing this aggressive over towards B Street, and now Vivid has filled that gap at that propane area. But the entire time, Prolo was just throwing shoulders over here at the A shack, eventually able to force Mock out of positioning. They have the numbers advantage again.
Yeah, stun actually is going to reveal a lot here. I was about to say Kraze was considering a long flank around the back. That may have helped re-wrap towards blue, but instead, a bit Brooklyn killed the noise, and now the doubt starts to seek in for force space, saying we knew they were towards A, but now no one's here, so where have they gone? Complete mystery. Vivid's just going to post himself up in a corner. Bomb going to be planted at B. A couple of the shots do come through. Does Vivid? Oh, doesn't catch him as the bomb's being planted. And a secondary look towards top propane where Awakening is waiting for him.
Yeah, Awakening is going to be able to spot him. Also able to play his life so well. Somehow, some way, Kraze just walked right into the preamp of Prolo to find that kill. 2v2 with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, good teamwork, though. Now it's just down to the Vivid versus Awakening battle. And, ooh, it could have gone either way. Awakening able to snap up just the nick of time. Finds the kill, and a bit Brooklyn go 2 rounds in a row to bring us back to 1.
Man, that was scary. That's another round right there where it goes down to the wire. It should not be that difficult, especially when you're starting off all your attacking rounds so far with the man advantage. Just when that bomb goes down, force space somehow, some way, are always keeping it very, very tight in those closing moments. 2 rounds in a row now, though, for Omit, as they go back on the defensive side where they have shown a little bit of success, but if you're force space, back to the aggression.
Crazy bomb carrier, though, so don't expect too much here in terms of how forward he gets. Holding over towards blue. Force space still hunting for kills towards B Street, but this looks like eventually it may be a little bit of a wrap and maybe some focus here to see if they can get some defensive focus towards A. Oh, and that's so much intel for Kraze. Shots are good. Are they good enough? Okay, they are. And a smoke comes through. That's actually from the defense, so that's also an important tool out of the mix here for Amit.
Yeah, and Awakening instantly finds that trade onto Vivid, underground bottom blue, so still going to be a 3v3 situation, but Cammy has taken a lot of ground away from force space. He's hit that side high pump. He gets info onto a player sitting at the top of the propane, but the shot's a little bit premature. Gives him a position, still a 3v3.
Yep. Cammy, though, is in a very slippery spot here. Welly up and over. Oh, now Cammy's position's known. Mock.
Oh!
Thought Mock was going to get a freebie, but he doesn't chow it with Welly. Cammy's able to turn that into a free kill now for a bit on the retake attempt. Cammy still keeping Welly at bay. Has to call the attention of Craze over towards the bomb site, and now he's the last one left. Craze is trying to play the post plant, and he's been seen from topside propane. Oh, it's just the timing of the challenges not well constructed from Force Space and Amit Brooklyn, able to reap the reward of it. And that's not just 3 in a row, it's also someone on a 5 spree.
Yeah, I don't know how Cammy was ready for that gunfight onto Mock. Like, you're realizing you're putting down shots, and a lot of shots at that towards top propane. Somehow, some way, he finds that snap. And that was the deciding kill of the round. If Mock gets that kill, Force Space have the man advantage, is still holding down every power position, and you're forcing Omit to win some insane kind of gunfights to secure the round win. But when Cammy finds that kill, starts off the trades, everybody else from Force Space starts to scatter around because their setup got broken. And now with Awakening on 5 in a row, he just needs to pick up 1 kill for the cruise missile, so they have tied the game up.
Wow. I mean, what a turn of events this has been. All the weirdest of ways. Again, it feels like that's just going to be par for the course today. 5 in a row for Awakening. Looking for kill number 6. Keep an eye on number 2 in the minimap because Craze is on the way behind. Quick route coming out, and it's going to be a free first blood on the Cammy. Awakening trying to put himself in a position to stop Craze from getting any more, but the offense is getting obliterated from both sides.
Oh, but Purge at least finds one. Keeps it still a manageable situation in a 3v2, but Awakening knows that Craze is still roaming behind enemy lines. It's some bad Call of Duty timing there, not able to spot him, and also that bomb being down around bottom pit. Going to make this a lot more difficult for Olmut. Purge falls, Awakening 1v3.
Yeah. And this is just about finding the cruise missile. Whoa! Damn. That's one way of earning it. Tucks himself in a corner, eventually gets found, but, I mean, holy smokes. That was a hell of a set of shots. So the cruise missile gets earned, but the 4th round also gets tallied on the opposite side for Force Space.
Yeah, it's good for Force Space, good for Craze as well to find that opening through bottom pit, work his way behind the spawn. Find that initial first blood and then just stay alive in that positioning. Usually he would get a little bit overzealous, try to challenge for a second gunfight, but him just playing his life in the spawn of the opposing team is what allowed them to not really make a decision on their play call. And that leaves the Force Space secure in the round.
Whoa, okay. Awakening
Guys,
tap it away. That will work. Vivid has to just hold his ground for a little bit. Nades over towards the alley, denied by trophy system as Awakening gets to work, trying to look for more hit markers. Nothing to find yet, but it is Purge, off angle, over the top of the B site. Good for first blood, and now it's about trying to isolate the player topside propane. And Purge is going to come up and over the back, and Mock has no way to respond to it. What an opening for Amit.
This is exactly what he was doing in Hardpoint, just running at you, hitting jump ups, putting himself in a position to find a couple kills. And already Omid Brooklyn, now in a 4v2. As now Craze has worked with the bomb in hand all the way behind enemy lines again. He loves to go for these pinches, and thankfully they keep on working out. He finds a kill, no Awakening, 3v2.
This is a tall ask, though, to come back through these defensive windows. Honestly, whoa. Gets some isolation onto Cammy. If he could pop that heady up and find the kill, that would have been a miracle. So now it's just down to Vivid. Defensive smoke is out, and yep, Amit Brooklyn have him completely isolated. Nowhere to go. And we're tied at 4 here, Jay. Really big bounce back for Amit. I think, honestly, it's just they're starting to capitalize on the early success they're finding in these rounds now.
Yeah, and it's all on the back of Purge. Like, he finds that first blood off of the hop-up in towards the B site, then realizes there's still a player over at Propane, finds the second with a great route instead of going up the ladder because he was prepared for it. He goes on a hop-up. And he also finds the third kill to close out the round. So, a couple individuals making plays for Omid Brooklyn to keep themselves into this game. It was Cammy a couple rounds ago. Awakening had his moment to at least pick up the cruise missile, but Purge in these final moments have been starting to take over.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. Nathan stuns, Craze, trying to get aggressive through bottom blue. Doesn't work out. And again, these are the plays that we just don't expect players to make. I mean, this worked for Force Space last week, but Met Brooklyn are fully prepared, and now it's cruise missile time. This is going to guarantee them a 5th round. At least it should.
Yeah, they should isolate this player over at the elevator. At least I think that's where the commitment is going to come in with the missile. Or not, over towards the back window. It's going to be easy, though, because you give the comms to your teammates to find that kill. Now you should start working the objective.
Yeah, you call them out, you send the missile to the other side so you don't get any team kills. We know how that thing can be sometimes.
Yeah.
Vivid also trapped. I mean, this has been all Amit. Outside of a couple of follies and mistakes, Amit have really controlled the tempo of how this map has gone. And it's just one of those things, like, I can understand to a certain regard. You're doing something that people haven't seen or anticipated in the last handful of months, like these really cheeky run-ups like Craze that round, trying to get to blue from the defensive side. But it's like, there's a reason that people don't do that in the CDL these days, because it's just so easy to counter, and that's just what happened right there.
And for some reason, Force Space are looking a little bit like Boston. Like, you remember how Boston used to always send Snoopy, go, you go try to get everything done, and we're just going to sit in the back and hopefully find a little bit of success. That's sort of like the playstyle that Craze is playing with. You just don't have to take these risks, especially later into these rounds. It's now Omid at game point. Already showing presence in towards the B side. Craze has gotten a read on it, though. There goes the first blood.
Okay, much better. Well constructed here. David over the top. Prolute wants the battle and gets away with it. Or does he? Yeah, just does. Camby actually picks up his spot. Mock was trying to chase down the trade. Doesn't work out, and once again, Amit will have numbers here. 3v2 in round number 10. Do or die time for Force Space.
Yeah, and they gain the info onto Craze. He's still sitting in towards the B site, but this play is going to fall into the hands of Welly. As he's able to gain the info onto Cammy, find that second kill, puts him in a 2v2 with 40 seconds.
Prolute thinking about it. Oh, he's going to hop. Awakening does not really have an angle to help him, although he does shut down Welly. Is anyone going to be able to get here in time to trust? Prolute had been damaged, and Praise finds the kill just before the defuse comes through. But Awakening up and over with the pistol. Beats him on the route. And Amit Brooklyn will take the search 6-4 and be up 2-0 quickly in this winner's final series.
Oh, man, the adjustments for them from the beginning of this map to the end were beautiful. Obviously, the first couple of rounds, they start off with a 2v4 that probably should have went in their favor. They give that one up. Then you get into the next round, you fall short on your attacking side. But then when you go back on the defense, another man advantage, and unfortunately you fall short. It's just when we got to the later half of this game is when they started to capitalize on those first bloods. They were reading the early pressure coming in from Craze. You shut down that guy. You know, everyone else is basically a statue in the back of their spawn. They were just effectively finding trades, isolating people around the map. You even had a round when you got the cruise missile just for the info and you secure it. Omid just looked like the better team. Like when the going got tough and the mid-round adjustments needed to come in, they were able to make a lot better adjustments. Just simply not giving them their numbers advantage, stacking one side of the map, dominating one side of the map, and eventually dominating in the search and destroy to close it out. Up 2-0 in the series, there you go. Force Space, today just might not be their day.
Not looking like it. I mean, this Amit team looks not just clean, they look dominant, and I think their planning and their preparation has been pretty much perfect to this point.
Yep.
Which is not good news for Force Space Esports, especially going into a control, which that was the one map that really popped up that I was just like, I don't really know how it's going to go for Force Space overall, especially considering that we have seen a bit play that map quite a bit of times, and they've looked really good across pretty much every control. I mean, they've been perfect, essentially. So,
yeah,
not good news here for Force Space. And it did. I don't want to say that it was, a disjointed effort this time around. It just felt like the things they were getting away with last week, they weren't getting away with this week. Like, flat out. That's all it was, is that Amit Brooklyn were not going to allow them to make these greedy plays around the back. In fact, we opened this whole search and destroy with a double SMG hit from Amit through their spawn. Like, did not expect to see them pull that one out, but it definitely felt like one of those maps that Amit Brooklyn said, you guys want to play weird? We'll play weird.
Yeah, and Purge is one of those guys who loves to play like that. We saw him in a bunch of these rounds where he's just aggressively pushing up on a solo mission and getting a lot more done than you would expect him to secure rounds for Omid. Just like if you're Force Space, that's now 2 maps in a row where, Alan, I could just tell that they're not fully in sync. Right? It's where you can see Craze hitting routes in the hard point, where his teammates weren't waiting for him in certain situations. Craze hitting route and search and destroy. Everyone was just sitting in the back of spawn relying that he could get something done, but it's just simply not the case. And on a map like Invasion Control coming up next, if you don't have any teamwork, it's over in 3.
I agree. Could not have said it better myself. I mean, it's weird, man. I was expecting that these series were going to be kind of like we got in map number 1 of our elimination round 2. 3-point game. Both teams had great moments. that was the only instance we've really had. It just has not been up to the standard that we expected it to be. One team either overperforming, or another in particular, I think you could say, just kind of underperforming compared to where expectations were. Just so surprising, because like watching back the VOD that we had from last week, I was like, legitimately, we're seeing great plays from like even the Houston Spartans with Frosty, guy that had only played with the team for 24 hours. They were still making good heads-up reads, great plays, and they looked like they were reading situations as a full squad and executing on them as a full squad. Now it just feels like teams like Houston, teams like Force just are not acting the same way that they had last week. And let's be honest, Jay, you know better than most, COD can sometimes just be a day-by-day game, and right now it's just not going the way of some of our teams.
Yeah, it literally is that. COD could be day to day. You could wake up one day, have a Subway sandwich, have yourself a nice Coca-Cola from McDonald's, and be ready to rock and roll. But then the next week, you go in there and get the same exact meal, and it's just not hitting the same, so you're not playing the same. And that could be the case right now for Force because they were undefeated on their road to be in this position. Even throughout the winners bracket, they did not lose a single map, but now they are truly facing adversity. They've had one opportunity so far in this stage where they had to complete a reverse sweep. They were able to do it versus the Houston Spartans to win all the way in 5. So you can never count these guys out. They just had to put it together as a collective unit. I don't want to see one guy just trying to go out there and be Superman. We got to get it to where the teamwork is the dream work.
I'll tell you, man, you can never go to the same sandwich place twice in the same month. You always got to rotate.
Just like you can't throw the same pitch twice in a row in MLB.
I'm telling you, bro, that's only one way that goes. Out of the park. See you later. Next zip code. Invasion Control, though, is the map that's coming up next, and the potential of a 6-star hardpoint and a Rio search, which I think if we do get there, Force will be happy to see it. But it's just, again, getting through this Invasion Control just does not feel great. I think if you're Force right now, like you said, I think you're right. Just to highlight it, we can't be having individual players trying to make hero plays. We have to be approaching this Invasion Control from my ARs are scouting out for me, so my SMGs can go hit this, or draw the line here. Like, we just need to be reading information better, I think, if you're Force if you want to have a chance to even see a fourth map, let alone a fifth.
And I think if you're Force here, a lot of your focus needs to be on the playmaker on the opposing side and Purge. Like, you could tell that the way that he's running around the map, that guy is flowing with confidence through his veins. So if you can shut him down early on and put a lot of pressure more on Cammy and Awakening, and even Prolu at times, as he's going to be running another MCW in hand, just the ground that Purge is setting right now in the Search and Destroy and the Hardpoint, he's just always in your face, catching you off guard. If you're Force that has to be a lot of your focus. We can shut down their most aggressive player. That's now going to allow us to maneuver around the map the way that we do, but also just make sure you're accounting for everything, because Purge is also one of those guys that can get lost on the map, hit a route, and completely be the game breaker.
Absolutely.
So that has to be a lot of your focus.
Yep. No, you're absolutely right. Okay. So that's about a setup, about as much as we could do, honestly, with it. Just waiting on one more player to join the lobby is what we heard from a couple moments ago. So hopefully it won't be too long before we're loading into this Invasion Control. Of course, make sure you're amped and ready to go, because not only do we have this Winners Finals, we still have Elimination Round 3, the Elimination Lower Semis, still to come here. And we will be finishing the day with our top 3 final teams in the Challengers Elite. As a refresher, the end of this season is going to come very quickly. We've got, I think, a couple of cups that are still left for some of the weekends, but no Major 4 for the Opens. So this is the last kind of white whale in terms of being able to earn a hefty amount of pro points all at once. And then, I think after that, we're just going to tally up and do the math. I'll be interested to see how much mathing happens this year in terms of getting teams auto qualified out of North America, top 4 by pro points. And then the LCQ is, I believe, top 32 teams after that. And then the top 2 from that will make it. So 6 total teams from North America will make it to Challengers Champs, which is the next and last thing we have for the season, which is weird to say that out loud now for Modern Warfare 3.
I would love to have a tally of the points to realize where some of these teams are, so then we can realize the storylines going forward. Because I'm probably thinking, FaZe Black got a couple LANs wins underneath their belt. They got a couple great places in the Elite and a lot of cup championships to go with that, so they should be good. Another team that should potentially be good probably is the Spartans. You got Lure, one of the Syndicate teams. So it's going to fall onto everybody else. What is the race like with these final couple of points? What is needed?
I got you. You ready?
Let me hear it, Alan.
FaZe, I'll send this to you in your Discord too, so you can look at it, because trying to say this out loud is, you know how that be. It can be a little bit wild at sometimes. But looking at this at the moment, it is FaZe Black. They're fine. They are light year ahead of everybody else. And then this Amit Brooklyn team is currently sitting in second. It's a slim margin, though. They're at 222,000. Lore Gaming is at 211,000. Houston Spartans at 210,000. And then Assault's team, which was the other Amit team, is at 190,000. So teams like Force-Space, Syndicate, RKNX, Syndicate, or SGP Midnight, they're all about 40,000 plus away from the 5th position, about 60,000 less from the top 4. So, yeah, it does feel like our top 4 teams are pretty close to being locked. The only team that could make a major wave right here is Force-Space. They have to do well to finish off this season. The top 2 would do wonders for their opportunity to try to crack into the top 4.
Okay, cool. All right, so now they have a lot more to play for. They're realizing what situation they are in. They're currently in that 7th spot. We got to try to get the top 4 so we don't have to go to the LCQ. So we got to get it together here as we get into the control. They are the team on the defense. They shut down an initial push coming in from Omid around that middle of the map, but now with them finding a couple kills over towards B Street, they're instantly going to think about that objective. First segment already about to be complete.
Looking pretty good, and whoa, Awakening. Good follow-up on the Mach, and wow, the shots towards Craze were also good. Nearly starts his first life on 4 in a row. And the ARs from It Brooklyn continue to not allow these SMGs to come anywhere near the front line of Amit. I mean, Force-Space has just been swatted back time after time. Divot up top really can only do so much in this Overwatch position. The rest of Force-Space trying to flood through mid, but it's being watched. Cammy picks it up. I mean, the ARs are reading everything right now for Amit.
And they're just going one by one. Like, it's every single time you see a Force-Space player go for a chow, he's in a one-on-one gunfight. That's not a team trade or anything right behind it. And Omid Brooklyn are taking full advantage of all of those solo chows. As now they find themselves completing that B point, time extended by a minute, and already with a couple kills and players on the objective. Force-Space is not playing well, man.
No, they're really not. And it's just never a full 4-man effort, it feels like, at the moment. Mach starts things off with the double. First tick of progress is already gone, though, at A. 4-life advantage for a bit Brooklyn, but Mach and Welly will save the day for now. Defense with a couple of clean kills, trying to make their way forward, but doesn't matter if a trophy system's down or not. That car will still explode, and Mach will fall because of it. Still good presence across the map, though, for Force-Space. Just have to try to reduce his life count just a touch.
Yeah, you have to reduce his life count, also reduce the time remaining. So just keep the kills on their side of the map, so when you're coming off the respawn, you still have a little bit of space to work your way on up. Now with the minute 20, everything coming to a slope. Purge finds one over towards the overextension. Craze effective on the trade, and that's all you really need to do if you're in a situation, if you're forced to.
Yeah,
just keep on trading.
Kill the clock. Keep your positions. Don't let anything else get too hairy around this A zone. And that will help. Little progress from Amit starting to be taken through Cafe. Both players will drop immediately. Awakening through DVD. Good shots from Mach. Off the reload, he's got another player deeper. And that would be enough to keep him at bay a little while longer. Yeah, these are great trades for Force-Space, down to 45 seconds and 11 P10.
There's only 2 more opportunities coming in for Omid. And right now, Force-Space have a lot of map control. They just got to continue to hold down their positions, but Craze does fall through the middle side. You also have Vivid falling on the overextension. So Omid Brooklyn trying to make the most of this opportunity with 30 seconds left.
Don't have to do anything too crazy right now if you're Amit. Try to win this elimination on Mach, who's really holding this ground nicely. Purged. MCW in hand. Maybe the last chance for Amit Brooklyn as he shuts down over towards Rugs. Proloot also going to be flushed out of Cafe, and that will be likely the round. So 4 ticks of progress for Amit Brooklyn. Really good, but it could have been a lot worse. So I think if you're Force-Space, you're taking that as kind of a silver linings W, feels like.
100%. Because you obviously do not want to give up one segment at A, because now you have to make up for it on your attacking round. But at least you're still able to walk away victorious at the end of the defense. Put yourself up 1-0. They were able to stabilize around the map, even when it looked like Omid were going to come out swinging. But now you just got 4 segments to make up for. So how do Force-Space plan their attack off the rip? Are we going to show presence over towards A, try to fight for a little bit of Cafe area, or we're just going to try to go towards B and extend the time early on?
I think you got to play through mid here. With a player like Craze, I just don't think you have to full force things through this A street. I mean, you got trophies, so may as well give it a go. But I was about to say, that's the angle that Craze wants. He wants to get into Laundry. But without that presence through A street, the players defending at Laundry don't have to worry about anything besides the player in Cafe. So Yeah, that opening hit goes a bit awry, and now ForceBase kind of have to default to playing back over towards B. Vivid going to give it a good old-fashioned college try, but only catches one, and as Purge finds Craze mid-map, now the only effort for ForceBase can be fully concentrated towards B with the ice cream spawns.
Yeah, they have to work over towards the B point. At least they find the initial 2 kills to start it off. So the double stack is going to be in. How aggressive does Cammy play in this situation? So just going to give up the segments. Hopefully someone decides to be super aggressive on ForceBase with no one pushing yet. Because that first segment is in.
Cammy's still waiting for his opportunity. Also waiting for teammates to come back through. Good long-range shots holds him off. But Purge is able to find a connection right under the player on the B zone. And a follow-up onto Mock as well. I mean, Purge is just legitimately winning these gunfights with both weapons at incredible range. Cammy is shooting as straight as you've ever seen. And the first tick is all that's going to be converted here. ForceBase are going to get the second depleted. And they're stuck coming out of Palace with Awakening gatekeeping over towards Waterbridge.
And you can already see off the strategy, they are spreading the map. They're trying to find a kill somewhere. And it's going to be very difficult to find any success over at this B street. Purge and Prolude, they're able to find 2. Now they realize both of the players from ForceBase are still alive, are right in front of me at the tank. You just got to keep on stalling out the game clock.
Well, so far so good. Trades are fine here for Mid Brooklyn. The life lead is also growing. And this has not been fun to watch if you're a ForceBase fan. Mock is going to try to desperately sprint over to A. He does win his gunfight, so he should be able to stop the clock there. But you got to make a decision here if you're ForceBase. Is our focus still on B? Are we going to try to help Mock, who he just takes a gunfight that he doesn't need to take? Like, dude, you're the only one stopping the clock. So now you're down to 1.7, and ForceBase are going to have to try to flood and stack this B zone, and they don't really have a lot of map positioning for it. They just got to hope and pray.
And they don't have trophy systems as well, so all the stuns, all the nades aren't going to be able to connect. But at least the second segment does come in with 1.7 seconds. I don't think Omen are going to give this one up for free. They're going to go in for the last second contest, not allow that third segment to get complete. And Omen Brooklyn now in full advantage of this map 3.
Ugh. It just does not feel like the same ForceBase team.
Not at all. I'm telling you, day to day, Alan. Day to day.
Legitimately, Monday and Tuesday, I was rewatching back the Challengers games, and I was like, this is ForceBase team is such a joy to watch. Like, they're doing things that you wouldn't expect teams to do. They're doing it well coordinated. They're doing it in a way that just is catching everyone by surprise. And this is not the same team today. It's just not.
But they have to figure it out because they're still into this map. Still a chance to potentially complete a reverse sweep. But now you're down by 2 segments, so you need a potential shutout round here. Early first blood goes in favor of Purge, so it's going to force the players from ForceBase to still stay on this side of the map. They have to locate this kill before they hit that rotation over towards B, but the first segment about to get complete on that side.
Yeah, but at least you get 3 straight kills coming through. Prolude trying to exit through DVD Alley is also found by Vivid. So here you go. Here's an opportunity. Welly on 5 in a row. He can just hold this position to get kill number 6. Someone's going to cross by him eventually. Stuns, nades all going his direction. It looks like Amit actually know exactly where he's positioned. This is not what you want. Welly would love this cruise missile, but he's not going to be allowed to grab it. Mock trying to find a straight through mid. He's also going to get absolutely nothing. And now, again, individual gunfights have to be taken. Vivid holding on to B Street for the time being, and he's done well to get 4 in a row. MCW out for Awakening, but doesn't get the full regen, and Awakening shuts down the potential extra streak.
Yeah, that's great plays right there from Vivid, though. To allow his teammates another opportunity to still shut down this pressure at B. Now it's Craze on the route, worked his way all the way up through the middle of the map. He's going to put down a couple shots, not able to find the kill, hoping that his teammates can get it done. While he's still in the back of the spawn playing for a bunch more of those spawn kills. But the first segment is in.
Second, possibly being worked on here. Cammy's still holding. Nice shots. Vivid really starting to turn up here. Long range towards Purge. Lots of damage in. Cammy's still holding onto the zone. And that's the thing. It's like, hey, I'm on the zone. You guys do the work around me. It's working out perfectly. The team help is just so freaking brilliant from Amit Brooklyn. Second tick of progress is in. Third still being worked on. 29 seconds on the clock. Cammy has to come out to make a play, and as he does, that will get the extra 60. Live still in favor of ForceBase, but the tick progression has already gone too far away, it feels like, for ForceBase to have a chance at a round 5 defense regardless.
Yeah, they're down 5 right now, so.
Yeah.
Round 5 defense is definitely out of the picture. So if they walk away with this defensive round, and even if they win the next attacking round, obviously we don't even see a round number 5. But if you are Omen Brooklyn, this is an opportunity you potentially have to capitalize on, as they have a lot of map control to go with it. Prolude just spinning around in circles, trying to locate a kill. Still on a 3, almost 4, finds it with the Renetti. And he's just trying to play his life. Unfortunately, he falls, but now Water Street is open.
Yeah, nice shot from Craze. Wins back Laundry. Cammy through Cafe. Thought about it, backed off, and it's just the patience. I mean, does he get a calm that my teammates are hitting through mid so I don't have to chow this? It's just the decision-making is so good for Mid Brooklyn. Micro, macro split decisions have been really perfect for them. Purge pistol out. I mean, Craze gets caught throwing a Semtex, and here comes the flood. Oh, boy. Oh, we can see how this is about to go. Purge doing his thing right now. Shut down by Vivid, and honestly, the help from the front isn't really there to pinch things up. Pro Little on the back, though, makes a mess of the defense, and now it's a 5v2 with the clock stopped again.
Yeah, this is a GG. You see both players from Force Space trying to at least show presence through the middle of the map, but Purge on the repinch off of the respawn, able to close out the round with the final 2. So Omen Brooklyn put themselves in the best possible scenario to be in. You're leading in the segments. You can no longer have round 5 defense, but you're winning an attacking round now to potentially close it out in the 3-0 on defense now. Force Space just not in sync. They had a situation right there too, Alan, where they showed presence over towards Water Street. They found every single kill, but then Craze decides to get aggressive over through Ice Cream. He drops first, and then the same player drops over towards Water Street, and you give up all those power spots. We just gotta calm down if you're Force Space.
It's a domino effect, legitimately.
Yeah.
And I'll say this, like, you know, this Mid Brooklyn team has ran through teams before, and I was just like, okay, you know, they're just shooting. But this form of a Mid Brooklyn, this looks like a CDL team trying to fight for playoffs right now. Like, they are playing clean, and they're not over-challing anything. A couple of times here or there, sure, but, like, they're playing some really good focus COD right now. They look great. Focus towards A, though, on the way here for Force Space. The opportunity for Vivid to also just back up and keep the clock stopped at B if things don't go right, which is currently going right now. So Mid Brooklyn will clear back A and then keep their attention over on the rotation to B.
And they found both those kills around the middle of the map as well, so they already have the info. The double stack is going to be at the B point. We have accounted for everyone, so now everyone turn your focus at B. Because they're trying to execute with the stuns, with the nades. Awakening, even with the gun, is able to find one, but time looks like it's going to be extended for Force Space. You're going to have 2 minutes to work with at A.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, you know, Mid Brooklyn, they know that they're in a huge advantage. You just have to hold on to this A zone. We don't have to overshell and throw away lives here. We've got the advantage around this A defense. Cammy stepping out through DVD off the regen. Isn't sure if someone's on this tight corner or if they're deeper towards Treehouse at the moment. So Awakening will go clear out Treehouse. And now, yep, Cammy knows where Mach is because it's not up top, so it's got to be to my left. Really good stuff. Really good comps coming through, you can tell, for Mid Brooklyn. But Force Space do have a couple of good players up through mid, so there's a chance for them to still break over to A.
Oh, and Craze goes for that chow. He commits on that gunfight onto Prolude. Unfortunately for him, once he finds that gunfight, he instantly tries to push on out, and he's instantly traded. So Mid Brooklyn still stabilizing around Water Street. Now you have a little bit of presence over towards B on the overextension in Awakening, but he's getting overwhelmed.
Oh, and Prolude's going to hear, whoa, okay.
Or not.
Don't tell Awakening he's getting overwhelmed. He says, okay, no, I'm good. Unreal. So he lines up too. Prolude was right there trying to hit the pinch. Not going to work out. Awakening even saves his life. So now Awakening's on 5 again. 22 and 7. I mean, everyone's 20 plus at the moment for the side of Mid Brooklyn. And the life count is also looking pretty good for the defense at the moment with just 55 seconds remaining to kill off the clock.
Awakening does fall, so no cruise missile earned. And now you have to switch your setup. Prolude forced to watch that overextension. Thankfully, off the respawn, his teammates find a couple kills. He finds the third. Last player alive is going to be Vivid. That leads to a clean 4 dead. Everyone off the respawn is Purge in a perfect position to continuously find kills off the spawn. Unreal
stuff, man. And now we're starting to get into last chance territory for Force Space. Yeah. Prolude across the way. No worries there. Awakening still shooting straight. I mean, everywhere you look right now for Mid Brooklyn, a lot of positives to speak on. And even Purge helping out Prolude. It's just everything's being watched, man. It's got to feel so frustrating for Force Space. It doesn't feel like there's a gap on the map anywhere. There needs to find one because here comes the last attempt. 3 seconds on the clock. Gunfight through mid works out. Mach tries to get out of the zone. Won't happen. And the clock will expire on the last hope. Mid Brooklyn dominate the winners finals. 3-1 here in the control, but a very commanding 3-0 in the series.
Yeah, they just outclassed them, man. It was a completely different team for Force Space that we saw last week to this week. Looked like a whole bunch of individuals just spawning in together for the very first time like they were playing rank play. But Omid Brooklyn, they just took care of the job at hand. You were dominating in the map number 1. You were able to shut down the pressure, especially on the map number 2 in the high rise. Even though you had a slow start, you finished very, very strong to go up 2-0. And then when you get to the control, it was just a complete outclass. Like, that's all it was. Every time ForceSpace thought that they had an opportunity, Omid Brooklyn just needed a couple kills to go their way. Awakening shooting like that. Prolu setting the tone. Purge always up in your face. And Cammy having a bunch of clutch moments as well. They were just simply the better team from start to finish of this series.
Without question. Better team on the day. The good news is, you know, for ForceSpace, you get 24 hours to talk it over before you have to go to the lower finals and then possibly the grand finals for a rematch again. So this feels like one of those matches, though, that if you're ForceSpace, you don't even go back and look at the VOD. We just need to get together and just talk, like, as a group of 4. Like, what happened? 'Cause that was, I'm telling you, it's just, that was not anywhere near what we saw from ForceSpace last week. It just looked like a team that thought that grand finals was going to be given to them, maybe because they played so hot through this group stage and through playoffs. But this Amit team did their homework, man, and I'm telling you, that looked like, you take the brand off of it and the player names off, and I would have told you that that was a Royal Ravens or a Vegas Legion, like, fighting for playoffs. Like, dude, they looked clean. Everyone playing their lives, good coordination across the map, SMGs, ARs, all working great together. That was a very polished game of COD from Amit Brooklyn.
Yeah, and I think you said it to perfection. Like, if you're ForceSpace, you probably don't want to go back and watch the VOD, because you could just tell right off the rip we just weren't playing together. But you might have to go back and watch the VOD, because there's some plays that simply should not be happening. Openings that should not be open, and then you're just leaving opportunities on the table for Omid Brooklyn, and they are taking advantage every single time. They did it in the search and destroy. The only reason why that was sort of a close S&D because you had that clutch factor in the 2v4 and even in the 3v4 round. But other than that, this is Omid Brooklyn from start to finish. ForceSpace just need to completely forget about this series. Obviously, go back and watch it with the squad, but come in tomorrow with a whole new mindset. Like, we can't be going out there playing for KDs. We are playing for Ws, and now we are playing up for points to try to make it to where we don't have to play in the LCQ. That is the biggest thing for ForceSpace.
Okay. But for Amit Brooklyn, whoa, that was easy. So
yeah, you're chilling.
You're into the grand finals. You got the benefit of the extra control in the control mode and the best of 7 tomorrow when they eventually play up against whoever they play up against. But that is not the end of our broadcast, because we still have the lower semis to go. And that's, again, looking over the pro points that we were just kind of listing through for a moment there. That matchup has a lot of implications on how teams like Syndicate could bump themselves possibly into that 4th position. So big matchup still underway as we will head to a break, come back with the picks and bans for our final series, the lower semis, right after this. Welcome back, everybody. We are already through 2 matches worth of action here and our final couple of days worth of Challengers Elite North America. Winners Finals quick 3-0, and now we just have our lower semis to go here this evening. My whole shift with me, of course, is the immaculately dressed Jeremy Studdy. I mean, you're looking good, buddy. Keep it links. You got the whole New York summer vibe going, my guy. I'm loving it, guy. You love it.
Thanks, bro. It's like 95 degrees outside. I don't think it is anymore because it's now dark, but I've been outside touching a little bit of grass. I've been able to get a little bit of a tan. So I'm feeling good, but the gameplay is even better as we're going to have Lord versus SGP again. This is the second time that they have matched up in this bracket. One time throughout winners, now throughout losers. First time around, Lord were able to walk away with a clean 3-0, but based off the maps, these are completely different. We had a 6-star, and a Highrise, and a Highrise for a 3-0. We're already different. We're going to have a Rio, followed up by the Karachi. So this was going to be a lot more mixy to start this one off.
The interesting thing about it is I was kind of looking through the vetoes. 6-star wasn't vetoed at all, so it was on the table. But it looks like there's been some cooking going on. See what we get. Rio, Hardpoint, Lore Gaming, SGP Syndicate. Big matchup, like we mentioned. You know, looking at the overall pro points, the standings at the moment, Lore Gaming is in 4th at 211,000 total points. SGP Syndicate about 60,000 points below them. So this will automatically give them a little bit of a buffer to try to either grow their lead if you're Lore, or a chance for Syndicate to try to cut into that lead if they can find a way to win and get to that lower finals tomorrow.
Yeah, so Syndicate playing with a little more fire, and they're showing it early on into this game. As they find 17 seconds after P1. Now they find another couple of kills to go with it. That's a clean 3-dead defeat. Even though the spawns are still in for Lore, it's going to be split.
Well, here we go. It's one of those situations for Lore just trying to play with the cards that they've been dealt, which they're not great. But there may be an opportunity for Two Real to kind of catch this setup by surprise. No one from Syndicate is looking from behind. And yeah, Two Real damage into one, kill into the other. Follow up from the front is perfect. And that's exactly what I mean. If you just don't expect that one random off spawn or that one random rogue route, your whole setup can get foiled by a single person. And that's exactly what happens as Syndicate get the first 38 seconds. But now Lore have a really solid setup around P2.
Yeah, Syndicate, though, they spawned everybody out from Lore. But Two Real just played his life through the back end and was able to make a play now for his teammates to find success here at P2. They still secure the back spawn, so with all the pressure for Syndicate through the front, they find 3, make it all 4 in the feed. They're going to be successful on the break, but for how long? Because it's still 30 seconds.
RC is just going to the prone shot. Darkside not ready for that, so him and Yuli get the first 2. Being holding on towards the backside of the bananas, but not going to work out fully. Leaves Cruz and Yuli to duke it out. As quick respawn here from Syndicate, get them in through boxes so they can still fight for this back 13. That's exactly what's going to occur. Yeah, really good stuff here from Syndicate to keep this thing mixy, considering the circumstances. Not bad at all. You only give away 25 seconds, and you've got rotation to do. Not a bad hard point for Syndicate considering how bound they were initially.
Yeah, that's perfectly played. You're still applying pressure towards the ults. You know that you're securing the spawns for the next, and you have those rotations on lock. So just trying to create the layers around the middle of the map to make it more difficult for Lore to work their way on in. As Yuli is able to find one on the pinch, he is effectively traded, and now SGP Syndicate, they realize where the pressure is coming in. You just got to be able to withstand what Paul Lex can do, because he had a couple moments last week where he was just taking over.
RCD's pistol out, trying to hunt for kills. Not going to work out. Yuli in the corner, looking to stay alive. Two Real trying to bail him out, but no regen comes through. So Cruz will get the final 2 kills, and Syndicate will be right back to earning more time here on 3. Small hit through the staircase actually causing some problems here, though, for Syndicate. Picked up on nicely by Gunzy. Plus, Bink on rotation to 4 causes some actual issues on the other hand for Lore Gaming.
Oh.
So, yeah, good stretch here for Syndicate. They make a little bit of a mess of P2. They have a really solid hold on 3. And now they got Lore Gaming held back to rotate into 4.
And I'm just so happy to see this from Syndicate, because last week their hardpoint game was hit or miss. You can win rotations, you can find success on breaks, but your holds were awful. Like, the setups were abysmal. But so far, with 1 week of practice, they have made those adjustments. Not able to find that kill onto Yuli, but the trade is instantly going to be there. Now you're just hoping that Gunzy can try to get something done, but that leads to a forward there from Lore. That break could not be that easy, but they take full advantage of it. Now still 35 seconds to fight for.
Here we go. RCD's over the top. That's a good first one, but does not expect the player up close and personal in the form of Dark. Stun onto Yuli. Shrugged off. Hardpoint goes neutral for a time, but Lore Gaming are going to get their numbers here a little bit faster. Yuli trying to bump the Hardpoint by pushing forward. That one really won't work out all that well, and all of a sudden Syndicate are finding kills. Two Real caught in no man's land. Follow-up from Paul X is decent, but not enough to confirm the scrap. So Syndicate, great position here. Scrap time is good. Dark Side try to cut off the rotation from Lord Anu, but he gets caught, and that will be enough for Lore Gaming to get the opening time at 5.
Yeah, that's way too aggressive right there out of Dark. When it's a 1v whatever it is off the rotation, you realize none of your teammates are there to assist you. You got to put yourself in a position where you can play your life, potentially guarantee one. When he falls, now everybody is laid off the rotation, and Lore are fully set up. You got the ARs watching all the angles around bridge. You have Turo just soaking up the hill time because he hasn't really been able to find a couple kills on the map, but they are still right in this game.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Okay. Bank still watching, trying to see if he can catch anyone from Lure. Unfortunate team kill off the trophy system, and help from a bond from Gunzy leaves Arcides by himself in the corner. Pistols out. Bink's trying to save the day. Arcides, he's in and out of there, though. What kind of movement is that from Alec? Are you kidding me? He gets out of there. Now he's on 4 in a row. And Lord Gaming are going to take the lead with Arcides getting kill number 5. I have never seen Alec move that fast before.
He's dancing. Like, I don't know if it's Arcides or Pristini. Like, both of the brothers are unbelievable. They are twins and both world champions at that. But he just had himself a moment where he went back to being 17 years old. Now Lure up in the scoreboard. Arcides on 5 in a row, trying to play for the cruise missile, not able to pick it up because Yuli's being greedy. And he's still able to get away with his life, only 18 HP.
Unbelievable. So now he's looking for kill number 6. Off the full health pool. Cruz thinking about checking U-Haul. He's got a teammate just over to the close left side in the form of Gunzy. And that's just a bait and switch situation that does not go according to plan. So Syndicate shut down the streak. They got a little bit of early time so far, but for the most part, they have dealt with this opening Lure play.
And you take that. You shut down the streak. You're still holding on to P1. You don't have the spawns that you want, but you're thinking that Lure not going to give this up for free. They're probably going to go for a second wave of fights. And you're just hoping to God that you win out in those engagements to potentially spawn them across the map. But thankfully, you're still holding on to the times. You're going to be up by 22 points, but you need a break again here at P2.
Oh, and Arcides through the doorway. Damage and a kill on the Gunzy. Cruz trying to take care of it. Working on the backside pinch here as P2 is open. And whoa, look at the spawns for Lure Gaming. They've got one player in the form of Yuli really far forward, but Arcides actually spawns over towards boxes, and he is in a prime position to hold off this Syndicate hit from the front. Two Real trying to do the exact same thing here. I mean, they've got the safe spawns over towards the backside of P2, so this route is just open for the taking, and this is pausing Syndicate's approach so long. They finally deal with it, and now they've got numbers to try to hit through ramp.
And they need to find a break. You can't give up this time to Lure, at least all of this time to Lure. Thankfully, Bink with that double is going to keep him off of the hill. And now you can start to work your numbers into the hard point. With only 15 seconds left, you have the control of the spawns at next. You already know that with the spawns that you're getting over towards the lower side of Eskies, that no one is early off the rotation for Lure. They are going to be able to walk away with this final 10 seconds, but Syndicate now in another opportunity where they can get all this time made up for at P3.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Have to have something in form of a first hold here if you're Syndicate. And they're going to have to receive this without really knowing where exactly Lure are coming from. Bink does well to get one, but this is going to move the spawns around. Where does he spawn up at? Whoa, he spawns right in the back pocket of Dark Side, over towards this back corner. Will Yuli expect that? Apparently he does. First kill is good. Now where does Bink spawn? Should be back towards garage, and it will be, but this is taking time here. First 25 seconds are already gone. Hit for Lure is still being staved off by the players inside the hard point, and Syndicate have done well in the first 30. Now it just comes down to the 50-50 battles over the top of the hill.
Yeah, Yuli was just hoping that his teammates could find a little bit of success while he was just playing his life so well in back useless, but he does just enough for his teammates to spawn now over towards back useless. They get those back spawns, they find the break, and now they're holding on to the time. Lead change again, this time in favor of Lure, but off the rotation is the bigger focus where you have players from Syndicate attacking from the front, attacking from the back. Yuli looks to seem to be overwhelmed.
Unreal stuff, man. This has been really, really clean for both teams at different moments in time. This one in particular for Syndicate, trying to reclaim the lead here late in this game. Arcides doing whatever he can to keep his team in the mix here at 23 and 18. But Gunzy, Dark, the SMGs for Syndicate, really starting to light things up as Yuli was the next one in line, and that just gives more time and space for Cruz to breathe. Teammates are going to reinforce, and Lure have to default to hitting from the front.
And this might be calling the game right here if you're Syndicate, and you could walk away with all this time. Because Lure, they only have one avenue of attack. They just got to hope that the attacks and the nades and everything is going to be connect to at least get a couple players weak, and thankfully it does just that. That leads to a clean 4 dead, a successful break as well for the final 20 seconds. So we're going to have a lead change again because now you're forcing Syndicate early off that roto.
First kills are decent. Two Real, bit of a struggle in this map, but has put together a couple of good lives in a row. He was on 4 last life. He's on 3 here. And his teammates are just kind of diving in, allowing him a chance to kind of pick up on the kills as they present themselves. And now on 4 in a row. And is still positioned up top at bridge to do more work than that. Up and around through this backside staircase. Semtex through. Wants this 6th kill so badly, but he's down to 13 HP, and Cruz will be able to finish him before he can get the cruise missile off. Yuli follows up with not just 2, but maybe even the 3rd. not fully able to connect. And with that, Syndicate will surely reclaim the lead here again as we try to get to the deep stage of this hard point.
Yeah, it's been lead chain after lead chain. These guys are having a nail-biting map number 1. There's now Lore find a couple kills, but I don't know if anyone's watching this pinch area. Gunzy sees the opening. He's trying to take advantage of it, but the players off the respawn's able to take care of him. So Lore started off not being the team initially in. They find the break. Syndicate break right back on in. But Lore walking away with the final 20 seconds is going to give him a little bit of a cushion going back over to P1.
Yeah, especially with them on rotation here. Too Real just hopping through the Eskies, but Gunzy turns them aside. Arseny's on the other part of the map, trying to get something done here, but gets pushed off. And now Syndicate have numbers. Paul, Arseny's last 2 standing around the hard point, but not comfortably enough to get time. It's just wrapping around these staircases, seeing if you can find timing to pick up on these Syndicate players, which Arseny's has done so brilliantly. 219 to 188. Arseny's still cooking on another 4 spree, and Lord Gaming have the numbers to get more time.
Oh, yeah. If you don't find this break and find it quickly, if you're Syndicate, you're going to start to make a couple plays that you really don't want to. And that's force yourself to instantly push your way in towards the hard point. Thankfully, you got a Cruz who's able to find 3, 4 with the teammate included. And that leads to the break for Syndicate. They're going to be able to breach that 200-point mark. But, Lord, they're putting all their cookies in a basket to set up for this P2. This setup can be broken, and you spawn all the way across the map.
Yeah.
This is going to be tight.
This could be really tight. Hit for Lore over towards the old time. They're just trying to get these players out of the middle of the map. Plus, of course, a little bit of extra time being earned puts them that much closer to being able to put this game away, but no one's on the hard point right now. These are going to be tough gunfights, to be sure. But the pitch gets shut down. Paulek's not able to get through on the side. Nate also lands. It's just Arseny's inside the hard point. So here comes Syndicate with all 3 members from the front. Arseny's holding on to the cubby. Teammates will spawn around him, waiting for the help to try to re-execute onto this. Dark able to find the first kill. 2 for 1 goes the exchange, but the kills are continuing to go back and forth. It's going to be a fiery finish here over the top of P2. Too Real, the last one left. He gets himself a massive double, and with the name, Cruz is still in a position to contest this.
And they only need 10 seconds. Cruz is trying to hold down the sights. Renetti, that's the only thing with ammo in it. Now you got to hit the reload on both of the weapons. He's unfortunately going to fall, but the rest of the teammates are here. Syndicate trying to keep their dreams alive of taking this map 1.
They just need to kill another couple extra seconds. You can see their default rotation's already on for Syndicate. The kills are still coming through as well. Not good news here for Lore. They will get 4 more seconds, but look at the spawns for Syndicate. They are fully set up, ready to receive this next hit.
And they know where the pressure's coming in. Bink just gained all the info. You just got to shut down one wave of kills, and this map 1 is to be yours.
Gunzy setting up to contest. The pinch has already been dealt with. Too Real behind vending. Darkside now making his presence felt. Only able to get 1 though. Follow up from Gunzy, still finding a place to contest from. Paul in the corner, up and over. Cruz able to save the day. 244, 235. Lord Gaming can take their time, but they're not. They're just trying to run in to get these last seconds. They're just trying to force it, and the kills are still coming through for Syndicate. It's just down to, can they find the nodes that are needed? All you need are 6 more seconds, but the contest is still alive, Jay.
It's still alive. Paul X is trying to play his life into that corner, but it sets up the teammates from Lore to work their way in. They take the back spawns, and they're also going to be able to take the map number 1. Lore Gaming closing it out in dramatic fashion, but they get it done.
Wow. I mean, that was as close as it gets in terms of how you finish off that rotation. You put yourself into a position to contest. I think that's the bigger part about it. I mean, legitimately, if they don't get a chance to contest that from the front at P2, I mean, that game is just over. But it's just how that rotation comes through. Lore trying to take Syndicate out of the middle of the map. They have to rotate back late to P2. Couple of kills come through from the front for Syndicate. You keep it mixy, you keep it contested, and then you get the rotation, but they can't hold on to it for long enough. Missed opportunity, but a hell of a map from start to finish, let's be honest.
Oh, yeah, that was a phenomenal map. Basically the same way we started off the day. It wasn't as close because the first one was a 3-point game, but that one was right behind it. Both teams were fighting tooth and nail to walk away victorious here. But I think the turning point of the game is when I thought Syndicate, if they walked away with all that P4 time, that's basically going to call a game right there. But for them, they didn't have any trophy system. So everyone coming off of the respawn for Lore invests in stun, invests in nade, getting everybody weak. Then the guns start firing. They find a break there. They kept it mixed. The at P5. They kept it Mixie at P1 and even Mixie at P2. But even with Syndicate having the back spawns, just way too much pressure coming in from Lore. Like, no one was hitting routes. They weren't trying to go through boxes. They were a little bit trying to work their way through bridge, but they were just flooding the gates right down the middle of the map. Syndicate were not prepared for it. Lower Gaming are able to secure that map number 1. Everyone played great. Even when 2 were having a slow start, he started to turn up, going on 3, 4 streaks here and there. And that gave life to Lower to take map 1.
Absolutely. Wow. What a fun map that was, though.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the numbers are unbelievable across the board. I think that's really no one you can point to in particular. I mean, RCDs goes 31 and 26 with 5,400 damage. Paul 27 and 32, but 6,500 damage, 18 assists. So he was putting in the deeps, to be sure. But yeah, honestly, it just comes down to the simple fact that the macro rotation just ended up being a little bit better. And you know, we saw this kind of in the Karachi as well from Lore Gaming when they played in their first set of matches. Everyone's in the hardpoint. You know, on the other side, you got Cruz, who I think had 2.5 minutes worth of hardpoint time. Everyone for Lore Gaming was a minute plus. So it doesn't really default to one person or other. They're very adaptable, very adjustable.
And thankfully for them, they also are very adaptable and very adjustable in Search and Destroy. That has been a bread and butter game mode for Lore. They had a slow start in this series early on, but they always respond in that S&D. So now being up 1-0 in this series, this is a squad that you previously 3-0'd. Even though it's a completely different map set, you still see the same exact result, at least in the map number 1. Now going into this map number 2, which is going to be Karachi Search and Destroy, it's going to fall into the hands of the SMGs. And we saw, even though Tura had a slow start in that map number 1 of his earlier series, the map 2 he started to take over. So Lore feeling great.
Okay. I mean, that is about as close as it gets from start to finish for both these two teams. Only a couple of lead swaps in there, but it stayed tight from really, again, start to finish. So great opening map, as we would have expected. Can that continue besides Rio Hardpoint, though? That's the question, because we've only gotten one other good map, it feels like, today between the two teams we've had, and that was back in our first match of the evening. So the Search and Destroy, I think the thing is, you know, Lore Gaming has been an incredible search presence this year. This season, rather, I should say. We saw that in their first match, 6-3. Note that they had good preset defaults. That was on Highrise. We kind of took a brief look in with them. This series will play a little bit differently across the board. I think especially because Syndicate also likes, I feel like, a lot of the same maps. You were talking about the history when these two teams had played before. It was surprising to not see the maps be repeated in some ways.
Yeah, no, it definitely caught me off guard. Obviously, that means that one team has gotten a lot better or you've gotten a lot worse at those maps. And for me, Lore, with them having a couple series underneath their belt, obviously a couple series that don't go their way, they're probably thinking, all right, 6-star, we beat you on it, but we're not going to test it because we lost it in one of our previous series here. So we're just going to come in with a whole new map set, and thankfully, at least so far for them, it's worked out. But now you're going into this Karachi Search and Destroy, where their hands are going to be full. Thankfully for them that they have players like you, players like Turir, who really like to set the tones with the SMGs. But on the opposing side, players like Gunzy and Darkside are ready to contest you around that middle map area because this is S&D. This is where they come from. This is where they usually find themselves back into the series.
Okay. I think the thing about this is who's going to be able to get away with the cheeky plays that we see challengers players often try to force, especially on a map like Karachi. Invasion Control, obviously, we know what to expect for that map. I really want to see the Vista Hardpoint between these two teams. I think that would be a really cool battleground, especially after what we just watched on Rio.
Oh, yeah.
I want to see a Vista Hardpoint. I'm not a biased caster, but I need to see Syndicate take one of these next two maps just so we can see map 4. That's all I want.
All right, hopefully everybody on the Syndicate is watching so they can fulfill your dreams and get us to a map number 4. Obviously, they want to get to that positioning because they don't want to get 3-0'd here, and they're looking at this Karachi Search and Destroy with their eyes wide open, just ready to spawn on in to potentially tie the series up. But at least we saw it earlier. For Syndicate, they had a very, very tight map number 1, but everything after that was all of them. And at least the good thing for them as well is that even though they fell short in that map number 1, the teamwork is still going to be there. That's the improvement that they needed to show from last week to this week, is that their setups, their rotations, their breaks all have to be in sync, and they showed it a lot in that map number 1. But now in this map number 2, it's got to be even better.
Absolutely agree with you. Who wants to try to get crazy first? I think that might be the other part of it, as it looks like Bink is looking through mid-map initially. Syndicate, wow, they look that they want to just get onto B immediately, but look at the setup for Lore Gaming. Double stack up high. Oh my goodness, Yuli from the high ground down low. Not quite able to work out, but Paul, who was with him, He's able to follow up and find the trade. So we get an early 3v2, but Dark is all the way around the backside of the defense. This is a wild round of Karachi Surge.
Yeah, Dark could potentially find a freebie onto Arcides, but Tura has worked his way behind enemy lines as well. And then you can't find the kill onto Arcides because he's simply on point today. As Lore Gaming set the tone early on. Keep in mind, there's no trophy sims to work with. You're not expecting players to get aggressive up that B alley. But then when they realize, all right, we're going to invest in stun grenades, something connects. They were probably thinking that they were on the lower street side, but no, that guy's up top, jumps out of the fountain window, puts himself in a position to find that first blood, and then Paul X finds the second through top 3. So Lore just setting the tone early on with the aggression on the early defense.
That was a wild round of Karachi. We may never see a round never like that again.
Hell no. Hell no.
Well, this time we're going to get aggression from Lore right through the middle of the map. Dark was trying to respond to it by playing over the barrels. That's not going to work. And the defender in Bink, who's up top on the AC position, really won't have a chance to challenge it either. So it's on Cruz to do what he can as a sole defender at B. And whoa, he's all the way up and over around the smoke. And how does Cruz get a second? Nearly able to connect the stick onto Arcides. But in the same breath, you think Cruz may save the round, but everyone else falls, and now it's just down to Bink trying to isolate onto Arcides. First shots went the way of Alec, but Bink wins the gunfight. Now we got a 1v1.
Yeah, 1v1 between him and 2Real. The only info that he had is that 2Real was around that red area when he found that kill. But now he's able to spot him and able to clutch up on the gunfight. You get a little bit of Cruz to start it off, but a little bit of Bink to finish it. Great plays out of Syndicate to realize where the pressure was coming in, to play it super confident as well through the smoke. That's just great plays to clutch up in that round.
Oh, yeah. Wow. I mean, we're just getting... we're getting everything right now.
Yeah, we're getting blessed right now. This has been good. This has been a fun one.
Keeping me on my toes. You
Hell
think you
yeah,
know
baby.
Karachi Search until you watch Challengers. Yeesh.
That's
you
facts. That is facts.
Yeah. Here we go. What do we get this round? Double hit for Syndicate right up the middle of the map. Nades towards top AC. Nothing there. Yuli actually gets first blood off the aggressive setup on the B defense. Also may have gotten read that Dark side had pushed into apartments at the moment. So playing this top fountain position, Dark has to kind of wait for noise, I think, to start making a move because he's kind of stuck here.
And I feel like we had this same exact situation play out last week as well. Like when that first person drops, the bomb planner at that dies in towards Coop. You can no longer go towards B because you have a man disadvantage. There's too much ground to cover. And now when you try to edge your way up towards A, that player does fall. So instantly 2v4, make it a 1v4. Darkside, who was the most aggressive player, is now left by himself.
Yeah. And again, I have the feeling that Lore knows that he's sitting in this position, or at least near it. Well, Dark's going to have to make a play, and Yuli's seen him, so. The jig is up. Yeah, really good defensive focus for Lore. And I think a lot of that is just down to the fact that you try to get a play out of Dark from that top position to top fountain. He gets seen, a couple shots come through, and Lore's defense just never really gets moved thanks to Yuli's first blood front side of B.
Yeah, there's no need to move at that because you have that first blood. You know that they no longer have the man advantage, especially at that B side because it's still a 2-stack. But then you also gain info onto Dark, jumping up towards ACs and then eventually putting himself in Fountain. He can't really go anywhere else, though. He can't work on the bottom side. He can't push his way out through the middle of the map because Lore had all those bases covered. So they just decided to disregard him, worry about everybody else, and that was the perfect game plan. Now they're up 2-1, back on the attacking side they go. Early presence over towards B. They find the first blood with the nade. And now 2Real trying to make an island play across the map.
Yeah, I was about to say, this honestly, if you're Lore, you can wait a little bit here after that first blood. I mean, it doesn't really tell you what this defensive setup is, but you don't have to force anything, although they get the smoke play to get through into B. Arcides able to find a kill through mid-map. Bink's trying to challenge through top stairs. Not going to work out. And, well, it's just down to Dark. And, well, it looked like 2Real knew he was here in some regard, but Dark's able to find one. And from here, the problem becomes pretty multifaceted. This is a tough situation.
Yeah, Dark and another 1v4. He's just expecting his teammates to stay alive at B. Not drop early on, especially to a frag over the top from Yuli. But he's still giving himself opportunities here with 25 seconds left. He's able to find that second kill. Just got to find the next two. Oh, my God.
Yeah, that'll work. Now up and over. Hold on a second. He may surprise Paul from behind here. No way. No way. No way. That was it right there. That was it. I mean, that's your window. You can't miss windows like that. Oh, no.
It doesn't get any better than that. That was a 1v4 right there. Like, he had it in his hands. It's just the shots weren't the best. Paul X with the movement, able to get his way on out. Realized that the game clock is his friend, and then go back for the child just to make sure he wasn't sticking that defuse. If you're Dark Side, you did everything right. 99%
Absolutely.
correct. Just the 1% at the end costed you.
Oh, goodness. I thought we were just about to have history. Well, not history, but something
before.
Reddit-worthy on the making.
Yeah, it would have been nice. It would have been cool.
Would have been sick. Oh, small windows. Small windows. Okay. So now we've got Syndicate kind of backs against the wall a little bit here. 1 to 3, the count. And Gunzy, wow, quick. Up through red already. Arceus has also been stunned on the car, so he's got nowhere he can go. He needs to be calling for help, and Paul's going to rotate over. And there's just not help enough to get here. Did Paul see the plant from Bink? Don't believe so. Him and Yuli hand in hand with one another, trying to work back through bottom red. But again, this is a tough 4v2.
That's a tough 4v2, but at least Paul X is able to find one. So still a manageable play. Yuli also has Bink one shot with only 37 HP. He's trying to commit on the gunfight, and he's able to find it. All of a sudden, it's a 2v1.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Cruz.
To the bus.
Weak. Yuli. No, that doesn't get away from him. Oh, my goodness. And that just feels like Syndicate. I don't know if they second guessed what their post plant was supposed to be, or if it just got held off because of where the shots were coming from Lore. It's just they didn't get into the prime positions, and after the first 2 kills looked perfect, Lore just kind of feasting the madness around the point.
Yeah, no one was in a trade spot. Like, even when Paul X finds that first kill in towards red, you still got a player roaming around that middle of the map. He gains the info, but is not instantly able to pounce on him for that kill. And then that allows Yuli to be the playmaker. Paul X eventually assists his teammate for those 2 gunfights around bus. And then in a one-on-one, Yuli just, you know, whips out his MTA pass to get on the bus without having any issues and secures the one-on-one gunfight. So Lore clutching up again, up 4-1.
Unreal. First blood good. Dark finds the second. Now, surely Syndicate win this round. There's no way you get this bomb onto B, or A for that matter. Just hold your ground here if you're Syndicate. There's no reason to do anything crazy. Just make sure they don't get a sneak plant like this. And it looks like Dark's in a pretty good spot to respond to it.
Oh, but RCD's able to find one.
Yeah.
Yuli is going to get picked off, though, so even with RCD's kill, it's not going to get a lot done. And thankfully, the Syndicate were able to change up the pace on that defensive round. They were the aggressors. They pushed out of top found. They got top AC control for the initial first blood. And they were able to hold the map control, trade effectively, secure the defensive round. Able to stop the bleeding as well. Now down 4-2, but offenses have been a struggle. They've shown presence at B. They've been getting shut down early. One time they go towards A, they put themselves in a 4v2. They still give it up. So if you're Syndicate, I'm probably going back to A.
Yeah, why not? Well, I mean, again, it's like it's one of those situations that the bomb plant's one part of it, but they just did not get the post plant set up that they wanted. So was that just, you know, hey, we trust that we can get to it, or do we need to try to hit this differently? No, this is the same route. Gunzy through red. Same 1v1 with 2 real, a little bit deeper. Arcity's playing a little bit safer as well, so the defense is very well kept in terms of not being caught by the same thing twice. And yeah, that's just, again, you just don't throw the same pitch twice. We've talked about this.
Yeah, because the adjustments are always going to be there. Now, RCD's only with 6 bullets in the clip. Going to commit on the gunfight, but still able to get away with his life.
Dude,
still gains the info onto the other guy, too. Yeah, he spotted both players, so that's going to give the comm to Yuli. Like, you can come help me now.
Now up top, backing around, just making sure there's no wrap behind B. I love the commitment here. It's a really heads-up play, but Cruz is going to commit for the plan on A. Darkside, long route through the defensive spawn. Retake already on the way, though. Yuli from bottom red. Arcity's up top, and Darkside will find him in the nick of time. Arcity's about to jump in, but not to happen. Just down to Yuli for the 1v2.
Yep, 30 seconds still to work with. Already put himself in a great position to at least gain the info onto both, but Darkside finds the timing on that pinch for the first kill onto Arcity's, and then finds the timing as well to set up the team fights between him and Cruz to secure the round. So they made the adjustments off the first mishap. Clutch up in the 2v2 this time around to get the round on the board. Closer and closer into the S&D we go. A game-changing round at that. Because being down 5-2 compared to 4-3 is a lot better situation to be in as they go back on defense.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm surprised they pulled that one out, but it is all on Dark, right? I mean, that round wins them the round.
Yeah.
So, Dark, right back over towards Barrels. Smoke here, that's for the offense. And that's enough for Two Real to find first blood. Yuli's gonna be tucked here. Yeah, no one has any idea that he bled through top red. Bakes that smoke. Paul on the plant, stun will confirm that Cruz is playing backside yellow. So it has to be on Dark again. This time for the full wipe. Full ace has to come through. And 1v4 would be what he has to earn in technicality. Maybe a world here where he just considers playing for streaks. I mean, he's on 4. If you find 5, I think you just back off. But yeah, it looks like he's just going to save his life anyways.
Yeah, he said, I've been in, what, 3 1v4s now on this map. Got pretty close to the second one, but the 4 streak's still brewing. Just going to decide to play his life. Allow the game clock to get away from him. Lure are going to be able to successfully secure the attacking ground, as they are now going to be at game point. But Darkside just trying to think into the future. They can secure the next round with him getting 2 kills. He's going to have a cruise missile. Paul, I said, screw this, screw my life. I'm all right. We're okay. Game point, Lure.
All right. I don't think I've ever seen that. I'm not going to lie. Not in COD. It happens all the time in Valorant.
He might just be trolling a little bit. It's all good, Paul.
It's all good, brother. I like being a nice 1.0 KD. It's real clean on the stat sheet. That was too funny. Okay, Syndicate on the offense. Surely they don't run the same attack again. No, they will not. They will be a concentrated hit up through mid. They're going to get Gunzy on top second. Arcides has seen Bink at range. Paul has also gotten a really good look at Gunzy. Smoke is already out too, so this is your window here if you're Syndicate. And whoa, Yuli has just passed right by Gunzy, and Dark will be the one to find the first 2 kills. Good shutdown from Two Real, but it's not enough as it's now a 1v3, and Paul, yeah, just they lost track of Gunzy completely.
And now that's cruise missile earned.
Yeah.
On the side of Darkside, so he found the 2 kills that he was looking for. They set the turn early on with a lot of pressure through the middle of the map. Smoke grenades, chaos, everything was brewing. But they stay alive a little bit longer now in the search and destroy. And now with that cruise missile in the back pocket, Lore cannot be aggressive over towards B. You probably have to work over towards red. That's how you should set up if you're Syndicate.
I want to find out. I like the call for what it's worth. That's where they've been most vulnerable without question. And yeah, 3-1 split. Cruise missile, I imagine Dark will just sit right here.
Yep.
And as soon as you start to read some sort of a hit, I mean, you kind of have to call it in this round, you'd think, right?
Yeah, 100%. You don't want to die with it and then potentially take it into the next map because that's not possible. So you're going to use it here. You're just hoping that your teammates can give you some info so you can guarantee yourself a kill. But just the way that Lore are playing, sort of looks like they got a read that there's a cruise missile about to get called in.
Yeah, they're calling chicken right now. They're going to say, maybe we could scare Darkside with, like, wait, we haven't seen anything. Do we need to call this cruise for information? And they've done it. I mean, there is a little bit of a crossover towards B, but that's just the bomb, and he can just hide out towards bridge. So the cruise missile gets nothing. And now the B front door's wide open. I mean, this is all about, can you get enough support here? Because Yuli doesn't have his smoke anymore, but he's the one who has to jump onto plant.
Yeah. You're just hoping that the rest of the teammates can watch over him, at least put down a couple shots to open up that bomb site. So you can eventually start thinking about that objective, but Syndicate have 3 players just ready to pounce. Hopefully they got all the stuns and the nades in the back pocket to contest them, but Two Real on the flank.
Dude, this has been such a good setup from Lore Gaming. They know Cruz is deep. The bomb's on the way down to be planted. Syndicate trying to repinch this over through Barrel Alley. Paul, he keeps the play alive. He has to stick for the plant, though. And surely Syndicate know that Darkside is going to force the issue, and Syndicate get away with it, but wow. I thought for a second Lore Gaming had just outweighted Syndicate for that cruise missile, but the follow-up from the defenders towards the A side of the map come through perfectly to keep this to around 11.
Yeah, I thought once Darkside instantly sent that cruise missile down, didn't really allow it to flow in the air to gain all the info, to allow his teammates to take a little bit more of the map away. Thankfully, they had still a 3-stack at that B site, so everyone had their stuns, everyone had their nades to keep them off of that bomb. Now we have made our way all the way to around 11. Thankfully, Syndicate are on defense because offenses have been a struggle. They only found success one time.
Paul. Oh, goodness. Cruz is in trouble. Trophy system keeps him alive. Smoke gets thrown over towards his direction. Cruz is just he's throwing everything. Just get away from me. And Dark will be there to find first blood. Paul never able to get a good look at Cruz. So it's going to be a free first 4v3 situation. Yuli again trying to isolate Cruz, who's just popping up and playing whack-a-mole with him.
Oh, but Paulek's in a very, very good spot. He's at least able to find one. Yuli eventually does take down Cruz. Paulek reads the pressure coming in, not able to find the kill. Still a 2v2.
Look at the route, though, from Dark. He's been doing this all game long. The only question is, does he get here in time to give Bink a chance? And the answer is no. So now it's just down to the 1v2. Time is, you know, in regard to this setup, already out of the question. And yeah, tough situation there. Dark really gave it a go, but just could not get there to help Bink out. Time was just too much of an issue. And Lord Gaming will take the round 11. And with that, go 2-0 in this series. Again, a close series, though, between these two squads.
Oh, yeah. Very, very close series, especially off of the first time that they matched up. Lord Gaming just dominated every single map. But in that final round, we know overall between all the SND maps that we have here on Modern Warfare 3, B bomb plants at Karachi are probably the most successful because of how difficult it is to retake the site, even with you still having a numbers advantage. There's so many different angles you had to account for. Syndicate found that first blood. They try to reinforce their way through their spawn, also through the middle of the map, but you have to worry about players roaming around that P1 area, sitting at top 3, and also players playing around that positioning at bridge. Just way too much to handle in those final moments. If you're Syndicate, I probably would have went back to that same 3-stack setup at that B point.
Yes,
have
sir.
the stuns and the nades to contest them at the site, but unfortunately they decide to change it up, and it comes back to bite them.
No, and I think the part of that, too, is, like, I agree with you, but how much of that round is different because Cruz gets seen and then trapped up top in that little cubby?
Yes.
I mean, he's playing an angle he hasn't played all game, and he gets seen and tagged early. Everything changes after that, I think, for the side of Syndicate. So, you know, for Lore, good at reading and adjusting their offense. I mean, again, they almost survived through the cruise missile round as well, which I think was also really impressive, but this was a very tight game, and Dark had himself a map, 14-6. A lot of it just kind of going rogue and doing his own thing. Definitely shows the caliber of player that he has.
And if you think about like the previous rounds of this game, you lose it all the way in round 11, but there was one round when you plant the bomb at A in a 2v4, and somehow, some way you allowed Yuli and Paulek to clutch it on up. Like, that's as simple as that. Syndicate had this game in their hands basically the same way they had it in map number 1. It's just the moments where they need to show that clutch factor, they simply did not have it in the moment. So now if you are Lore, you're up 2-0, you're feeling fantastic to potentially close this one out in 3. And if you're Syndicate, reverse sweep has to be on the cards because you need these points.
Yeah, big time. And again, this is their not last opportunity, but it's their next major opportunity to dig into the deficit and try to earn yourself a top 4 position. Yep. I mean, again, really, it's the other Amit team that's no longer the Amit team with Assault, Dak, Lunars, and Eric Boom. They are knocking at the door of top 4, 20,000 points behind, but they miss out on playoffs, so these numbers are only going to get greater. And for Syndicate, who need 60K to just meet the total that Lore are at right now, yeah, digging the deficit by 20K just because of this head-to-head matchup could be massive. I don't know if that's the actual number off the top of my head. I don't know what the challengers' points are, but again, this is your last opportunity to really dig into that deficit, because otherwise you have to be winning out the rest of the cups. Otherwise, you're fighting an LCQ, which is never a fun time because who knows what we're going to get in that tournament.
Is it possible, Alan, for players in challengers to say, for instance, they're sitting outside of that top 4 spot in points? Can they just form a roster to steal one of those spots?
Absolutely.
That's a possibility. All right, so even if your team is not up there in points, you better come out here and put on a damn show if you want to try to make that top 4. That's what you got to be thinking about, because we all know roster changes and challengers always tend to be a little bit crazy, especially when one of the top 4 spots guaranteed and you can still make roster changes at the end. So you better try to make up your points if you are a Syndicate.
It happens every year, Jay. In fact, the team that had Got RX last year, that Amit team that won, that was a team that was built off of points. Like, Got RX had like 1 million pro points, and he was like the belle of the ball. Everyone was like, come play with us, come play with us. And then Amit team at the end of the year, I picked him up just to math their way in. They ended up winning the whole damn thing. So it does happen. Right. And on top of that, just to kind of reiterate, because we're talking a lot about the points, there actually is only one more cup left. It's going to happen next weekend, or this upcoming weekend. on the 22nd and 23rd, and that's it. And then you got LCQ. So this is legitimately the last chance to make some serious points. So we're very well going to be doing some mental arithmetic here to figure out who can qualify and maybe steal away that 4th spot.
Hell, well, anybody can qualify now that you tell me that. So you just got to hope to God that you had yourself one hell of a season. You got a couple good placements on land, a couple great placements in the cup, and even the elite to put yourself in a position to where you can potentially be the God Rex of this season. Everyone trying to fight for you to lock yourself into the top 4 so you don't have to go through the LCQ. But what makes it even better is that when you're a roster that's been together since the beginning of the year all the way till now, don't really go through a lot of roster changes, and you have enough pro points to make it in, that'll be really deflating if a roster just comes up out of nowhere, they're formed, and they take your spot. So if you're Syndicate, you're right outside the brink. You need these points so you can be a full team in it.
Yeah. I wonder who's got the most pro points right now individually.
Where's
I mean, it's
Temp
got to
at?
be someone from FaZe Black. Yeah,
Where's
it's
Temp
between
at?
Exceed and Brack.
Okay.
Yeah, 89.5K is what they've got.
Okay.
And the next closest, you're looking at like 64, and that's Spart, Fire, Cammy all have 64. So there really isn't anyone out there who's just like, again, the belle of the ball, like the white whale that has all the pro points, besides the guys that find themselves on FaZe Black, obviously. So they're not going to make any changes. So.
Well, I'm looking at it right here. It says that Classic has 5,200. You know, he's
Really?
sitting all the way in that 11th spot. You know, he does have a major win underneath his belt, Major 2.
Oh, true,
That
true,
reverse
true.
sweep through lore, so that might be a guy that you're eyeing if you're 5-6K points out, you know?
That's very true. Lots of things can happen, man. It's always really fun to see who maps their way into the playoffs. But for us, we have map number 3 coming up. Control Invasion, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Coming up for map number 3, which, again, for Syndicate, this has been a really tight series, but you just don't want to be in a position to have to reverse sweep this Lord Gaming squad. I think especially considering how tight the maps have been, it would be a hell of a chance to come out here and show some domination and just flip the series around, considering that both the first 2 maps were winnable. It's just a really good way to kind of set your mental up for the rest of the series, no matter how long it goes. Plus, they also need to fulfill my want of seeing a Vista Hardpoint. So, little selfishly, I'm rooting for Syndicate here to give us a little bit of extra series here in this lower semis.
And I'm just hoping the Syndicate have the mental fortitude to push their way potentially back in this reverse sweep opportunity here, because obviously the first 2 maps are very, very tight. And when you're losing map like that, it could be a little bit deflating on your momentum, because you're thinking 1 or 2 things could have went different and we should potentially be the team up 2-0. And you're going up against a squad of veterans on the side of lore. Like, those guys have been through it all. Reverse sweeps, world championships, does not matter. They know what it's like to play on the main stage. Whatever the hell it is, they are ready for the moment. So if you are a Syndicate, guys who probably don't find themselves in a lot of opportunities like this, you have to try to put something together mentally wise, because you're down 0-2. You need this reverse sweep now to make up for the points. You need this reverse sweep now to even stay alive in this elite tournament. And you just got to try to put it together 1 map at a time. That was always the mindset that I had when I was playing Alan. Even if your backs were against the wall, it's just 1 map at a time. Let's go out there, have some fun. Let's show who we truly are. And then we'll live with the results at the end.
Absolutely. I'm not gonna lie, Jay. This LCQ tournament's about to be a banger.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's gonna be it's gonna get nuts, dude. When do we know when that is yet? By the way, I don't know if we actually have a date.
No idea. I have no clue. But whenever the hell it is, we'll be there.
That's true. We will be. I want to say if the cup, it must be the weekend of the 6th and the 7th. Yeah, it has to be after Major 4. Yeah.
So the week
so it's probably that
we
weekend
fly
of the
champs.
July 6th, July 7th.
Okay.
So that should be fun. Wow, that's gonna be a banger. That's where Craze and those boys really stood out at the end of last year. They just made a huge run, cut a little short, but wow, they were fun to watch. So I imagine we're gonna get something like that here this year too. I'm pumped for it.
Yeah, no, LCQ, everybody has a lot to play for. You want to be one of those top 6 teams to make it through the NA side, to play for the big money at the end of the year, to make it accountable for, like, we played all this year for this moment. We deserve to be here. So that LCQ is going to be a battle. But back into the main series we go. Lore currently up 2-0. We're finally starting on the Invasion Control. Syndicate backs against the wall. And I don't think it's going to get a lot easier, because Lore have some phenomenal AR players, and we all know Invasion is about your ARs dominating lanes.
Okay, well, opening attack over towards A. Fast and furious. Shots across the map from Cruz over towards Yuli. Keeps him a little bit further back from watching the cross towards the A zone, but the problem is, Too Real, Paul X finding kills, and that will pretty much stop Syndicate in their tracks. Yeah, a little follow-up here from Too Real just to make sure no one else can contest the A zone. Yeah. Well done from Lauren. This opening defensive strife over towards B. Now is the next focus as Syndicate is a little bit stuck here at the moment. Trying to get onto B, and those kills will allow them to start getting some time now.
Yeah, they're slowly but surely working up the progression. The double stack is going to be in, but you can also take a little bit of the map away as well with all the kills going in your favor. And you see Darkside getting aggressive up through DVD, but Gunsy over towards Water Street. Not a single player from Lore is accounting for him. They're all putting their focus over towards B, so if you are Gunsy, you're just hoping your teammate's going to find a couple more kills, so then you can get on A as well.
You also have to hope that your teammates can hold on to the rest of this B progression. Otherwise, you can get caught with not a lot of time left on the clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's exactly kind of what's happening right now. Yuli's still waiting for the 1v1 with Bink. And simultaneously, Gunsy loses over towards the A zone. Yeah, this is where things get a little bit dire. The good news is Bink does take down Yuli, so he gets the extra 60. But there's a world right there where you rotate too soon if you're Gunsy, and you don't get the B zone captured, and then you're stuck in your spawn again.
Yeah, but at least now you have a minute and 40 to work out of your spawn with the complete B capture going in your favor. Now you just got to get past the setup on Lore over towards this B Street area. As they're getting people stunned, Yuli tries to commit to the gunfight, but Darkside able to find that kill. So Syndicate doing what they need to do to try to work out of this spawn.
Good trades. Keeps them in the mix without question. Lore Gaming still spawning over towards gas station. They're going to get their preferred setup, but ooh, Two Real gets caught looking across the road, and Bink has now gotten into Cafe. A little bit of extra damage over towards Yuli. And look at the hit through the OE right now. I mean, you've got Gunsy looking right down the spawn of Lore Gaming. So every kill that Syndicate find should be good ones, but they just can't quite find the kills they need to actually start moving the spawns around.
Yeah, because they want to find those kills around the middle of the map. Finding kills on the overextension could definitely help you, but that cafe area, that mannequin area is all what it's about. And you can see it already. One player from Lore is going to spawn inside mannequin. He's going to be able to set himself up to find a trade onto Dark. It was Arcides, but at least you have worked your way on the objective of your Syndicate.
Well, not a lot of lives is the big issue right now. So this hit has to find value if you're Syndicate. And the problem is you've got the ARs just absolutely keeping you pinned back closer towards your spawn streets. Nice shots from Yuli. Doesn't miss a bullet. Pistol out. Goodness gracious, this kid is so freaking filthy. Why is he not in the league? On a decent team. I don't want to see him on a freaking London Royal Ravens team again.
Just hoping for a better shot. That's basically what it is, because all season long, all game long, he's been showing us that he's one of the top players throughout challenges. He just hasn't gotten his opportunity yet, but no more time left on the game clock. Syndicate found a couple kills. They were just hoping like an extra 10 seconds there. You're probably able to get that done, but the time not in your favor. At least the Lore securing the first defense, only 3 segments getting away from.
Yeah. And really the A zone, yeah, moment where you go, whoa, hold on a second. But honestly speaking, that little 1v1, not too difficult to deal with. The opening hit also pushed back pretty convincingly. So looks like Lore's gaming defense around the A zone is pretty potent. Especially, I think that the biggest thing is like, dude, Arcides is just teeing off today. Between him and frickin' Purge, man.
Yeah. Guys are shooting. Now it's Lore's opportunity to make up 43 segments. It's showing a lot of pressure over through the middle of the map, but it's more focused at this B point. Right now you have Syndicate a little bit spread as well. It seems like they haven't gotten a read on where the pressure's coming in, and that first segment getting worked on, they should get a realization that we have to take mid-map control. We can't play this far back.
Yeah, very true. Paul, good win to kind of open up the B site just again a little bit further. Dark is actually playing on top of the zone. Yeah, they're going to get information on that. I mean, that's kind of voluntarily giving away information by Dark, saying, I'm on the zone, come get me. And Paul says, okay, thank you. Second tick of progress now being worked on. 26 place, 27. SGP working on this long pinch around the back. Oh. What? Big just got thrown onto a poster. Paul blows him away. And now it's just down to see what Gunsy can maybe find through Dark. Yuli's already topside treehouse, trying to keep the defense at bay. Second tick's going to get locked in the process.
Second segment already going to be in. Still can't believe that Paulix finds that kill with the turn and burn through a stun grenade. Guys, just a little bit different today, because now they are working on that third segment, but a couple of teammates do fall around them, so you have to hop off. If you are Yuli, your position is already going to be known, but you still make up for it with a kill. Now that leads to 3 dead. The stack back on towards B. Time should be able to get extended.
Yeah, and Paul's even hunting out Darkside, so yeah, that's the extra 60. 2 real front doors at A. Catches 1, but not the second. RCD's in rugs. Difficult position to get him out of. Especially if you can find this kill. Information is good. Bink will drop. And now you got Paul also staring down your garage street. This is not what you want if you're Syndicate. They need kills. They need them quickly.
They need them quickly because they're already trapped into their spawn. Thankfully, the door is going to pop. Gunsy gets the info, but Polak shooting like that. Somehow, some way, he's able to find a double. Now you're just relying on everybody else to work their way in towards the point.
Man.
You have them exactly where you want to. It's only a single stack, though, because Polak's still playing for kills, so opportunities there for Syndicate.
First tick about to get locked in, though. Paul still hunting for more kills around the backside at garage. Timing on the Bink, not perfect. Keeps his life just a touch. Dark also tagged. Comes back, finds the kill. RCD's helping out, though, through the front side of the zone. 2 Real right there with them. Second tick of progress on the way. Double stack in. They know where Bink is. His Semtex doesn't land. RCD's off of 5. Give him 6 for the cruise. Pistol out as well. Lore Gaming just need one more kill to grab, but the save is in. Thanks to Darkside. 14 plays 8, though, and Lore are still knocking on the door.
Yeah, Lore's still right up in your face, so if you are Syndicate, you cannot afford to trade in this position. Thankfully, they find 2 kills, and now you just got to get pushed up farther on the map, make it more difficult for Lore to even think about that objective. But with them having a minute left on the game clock, 12 to 8 in lives remaining, they are slowing it down to play TDM.
Yeah, a little bit, and Gunsy's in a really good spot.
Oh, my
God. Are you kidding? I thought he was going to be in a great spot to find 2 coming through Cafe. He gets nothing. 10 plays 7. Syndicate, we work in the middle of the map, though. Paul's also been seen through Tank, and these kills are great for Bink. Syndicate now in control of the map. 28 seconds on the clock, and Lore have to play off the OE. Gunsy in their way.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be the last opportunity. They were thinking that this was going to be a 2-0 round. We should have been able to walk away with this attack, but Syndicate able to clutch on up in those lasting moments. Now with only 10 seconds left, no one even close to the objective. Final push coming in towards Cafe. Everyone just working. If you are Darkside, you're surrounded.
Yeah, the thing is, he's getting caught by all angles, and Bink saves his life, and that may have been enough. Because, wow, if Dark falls there, someone definitely gets on to stop the clock, and maybe we do get the rest of that TDM playing out, but not to be. So 2 ticks locked at A. 1 tick advantage overall, but Syndicate lucky just to not be down 0-2 right now, let's be honest.
Yeah. Wait, did Syndicate get 4 segments done in the first round? I thought they only got 3.
I thought they got the first one on A. Maybe they didn't.
No. I think they fell short on that first one. So if you are Lore, you're up by 2. The exact situation you want to be in. Obviously, it would have been a lot better if you were up 2-0 instead of 1-1. But back to the defensive side you go. Curious to see if RCD still has that cruise missile in the back pocket. But at the same time, Bink ended that run on 6. So he has 1.
Just on to be a go. Bink watching mid-map. Looks to 2 Real. Good kill. Syndicate going to cleanly get this first tick of progress unless Yuli just does what Yuli does. Why would I doubt it? And Syndicate direct. Whoa! Nice shots from Bink back over to Yuli's direction. As I said, they're just giving up on B with those kills through mid-map. They're looking to get on towards A. You've got some more on the point, but the SMG for Gunsy gets 2. And now all of a sudden, Syndicate should be stacking here on A, but there's only 1 member on.
Please get on the point. All right, there it is. Trophy system 3 stack going. First segment already in. We don't have to overcommit on some of these gunfights as they are finding every single one in the feed. Bink on 10 in a row. Can he make it? 11. No, Paul is able to shut him down. But 2 minutes to work with for everything at that B point. You will take it if you're Syndicate.
100%. RCD's is going to try to watch the exits. Whoa, Bink's calling in the cruise missile here. They want this done now, but the problem is kills are still coming out here for Lore. And that cruise doesn't do anything. Dark around the back, doesn't get a clean look at the contestant he wanted. And now he's being scouted out, hunted down. And honestly, if this next set of kills doesn't come out for Syndicate, they may be in the spawn trap here. Cruz is stuck in the corner. RCD's gets 2 with Paul finding the 3rd, and Dark is stuck over towards blue.
And I love the same thing that they did in Search and Destroy, just disregarding Dark when he gets into a position. They said, screw it, you can stay alive in blue. We're going to put everybody else in the trap. You're going to have to try to make a hero play eventually, but that time is starting to get away from you. Everybody from Syndicate trying to locate where RCD is. Finally, they're able to do that, but RCD already has a cruise missile in the back pocket. He keeps 2 people across the map, and that's already been a minute wiped off the game clock. Finally, Darkside strikes.
Yeah, but the thing is, Darkside does hit at the right time Forces Paul to have to watch two things at once. And Arceus may want to consider dropping this cruise missile in here, but he gets caught off spawn. Dark still finessing over towards backside treehouse. Yuli's stun does land. Good information coming through. Here's the cruise off of Arceus. 2 Real still holding over towards Ice Cream. And honestly, Syndicate are stuck inside a DVD. Cruise missile's going to be at least able to show where everyone is. Dark eventually gets dealt with after about 20 minutes of him sitting over towards treehouse. And now Yuli can get to work cleaning out DVD, and he's good for it. Tough moment here for Syndicate. 28 seconds left. It looks like they're about to win this offense, but they're having a hard time getting to B.
Yeah, they're having a hard time because 2 Real has stayed alive for 2 minutes over at that B Street side at Ice Cream. So they are forced to overextend their way up through middle, and that's exactly what Lord wants them to do, as now Paul finds himself on 5 in a row. He's trying to make it 6. 2 Real eventually does fall, but when you have a start like that, you get all 3 segments done at A. You were outslaying by 10 kills.
Whoa!
You cannot fall short in these moments. Lord Gaming hold on to the defense. Paul X earns a cruise missile. He's also now on 9 in a row. Lord Gaming just flipped the switch, and the Syndicate were not ready for it. This is unreal.
Oh my goodness. You can't tell me Control's not fun to watch when stuff like
God
this happens.
damn it. It's so good now. It's so good. In the beginning of the years, for all Call of Duty titles when we're playing Control, it's all about people trying to figure out how to play it. But now since everybody understands, it's about the playmaking ability after that. And it's Paul X that gets it done. He ends it on 8 in a row. And now you're in full control again of this map. You only have to wake up for 1 segment if you're Lord to guarantee defense in round 5.
Oh man. And off of their last offense, you got to be thinking they're saying, let's just win it here. We've got cruises to play with. Yuli, little dance here with Cruz up top at treehouse position. And, ooh, good win by Cruz. Arceus does confirm the trade. And with the second follow-up, Arceus is up to 25 and 18. Paul 20 and 15 on 8. And both will be right on this B zone looking for the early progress and maybe the early 60 seconds if Syndicate don't find a way to get back in.
How does Syndicate decide to attack this? Because right now it looks like everyone is moving in slow motion. Finally, they start off with that initial fight, realizing that the pressure has to be around that treehouse area. They find that initial kill, but I have to get them off of that point because the second segment about to come in. Oh.
Okay. Opportunity for Syndicate to try to recontest this, especially the pitch from behind. Yuli, no, not going to happen. Back and forth they go. Arceus will drop. Okay, so that's enough to stop the progress on the third and also get up the map here. This is a good moment for Syndicate.
Yeah, this is a good moment, but for how long can they hold on this setup? So you got to keep in mind if you're Paul X, realizing the situation at hand. We had to make up for a couple segments. You're all tied up now, but you still have that cruise missile in your back pocket just in case you want to use it here. Darkside now on 5 in a row, just going to get out with his life, try to play for that missile.
Should just hold this spot, honestly. He's got good cover around B Street. He's got ARs watching him up the middle. Wait for the info. Collapse, get the 6th. This has been a great defense for Syndicate. Plus, the stun over the top. Darkside will get his 6th elimination, but kills Shalor. Now get them moving up the map with a little bit of split focus as they get someone over towards A for a brief moment. So, Gunzi has to come kind of back towards the B zone. He's a little bit stuck out, but he still finds 2, and that should be enough here for the defense for Syndicate.
Should be enough. But there's still going to be one player in Paul X ready to hop on that B point to put the game clock out of pause. And then at the same time, Tura off the respawn, working his way over towards A. So they're going to be able to keep the game clock out of pause again. But
yeah,
how many more seconds? All you really need is 1 segment if you're Lord.
Absolutely. And they may get it here on A. I mean, this is kind of a split focus here.
Oh my
Syndicate's going
God.
to get pieced up. Paul's going to jump on in with a fresh trophy. Help is on the way. Arceus going to stack this. Second ticket's going to get locked. They may get all 3 here, Jay.
Oh my God. How is this happening? How do you allow a situation like this to happen? Cruise missile gets called in a little late because that time is already extended. But now Lore have given themselves guaranteed defense in round number 5, but still an opportunity here to close it out in 4.
Yeah.
Just got to take care of Darkside, who's still pushed out aggressively in towards Ice Cream.
Yeah, and he's just a bit completely unguarded here. Good finesse from Dark. Even gets the pistol out towards you. Who gets another snapback? Big also caught at Dark. Hold on a second. 2 can jump on this. Nobody from Syndicate's going to get here in time. Trophy system keeps it safe. And Lore Gaming with what, 2.7 on the clock? Sneak on to A, get the stack, retreat back over to B, clear out Darkside, and win the game on round 4's offense.
Oh man, and it's just another map where Syndicate gotta chalk it up to the clutch factor. You did everything right. It's just allowing one player to get onto the point at A with only 2.8 seconds. Allows Lore to give themselves life still. Too Real just playing his life, not going for a chow onto the point was the ideal play that he needed to make, because now everybody else from Lore coming off the respawn, just reinforcing their way over towards Water Street, watching those crosses with the MCWs, and then eventually the stack comes in. It's just Syndicate plays so well. They play so well for about 1 minute and 58 seconds of a 2-minute round. Just the final 2 seconds again, just like they did it in the map number 1, just like they did it in the Search and Destroy, and now in even the Control. In the final moments, just not icy enough. And that leads to Lore walking away with this series, another 3-0, but this time a lot closer. They are going to be the team to move on.
Yeah, really, really tight series here, even though the score will not reflect it on the bracket. Yeah, such a heartbreak for Syndicate in all 3 maps, honestly. I mean, everything came down to the wire. Round 11, 5-point game or whatever it was over on the first hardpoint, and then this one came down to 2 seconds from getting a chance at round 5, where, again, their previous offense was so close to finding a way to actually get it over the finish line. So, really tough scenes for Syndicate. They will finish in 4th. Again, they're going to appreciate the extra pro points, but they were really hoping to make up more ground here in this bracket with possibly a top 2 or something of the nature, maybe even finding a way to win this whole thing. But not to be. Lore Gaming just too strong in the day. They deal with both SGP teams. Got rid of Midnight and they got rid of Syndicate here. So Lore Gaming seemed to be the kryptonite here for SGP.
Unbelievable. They just didn't want to have that dance-off between the brother and sister. I was on the side of SGP, and they said, screw that. We're just going to take you both out. And we're going to continue on since tomorrow, as that leads to what? Our final 3 being Lore, Force Space, and Omit. Those are some banger teams, man. I'm just hoping that Force Space tomorrow can play a completely different game, because we should have one hell of an ending to this one.
Yeah, I mean, this matchup right here, I mean, again, just really goes to show that Lore is kind of in that same ballpark as a bit, where like they're playing great Call of Duty, coming up clutch. They're finding ways to adapt when they need to. And yeah, it just feels like this team is really clicking right now as well. It definitely feels like overall, kind of reflecting on the day as we look back over the bracket, that yeah, lots of question marks will be waiting for us tomorrow into what Force Space we're going to get, because legitimately that was not the same Force Space in that winners finals that we came to know when they played RKNX and when they played this Lore Gaming team. That's where they really impressed me watching back on their VOD. They looked great against a Lore team that also was playing really good COD that day. So really, I would say for Force Space, got to find whatever it is that you're missing on here today quickly, because tomorrow's matchups are going to be bangers, I think, if Force Space can come and play the way we know they can.
Oh, yeah. I'm expecting them to come in a lot better, man. You got to completely forget about today. Come in tomorrow like you were throughout the Elite stage, your first 2 matches where you were undefeated. And you also already have a win over Lore, so you had that going into that matchup tomorrow. Just the way that you played today. If you come out and play like that, you're not going to stand a chance versus this Lore squad.
Lots of things to get us excited for tomorrow, but for tonight, we have to say farewell. Our top 3 remain for our final season of Challengers Elite. Of course, the action will start with Europe and their lower finals and grand finals. You don't want to miss that. And then immediately afterwards, we'll be live right here, same time, same place for North America to do the same exact thing here. So make sure you sub on your way out. We'll catch you guys tomorrow for our final day of Challengers Elite in the Modern Warfare 3 season. Take care, brush your hair. I know, it's a Zuma line. Have a good night. Bye.